it definitely takes the best parts of that game to heart. It's almost like its own. It's one of those things that it's a spiritual successor that almost predates the series' comeback in a way. This game, Freedom Planet, is actually a couple years older than Sonic Mania, and you're gonna see the influences there. I love the suits of the people on stream; they're so good. Oh my goodness. But Freedom Planet, I think, as somebody who is a big Sonic fan, definitely does its own thing. I think in a speedrun context, that might even make it more difficult. This is going to be a very impressive run, for sure.
Ça va, ça va. C'est ok.
Comment tu te sens?
Oh bah ça devrait le faire, hein, j'espère.
Oh t'inquiète pas. Oublie, enfin, pense à un truc, c'est qu'il n'y a personne derrière toi.
Exactement, il n'y a personne. Il y a personne, hein?
Personne.
Ouais, personne.
Voilà.
Il y a personne, je t'assure. Le bruit, c'est dans ta tête.
Ouais,
c'est ça.
Parfait.
Bon, tu vas nous proposer une run de Freedom Planet en catégorie, on va dire, Beat the Game. Donc on va terminer le jeu le plus rapidement possible. Et bah écoute, quand tu es prêt?
Eh ben, je suis prêt.
Ok, et ben on va mettre le jeu et le public avec moi et avec Veil aussi. On va vous faire le décompte. Vous êtes prêts?
Alright, so this game, if you're unaware, it does have a classic mode and a story mode, and the classic mode just allows you to play through the game without the cutscenes, so that's going to be how most speedrunners prefer to do it, because we don't want to watch them. But getting into the run here, we're in our first stage, Dragon Bout, and as we mentioned a little bit, this is a very classic Sonic-inspired game, and we're going to be playing as Lilac. Generally the first character you may think of when you think of the game, and Lilac definitely has a lot going for her. You're instantly seeing a few moves in particular, these spins with her ears, this kind of tornado spin, this dive kick, and this dragon dash. You see a bar in the top left. You can spend it to use a dash here for the length of the bar. And I'd say the big thing about Lilac, as we see a small skip there, using a bounce-off dragon dash to get through a door. I'd say the big thing about Lilac, especially with all of these things, clinging to the walls with Dragon Dash, spinning with the ears, is that Lilac is very, very precise and particular with controlling her own height. She can use slopes with her ears to gain large amounts of height all at once. She can dash upwards and maintain it by spinning, and then she can dive kick to the ground to, across slopes to gain a lot of speed, to, as you see, do a giant jump there with the spinning ears. She is a character who can, float, drop, raise, all in an instant. So that's going to be one of the biggest, draws to navigating stages quickly as Lilac, is you can climb like nobody's business, and you can, drop down with all the speed in the world to get through these stages really quickly. And you're seeing a lot of these, small, cooler skips, especially with the Dragon Dash, to bounce off of walls, to get up things quicker, and that's going to culminate in, not to say the rest of the run isn't cool, but one of my favorite skips in the whole run here, indeed. You saw a kind of short mid-boss in the stage, but every stage does end with its own large main boss. And in this stage, we're going to see the runner here do a spin jump at the right time, followed by a dragon dash upright to land on this platform up here, and then keep moving right. And so using this tech, the runner is actually above the boss arena right now, and hitting the far right of the screen just hits the end of level trigger. So that skips the very first boss in the first level of the run. And yeah, no, this game has all sorts of stuff. This game is obviously the main draw of it is this blazing speed you can run through every level at, but we are not adverse to big kind of more technical glitches and skips like this. As we get into Relic Maze here, the second stage, we're going to see quite a bit of that. This stage has a pretty notable part that's broken up into kind of these two halves where you can do two side rooms in either order. So you're going to see something really funny here as we hit the switch and head back up to the stairs here with the lever. We're going to see them kind of clip into the stairs, and that's going to zip them upwards to one of those side rooms. Because we didn't load the side room with the normal door, you'll see those purple gates that you usually have to defeat this mini-boss to open, but they can just clip through them and click restart to respawn back at the start of like this side room area. Overall, you've been seeing a few restarts on these screen transitions. It's just because the game kind of saves as soon as the game, the screen transition starts. And so it's slightly faster to restart, like pause and restart there than let the in-game timer run. But there's actually going to be a few applications of that mess with the game a little bit. But we'll get into that a little bit later. For now, really good Dragon Dash under the last part of the truck here, hitting the light and heading into the last section of Relic Maze.
Le jeu à la base devait être ça Game Sonic, utilisant d'ailleurs un moteur de Patrick Sonic, mais au cours du développement, il s'est transformé en moteur planète. C'est pour ça que vous verrez le grand méchant du jeu. C'est un peu le contraire de Eggman qui a deux grandes moustaches, il y a lui la deux.
This stage is
Sa particularité.
I'd say after a lot of the very funny shenanigans happening early on in that stage with the upward zip, this is a much more normal part of the stage here. Something I have yet to bring up that you just saw there is that little uppercut move you can do when Lilac is standing still. It's pretty good for gaining height. You get like a lot more starting height from it than a jump. So if you don't have like a slope in the vicinity to do like some sort of twirl jump with, it's a really good way to just get a little bit of extra height. Coming in, Dale is heading to another section with these two side rooms in it. This one is kind of an auto-scroller. You're waiting for the floor to go down to hit a switch, and then you're racing the spike floor back up. So as we make our way up here and out into this other side room that has a quick enemy, I do want to remind you all that if this GDQ covering European speedrunning events is a fun prospect to you, then you may be very excited to hear that GDQ will be heading to Gamescom in Cologne, Germany from August 28th to 30th. And run submissions are currently open until May 17th for that. So if you're there yourself and you want to run something, you can submit. But coming into the second boss of the run here, the boss of Relic Maze, this is a pretty tricky boss in all honesty. So you're seeing these arms that have to get destroyed before the Mantis Head can be hit, and you have to hit the Mantis Head 5 times, I believe it is, before the boss is defeated. So you're seeing this really good uppercut dive kick strategy to try and knock out the arms as fast as possible. But since the boss tries to land, the head tries to land pretty much exactly where Lilac is, you're going to see a strategy implemented late into this fight where the runner is going to do their best to stay on like a specific left side spot of the wall to do a dragon dash to the left and just absolutely like cut through the left arc during that dragon dash. So it's a really hard setup, and you're seeing it go mostly pretty well here. As you can see there, it gets through just like most of the arm health, and it's a pretty good Relic Maze boss. Not perfect, but again, really, really hard fight. The positioning on that like dragon dash spot is fairly specific, so really good job.
C'est ce qu'on a vu tout à l'heure, et c'est ce qu'il utilise très souvent. Quand on fait Dragon Boost, on n'hésite pas à cliquer sur les murs suivant la direction où on va.
And Idol is going to be moving on to Stage 3, Fortune Knight. This stage is pretty interesting. As you see from the very start, there are these like buildings with these sloped roofs, and you're going to see that's going to play really well with the dive kick. I talked about the dive kick a little bit, but in case you didn't fully catch it, it carries your speed really well if you like kick onto a downward slope. So like you're not going to see it too much in just kind of normal movement, but if you can dive kick down onto a slope like that, then you can carry a lot of your aerial speed, and that's going to be really, really nice for just like keeping yourself going. As we get into the end of this first screen, we're going to see a wrong warp. Doll is going to take out this little machine and then dash into it, and they're going to hit the screen trigger for the next screen, but the machine is going to actually block Lilac's path, which will cause a wrong warp when the stage is reset. That skips a little bit of the next screen, and we're going to see another one with an upwards dragon dash here. Didn't quite hit it, but the idea would be that you... okay, just gonna restart the screen and go for it again. Yeah, that's very understandable for this wrong warp. The idea is that you're going to do like an upright dash here to try and get Lilac to hook on the ceiling and move to the left to offset your position for the wrong warp. And if we want to take a second to say hi, I have my co-commentator with me now.
Hello, I'm so sorry. The dream I had such a nice dream and I completely forgot. I didn't want to wake up. It was cold. I'm so sorry. I don't have any excuse actually.
No worries. We're just glad you're here now.
We are doing well. So thank you for carrying the SRO run.
Yeah, no problem. The run's been great so far. We're currently halfway through Fortune Night. Just a quick little mini boss fight with Emperor Serpentine, and we're heading into the second half.
Yeah. So, okay, just let me first of all refresh what we're saying. So we're in basically casino stage. It's been such a long time since I played Freedom Planet 1, and so it's going to take me some time to remember the level stages, but I do remember the basic movement, so actually know something.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I've tried my best to go over kind of everything in Lilac's moveset. She's a very like height-oriented character. She can do a lot to like gain height, stall in the air, or just drop all at once. And this part has a lot of climbing, so it's a really good showcase of that.
Yeah, one thing I really like of Lilac is how the Cyclone, the double jump, helps you to keep a lot of vertical momentum. It's such a nice thing.
Yeah, the slope jumps are really cool. I think it makes her, in my opinion, like... I think the other characters in this game are very obviously, like, they have these kind of very obvious techniques. Mila, especially, is, like, very weird to learn. Lilac, I think, is very simple to start, but mastering her takes a lot of work, which is exactly my type of thing.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing because you have the Dragon Boost that can help you to get some speed in case you lose it, but again, the obvious inspiration of a certain hedgehog game is here, you know. You need to work to hit that speed, but anyways, this is the boss of the stage. I think this boss is kinda cute because, you know, there's like...
Yeah. Doing a really good job using these dragon boosts to, like, deal a lot of hits at once to the boss as well. As we saw with the last two bosses, the dragon boosts can interact kind of funny when, like, a stage border isn't a normal wall, which usually happens in a boss fight like this one, or the last one. And you can kind of just stick to it sometimes and get a lot of hits out of it if the boss is against the wall. But Sky Battalion is an interesting stage. It's split up into these three, like, sub-levels. There's going to be, I believe, the metal ship, the earth ship, and the fire ship that all have their own kind of gimmick behind them, but they're all mostly just kind of normal. Like, their gimmick doesn't carry them too heavily compared to just being a tricky stage, so...
There is, like, if I'm not mistaken, there is an strat that is used here to... Because, of course, at the end of every shape you go to, there is a mid boss, but there is like an extra that you can completely skip the mid boss and you don't have to, or also you don't have to take the plane, so you just like destroy the cannon and then just jump to the void, and luckily you're already going to the load zone, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, the load zone is just on the right side of the screen if you can reach it. Which
Yeah.
Lilac can reach anything.
Dragon Boost is very OP.
Yeah. And there's a stage that's whole gimmick later is just like giving you a stronger one.
Yeah.
It's a very funny move.
Pas vraiment, même si on se prend des dégâts, un petit peu ralenti, mais il ne devrait pas y avoir de dégâts, en tout cas, pas à cause de ça.
Et si vraiment il y a une mort, c'est qu'il y a eu un fail de timing presque impossible.
So we're just seeing progress on the Earth ship here. Like I mentioned, the second of the 3 ships. We're going to get another fight here. And this is our introduction to a strat that you're actually going to... in certain areas, and that can be used really well to climb certain areas that would otherwise cause trouble, especially these bosses that try and make themselves like not vulnerable by going above, like a fair bit above Lilac's head. You can just use that to hit them anyways.
Yeah. Okay, so for the fire ship, if my memories of the games are still correct, you are going to fight against Fade. I believe Carol has a completely different boss that is just a helicopter, but Lilac has to fight the Spade.
C'est notamment plus vrai sur les boss, hein, parce que vraiment, il y a des boss avec des patterns, notamment.
Yep.
Yeah.
There.
Qui s'appelle le bourrinage.
Voilà, et ça passe, nickel.
Alors là, on a eu un petit peu une écart négative.
And you just like go to the edge and Dragon Boost. And right now we're on the actual boss. This peacock, I mean, I don't see the form. I know it's a bird. I don't know which bird it is, but the idea is like you destroy the feathers on the back, and then you hit the boss like normal.
And you saw the strategy come in on the last hit with using the slope of the platform to dragon boost kind of into all the feathers at once as the boss was swooping in. But you can't use it all the time, and so you don't see it on that second phase, but you're hopefully going to see it here, the down right into the slope. Yeah, that is near perfect what you want to see.
Yeah, only one there was missed there, but still that was a huge.
Yeah, just that like second one on the right is causing the problem, which sounds accurate to my time running the game as well. But still a really well done level. Again, I can't preface like
This is far from over.
if you've like played a Sonic game and then tried to speedrun it, you know how hard it is to actually keep your speed throughout the whole level, and I think this game only pushes that even further. Like, speedrunning any level in this game, I think, is really impressive, especially this one. Jade Creek is a super popular level and a super difficult one to do fast. This was maybe one of my, again, with my time running the game, this was maybe one of, if not the hardest level for me. Other than, like, maybe the end of the game, which, of course, is going to be hard.
Well, I formally never actually like run the game formally, but I watch a lot of speedruns. I have a friend that runs the game, but I definitely had such a hard time trying to get the achievement for the speed run on some stages, this being one of them.
Yeah. No, I remember, if I may tell this story, I remember looking through your speedrun.com profile when I saw we would be together on this game to see like if you had a run. And I just thought like, I feel like I saw every Sonic game on your page. Like, you get experience with Sonic.
Yeah, I can totally relate what you say that this game is very difficult to maintain speed with the momentum. Like, yeah, you have like the gain speed button being with Lilac that is the Dragon Boost. But since it's mostly inspired by classic or 2D Sonic games, keeping that speed is such a hard thing because you have the momentum, you have the slopes, you have the jump in the slope, the downwards, upwards, the vertical momentum, anything you have to keep, and makes this game very difficult to master. And this stage is actually one of those things because it's a water stage, water level.
Yeah, Lilac actually has like a really fun swimming quirk where you've seen Doll like kind of drop kicking upwards a little bit. It can be really fun. And heading into the second half of Jade Creek here, we have this like battleship segment, which is like one of the coolest parts if done right, but definitely one of the hardest to do right in return. You're seeing these really good spins above these small pits to keep the speed. Getting the gems from that box to charge up the Dragon Boost faster. It's a lot on this one to do it like really, really well, but that was, I'd say, mostly very good.
I just love how much like you can use the cyclone after bouncing into a spring to get more height that you actually need. That was such a nice slope jump there.
Yeah. And here we're heading to another fight with Serpentine that's going to... I brought up a concept last stage about like dragon boosting into a wall to gain height by bouncing off of it, and that's going to be very big here, as you see.
Yeah, since it's a boss that is basically on the air, it never touches the ground. Using this strat is very nice, and of course, using the Dragon Boss itself to do that amount of damage is a very nice thing you can actually do. Again, Dragon Balls being OP, nothing new.
Yeah. Since it gets like cut off when it bounces off the wall, like it like reflects off the wall like that, it basically is still full charged. So you get to just like use it twice in a row basically because you don't get much out of the first one, but you actually get a lot out of the first one. I love Thermal Base. This is a favorite stage of mine for sure. So this you go ahead.
No, so I was saying, yeah, I like pretty much every stage here. Like every stage is solid on their own. Personally, I like the Lilac's exclusive stage in this game.
Yeah. So here there's this like defense mechanism part with these moving platforms that spawn in a pattern. You're going to see through one of them up to the top of the stage to just like run to the right and skip that whole first part there. This stage is kind of a more like cramped technical stage. You're going to see a lot of these tight corridors and these like key cards that you need to pick up to open certain doors. But of course, after that, you're going to see this like side room with a bunch of boxes that are going to be bumped up into each other to cause another zip upwards to skip another part of the stage.
I don't think you are supposed to do that.
No, that was actually very easy. That like box one is like, you can try that one right now just by like watching someone else do it and probably get it yourself in like a try or two. That was a very easy one to get, but it's still really cool.
Yeah. Okay. Give me like 2 minutes, please. I'm so sorry.
No, you're all good. Heading into a mini boss here, we have a weird little bug thing that picks up the lava and spikes from this arena and tries to shoot them back at you. Really good job just destroying it before anything happened. And we have a quick little speed escape section before the stage.
Donc ensuite, bah voilà, on a le principe encore une fois du régime. Et là, si on avait eu par exemple ce niveau, bah, il aurait pu
At this point, we're still seeing some of that like key carding go on, like I mentioned, but we're not going to see any more of the big zips. Unfortunately, right as we get to a part of the level that's like more one unified big stage, as opposed to smaller screens with screen transitions, is where we can't go out of bounds anymore. But I mean, we still get a lot about from the out of bounds earlier in the stage, and there's still a lot of cool stuff to do in the second part of the stage. Trying to get through this small area in the water here, just for a faster path. And then there's these insta-kill crushers that can be really scary if you mess up your movement around them, but just a quick dragon boost upwards, and we're all good.
This part really scared me just because the party sound game a lot of.
Yeah, this game very similar to the same way Sonic handles it. You can't swim. I mean, you can kind of swim, but it's, you can definitely swim better than Sonic can, for sure. But you do still have air. You can still drown, for sure. And so the water parts can get scary. But coming into the boss here, kind of similar to that mid-boss we saw, going to play a lot with lava and spikes around the arena. So just trying to get as much damage on while avoiding that.
Et voilà, nickel. Déjà terminé. On va y arriver, voilà, c'est ça.
Tu vas me manquer.
On va passer au stage numéro 7 maintenant. Là, pareil,
Alright, and heading into stage 7 here, Tengu Lagoon. This is that stage I mentioned earlier. Big gimmick here is going to be these rings you're going to see fairly soon, that you can use the dragon boost. Like, they give you a charge of dragon boost that instantly gives you another once you use it. So you're going to see one use here, and the bar is just going to be instantly all the way back up. So you can use that to navigate this stage really, really quickly. Just like, obviously the stage is built around it, so it's not like too broken, but I mean, it's broken. The Dragon Dash boost is already broken.
Yeah. One thing I really like is that you have this like temporal power upgrade, is the fact that by just using a normal attack you also throw a nice sonic boom, a nice projectile, so it's like kind of nice upgrade even for casual and non-necessary speedrun. Oh, the beast, not the beast, I remember the beast.
Yeah.
They're not a big deal, but there is a lot of them, and since this game pretty much has this hit lag thing, and since there is a lot of beasts, yeah, don't try to hit them.
Yeah, they're horrifying.
On reviendra vers vous juste après, là on va passer... Non, non, mais ça va coûter parfaitement nickel. Et là, on va arriver donc, dans la deuxième partie du niveau avec notamment... Et après ça, une phase de plateforme, voilà, qui...
Oh my goodness, we're in the B room.
No, the beast. Not the beast. Okay.
Yeah, this is just the underside of this room that you usually don't want to be in. You usually just want to go over it, but things can happen. Making it through what should be the worst of the bees, though, thankfully.
This appearance the room. I kind of like here because it reminds me to Mega Man. This game, of course, has a lot of inspiration of some like that format.
Yeah. It's definitely a very cool part of the level that we're doing lilac stuff over.
Yeah. Happy dinner. We have the. I actually pretty much prefer the cave section of this stage rather than the outside version. Now it's time to fight the boss. The boss is going to be a huge thing we cannot see, but main idea is that we have to destroy the things on the back and then hit on the eye. And we're gonna try to get as much of the orbs on the back as we can every single time.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a really good try and stay on that wall just as much as possible. Yeah.
And then,
mais c'est la magie du speedrun.
Et en fait, ouais, en faisant son Dragon Boost, le jeu a pas...
That was actually just like a projector.
Il avait juste tapé le mur et le jeu a considéré que ok, t'as détruit toutes les petites bulles, donc t'as gagné, bravo.
Now we have this really funny, really quick like team up section to head to the next stage of the game. So I would like to use this opportunity to give a quick shout to the very next run. The Rogue Prince of Persia has a bid war currently open for which custom skin the main playable character, the Prince, will have. That if you go to gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons, you can not only support the amazing charity Doctors of the World, but you can also put your money in for that bid war. But we don't have a lot of time left. Again, that's the next run. Currently, Ezio from Assassin's Creed is in the lead, but Goku is like really close behind.
I want to see Goku.
I want to see Goku. There's a Ryu option that's like a little bit behind, but definitely could make a comeback, and I would love to see that one. For sure.
Yeah, Matic Glacier, long stage, very long stage.
Very long.
For what I remember, like running the longest stage in the entire game.
Yeah, so this is, I believe this is the second to last stage, kind of. The final stage is broken into like 4 mini stages that all kind of count as their own stage as part of the game, and like the combo of all of them together is longer than Battle Glacier, but as a singular stage, Battle Glacier is like, even in a speedrun, going to be nearly 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know that the speedrun achievement for this is like beat the stage under 18 minutes, 15 minutes or something. Like, that's a lot for a stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a lot of hazard like going on in this stage. You have that helicopter. You have actually meteors falling. A lot of enemies. There's a lot going on. That's actually gonna say it's pretty much a skill check.
Yeah. Definitely just chaotic, I think, is a way to phrase it.
Yeah. I mean, it's completely fair. You're actually in the end game at this point. This is literally the end game of the game.
Yeah, like I mentioned, the next stage is going to be like the last series of stages.
This little gimmick where you have to throw these drill bombs to the walls because I don't know. I personally don't like them because it cuts my pace.
Yeah, that can be a little silly as you see two of them kind of exploding too close to each other on that like triple attempt and having to go back to hit them.
Et donc on va pouvoir faire
Now we have any boss here. It's the main ship. So laser is not actually a big deal. It's actually very easy to deal with. The jump even game gives you the warning for the attack, and you can get another hit if you do a Dragon Boss there.
Yeah. Really simple, just dodging that laser, making sure you're getting as much damage as possible, heading into the it's the first half of the stage took longer than the entire first stage, pretty much.
Yeah. This section is pretty much a labyrinth, not actually a labyrinth, but you know you have to go here and there and those things. And I believe this is going to be a bird passive.
Yeah, so we're seeing the setup with the wall bounce to try and stand on a specific part of the platform. Like land with a good lineup and then use the platform moving down to try and snap the collisions with that.
Okay, that was...
It's a little particular, but it's really
Yeah, I really like some strats on every game that has like you need to do some alignment, but if you do a certain stuff, you will get the perfect alignment in the perfect spot. So basically, using the bounce of when you use the Dragon Balls into a wall, it's very clever.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that was one of those, that zip was one of those skips that was like, someone first found it like on accident, and then like someone found the setup for it when they knew it was possible type things. Because it's definitely one of those things that like, it feels almost hard to think about, but also hard to like find that setup very intentionally unless you know what you're looking for. It's definitely, I feel like a lot of games are like that though. That's just kind of the nature of routing, is like, what can I do, and doing it.
Yeah. My favorite thing about speedrunning in general is when someone finds something by accident, and it's like, what?
Yeah. Coming up, we should be getting pretty close to the boss fight though. Yeah, just jumping down here.
Yeah, we're already 5 minutes into the stage. Okay, we're gonna do this to get an early to get rid of the shield very quickly, because this boss start with shields and we have to that's annoying.
Yeah.
But again, not a big deal actually, because you know Dragon Balls bounce into wall very OP, and never gonna get tired of saying that.
Yeah. Well, we only have so much longer to say it, so better get it in now.
Dragon Balls OP.
Yeah, this boss, though, the idea is a little bit of a setup, you know, having to break the shield, bounce off the wall, but the fight itself, you just kind of repeat that pretty simply. Sometimes you get an attack where he actually comes down and you can hit him normally, but for the most part, not that bad.
Mais où était passé? Je ne sais pas. Oh,
Yeah, here you can see the stage was like complete in around 5 to 6 minutes. Compare that to the average stage we be doing so far, it's a lot.
Yeah, no, again, like longest single stage in the game for sure. But now, after Battle Glacier, is the
Drake now.
mm-hmm.
I remember the name because it's an epic name, Final Drake.
Yeah, it's awesome, and it's kind of the final series of stages. As you see, we're headed into Final Dreadnought Round 1, and this is like 4 stages that are each like 2 to 3 minutes apiece, pretty much. So it's definitely a gauntlet, especially with some of the hardest strats in the game being here. Because why wouldn't the hardest strats in the game be in the final stage of the run that's already incredibly difficult and technical? Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, you just make it a harder stage even harder. Yeah, we have like this teleport thingy. It's going to be the main gimmick of the series of Final Dreadnought in general. There is someone that are very annoying that puts you back to the very beginning of a room, and you don't want that. Thankfully, we already know what are the good ones and which one are the bad ones.
Yeah, and we have the game's main antagonist, Brevin, trying to stop you all the while, with each part of the Dreadnought having its own little tool to try and get you. This one, he opens the airlocks, which just create really strong currents of wind over certain pits, so you have to be careful not to fall in. Without faster movement, we're not too worried about falling in, but a timely, just quick restart here, and heading into the end of round 1.
Yeah, we're gonna fight against Syntax. This boss is a silly boss, that we're gonna say like silly, but in a good way, because every time we get the full hit. Now, I don't know the full name, but you know the hit where it becomes vulnerable. It's going to start changing form to a point that, yep, that's it. Very fast boss.
Yeah.
You
Can get out of control very easily, at least for my part. That, and again, I very bad at the game, going fast again. But yeah, 2 minutes, very short stage compared to others. But again, this is the round 1. We're going to round 2.
Round 2 is definitely scary.
Oh yeah. So, sorry, go on.
Yeah, round 2, I mentioned the airlocks as a big gimmick. We're going to see a very specific zip here using this box. He's going to line up very tightly and then try and pause buffer to dragon boost at the perfect time to like ricochet off the wall and zip clip like between the box and the ceiling. That is one of the hardest tricks in the game. That one is so difficult. And like that is only one of the few zips we're hopefully going to be seeing in Final Dreadnought Round 2.
Yeah, this start of the stage has like a gimmick. I believe it skipped completely the entire gimmick. Oh no, there it is. Yeah.
No. They don't
the
need
gimmick is there.
And we're underwater now.
Well, kind of underwater. We don't have underwater fixes, but we have the the air meter.
We're drowning.
We're drowning. Yeah, it's completely fine. You just do this fast. Hey, Mila's there to give you the bubble shield.
Yeah, so funny thing about Mila being here to give you the bubble shield is that One, as you might notice, it has not been taken. It's getting tight on time here. But it's fine. And two, Milla actually spawns these like from like a window in the background. So they spawn like not directly on the ground. So what you're gonna see here is Dahl is going to stand under them and then like push them upwards. And since they're kind of supposed to land directly on the ground, they don't fall back down. So you can push them upwards and use them to zip like upwards again. It is a very, very funny trick. Here's another one, hopefully. Yeah, there we go.
That's so funny to see, like, Mila being the goat here.
Yeah. We love Mila.
And we're gonna do the final fight with Serpentine. Serpentine just got like a little bit bigger, I believe. I don't know what, something changed on him, probably the haircut.
Yeah. New shoes, maybe?
I don't know.
Oh, falling under the stage, boosting back up, thank goodness.
Dragon Ball OP.
Yep.
Never get tired of saying it. There is that Serpentine. That's the run too.
Yeah, that is definitely like, with all the skips in that stage, that is definitely like one of the, I'd say, scariest parts of being on good pace in this game. Is like, now I gotta do these 3 zips that are all like some of the harder ones in the game. So round 3 is definitely a bit of a relief, but just as nerve-wracking as the others.
Yeah, it's much more centered on the speed because we have these like boost thingies. Gives you a lot of speed. Yeah, speed is good.
My ship is being infiltrated. Whatever shall I do?
We're gonna see the main defense system of the Dreadnought come in for round 3. These cannons that just drop from wherever they want and are destructive. You can see how hard the screen shakes just when they're firing.
This is one strat, just go there, don't do the intended path and Dragon Boost vertically to the other side. You have to do like some going around there, but nah, we're not doing that.
We're seeing a really nice move into the second part of the stage here. Really nice job just like climbing these ledges to get up quickly. And we are going to see the end of Dreadnought round 3 here with this
Redonne la carte. Ou sinon je la tue. Heureusement.
Yeah, there's no other choice. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I have to fight Mila. Sadly, it's so over. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Don't watch this.
Close your eyes. Yeah.
Et derrière, on
That's final. There's no 3, just one stage left. The final stage of the entire game.
Ça, c'est juste pour
I know there's like a huge zip here, like you have to be into a corner, very specifically corner of a disappearing block. I don't know if we're gonna see it.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be
Et sinon, ce serait difficile de la remettre en
kind of like in the second half of the stage. The stage is pretty
C'est la magie du
quick. There's going to be a lot of fun stuff in this stage, though. Something I don't know if I've mentioned throughout this stage is that, or throughout this run, rather, as a whole, is that there are 2 difficulties in this game, and whichever one you're playing on does impact how much health you have. And I believe this run is being done on the casual difficulty, the one with pretty much double health. So there's going to be some fun strats later in this level, after the zip you mentioned here. Yeah, gonna get pushed by the blocks spawning in and just go all the way up.
Yep, there. Yeah, you completely skip that entire vertical section of climbing up. This stage is very vertical. I really like it. And this is a huge laser, and I believe this is what you mean with taking advantage of casual difficulty.
Yeah, so usually this would just kill you. As you see, we have 8 hearts at max health right now, and can go down to like 0, but the laser does like 10 ticks of damage. On normal difficulty, where you don't have those half health, you would just die if you were in there. Which we're seeing very silly dragon boosting to just survive through it anyway.
Yeah, another thing that casual difficulty does is that you actually regenerate some little bits of health over the time to give you some, and that's actually a good thing. And we're on the final zone. We just have to dodge this thing, and we are already on the final boss. We're gonna have to fight the ship without 5 stages ago again.
Yeah.
But not biggie. It's the exact same. There's that much to change. Probably like just a couple more projectiles, but again, very easy.
Yeah, definitely just a few more things going on, but still not much harder. And we're going to have phase 2 here. Brevin is going to come down in this like mecha armor.
Definitely, at least for me, the hardest phase of this boss, because there is a lot going on and it's very fast.
Yeah, I remember struggling really hard when I played this game for the first time. This is not a joke of a final boss at all, especially on normal difficulty. But we're going to see a restart just to skip some cutscene into this last phase of the fight here. Time should end as soon as this phase goes down, so we are almost out. And trying to do a setup for a quick kill, not hitting it, so I'm going to just retry the fight to see if we can get it again.
And so fun fact, the only boss in the entire game that has a health bar.
Allez, vous encouragez pas assez, faut encore y aller, faut encore y aller.
Yeah, trying to end off this run with a bang, going for the Dragon Boost strat. There it is.
Okay, that was sweet. And it's not,
Yeah.
there it is. We're gonna wait for time. Okay, there it is. That's done.
Yeah, that is time for Freedom Planet. Shout out, of course, to the runner, Idol. Sorry if I do not know how to pronounce that name at all.
C'est vrai. Ça, c'est déjà pas bon.
But incredible job. Again, I cannot preface the difficulty of this game. Like, it's so hard to run successfully. So, like, being able to do a run that strong on a stage like this is really impressive. Yeah, final time 42:38 in games. Really nice.
Ça va, c'est pas mal. Selon les temps.
That was such an amazing run. Again, as you said, high level
Bah, en tout cas,
high level runs of Freedom Planet are so good to see. It's like always mind blowing. As I say, I've never run the game like informally. I remember trying to practice a lot to get a lot of speedrun achievements. But overall, nothing. I still enjoy watching runs. There's crazy runs out there. And Runner did such an amazing showcasing this game. Play Freedom Planet 1 and 2.
Yeah, play Freedom Planet 1 and 2. They are great games. But yeah, thank you so much for watching Freedom Planet. Great game, great run. If you want to find me anywhere, you can find Lori D. Bunnykins on Twitch and Blue Sky. I'll be back 2 more times throughout this event to lend my voice to some games. But Nacho, where can people find you?
You can find me on YouTube, on Blue Sky, on Twitch, not that much. YouTube and Blue Sky. YouTube, Nacho the Adventurer, Blue Sky, Nacho Adventurer, Blue Sky, and Twitch if you like catch me streaming once in a while, twitch.tv/Nacho the Adventurer. I'm also gonna be commentating another game in the future, so that's gonna be fun.
Kids ici qui donne 100 € après tant d'attente, notre 3e speedon pour ma petite sœur et moi. Merci à tous, vous êtes géniaux, on adore. Simon 11 ans et Élise 8 ans. Trop mignon.
On a Raiden qui vient de donner 200 €. 200 €, c'est incroyable. On a Léo qui a donné 121,67 € en me disant premier mois où je reçois un prime d'activité, je me dis autant en faire profiter les autres. Miaou, même si on en a un chat. Mais ça, c'est bien évidemment un autre débat. On a Tails qui donne 10 € et qui dit ce Sonic a l'air plus cool. Ce qui est assez sympa.
Très beau, très très beau. Il était vraiment très beau. Torlink pour les 100 €. Théo Car pour les 100 € également. Allez Speedon pour Goku. T'es toujours pour Goku?
Franchement, il y a eu un problème.
Il y a un problème, ok.
J'ai regardé le skin, parce qu'en fait, on va avoir une run. Prince of Persia, il y a 3 skins, vous pouvez voter. Il y a Goku, il y a Rayman, il y a Ezio. Moi, je suis extrêmement fan, j'aime beaucoup Dragon Ball. J'ai vu le skin de Goku, faut peut-être un peu lâcher ça. Peut-être que
Je m'attendais à ce que tu disais Ezio, c'est pour ça, je lui ai montré après, je lui ai dit mec...
En fait, le skin, non, mais il est pas mal. Non, il est stylé, ça va, ça va.
Moi,
je ne parlerai pas du skin de Rayman, mais franchement, ça va.
Ezio, 2e crush pour moi, hein, donc si
Ezio
on fait les deux en même temps...
Ezio a du flow, Assassin's Creed 2, il y a vraiment du flow. On remercie aussi les 100 € de Sunshine qui dit on continue à bourrer les dons pour la bonne cause. Merci à toutes les personnes impliquées dans ce super événement, les souris roses qui a donné 50 €. Et on a aussi du Sonic et le meilleur Miaou qui donne 6,70 € en disant ça. Et on a Clémia qui donne 50 € en disant trop bien Speedon. Et bah t'as dit les termes chacun, c'est une dinguerie que tu oses dire ça.
Cortaran qui donne 67 €. Bonjour Speedon, merci aux vieux pour l'organisation de ce bel événement intergénérationnel. Psycho Kwakubé pour les 15 € première année sur place dans le public et c'est magique. Merci à toutes pour l'ambiance. Je reviens du Japon pour Speedon qui nous donne 10 €. Macrise qui donne 1 €, pas beaucoup de moyens, mais j'aide comme je peux car après tout il n'y a pas de petits dons, c'est réel. Chaque don compte.
Exactement, bah, chaque pas permet d'atteindre l'Everest.
Un petit pas pour...
Un petit pas, 1 €, 1 €, 1 €, 1 €, un petit pas pour Speedon. Et on a Tébros Foot qui donne 5 € qui dit merci beaucoup à mon pote Vintage qui va run Delta Run cette année pour m'avoir invité sur place. Trop hâte de voir cette run, merci à toute l'orga. Et on a Glande surrénale qui donne 1 €. Ça fait toujours plaisir.
Oui, non mais c'est bien, c'est bien. Merci à toutes les glandes surrénales.
Bah, on les embrasse. Hein.
On vous embrasse, non.
J'espère que...
Ouais,
je sais pas.
Si vous voulez, allez. Toutes les glandes surrénales, on vous embrasse.
Welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons. Good morning to you all. I'm assuming morning for at least most of you. My name is Dangerous, and with me I have Blood Thunder. Hi, BT.
Hello, it is definitely an early morning here in the US. Still waking up, but we're here for a great cause. Going to be watching this Prince of Persia race. Not just one runner, we're going to be having 2 on screen. It's going to get a little action-packed very quickly. Taking you through it.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen the Rogue Prince of Persia, it is the newest title in the Prince of Persia series. Came out just in August of last year, so still a pretty fresh game as far as optimization goes. So we're going to hopefully see some really high-level gameplay from our two runners here. I know one of our runners is a world record holder for if this category, I believe, is because we're going to be doing Fresh File Story Journey, and 70 Racer 7 is our first place contender, followed not far behind by Veltran, who is our other runner. So this should be an exciting race between the two of them. I'm excited to see how they approach this. We're also going to be doing this commentary a little bit on the fly because we don't exactly know how this run's going to go like on its own. This is a roguelite game that we're going to be watching, so the runners are going to be seeing the stuff in the game for the first time, like the particular seed that they're watching for the first time, we assume, as much as we are, because we are doing this from a fresh file, and so the presumption is that they're doing it unseeded. If they're doing it seeded, that we're not aware of that. As far as I know, that they don't really split the leaderboard by seed versus unseeded. So I'm excited for that. Yes, for those of you that have followed a little bit of the trajectory of this game, this is from the same developers that made the Dead Cells DLCs. So if you are a fan of Dead Cells, you will probably see a little bit of their thumbprint on this game once we get into it.
Dredge, moi j'attends Dredge. Hein.
And if you're brand new to this, you're like, oh, it's a new Prince of Persia game. Well, this is a roguelite. It's a 2D game. It's not like the old school action adventure 3D games. I know we're all waiting for that remake that will probably never come out. But in the meantime, we got this pretty cool roguelite.
I believe.
And,
I believe
you said it's probably going to be unseeded, so we're going to have two different seeds, which isn't going to impact things too greatly. We're going to probably see a very similar playstyle between the two runners. While it is randomized, there's only so much randomness in the game. It typically just depends on the level layout as they run through it. But they're going to be chasing down the same story events, probably picking up the similar type of weapons and medallions along the way, getting the same sort of upgrades. So they shouldn't really be too far apart. A lot of it's just going to be making the right guesses in terms of finding where the exit for each stage is.
Yeah, and since they will be on two different seeds, we might see one of them get a section that's free, and the other one gets the section that's cursed. But don't worry, that's not going to impact things too much. Wait 3 minutes, and things will flip-flop for both of them. Somebody's going to find their cursed section pretty shortly after, I'm sure. But yeah, I'm excited to see once these runners get started. This is a 2D side-scrolling roguelite. So I've seen it get compared to Risk of Rain 1 and its subsequent remake. That's about, I think, where the comparisons end, because they are actually extremely different games between the two. But it is a roguelite, so every run's different. Every run's fresh and new, and so I think it's going to be a good time.
And then the other thing we should mention is the overall category goal that we're shooting for here. Technically, you can go and just beat the boss in like a single run and be done with it, but you get kind of what's known as like the bad ending, the corrupted ending, because you don't actually go through the story events. We're going to be seeing the runners go through multiple runs. They're actually going to like get a story objective and then purposely quit out that run so they can continue to press the story as quickly as they possibly can. So we're seeing a lot of quit outs. We'll be talking you through that. Whereas like a lot of other roguelikes, maybe you watch like a Hades run or something, they want to progress as far into it as possible, probably try to beat each run along the way.
Yeah, even Hades 2 and Hades 1, they do a little bit of quit out stuff when they're trying to like go for, you know, the true ending, whatever. But the true ending in Hades requires completing multiple runs. But there are certain like story progression things that happen mid-run, and so sometimes they'll get those and then quit out. Doesn't happen very often in a run like Hades, but in this one, it's actually like kind of the main thing, because there are certain story triggers that you have to hit each run, and then once you've hit that story trigger, there's not really a point in continuing the run from there, unless you're just looking to farm more upgrades. But our runners are pro, and they don't need those upgrades, they can go through and clobber everything no problem. I've seen runners like do a full run of the game from a fresh file, and that's very, very skill based because, you know, roguelites are kind of notorious for being difficult, you know, when you first start them up, and the idea is that you're supposed to collect upgrades and then eventually like, you know, they're meta upgrades, so they carry over from run to run, and eventually you get to the point where you are much more powerful, and then you can actually beat the game. So roguelites are kind of notorious for their difficulty being a core component of how they're designed, because you are meant to progress yourself, you know, along some sort of skill tree or upgrade path. And our runners, I've seen speedrunners for roguelites just beat the game on a fresh file on their first go. And like BT said, you know, you can't do that, but you get it. It's a very short run. It's less than 15 minutes to do that. And the bad ending, you get the bad ending, like BT said. The bad ending, because this is a Prince of Persia game, it does involve some sort of time manipulation of sorts. I'm sure a lot of you out there played Sands of Time back on the GameCube way back when. I know I saw go probably a couple hundred hours into that game, and similar to that, if you get the bad ending, you kind of rewind time back to the very beginning of everything. And so the proper ending, the good ending, which is what we're going for, called Story Journey, that is going to change things a little bit because we're hitting those story triggers kind of as we go. And then since we're still kind of waiting for the run to get started, we are seeing this awesome shirt. I actually kind of really want to get this shirt. I may have to throw in a donation to get one of those. But this whole event, SpeeDons, is in support of Médecins du Monde, Doctors of the World. They are an international medical non-governmental organization that has been around for more than 40 years. Médecins du Monde is made up of thousands of workers and volunteers helping provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fairer and more accessible health policies. So if you want to support, you can visit gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons. That is SPEEDONS to support the charity. And for the first 5,000 donations over €5, PayPal adds €5 to your donation, making it a total of €10 for Médecins du Monde.
We also have links there in chat for you if you want to donate just flat out, or if you want to pick up one of those nice shirts. You know, we got a lot of cool characters on there. I believe we have the little Nightmares character, which me and you will be commentating later on today. We got
I'm super excited.
Illinois from Hades 2.
Yeah. So if you watch this run and you can't get enough Dangerous and BT commentary, oh, don't you worry, folks. You're gonna get more of it later today.
Yeah, for some reason they're like, you know what, you guys can keep coming back. Haven't gotten kicked off quite yet.
Don't worry, they'll know for SpeeDons 8 to not put us together. The memery will be too strong.
Speaking of things you probably shouldn't have put together, anybody watch the Prince of Persia movie? Now that was that was an interesting time.
I actually never saw it. You know what's funny was I actually worked in a movie theater at the time when that movie came out, and so I had full access to it, and I skipped it. Because, yeah.
I don't think I watched it in theaters, but I do remember watching it, being like, "This is kind of strange."
Yeah, I've heard not fantastic things about it. It's actually funny. I actually met the screenwriter for one of the screenwriters for that movie. Oh God, probably like 7 or 8 years ago now. At this point, he was recording a podcast at a live event in LA. And I went and met him. Super nice guy, but yeah, that movie, as far as I have been told, did not come out very well, which means I'm probably going to be forced to watch it at some point because my wife loves terrible movies and terrible video games. So
I'll say it's not the worst video game adaptation out there.
Oh,
it's not great, but it's a watchable film. You know,
nothing could be the worst video game adaptation when we have the Borderlands movie.
That is true. That was quite the watch. Which I could go back in time and forget that one.
Mais souvent, c'est ça que j'adore, c'est que même si tu comprends pas, c'est cool de pas comprendre, parce que ça veut dire que ça marche bien.
Et surtout que
We're still getting set up here with two runners and having a race. It's always a little bit harder to get going. You want to make sure both runners are perfectly comfortable and going. You don't want one just struggling while the other one's, just running through hell, just clearing out the game.
Yeah, also
want to make sure they're...
shout outs to tech team for getting everything set up. I say this every event that I get put on the couch for because it always needs to be said. If however much work you think goes into getting these things set up behind the scenes, like all the work that tech crew does, double it and then double it again. It is actually a monumental amount of work and pain to get an event like this going. I have worked backstage at mainline GDQs for a few years now, and I'm always in awe at the amount of knowledge and expertise that goes into these events, and seeing how well this one is put on as well. Like this production value is very, very high. I imagine the tech crew is also for this event probably having a time backstage, making sure everything's running smoothly. And so far, the events actually run really, really smoothly. They haven't had any like huge tech blowups. So shout outs to the SpeeDons tech team for keeping things flowing and not having anything blow up in the face.
Shout outs to the GDQ Restream tech team as well, keeping us runners in line, making sure we're awake early in the morning.
Yeah, making sure that runners are alive and ready to commentate, no matter how early in the morning. And it's early in the morning for us.
Prince of Persia.
Looks like we're preparing to go into this. We'll be starting very shortly. Thank you all for joining us here on the Restream. Hopefully we can help provide some commentary if you've never seen this game before. We should have an exciting race on our hands.
I'm looking forward to it. Blood Rain is good runner-up for worst video game movie. Oh man, did you see the Blood Rain movie?
I don't think I have.
I don't think I did either. I know that one's pretty far back in the timeline. That one. Huh? Yeah, I don't remember anything about that one. So if I did see it, watching it again would be kind of like watching it for the first time. And it looks like our runners are finally ready to get things going. Oh, and we're back.
It's a quick wave to the crowd, getting everyone excited, making sure they're awake out there. It's a little bit later in the day for them, but still got to make sure the audience is ready to go as well.
We're gamers. We operate at all hours of the day.
Tyrannique de Prince of Persia, qui s'est engagé, s'il perd la race, à se renommer en 6 Eraser 7, bien sûr. Voilà, des engagements moraux. La salle en est témoin maintenant.
And it is a nice calm before the storm, because once we're off, we're not going to really see any major skips or glitches in this game or this category even. But we're going to be seeing a lot of movement, a lot of dashing around, climbing on stuff. Even though it's a 2D platformer, there's still wall running and wall climbing and dashing and special attacks to do and a whole bunch of stuff to pick up and collect along the way. There shouldn't really be much downtime once these runners get started.
Yeah, it'll be easier to explain kind of the story elements once we're actually in the game as well. You'll see things a little bit more clearly.
Malheureusement, ce seront donc Ezio et Rayman qui vont incarner le prince pour cette race.
Ça marche. Donc dans ce cas-là, je jouerai en tant que Rayman, tandis que Vel jouera en tant que Ezio.
Absolument.
Parce que hors de question que je joue un personnage d'Assassin's Creed.
Ok, alors messieurs, est-ce que vous êtes prêts?
Attends.
Also, for those that are just coming in, maybe haven't seen the game before, this is not to be confused with the other kind of 2D platforming Prince of Persia game that came out recently, which was The Lost Crown, which is more like a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
Came out a couple of years ago, which is also a really cool game, very unique art style.
Et bah du coup, allez dans le public avec nous. 3, 2, 1.
Our saves set up here, ready to go. Seems like we're off.
peu ce rogue of Prince of Persia.
Ouais, on va profiter du tutoriel pour expliquer un petit peu l'histoire.
Just giving some nice text boxes as you do in the speedrun. You know, we don't need to see this intro. We just need to get straight into the gameplay.
And Eraser already in the lead because I think he hit the button a little bit faster than Veltran did. But yeah, so we are starting out with this little tutorial area, and then from this tutorial area, we're going to kind of just skip through things, and then we will be going into the second biome, which is the aqueduct. So once we get through to a certain point of the aqueduct where we trigger the game title screen, we're going to give up. So you'll hear BT and I talk about that kind of periodically throughout the run, because you're going to see the runners give up, basically forcibly end the run to skip ahead and kind of just make sure that we're hitting those story beats that we talked about before, because this is such a story-based game. And the ending for it requires hitting certain triggers throughout multiple runs. That's going to be like a very common thing that we're seeing from run to run. So you'll see most of the runs actually just be given up rather than completed.
Yeah, right now we're just running through the tutorial. Notably on the right-hand side, you'll see this cool dashing maneuver using the double blades there. So you can just do a special attack and then get a dash out of it and just kind of continue to do that. The double daggers are a weapon you'll probably see quite a bit in this run, just for that extra movement tech. It's not the most useful in terms of combat. Going to be probably looking for the mace to do some big heavy damage, but yeah, it'll let you get around the map very, very quickly. You can also see them kind of wall running off the backdrop when it's available, doing dashes, jumps. You don't really need to take out the enemies ever. There's not like a lot of forced encounters. You just need to either find your story objective in that map or find the exit going into the next map that you actually need. There's also teleporters around the map, which are these little gazebo-looking things that we're running past. And so as you're exploring the map, because it is randomized, you can teleport back and forth if you hit a dead end and need to backtrack. You don't have to run all the way back out. Yeah, we get past the credit screen and then just give up so we get back to the base camp.
Yeah. Yeah, Veltran managed to squeak ahead in the lead. Looks like Eraser got a little stuck on some stuff earlier and lost a little bit of progress in that way. So you just watched Veltran picked up the first medallion, although it looks like you skipped past it. But yeah, the medallions are basically your runes, your upgrade path that you can equip and kind of boost your skills as you go. And medallions are randomized in this game because, again, it is a roguelite. So runners are hoping for specific medallions. I'm not familiar with the entirety of the medallion library, so I'm assuming that there's a few that are, boost your speed or increase your dash distance. And those would definitely be the most preferable to have here because, as you see, these levels are pretty long. Like once you start working on one, from biome to biome, each one itself is pretty decent in length, so having anything that can kind of speed up your movement or get you from one side to the other faster is going to be preferred because, as BT said, we don't do a lot of combat here. There's not a lot of it. You can just kind of jump over everything. And you do have iframes when you dash, so you'll see runners kind of dash through enemies whenever they have the chance to. There is also a vaulting mechanic that they'll use. There's, like, you've seen our runners like grab the edge of a platform and kind of lift themselves onto it, just kind of like Veltran did right there. That is on the same button as the dash as dashing, and so in order to make sure that you are triggering the dash and not the vault, what you'll see them do is they'll jump very quickly and then dash forward in order to make sure that they don't accidentally vault when they're meaning to dash, and that's how they're able to kind of dash through enemies, and they're able to skip them a little bit easier that way.
Yeah, so we're picking up some skills here on the left-hand side. There's only a few that you really want in this run. It's going to take too long to get the others. One starting with 300 gold pieces, so you can kind of buy stuff as you go through. Rerolling altars, looking for the specific weapons the runners want. Also be getting a health potion and an extra medallion slot, which is all the UI on the top left. You have your health there. The potion's just off to the left. Currently, each runner has one. That yellow bar going up is kind of an interesting mechanic that doesn't come in too much in this run, but as you like vault and you do all of these movements, that bar will actually build up over time. And if it builds up all the way, you get like an extra speed boost, which sounds great, but to actually build it up takes a while instead of just dashing around or using like the double blade attack that we saw earlier. And then we have our weapons underneath that. We have one primary weapon and then one kind of secondary weapon. It's usually just referred to as a tool. That you look for. The bow is probably the most common one we'll be seeing in the second hand slot. And then we have our medallions that we can bring in as well. So as we're seeing from the runners, they're just continuing to progress the story, hitting those story beats, finding the certain NPCs that they need, quitting out and going back in. And while the stages aren't 100% random, they're kind of built in blocks. So the runners, when they go into it, they can kind of see familiar rooms, familiar patterns, and kind of get a sense of where things are. If they're looking for a specific exit, they can kind of tell by intuition after playing it for as many hours as they have where they should be looking. But once again, if they do hit a dead end, they can just use a teleporter to get back out and go the other way. So it's not one direction. It's, you know, it's probably going to be in the other one.
Yeah, and it's sometimes a little hard to see who's ahead with a run like this since it is randomized. They are on different seeds and they're going to inevitably take different pathways through things. It's always a little hard to tell who's actually in the lead. We can kind of make a guess of as to who is based on who's hit the last story beat or who's on what number run. So it's looking like a racer has pulled back into the lead a little bit here, but they're very, very close as far as I can tell still. But this run is we still have another hour of this run, so anything can happen.
Yeah, depending on what kind of weapon rolls they get. If they get a weapon that does like a lot of damage, that can very easily clear a boss and save back some time. If they get a little unlucky, maybe they'll run into a little bit longer of a fight. This can go either way at any drop of the hat. And it is a roguelite, so the unfortunate does happen and they die. They have to go all the way back to the starting camp and progress through it. Yet again, they don't lose all their progress because it's not a rogue-like, it's a roguelite, meaning we have that meta progression we talked about before. So it's not a horrible time loss, but you don't want to see that happen, especially during a race. I don't think we'll see that. These runners are very, very skilled, have a lot of time in the game. And as you can see, we're not really having to run into these forced combat arenas. We're just running past traps, running past enemies. We have the health potion, so we'll get an extra one here in a little bit with an extra skill upgrade, just for safety, and that'll just make things much easier for the runners to get through.
Yeah, really, really good platforming from a racer, dodging through all of those kind of spinning blades. I was kind of looking at that like, oh, is he gonna make it through? But Eraser's a pro. He's done this a million times, so he had no issues there. Yeah, looks like he's just very, very slightly in the lead currently. Veltran not terribly far behind him. Ooh, getting hit a little bit by the blade there. It's looking like he's gonna have to go back and redo some of that.
So just to touch on the story a little bit here, there's you're the Prince of Persia. Surprise, surprise, who could have guessed? And as is the case for every Prince of Persia game, someone kind of wants to attack and take over, and you're kind of cast out and you're fighting back to stop their evil attack. In this case, it's the Huns who've come take over. And you're given this bola, which is a magic necklace, which every time you die, which is kind of the little reason why it's a roguelite, you go back to the base camp where you last woke up, and because of the magic tied within it and how certain NPCs act, they will actually just remember you as well. But we have our first real boss fight here on the right-hand side. It'd be too bad. We do have the mace, so we can do some huge damage. We also have the saw blade tools, I believe, so you can spam like 5 of those before your energy runs out and just do a lot of damage. So yeah, that's how quick boss fights can go when you have the tools that you're looking for.
Yeah, the mace is definitely the preferred weapon for runners because it's very easy to use and it does big damage, as you saw when he took down Barude. Looks like Veltran just got into that fight as well. So if you missed it before, eyes open, you'll see him do it here. Looks like there's an armor bar that you have to take out first, and then once the armor bar goes down, you can actually get access to the health bar. And can't tell which
So
weapon
in this fight,
he's using.
we're pretty much seeing the mace, and he also has the bow instead of the saw here, so can't do the crazy damage the saws enable you to do, but the mace will still make pretty quick work of this boss here.
Yeah, he's chunking that health bar, so that you can see why the mace is the preferred weapon for runners.
You'll also see him try to jump behind the boss constantly. That's because there's just like an armor in front of it, and the boss tends to attack in front of it, so getting behind it makes for a much safer fight and a much easier fight. Big chunks of damage coming off. One more hit should do it.
And almost. And there it is.
Very nicely done. I believe at this point in the story we're looking for Shahin, our brother who's been abducted. We need to kind of not only locate where he is, but then reset and then actually go and try to save him. So all of these little story beats you can't do in one run, so we're going to have to give up a couple times in the process.
Yeah, we did see a question in chat about how the leaderboard works. So if you have seen the leaderboard for a roguelite before, typically the 80% run is done, it's closer to like a New Game Plus sort of thing where you just do a straight run through the game with all your meta progression unlocked and all your max upgrades and everything, and so those runs tend to be very short. And there is an 80% category for this game, but there's also a fresh file run, which is another common category you'll see with roguelites, where you start from a completely fresh file, no previous progression unlocked, as close to booting up the game after installing it for the first time as you can get, and then going through and completing it. Because you have the ability to complete the whole, complete a run on your first go, there is still a category for just completing a run straight through. That's called the corrupted ending, which we talked about before, is where you beat the final boss, and then your bola, your little medallion, rewinds time back to the very beginning, and that's thus begins the whole cycle through. But our runners today are doing the story journey ending, which is the true ending of the game, and that requires completing a bunch of different story beats. So where the corrupted ending is less than 15 minutes, I think it's like 12 minutes. Actually, I have the leaderboard over. I could just take a look. Yeah, it's 12 to 13 minutes, depending on what kind of seed you roll. But then the complete story journey run with the good ending is about an hour, because you have to go through multiple runs, and you have to start a run, hit a story beat, quit out, start another run, hit another story beat, quit out. And so it looks like we are, I believe we're in the Hun camp. I wasn't looking at the screen for a second because I was checking other things. So I think we're in the Hun camp now, which is the next story beat that we're trying to get through.
Yeah, and an interesting thing about this roguelite is usually if you play the big ones like Hades, when you get from one level to the next, you know exactly what biome you're going into. There's only 4, but if you play Hades 2, it's going to be different. But you know what's coming up next. It's just there's that one singular biome. And every zone has kind of different ones that you can unlock and choose from that are different story progressions. So sometimes the first biome you go into might be the Hun's camp, it might be the village, and then when you get to the second one, you're either looking for like the Aqueduct or the Grand Academy. So there's a lot of different maps that you'll see them run through. Even if they just start a fresh run, it's not going to be the same level every time. It's going to be rotating through quite a few. And there's actually, I believe, 5 biomes they have to go through and 3 bosses in total for a full clear run. So once we get to the very end and we're rushing for that final boss, we like clear through all those biomes, all those bosses. Makes it a little bit unique in that regard. Not only is it just completely randomized, but now you're having to traverse different biomes as well.
So it looks like our runners are pretty close now. It looks like they've tightened the gap a little bit. So we'll see if we'll see who can kind of maintain the lead. I think as we go through this area, it looks like Veltran might be slightly in the lead as of now.
Yeah, we're just searching for that exit. You can actually see Veltran, they're taking the teleporter out. Took a second to kind of see if they want to buy anything there, but decided, nope, I just need to go find the exit and just warp back. So they have a general sense of where they should be going. The maps themselves aren't too large, so it's pretty quick for our runners to get around with the movement that they do have.
Yeah. You see some spikes on the floor there. As far as I'm aware, spikes are bad. They do damage to you, and so you want to avoid them whenever possible.
That's a big tip, right? Chat, make sure to write that down. If you play this, avoid spikes.
Right here.
What everyone tuned in for, they don't need to see the run. They just need some general gameplay tips. We're going to pick this up later on. One thing we also didn't mention, you can see they're wearing different skins. This game actually has quite a few custom skins that you can have, which is a very interesting thing. You can play as, the character of your choosing. I don't remember how many there are exactly, but there are quite a few.
At least two.
At least two. Maybe even a third one.
A third one? Oh, they spoiled us.
And I believe the skins they're wearing were tied to a bid war along the way. So we're seeing Ezio from Assassin's Creed on the right there, and I believe that's Rayman on the left. There's also Goku from Dragon Ball, Ryu from Street Fighter, Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell, Mario. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy skins
Splinter Cell
out there.
Skin. I didn't know about that. I wish that I wanted one. I would have chipped in for that one.
Looks like you would have had quite the donation to make. About 900 euros short of making.
Oh man. Oh
well. Maybe next time around.
Spikes are bad. Dying is also bad, so don't do that. Correct. Yeah, dying when it's not intentional is typically slow for runners, and so runners try to avoid dying as much as possible, usually by decreasing the amount of damage that they take.
Yeah, that is the fascinating thing about roguelites is, death isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, yes, you're losing that progression for that one run, but overall, you're making some sort of progression, which is the big appeal of the genre. Keeps you playing. You're like, oh, I died, but now I have all of these cool upgrades that I unlocked. I have extra life. I have more healing potions. I have stronger weapons.
Every death makes you a little bit stronger, and so it's a little bit faster to get through it the next time. It looks like Eraser's back with General Barude, and we're seeing how fast that mace is just chunking that damage off. Looks like Barude's got a shield on right now and is making things slower. We don't like that.
Yeah, so Eraser actually has the double daggers this time around instead of the mace. So you can see the dash attack going back and forth.
Oh, it's the Eraser with the daggers. Okay.
Yeah. Kind of the fun thing is you can just constantly do the special attack into a dash and just zip back and forth. Kind of just staying off the ground entirely. You don't have to worry too much about hitting those dastardly spikes, so you pointed out.
Yeah, runners.
If they're on the walls, you got to watch out.
Yeah, and runners can kind of spam those special attacks with certain weapons. The way that you kind of go through your you go through a meter whenever you use that. So you can't use them infinitely, but the way that you get you kind of refill that bar is by hitting enemies. So you can use a special attack and then just use a regular attack to kind of refill that bar, and then use the special attack again, and you just kind of go back and forth between those different kinds of attacks in order to keep the damage as high as possible. Like Beltran's just about done with Barude again. Really slicing that damage off.
Blades to work.
Yeah, very nice.
Saw blades do quite a bit of damage. You can spam up the 5 of them with that energy. Wasn't even having to actually attack it, just letting the blades do all the work there. Moving on. After the boss fights, there's also these little pit stops for extra healing from fountains and checking for additional supplies.
Yeah, so it's
in case you do get a little unlucky with the boss and take some damage, you can heal back up. It's not too scary. Leave that encounter.
Then it's a little hard to tell exactly where they are progress-wise. I know that we have unlocked the academy, and then we've also unlocked the temple. And so I think our next biome that we're trying to unlock is either the Craftsman District or the Garden. Not entirely sure which one which ones they've unlocked fully yet.
Après, en même temps, le Vaudou, il fait pas son taf, il a pas vérifié la relance.
I believe our runners are still looking for the brother locked up in the cell, so I think that's the current progression we're working towards. You said when you're watching a roguelite race, trying to keep track of where both of them are. So Beltran actually unlocking the cell, freeing brother Shahin, and giving up to get past that quest. You no longer need to be here. I'm just gonna go ahead and warp out.
Yeah, now that story beat's been completed, no reason to stay and continue the run. So we give up and we head back to home.
So we freed our brother. I believe the next quest we are working towards is actually going to be finding our mother. Reuniting the whole family. Friend for this one.
Yeah, that is Mother is going to be locked behind another boss fight. I believe it's pronounced Kali, if I'm not mistaken.
I will take your word for it.
I think runners are going to be shooting to get to Kali as fast as possible. That is in the warehouse biome. And then after that, they're going to be going to the palace to find their father. Mother and father both? Oh my goodness.
I feel like they're going to add DLC to this game. They're just going to add like the grandfather into the mix. Gotta find really expand the family tree here.
Yeah, Beltran just unlocked the gold mines and then did another quit out because that is easier to quit out and then restart a new run with the hope that you go through the gold mines.
Yeah, as long as you don't need anything from like the first biome, you just want to find the quickest one, get through it, get to the second biome where maybe your quest is, and just repeat. So once you start getting to the third biome, you're going to look for the first and second that are the quickest to get through. So we don't really need many supplies. We have the upgrades for the extra money, the healing potions, and the medallion, and that's really all they need. They might be looking for a certain weapon. We mentioned the double daggers or the hammer, but the runners can kind of just get by with whatever they're given at this point. They're experienced in the different arts.
It looks like Beltran just unlocked the Craftsman District. That's where we need to... that's one of the districts that we need to get in order to eventually unlock the warehouse.
So we have the ability to sit here with notes on what story beats they need to hit and where they need to do it and all the bosses. But these runners are just doing it just off the top of their head. They're just like, yep, I know exactly the biome I need to be in for this quest. I know where in the biome I need to be looking. So here we are finding the mother behind the rocks on the right-hand side. Progressing through this dialogue.
Yeah, it's a little tricky to kind of keep track of where they are, considering that they could end up in a different biome on each run, and in fact, you're actually seeing them end up in different biomes kind of as they go, because again, I think they're on. We believe they're on different seeds. Considering that they kind of entered, they entered the first run and ended up at different places. Very likely that they're on different seeds. I don't believe there's a seeded fresh file category since the leaderboard is not set up that way.
And so it's one of the interesting topics that runners love to talk about in terms of how much RNG do you really like in your run, especially when you're putting like record times. Do you want a game where it's completely out of your control? You just have to deal with what you're given. That's why randomizers have gained such popularity over the years. Some people don't like that at all. They want a very strict, I want to know exactly what upgrades I'm getting. I want to know where I need to go. And I just focus on the execution of it all. But that's the great thing about speedrunning, is you can choose to do it your way. Whatever tickles your fancy.
Yeah, and definitely wouldn't want to run a roguelite if you are not a fan of RNG, because that's pretty much all the run is. I mean, there is definitely a skill orientation toward it. It's not, it's not like you're flipping coins, but you are really at the mercy of whatever your seed happens to be. Luckily, it doesn't look like the seeds for either runner have been too terrible. They've been able to kind of handle most everything that they've seen so far.
Yeah, even though there's the randomness to it, there's still a lot of execution and getting around the map. And making those split decisions on how to actually route each biome that you're given. Like, okay, I need to make sure I go over here. And if it's a dead end, realizing that soon enough to take a teleporter and go the other way. All those split-second decisions still really add up over time, especially for an hour-long run. Make the difference between a sub-hour run and one that's slightly over it.
Looks like Beltran just unlocked one of the locks for a door that we're trying to go through to progress, and so he's got to navigate through this next area to get the second lock.
Yeah, it's continuing to progress. We're actually seeing that bar in the top left-hand corner, that yellow bar, pick up, and like before, if that gets all the way up, you get kind of a speed bonus. So when you do have to actually traverse through a large stage and interact with the puzzle mechanics of unlocking doors and stuff, that can come into play and make things just a little bit faster. But pop this down, and we're going to open up the other half of the lock. Not sure why the architects built these biomes in this way, but they did.
It's kind of the age-old puzzle, environmental puzzle question. It's kind of like how in Resident Evil they go, why did the maintenance supervisor make it so that you couldn't open this door without chess pieces? And it's like in an actual sewer or warehouse, you wouldn't want that. That would be very counterproductive.
I don't believe that's up to code anywhere, but
yeah, not even following code.
Seeing another boss fight here with the mace, just doing some big damage, popping that health potion to make sure you don't die. So as we get further into it, we have to go through more biomes, more boss fights. Taking a death later on in the run as opposed to early is much worse, because we're having to go through all of that. If you take one early, you're just having to redo a single biome or something. It's not too bad. We also have more supplies to deal with, not dying as we go, so it shouldn't be too scary at all.
Yeah, and by this point, runners have gotten a little bit of meta progression unlocked, so dying is a little bit less likely, even in these later biomes. So unless you just get really unlucky, you get a bad seed, or you get just caught between a wall and an enemy, you are unlikely to see runners take a death in these later biomes. Like BG said, if you die early on, not a big deal. Dying later, definitely a little bit harder. Ooh, Beltran taking that hit there with that on that axe. That's not great. Luckily, still got enough health. It should be fine. Really,
and we're also seeing one of my favorite biomes on the right. Just aesthetically, I really like the nice tan brown color with the nice blue shining through. At any point, you're kind of trying to figure out where they are in terms of getting through the entire run. When we get through each biome at the bottom there, you can kind of see the pips getting filled in. We have the quest reminder at the top. So if you're really trying to tell exactly where they are in relation to each other, whenever they finish a biome, that's kind of the best way to tell. See what quest they're on, see what biome they're in. Especially because if they're in the tier 2 biome, it can be a different biome. It may look completely different, but they might still be neck and neck, essentially.
They're very fast at picking upgrades as well. I know when I play a game like this, I get an upgrade option and I kind of look at everything and I sit and I think about it and I contemplate and I think, will this help me in the next level? And I will spend maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes staring at the thing, and these runners just like, they know exactly which ones they want at any given moment. And sometimes you might end up picking wrong. Sometimes you might pick an upgrade that isn't actually all that useful for the very next biome that you go into. But these runners they've sunk enough time into this game to know which upgrades are likely going to be kind of all-purpose and they can utilize in each biome no matter which one they get thrown into.
So we see a 7 Eraser here fighting Callie, the second boss, also with the mace, just taking some big smacks.
And that damage, yep.
Not even worrying about the floor environmental damage, just tanking the counter.
Kind of worth it to trade, yeah.
And we should be seeing Beltran enter the boss fight here very soon as well. A very close run.
Yeah, these runners have been trading first place back and forth kind of throughout, so it's still anybody's run.
The double Callie fight. One starts right as the other one finishes.
So if you missed it, don't worry, we're going to run it back.
An instant replay. Beltran also with the mace, so we can do some big hits as well. See if the boss stays on the center platform and jumps off into the side areas or not. Deciding not to opt for the environmental damage trade because it does not have a healing potion. Doesn't want to quite risk it. Still making very quick work of the boss and is down.
That damage is wild, seeing how much just gets chunked off. So yeah, the key to getting the going through this fight with Callie is to get their mother unlocked, and so the next biome that they're going to be going to is the Oasis. And that is to unlock the port, which is another biome that we need to get through, because that is where we are going to reach Babak's lighthouse.
And both runners making sure they actually go down and free their mother and talk to her.
Yeah, you might forget.
Boss and not just instantly quitting out, yeah.
Imagine you get through Callie fight and you accidentally quit out.
That would be quite the tragic ending.
I have to imagine at least one of them has thrown away a run because they went at a full autopilot and accidentally quit out before talking to their mother. I know if I was a runner of this game, I would absolutely do the same thing.
Yeah, we actually have some notes from our runners here, and it's specifically mentioned in there to make sure that they drop down. So if they're noting it for us, I'm sure it's happened plenty of times.
Yep.
Yeah, shoutouts to both the runners for not only just doing this and having the knowledge to perform it on stage, but they wrote us about a novel's worth of notes on this run in terms of mechanics and the biome route and the quest line. It's pretty extensive. It would probably take over an hour just to read through it.
It took me about an hour to read through it all and make sure I understood everything. Yeah, they definitely gave us the most thorough notes out of all of the runs that I'm doing commentary for. So
we're missing a lot of repeating of the first biomes, second biomes, that sort of stuff. But luckily, we're not forced into arena fights. We can just continue looking for those exits, looking for the biomes that the runners feel comfortable getting through quickly. Picking up some tools along the way. See a racer with a mace yet again. We have the axe over on the right-hand side.
it is unfortunate that they have to do this door puzzle on every run just to get to Barude. It would have been nice if, you know, there was a way to fast track this on subsequent runs, but luckily they've done this so many times at this point. It probably doesn't take very long for them regardless. I mean, Seven Racers already like most of the way through getting the second lock done, so.
Yeah, roguelites don't tend to give you like shortcuts in terms of unlocking levels. They still make you run through the whole thing, explore it time and time again, even if you've sunk hundreds of hours into it and have all these crazy upgrades. You still have to deal with those like level 1 enemies, so to speak.
It's like, we switched everything up for you this time, so you will play through it and you will like it. Yeah, there's not a lot to cover here while they're kind of going back through everything and getting their way all the way to to Bebek's Lighthouse at the port. So while we're watching our runners clobber through Barude one more time, this is actually a great time to remind everybody that GDQ is going to be at Gamescom this year from August 28th through the 30th. It's GDQ's first international event in Cologne, Germany. Run submissions are currently open through May 17th. So if you go to gdq.gg/submit, you can submit your runs and visit gamescom.global for tickets and information about the event. If you're going to be there, be sure to also shout it out on Blue Sky or Twitter X if you are going to go, because we would love to see you there.
Yeah, for those that don't live overseas and are in the US, we also have Summer Games Done Quick coming up in July. SGDQ 2026 taking place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, yet again from July 5th to 11th. There's still time to register for that as well if you want to go see some speedruns done in person. Hang out with runners such as myself and Dangerous, you know.
We'll be there.
An appearance there.
I'm going to be there. I don't know about you.
I plan on being there with a run.
I would hope you are there, since, you know, you are going to be running in the event. So it looks like Eraser
picking up a mace along the way. Switched out the axe for the big damage.
Yep. It looks like Eraser has reached the swamp biome, so big shout outs to Miyazaki for his influence. It reaches all bounds and all genres. Very nice finisher right there from Veldran.
That's one thing to note about boss fights and roguelites. Usually if you're running a game, a very linear game, you're going to see a boss once in a run, so that's all the practice you get. And a roguelite, you're seeing that boss like a dozen times in a run, so it's like you get really familiar with using the weapons, dodging attacks, finding out their weak points. You just get that consistency so much quicker. Like by the time you've done 5 runs, you've killed the boss 50 plus times, as opposed to having 50 runs under your belt.
Yeah, and even more so, you get good practice with a run like this. Since they're doing this from a fresh file, you don't have all your meta progressions, so you have to get really good at the fight to actually do it quickly. Whereas if you were to just do, you know, an any percent run, or you just went for just one single clear, where, you know, you've got your, well, I guess it would only be with an any percent run, but if you have all your meta progression, you just, you know, obliterate the boss real quickly. Because they're going from a fresh file, they actually have to be fairly skilled and fairly talented at the fight in order to do it quickly. So it looks like Eraser is just a little bit in the lead right now. Veltran not far behind, though. If Eraser gets stuck anywhere, we could be seeing a Veltran comeuppance, or see Veltran take the lead.
One thing we haven't touched on when I do the quit outs and go back to this little base camp, there's actually an NPC you talk to fairly often, but if you just jump over their triggers, like, you avoid that dialogue entirely. So every time they go back to that base camp, if you watch, there's a specific spot where they jump and do a couple dashes just to avoid talking to the NPCs. So they know what they need to do. They know the quest lines. You don't actually need to talk to the NPCs and waste that extra bit every single time you go there.
Yeah, you do need to talk to them the first time in order to actually, like, get the first quest line that you need. But once they've done that once, they don't need to keep doing it. So they kind of utilizes the same iframe mechanic that the dash uses to get through enemies. You can also use it to get through NPCs to skip their dialogue.
Eraser opting to opt out of the double blades and going for the mace and the saw blades. Again, huge damage build there. So we like to see the boss is just going to get completely destroyed with those two in hand.
Got really unlucky.
Looking. Also picking up the saws, does not have the mace, but you know, it's not the worst outcome either.
Yeah, there's a few good weapons in this, so it's not the end of the world if they end up getting, you know, if they don't end up getting the mace on a run. You know, daggers do a real good job as well. So it's not like the runners are, you know, totally shafted if they don't find the mace on a particular run. They'll be fine without it. There are certain weapons that they don't want to pick up. They don't want the royal sword. It doesn't do enough damage, and it would make a boss fight really slow. But luckily, it doesn't look like they've had that be an issue where they've been forced to pick up a bad weapon yet.
Yeah, and as we get further into the run, they're going deeper into these biomes. You know, they have more opportunities to find the weapons that they do want. So if they don't find it in the first biome, it's not the biggest deal in the world because they might just pick it up later on.
Là, j'ai déjà fini une phase d'attaque.
And Eraser has reached General Altan, I believe is, or Altan?
Altan sounds pretty nice. Let's go with that. And a note about Altan, you're in a water environment, so there are certain tools and weapons that ignite enemies, set them on fire, and that's does not work for Altan. So when they know they have to go and fight this boss, you know, they're like, okay, well, before I can get away with using this build, but going into this, it's not going to be effective, so maybe I want to look for something else along the way. Both runners now on the mace and the saw blades.
And Eraser finished the fight and is now headed to the port. So he is trying to reach Babak, who is at the boat, and that's where he's going to progress the storyline, and then is going to be either heading to the Craftsman District or the Gardens, depending on what he rolls, with the ultimate goal to end up in the warehouse, or if they get bad RNG, they'll end up in the inner ramparts, because that one is the boss fight there, Batar, is a much longer fight than fighting Kali, but ultimately they're trying to get to the palace to find their father and progress the story progress one more story beat. So looks like Veltran just got to General Altan, is doing nice big chunky damage.
From that mace and the saw blades to good use.
Oh yeah.
So after finding the mother, they were on this quest to find this lens, and we're now taking that lens to open up a secret door, as it were. That's what the current objective is pointing us towards.
Really good play right there from Viltran. Managed to kind of dodge most of that damage. Ooh, took a little bit of a hit there, but looks like this fight is gonna be just fine. Yeah, you got a heal in there. Jump to avoid that, and then just chunks the rest of that damage, and there's the fight. Very nice. So yeah, Racer pulling back ahead a little bit. Has definitely got a little bit more distance. So playing like a pro here, but it looks like he just reached the boat with Babak and got the secret lens.
And even as we get closer towards the end here, not too many more story objectives to actually complete. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
It is a roguelite, so this race is by no means over. Still a lot of game to be played here. A lot of spikes to avoid. As it were.
Ah, ok. Ah bah voilà, tu survends aussi.
Yeah, to kind of repeat the overall storyline, the Huns have brought some corrupted magic to the land of Persia, and so we, the Prince of Persia, are trying to defeat the Huns. So Nogai is the leader of the Huns, and he is the final boss, and we need to not only beat him, but we need to beat him after hitting these specific story triggers. And so the runners have actually gotten, I think, almost all of them at this point. I think there's only one more left for them. And then they will be able to start the run that is the final run. And that one I know is a little bit more scripted than some of the other runs that they've been doing throughout the whole run so far. So the runners have actually made really good time on this run. They are schmoving along.
There's General Batar, the corrupted. Be teleporting around the arena.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know about you. I'm not usually a fan of like teleporting bosses, but it looks like in this particular fight, the way it's designed, it's actually pretty viable to kind of move around and get away from like a really unlucky teleport. So I think it's the way they've designed it here is a really, really good implementation of teleporting. Thinking back to other games where enemies teleport, Dark Souls 3, where the teleporting is not so welcomed. Here it seems to actually be a pretty integral part of the boss design and is done very, very well.
Yeah, the boss fight is also very choreographed in terms of its attacks. You can use the different environmental set pieces to block the attacks. You can smack these. I'm not exactly sure what they are, but smack those back into the boss for a little bit of a stun. And then once it teleports back into the middle, just smack it with the mace a couple times before moving on up.
Nice dodge there. God, I love the artwork in this game. It's so pretty. Even the bosses and the corruption are pretty.
Yeah, we have like two very different style environments on screen at the same time. We have this nice sunset in the background, the nice reds, and on the other side we have these dark, scary greens. A little bit of everything.
Seems like Batar's almost down. Just needs a little bit more damage. And teleported away before he could finish. That's unfortunate. Has to run up here to do it, and that's the fight. Very nice. And yeah, now that Eraser has gotten through the fight against Batar, he has access to the palace, and that's where he's going to use the lens to open the door to find his father. Who, now that I'm thinking about it out loud, that would be the king of Persia, if I'm not mistaken.
In some sense, it would be.
Although
not giving anything away just yet, but
yeah, he doesn't have a whole video game franchise after him, so
true. He was not played by Jake Gyllenhaal in the live-action movie.
He wasn't played by Jake Gyllenhaal. So
we're seeing Callie on the right-hand side. You know, it should be a much quicker fight.
Hopefully now, yeah, Beltran's got a lot of the meta progression done, so. Those shields, man, slow runners down. Nice big chunk of damage.
Finding the corpse of the father there, realizing his fate, that he is no longer the king, unfortunately. He's going to be quitting out here, and Beltran won't be too far behind, beating up the boss. We won't be seeing Batar on the right-hand side. That's the part of the good RNG. So even they took different paths, fought different bosses, they're essentially still very neck and neck, you know. Once Beltran finds the father's corpse as well, he'll be right there.
Yeah, Beltran getting very lucky being able to close that gap, because as you saw, Batar, because of all the teleporting and the cycle-based design of that fight, is much slower than fighting Callie.
Mm-hmm. I mean, opening the door with the secret lens there, you can see how much time it's been closed between the two runners, not far apart at all.
Yeah, now that we found our father and kind of did that whole story beat, I believe that we are kind of go mode for the final run. Once we, you have to talk to some characters at back at the home area, and then they can kind of just head to the end. One of the key story points is we're going to be using an armor or equipping an armor that was forged by our father, and that's sort of part of how you complete the final quest line.
Yeah, so the final boss you're actually going to see twice. You beat him up, he kind of flies away, you put on the armor, and you beat him again, and then that will be the cure to the corruption, making it the actual story journey and not getting the corrupt ending. We're going to actually make
good
peace with the Huns, and save Persia and become, well, I guess we were already the prince, but we're going to maintain our princehood.
We'll still be royalty.
Maybe one day we'll be the king.
Oh, that's the hope, yeah. Yeah, it looks like oh wow, there are one biome of difference between them. Eraser only one biome ahead, literally almost exactly one biome ahead, since they hit the loading screen at the same time.
Yeah, and depending on the route that they choose, we could see that gap widen, or we could see it narrow, depending on how that goes and the weapons they choose along the way. Beltran opting for the double daggers at the moment, maybe help progress through this map just a little bit quicker. We're going the bigger damage for the boss fights. I'm feeling a little risky. The runners are seated next to each other. I'm sure they can kind of peek over and be like, "Oh, that's where you are. I need to okay. Maybe I need to start moving a little faster instead of trying to prep for the boss fights."
I had enough people peeking at my screen playing GoldenEye 64 back in the day. I don't want anybody looking at my screen while I'm doing a run like this.
But were you an odd job user, is the question.
I was not. I don't remember what I mained back then. But I was also, I think, a single-digit age back then, so it's been a
See, Beltran heading into the second biome now, so, we're coming down to the wire on this one. That's what you want to see for a marathon showcase, especially a race. keeping things very tense.
Yeah, and runners have luckily had, good enough of a run at this point. Looks like we're going to be finishing before estimate has hit. That speaks to, not only just the skill, but also both these seeds were pretty favorable toward runners. But they also had a pretty generous estimate to make to account for what if something terrible happens.
Par exemple, ce que ça veut dire, c'est qu'il doit absolument trouver une autre arme. Pas ça la technique dont j'ai parlé, à savoir aller...
Just to reiterate one more time as we go through this, they're not looking for anything in particular to run through here. We just need to run through the biomes, find the next one, beat up the bosses, and continue, because we're just going for the very far end. Not going to be seeing any more quit outs. Head straight towards the final boss.
Yeah, now you're going to see probably most of the speed tech that you've seen kind of throughout the run all compiled all at once as they're trying to go through, because it's also going to be a lot of decision making on the fly as they try to decide what's going to be the fastest way to get to the end of this biome, to get to the next one as quickly as possible. So Eraser back at Alton. I'm noticing the armor refilling very quickly with some of these bosses, which is very unfortunate. So he's luckily able to just chunk that damage off before that armor bar refills. Ooh, took a hit there. Luckily, he's still got a heal. Okay, so he's good there. Good swings, avoiding that tentacle strike. There's that armor refilling. Mostly doing a good job at avoiding damage. It's when you're trying to go fast, sometimes you have to just soak a little bit of it up to, for the sake of speeding things up. Sometimes you have to just opt the trade. But it looks like he's able to do enough damage in quick succession and just DPS through most of this that taking a few hits here and there isn't actually a problem. He's gonna have to be a little bit careful at this point. Yeah, he's playing this part very cautiously. Yeah. So Veltran is really closing that gap quickly, because he's taking a lot of damage off and ooh, oh no.
As we were mentioning before, taking a death later in the run is much worse than before. So that's
punishing. Yeah, that's gonna cost him time. That might actually have been the thing that puts Veltran in the lead, because Veltran's about to kind of wrap this boss up, assuming he doesn't have something catastrophic happen like that.
Yeah, Veltran has taken damage and used the potion, so it's not clear. He does have the mace for some big heavy hits, but now we can see. It does look like Eraser used an Alt F4 to maybe save progression and not have to go all the way back. We saw a death on the side.
Oh no!
Just the trading back and forth.
Oh man, so we've now evened out. Yeah, I mean, late game they definitely ramp the difficulty up. It is still going to be tough, to make sure you are playing as well as you can. Man, that is wild. Seeing them both take a death at Alton in the same when he has like almost the same amount of health too. Like Alton was, I think, like 1 or 2 hits away from dying, and both runners died. Like that's actually unheard of.
Yeah, doing this up on stage, having to do all the randomness to it. Also being a race, you can peek over and be like, oh, I'm like neck and neck, the nerves, I'm sure the heart rate's shot up. So you come towards the end of this run, very easy to just take a couple extra hits when normally, if you're chilling at home, doing PB attempts, maybe, it's a little bit cleaner here. It's, deal with those extra added nerves.
Somebody else saw somebody make a joke in the French chat about, oh yeah, the runner rage quit. It's like, no, I actually had to alt F4 to make sure, because it's a roguelite, you know, one run is full progression, but if you if you quit out before you quote unquote officially lose the run, you can start back from the last checkpoint. And it looks
this is where we're actually seeing the damage difference between the different weapons here.
Oh man, they're close.
Eraser, when Eraser restarted, he had a pretty sizable lead, but with the extra damage from the mace, you know, it's very, very close. Same loading screen. We'll see what happens.
Oh man, this is kind of anybody's race at this point. They are, I mean, they are in the same spot. So I guess it's all going to boil down to the fight against No Guy.
Yeah, they still have to actually get there, so a lot of this navigation and their pattern recognition will be at play just to give them that slight edge going into the final boss. You know, once we get there, anything can happen. Anyone could take it, but you still want to go into it with a little bit of a lead. Give yourself that extra cushion of time against your fellow racer.
I will say, as a spectator, it's much more interesting to watch these runners be neck and neck going into the finale. Yeah. If it was a total blowout, it wouldn't be nearly as interesting to watch.
So opting for different biomes here. This is a thing we mentioned before. You know, if you find an exit that maybe is not favorable, but you're like, I just need to go. Like, it's a slower biome, but it's one here instead of looking for the other exit. You might opt to take it. We'll see how that plays out for the runners here. So when they switch different biomes, it's a little hard to tell who's taking the lead here, but we can use those loading screens as a good benchmarker.
Yeah, I think
real nail biter.
Yeah, I think runners also will kind of prefer different biomes for navigation reasons. One might like one biome for, you know, oh, there's a little bit more vertical movement in this one, or, you know, something else. So that probably has led to at least some of the decision making that they've made, both like on this particular run, but also kind of throughout the whole game, the whole race. They probably made some decisions based off of that. Veltron getting a little bit unlucky getting to Batar as opposed to getting going back to Cali. So luckily is doing a ton of damage. Holy moly, just absolutely slicing that off.
That's the power of the mace and the saw blades there.
Yeah,
especially for a boss that's like going to stand still when it's not teleporting around. You just drop down the 5 saw blades and you see the health melt away.
Keeping an eye on Eraser's feed to see where he ends up. So yeah, he's back. He's back in Cali. So this now he is starting the fight later, but Cali is a faster fight overall. So this might reclose the gap, depending. Yeah, he's already doing a pretty sizable amount of damage with that mace. So let's see if this tightens up. Oh yeah, the armor refilled on Batar. So. And he's teleporting around, so yeah, this really could end in either one of their favors.
Eraser opting not to take the environmental damage and trade health. You want to go to the final boss with, oh no.
No.
The extra supplies, but yeah, having to do Batar again is not what you want to see.
Yep. That's
coming down to the wire.
Yeah, I think this unless something bad happens in the fight with Cali right here at the end, I think this is Eraser's run to lose now.
It's not over until it's over, so we'll see exactly how this one ends. But
yeah, the fight against No Guy could go very badly. Ooh, almost took a death there, but right at the end managed to clutch it out.
I think they were trying to save using that health potion because they know they're going to get health when they leave the biome. I just want to kind of greed that for the final boss fight.
Yep. You see just how much longer it takes to go through the Batar fight because you have to navigate through so much of the arena as you phase through each section of the fight, and it just really drags the fight out. Even with him being able to do all this damage with the saw blades and the mace, it just takes a long time to go through this fight. Whereas Callie is kind of stuck to one room, and you know there's not a lot of moving around except just to make sure that you're within melee range.
Yeah, Batar is just stuck to the same room, and you can just deal damage, even with its kind of invulnerable attacks that it does from time to time. It'd still be a really, really quick fight with this damage build.
Yeah,
like I said, having them climb up after so much health goes away does slow it down considerably. We have the final boss here on the left-hand side.
The first encounter. So you can see the health pool on Nogal is very, very very big, has considerable larger health pool. You'll see Batar over on the side is sitting on a health of about 8,000, whereas Nogai is about double that at 15. So it takes a little while to kind of work your way through this entire health bar.
And Eraser not having the saw blades, having the mace and the bow here. The bow's not bad. It is kind of a common one to see if you don't have the saw blades, because you can just kind of like rapid fire it if you so choose. But Beltran may be able to bring back some time by just spamming the saw blades when he gets there. Beat up Batar, so should be there very, very soon.
Really good movement from Eraser, being able to kind of get back and forth between both sides. It took a hit there, but yeah. Otherwise, being really good at being able to kind of stay within melee range, but stay out of range of the attacks and kind of move around. Really, really clean movement there. Looks like the end of the fight is coming up right here. Ooh, took a hit there, but that's okay. And that is Nogai down. So that is the end of the first fight. And now we are going to see Eraser equip the armor from our father, and then begin the second fight with Nogai shortly after. So Beltran just finished the fight against Batar and is now able to progress to this fight as well.
We're just one boss fight difference in time.
Yep. And now I forgot this cutscene happens before the fight starts.
So you can see those saw blades just instantly going to work, just melting away that health pool. Using the hammer and the mace when he can, but really just focus on getting the saw blades down, especially because Nogai just loves to stand in place for most of this fight.
Yep.
Just dropping on him. But we see the final boss on the left-hand side there. The ultimate form.
A giant wall enemy in a 2D side-scroller? What?
Not a real speedrun until you fight a boss that has a head and two hands.
Yeah, right. Yeah, doing real fast work on this.
Very choreographed attacks using the environment to not take damage, just hitting in hits when applicable.
Yeah, you'll also notice that the health pool is a little bit smaller in the second phase. The trade-off is that you can't deal damage quite as quickly because there's slightly fewer opportunities to deal damage. Once these platforms spawn in, Eraser's able to kind of jump to the top of the arena and get a little bit of damage in on the head, because the head does take a little bit more damage than the hands do.
So while we're talking about the final boss, Beltran actually just completely destroyed phase 1 as entered the final boss as well. Unfortunately, a little too late to get all the damage in, but we should still be seeing a very quick finish from Beltran.
Very nice clear from Eraser. GG.
I mean, look at that health going instantly already.
Yeah. Saw blades.
Well, he has to jump down. He can drop those saw blades in place. And yeah, that's
a wild amount of damage.
Very close.
Considering how far apart they were at multiple points, actually, this is very impressive. And that is time. GG's. Yeah. And oh wow, that's a new world record at 0.2 seconds from Beltran. But yeah, BT, give some shout outs while we're wrapping things up here.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me yet again on commentary. I'll be back later in the day for Little Nightmares with Dangerous as well, and Portal 2 on Sunday, I believe. But my name is Blood Thunder. You can call me BT for short. Find me at twitch.tv/Blood Thunder. Do a lot of FPS and horror speedruns for the most part, working on Mouse PI for hire at the moment. But I like to play roguelites from time to time. You may see that pop up on my channel. How about you, Dane?
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/dangerous. I stream a lot of speedruns and Sweaty Souls content nowadays. And yeah, thank you all for having me. As BT said, if you loved all of the Blood Thunder and Dangerous banter, don't you worry, because later on today, we will be back for Little Nightmares, a run that I personally am a little bit more familiar with than this one. And I'm big looking forward to that. You can also find me back here tomorrow. I will be back doing commentary for Pitfall and Resident Evil. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and we will see you later today, and enjoy the rest of SpeeDons.
Bah, merci tout le monde, c'était cool. Merci aux commentateurs et merci à Eraser, bravo.
Merci beaucoup Karasbon de m'avoir accompagné dans cette run.
Voilà. Moi aussi,
toujours chez Evil Empire.
Toujours chez Evil Empire. Je travaille actuellement du coup. On travaille sur le live ops de The Record of Persia et également sur
un petit jeu, petite série pas très connue. Voilà.
Qui sortira cette année.
Voilà. Et Eraser, si tu as la possibilité.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
On t'entend.
Ok.
Moi, je t'ai interrompu.
Non, t'inquiète, c'est parce que moi, je vous entends pas. Donc, si jamais vous êtes chaud pour du Castlevania, il y en aura un SpeeDons dans la nuit de samedi à dimanche.
Tout à fait.
Donc, voilà, n'hésitez pas. Pour moi, donc, petit shout-out. Donc, merci beaucoup à vous deux pour le commentaire. Vous avez été royal. Hein, astuce comme table, Garasbol, super, merci beaucoup d'être venu. Bravo Belchiran. Hein, c'était quand même ton premier event IRL. Donc vraiment un grand bravo d'avoir gardé tes nerfs avec tout ce qui s'est passé en plus à la fin. Donc, un très très grand bravo. Voilà. Bon shout-out bien sûr comme d'hab à tout le monde et notamment à ma copine qui actuellement garde notre petit. Merci beaucoup. Voilà. Donc voilà, je sais que c'est pas facile et donc un grand merci à elle et voilà, elle gère de fou. Voilà. Hop, c'est tout pour moi.
Merci beaucoup. Et du coup, on va rendre l'antenne à l'ambiançage. Et n'oubliez pas de bourrer les dons.
Merci beaucoup pour cette run qui était formidable. Merci pour les bulles, Orsi. Et j'aimerais quand même un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour un don de 2000 balles
2000 balles
2000 de Charlie V qui dit inférieur à 3 plus. Merci beaucoup. On remerciera aussi Simon pour les 100 euros. Orti, est-ce que tu as du don? Est-ce que tu as du truc à donner?
Bien sûr, évidemment. J'ai que ça. J'ai Rours qui donne 100 euros. Merci à tous pour ce week-end et bisous depuis la Guyane. Bonjour la Guyane. J'ai Cody qui donne 100 euros également. Merci pour votre engagement.
On a du 10 euros d'Omasashi qui nous envoie des inférieurs à 3. J'adore les mathématiques. Simplicité qui donne 10 euros, qui dit donner c'est bon. Merci pour l'event et la cause.
Ah oui. Dr N qui nous donne 120 euros. Bourrez les dons.
Anonyme qui donne 50 euros. Le passe-passe, c'est un ping-pong, Orti.
Anonyme qui donne 200 euros de mon côté.
Ah, ok, bah moi j'ai 10 euros de Zeld. Ouais, t'as quoi d'autre?
Ok, une Kai qui donne 6,70 euros, alors que Verso, c'est le meilleur perso du jeu. Bref.
Il comprend, il a rien compris. On a 10 euros de Lecman qui dit petit nom pour les bénévoles. Malheureusement, nous avons l'étoile et son soleil sur Twitch. Vous êtes magnifiques. Et beurrer les fonds, je suis d'accord.
Beurrer les fonds. Bully qui donne 33,50 euros. Soyez carrés. Bourrer les ronds. Non. Si, c'est ça, bourrer les ronds. Putain,
oui, non, mais là c'était dur aussi, on n'oublie pas. Hein. Excuse-moi, Orti.
Évidemment.
Excuse-moi, t'as ton
pardon.
bras. Non, mais c'est moi.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Ah
oui. J'entends pas le public. C'est toujours pas assez fort. C'est pas mal. Encore un peu. C'est très bien, vous êtes formidables. Et merci à Fatal Bazooka pour les 10 euros qui dit je comprends pas les rires dans le public, sûrement un autre truc drôle. Petit nom pour mon ami Étoile, grand respect.
Axulot pour les 10 euros. Merci pour la run de Prince of Persia, exceptionnelle. Plus petit que 67.
Je l'ai personnellement.
On a une nouvelle run qui va arriver très bientôt.
Et sur un jeu qui va être super.
Timing of the Dead.
Et en plus, le runner, on va pas dire l'un des jeux auxquels il a énormément joué dans sa vie. Super Smash Bros. Allez, bon, vas-y, allez-y.
Un gameplay très particulier, vous allez voir. On a hâte.
Ça va être super.
À vous les studios.
Bonjour SpeeDons. Ah, je suis si bas. C'est bon. Bonjour SpeeDons. Comment ça va le public? Bienvenue effectivement pour Typing of the Dead. Est-ce que dans le public vous aimez les zombies? Est-ce que vous aimez les claviers? La question est un peu chelou. Bah, du coup, on est pas mal. Typing of the Dead, c'est un jeu adapté de House of the Dead et on a troqué le flingue pour un clavier. Donc ça va être à la croisée du speedrun et du superplay. Et pour ça, aujourd'hui, bah, effectivement, on a l'homme de l'e-sport qui a troqué sa casquette pour celle du speedrun. C'est Hammerkick. Bonjour Hammerkick.
Salut tout le monde! Oh my god, on est à...
Hello everybody and welcome to SpeeDons 6. Welcome to GDQ's English Restream commentary of this wonderful event taking place in France right now. You're watching here on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. My name is Turner Knight and alongside me is Peaches. We are going to be your commentators for the Typing of the Dead run that's about to start in just a moment. Peaches, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for the shout. Yeah, I'm ready for some awesome typing. Hammerkick is amazing at this game. He's a current world record holder, and I think it should be a treat to watch.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fiend when it comes to watching Typing in the Dead, as you're kind of just seeing. One of the things I absolutely love earlier in the last run, you'll notice in French, it was saying that the next run is not just Hammerkick doing the run, but Hammerkick's keyboard. So they're both a bit of a pseudo co-op. There we go. As you kind of see, like on the right screen, you see Le Clavier de Hammerkick. That basically roughly translates to Hammerkick's keyboard.
That's funny. That's cool if they have like a hand cam set up for this, because yeah, I think it's really fun to watch. Definitely. Oh, all right, we're getting going. Okay, let's get right into the run, I suppose. Cool. So this is Typing of the Dead, which is like a port of House of the Dead 2. So the structure of the levels is going to be almost identical, but instead of shooting the zombies with your light gun, you're going to be typing the words that are on their chest. And right at the very beginning, these start out really, really short. You see like IQ, like that's it. That's the whole zombie. But as the run progresses, we're going to start seeing like a little bit more. You can see him like totally mashing on enter there. That's to skip cutscenes. So occasionally you're going to get some brief cutscenes, and if they're skippable, he's going to try to mash through it as quick as possible. There are some civilians who are kind of scattered around the levels, and they're in danger, and you can either choose to save them or let them perish. And sometimes there's a reason to save them, and sometimes there's a reason to let them get eaten. Basically, in this case, the zombies are chasing after these civilians, and if you save them, they'll take you down a shorter path. But this guy who's right around the corner, he actually will stand up and say thank you a lot, so you actually want to let him die. Hammerkick like waited until just the last moment, right when the zombie kind of kicks that guy in the butt, before typing his word, just to save a little bit of time.
Yeah, and you're kind of now seeing, at least starting out, you're seeing just like simple words and letters, but as we get deeper and deeper into the run, it's going to go to like full-blown sentences and something even just like old, long sayings in the English language, and it's just really, really interesting and really cool just seeing how everybody, how Hammerkick is going to just mash and be able to type for everything.
Yeah, and here, this here was a mission, which is where you're supposed to type the words on 8 zombies in time before they come up and attack you, but it's kind of an auto-scroller in the sense that, like, it's just a big waste of time to keep on typing. You can just take the hit and sort of damage boost through it. Ooh, that was nice. That guy up there on top of that arch, not only was that kind of a long word, but he typed it so fast that he typed it before he jumped off the bridge, which cuts off like a second or two of having to watch him jump down before the zombie dies. So, man, this is actually like a pretty quick run so far. Another thing, too, to call out is right before getting this area, he hit an item box which had a tranquilizer in it. And the tranquilizer will sort of weaken the zombies, and all that really means is it lowers the in-game difficulty just a touch, which means that the words are slightly shorter, and you get slightly more time to type them before the words sort of like turn red and you take damage. Which is really good going into this boss here. This is the first boss, and there isn't any kind of like gameplay gimmick to it. I think it's just like the phrases are a little bit longer, and I guess he's like visually imposing as he lumbers towards you, but really all it is you just type the phrases, and we'll get the more interesting like gameplay gimmicks in later bosses. But for now, he's just going to attack him enough times to kind of like stagger the big guy, and then or sorry, take that back. There you go. Okay, so the big guy perishes. Now it's just the bat. And once his life bar is totally wiped out, as you see on the top, then or Hammer Kick is going to use what's called the Alt F2 strat, which resets you back out to the main menu. And there's a couple pros and cons to doing this. The biggest pro is that it skips the kind of like score tally screen. Boom, you see him, he hit Alt F2, mashing enter to get into the next stage. And this is just a way to like bypass a lot of downtime in between runs. This first guy here in the car, that Soot, that was a very important one to type. Thankfully, that was like a really short and easy to type word. If you don't type that guy in time, it'll lock you into a different path because the car drives into a building and explodes, and you have to kind of like go into the burning building and progress the level through there. So that's one of the more impactful, like different paths that you can take. Right after this, there's going to be another mission, and this is one of the first like true RNG sort of things here. Because there's like, I think 6 different patterns, and we want someone to jump out of the window. Yeah, you see him, you saw him bring his hands up, because that was one of the bad ones. Sadly, that loses like 6 seconds or something. If a zombie jumps out of the window, it's the fastest one possible. So you're always looking at that left kind of like shutter window.
And I'm kind of seeing in chat, are the words random? So basically quotes are random. Correct me if I'm wrong. Quotes are randomized based on like a dictionary that's like 19,000 lines.
Yeah, the word bank is huge. Yeah, the word bank is really, really, really massive. There's just thousands and thousands. Yeah, 19,000 different lines. And so it's always really, really, really high variety. The thing is, as you progress, the different like words that get pulled are sort of based on kind of like how far you are in the run. What that means though is that like there's only so many 4-letter words, there's only so many 5-letter words, and so eventually you will see repeats, but later on in the run when you start getting more complex phrases, it's very, very, very common to see something that you've never seen before, even if you've run the game hundreds of times.
I remember
I
remember like once you get into the deeper, you get like lines from like literature, if I remember. Wasn't there like sometimes you get like Shakespearean lines at some point in like in the end game?
Yeah, no, it's crazy. There's like there'll be puns and kind of joke stuff, and like honestly, they put in way more effort into this than they really needed to. I remember that there was like an article or an interview with one of the main designers where he said that one of his main inspirations for kind of like the vibe or the humor of the game was Monty Python, kind of being sort of like a silly, you know, like not like crude or crass, but just sort of like vaguely irreverent, like silliness. And I think that really comes through in especially a lot of the later ones once they get a little bit more time.
I mentioned like
that was pretty.
And I think that last one was like I'll be back. It was like the obvious Terminator reference and.
Yeah, a lot of kind of like pop culture, kind of like of the time, right? I feel like this game is really kind of like a time capsule of like the late '90s, early 2000s that it came out in. So one thing I want to call out is there's these fish jumping out, and like obviously Hammer Kick can type UGN faster than they jump out of him. Kind of a really important call out of this entire run is that there's difficulty scaling, which actually scales based off of kind of like how you're doing as a player. So it's meant to be sort of like a dynamic difficulty where if you're struggling, the game will get a little bit easier. And that manifests both through damage that you take and also especially credits. So if you use a credit, it'll be a big step down in difficulty. So he's got 1 HP, which is that burning torch in the bottom left by his 1P there. And if he loses that, then he'll use a credit. So there's these 2 chainsaw guys, and you kind of look at it, you kind of look at them for like which one is maybe like easy or hard to type. And you basically take the harder one and let him hit you. And when you do that, now going into this boss, it'll be easier because he just used a credit. And easier in this case means that you get longer to type his words while his chest is open. So these are like very slightly longer now, and you can see that they're grayed out at first, and then they become sort of like saturated, and you can only type them while they're saturated. So they become typable for longer if the difficulty is lower. So it's a pretty important like credit to expend right before you go into this guy. Nice. So he one-cycled the whole kind of first phase of the boss. These now are just normal, so you just have to type him before he, I guess, like lands on you with a spear. And when this boss perishes, then we're also going to be doing an Alt F2 and going into stage 3.
and as we're kind of going through the ending of Chapter 2, I do want to remind everybody why we are here, why SpeeDons is raising funds for Doctors of the World. Doctors of the World is an international medical non-governmental organization that has been around for more than 40 years. MDM is made up of thousands of workers and volunteers helping provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fairer and more accessible health policies. And already we are at 327,000 euros already, definitely like in the first 24 hours or so of SpeeDons, which is absolutely incredible to see.
Yeah, it is amazing. It's been really fun to kind of like catch runs all throughout the weekend so far. I'm excited to watch more. Oh, this guy here, this is a really, really important one, this guy in the boat. This might be one of the most important civilians to save in the whole run. So when you save him, he goes, "Thank you, I'll open the water gate for you." And the water gate actually isn't technically in this level. The water gate is like between levels, and this is going to be one of the levels where we importantly do not use the Alt F2 to kind of reset and kind of bypass. So like watching the score tally in between this level and the next level is like worth the amount of time that you save by opening the water gate. And so I keep on saying open the water gate. What does that mean? All it means is that when he starts level 4, it's going to be a totally different starting point. It's kind of like the B side or the back half of the level, and it's so much faster that it's just worth it. In this zone, there's a whole bunch of zombies throwing barrels. These are really clean, free. It's to take nice piranha letter RNG there. That's pretty silly. I don't think I've seen that exact combination of piranhas. The chat is going wild on that one in the French chat. It's hilarious. These bats here are kind of scary sometimes. If you type them too quickly, the game will hard lock. And so like the game doesn't really care. Like, you could just type all 4 at once. You could just like mash your fingers down, but you could actually see that Hammerkick kind of like periodically and systematically type them one at a time. That's just because it's a weirdly, I don't know, notoriously volatile part of the run. Okay, so now we're going into Tower. This is one of Hammerkick's sort of like villain bosses, because what happens is the boss will ask you a question, and there's 3 different Hydra heads, and you have to type the correct response. And if you're not a native English speaker, sometimes these are like actually pretty tricky, or they might be based on sort of like pop culture or even historical references that might not be that like intuitive or just commonly known. And so far these are pretty nice and friendly. Yeah, so they're pretty silly, and sometimes they'll even be like straight up, I don't know, like kind of trollish, right? Where it'll be like, I don't know what a good one is. It'll be like, what is the breakfast food?
Oh, that last question was definitely an easy one to end it on. Which country is in Europe?
Yeah, and Hammerkick would be, an advantage on that one. And on the other hand, though, it might be something like name the breakfast food, and it'll say like Belgian waddles, and your brain might kind of like do an autocomplete there and be like, oh, Belgian waffles, and you start typing it, and now you're like locked out, and then you're going to get hit by the Hydra. So it's a pretty silly, fun boss, and I think it's like one of the first like really fun kind of diversions from kind of like just type whatever you see on the screen. But yeah, you can see him now. He's mashing enter. This is the score tally screen. And throughout the run, anytime that he has the opportunity to sort of like maybe let a civilian die, or if there's like a quasi kind of auto-scroller part of the game, he'll purposely make typos or purposely stall out typing a zombie, because it gives you fewer points. And if you get fewer points, you're less likely to achieve a 1-up. Which both will kind of like waste a little bit of time in the moment, because it'll be like, yeah, you got a 1-up, woohoo. And it also means that you're going to be in a worse position to kind of like manage your HP. So here was a mission, and he used a credit to fail the mission, which is very important going into this guy right here, the vent guy. Nice. That I would say is probably the second most important single civilian to save, because if you fail to save him, the guy will get dragged down into the vent, and it takes you down a really long alternate pathway. Probably loses about a minute or so to fail that guy. So yeah, so honestly, so far this has been like kind of a perfect run.
Yeah, it's really incredible just seeing Hammerkick not just go through all of these like so quickly, but as we kind of mentioned earlier, it's we're talking about 19,000 lines, so it's not just knowing, being able to figure out in like a picosecond how, like, what it is that you have to type, but you also have to type incredibly fast and also type incredibly accurately. You can get punished real bad if your typing accuracy is like not up to snuff.
Right. Well, so that's interesting, especially, so there's a boss that's really going to come into play, and we'll bring that up then. But that's a good, I think, segue into calling out the combo meter up in the top left, where it's like the green bar that says perfect. And it's kind of funny, you actually kind of want to like type like deliberately, like you want to type accurately and inaccurately, because you want to manage that bar, because when that fills up, you get an extra life. And what that means, though, is that like if you type too accurately, that bar will actually fill up so fast that you'll get extra lives that you don't intend to get. So it's actually sort of like beneficial to kind of like flub a key here and there. And sometimes if you're like kind of in the zone, it actually can be like hard to consciously do that.
Yeah.
Anywho, so we're going into this this next boss here, which this is strength. He has 3 kind of like big, long, they're like passages made of 4 prompts each. And these, I think, are some of my favorites. They're definitely more silly. They get a little bit more freedom to kind of like tell a fun little story.
I love that one. Go!
Yeah. And this is also going to be one where we ult F2 it. He's only got like 3 HP, so to speak, so the boss is on the ropes right now. And yeah, this will bring us right into the last level that you can reach from the stage select screen. So at the end of this one, there's also going to be no Alt F2 because you can't choose stage 6. So yeah, these are starting to get a little bit longer. And now these zombies, they have kind of like, I don't know, spring-loaded worms in their chest, where when you type their main word, then the worm flies out. And what you want to do is, if there's multiple stuff to type, you want to kind of like trigger the worm first, and then type the other zombie so that the worm hits you by the time you finish the second one. Here, nice, genre dictionary. That's lucky. Okay, wow, this is huge. So all these guys are normally pretty long. And that item that he got has, I think it's a straight up 50-50 chance, like a coin flip, to either be an extra life or a genre dictionary. And a genre dictionary is going to be kind of like, all the words suddenly become interlinked instead of just being drawn randomly from the entire pool. And in this case, these are all just, like city names.
Yeah,
and
I think
so
they're
this
all,
is like
city names in England, or at least in the UK.
Yeah, so you should be real, kind of familiar with that. And they're all nice and short and easy to type. Sometimes you actually get kind of griefed by it, where it'll be like the full names of presidents. So it's like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. And so it actually ends up being a little bit harder, but that was actually amazing luck. I actually wonder what kind of pace he's on. Hammerkick was sending me messages of like him on site doing practice runs and getting like within 10 seconds of the record like multiple times. So that was such good luck. I wonder what kind of pace he's on.
Yeah, I remember in our runner knows Hammerkick's. So Hammerkick's marathon PB is a 28:11. World record is a 27:38.
Yeah,
that's something to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, makes me wonder. I feel like he's got to be on pace to beat his marathon record, but I don't want to jinx it. Still a lot of run left, and actually some really tough sections too. But yeah, this is exciting. But yeah, so now we're getting kind of the back half of the run, meaning that we're seeing some boss fights. So this is Carl and Zeal, once again, the boss of stage 1. And they do behave functionally identical to the first time you see them. It's just you type their words. No real differences. And like it's not even the boss, it's just kind of a little mini boss mid-run. And we're leading up to the next boss, which I guess I'll try to explain him a little bit before it actually starts. The next boss, this is where the accuracy will like really, really, really matter. He will damage you if you make a single type, which is pretty tough because he's got a lot of health and you want to type his words very quickly. But at the same time, you also want to like take at least one hit halfway through the fight. So there's kind of a lot going on, a lot to keep track of. So that'll be a really important, I think, like pivotal boss fight. Speaking of the refights, though, this is now the stage 2 boss. He's got the same thing, like the chest that opens and closes, and then phase 2 is like also the same. So, yeah, just a little bit of a repeat here. And kind of something else to call it as well about the Alt F2 strat is that not only does it skip the score tally screen in between levels, but it also resets your credits, which means that you can be pretty aggressive in terms of like utilizing credits and continues to kind of lower the difficulty aggressively throughout the run. So what that means now is he's been using credits throughout the whole run. Now he's got 4 left. So there's at least 1 more. I'm kind of curious how aggressive he's going to be going into here. I think if you were like, you know, totally like leaving caution to the wind, I think there's room to do like 2 credits. I don't know what the route actually is these days, but the credits that he has here are going to have to progress into the next stage. Okay, so I'm assuming then. Go ahead.
Does the difficulty ramp up quicker depending on how late into the run are? Because I'm noticing Hammercake taking more and more damage like more frequently as opposed to like at the start of the run. I mean, obviously the words are getting a lot longer and a lot more complex to type, but does it get difficult quicker?
It's more of a function of there's more easy hits to take. Because in level 1, you have 5 credits, and you Alt F2 at the end of it, and you get 5 credits at the start of level 2. It's just there's not enough hits to take to actually like properly utilize it. Okay, so this is like a quasi-safe strat. He's going into this boss with 2 HP, and he needs to get 11 hits, and then I predict he's going to do 11 hits and then take 2 damage. Because the first phase has 12 HP, and if you use a continue to take the hit, yeah, so there's the one like safety hit. If you use a continue, it'll damage the boss. So if you hit him 11 times and then use the continue, it'll force the next phase to start. So yeah, that was perfect. So the first hit was like somewhat accidental, somewhat kind of like like no big deal. The second hit that he took was on purpose to trigger the second phase. Now these are nice and quick. You see like IQ, right? Like these are like really short. So he switches between throwing 3 balls and then 1 slightly longer ball. And using a continue right before starting it makes these really, really short. So that was, this is pretty much the ideal way to do it.
And as we were kind of getting somewhat close-ish to the end of the run, I do want to point out one more time, though. Obviously, SpeeDons taking place in France, and the obviously speedrunning hobby has been really global, especially in the past few years. So it's a great time to kind of remind folks that Games Done Quick is coming to Gamescom August 28th through the 30th for their first international event in Cologne, Germany. Run submissions are currently open through May 17th. Go to gdq.gg/submit to submit your run. Visit gamescom.global for tickets or more information about the event.
Nice, yeah. So perfect timing because this guy has got no HP left. Perfect. And that whole phase went pretty well. And now we gotta watch him explode and mash enter to get through the next score tally screen. And once again, you can see there's kind of that like #1 bar on top that gives you an idea of like how close he is to getting a 1-up. And he is like just underneath that 3rd, so he's probably gonna get a 1-up from this. Yep. Which that is like not ideal, but easily manageable. There's plenty of places to take damage in here. It's just that now he's got 4 HP instead of 3, you see on the bottom left. And for him to utilize a credit, he's gonna have to probably just, I don't know, find a quick spot to take an extra hit. But yeah, this is the last level. Now you're gonna see like even like basic enemies start having like longer phrases and even multiple HP. You see these guys kind of like warp up here, like their names are short, but they keep on getting back up. Kind of an interesting, I guess, like piece of trivia or whatever. Right around the corner here in this next section, there's like an elevator that you ride up, and that is like the single longest zombie in the entire game outside of bosses. So sometimes this will give you like a pretty fun one. I'm curious what he gets. Like, what does that even mean?
Don't ask me. English is I'm one of those. English is my second language. Spanish is my first language.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's really interesting actually. There's quite a few like really talented runners of the game who are not at all like native English speakers. So it's really interesting to see. Like in Japan, Serenade Yuki was briefly one of the record holders, and is the record holder of the Japanese version. And like he types insanely fast, despite Japanese being his native language. Well, we got one more mission right here, and yeah, the zombies will just walk up and hit you. Some of these are actually pretty tough. Like if you're trying to do like a 1cc of this game, and by the time the difficulty scaling gets to this point, the zombies will really like haul keister up to you, and you gotta really type really fast for this. Like I type a clean like 140 to 160, and this game gets like really hard if you let the difficulty scaling like really ramp up.
It's so easy to like rip up a little bit when it comes to like these longer phrases.
Yeah, and the thing is that like if you were to really put everything all in a row, right? Like there's not like that many words that you type. There's a little bit of downtime like going from zombie to zombie. But over the course of a half an hour run, it's like you have to type very quickly, and you also have to react very quickly. And then in this case here with the tower, you have to like answer the questions correctly. I will say that if Hammer Kick is like trying to whittle down his health on purpose, this is a pretty good place to do it if he's like worried about the difficulty scaling. But either for marathon safety or just for consistency's sake, it looks like he might be hanging on his health on purpose. Because we're getting right into the final stretch here, even though it's kind of like a mid boss. Good.
Yeah, no, I would say I would definitely mess up some of the. Even though I know the answer, I would definitely mess up on some of these.
Yeah, no, this is pretty good. I think ideally he'll want to take one more hit, because there's one more mission left, and that way he can use it, continue going into it. But no, just wants to stay topped off going into the end, which I think is actually a super valid and fair thing to do, because the last boss can get really rough sometimes. But yeah, this is like pretty much the final stretch, and we'll be in the last boss momentarily. This is a quick run.
Yeah, it's incredible how like you take a concept like House of the Dead, which is like an arcade style like gun shooter, and then you just turn it on its side. It's like, okay, how about we make it into Mario Teaches Typing, and it becomes like an entirely complex speed game.
Yeah, I'm so curious about like what was even the pitch for this game, right? Like, what if we took an arcade light gun shooter and made it where you have to type it? And you know, this game is like, it's wild kind of how complete it was. By that I mean like you can play this game in the arcades, and they have like keyboards like in the arcades, and it also came out for the Dreamcast, and you can use the Dreamcast keyboard to play it at home. So it was really interesting, kind of like how much they actually took this concept and ran with it.
Yeah, and on some of the cutscenes on the Dreamcast version, instead of weapons, the player characters literally have giant Dreamcasts strapped to their backs and the type keyboard in front of them.
Yeah, so just a very silly game. Here we are getting into the final boss. He's got a couple different attacks in the first like major phase. He basically will just sort of like throw orbs at you in various patterns. This one here, where there's 4 slowly coming at you at once, this is the hardest one. You kind of get like the lowest time out of all of them to type them all, and I don't know, it's just very imposing. Here, this is a decent one, throwing 3 slower ones kind of like periodically, and then here he turns his hand into like a blade. And those are a little bit longer, and you don't get like that much time to do it, but if you're like in the zone and you type really quickly, it's like a pretty nice one. Yeah, the 4 balls here, you want to see the 4 balls as infrequently as possible. Yeah, because it's pretty easy to take a hit on that. Now you can see definitely the orbs are getting a little bit slower and shorter. You can kind of see the like continue difficulty scaling like in the wild, so to speak. Okay, and once the first phase ends, then we get into this right here. This is the boss refight, and the chainsaw guy, he's the toughest one. Wow, that was close.
Yeah, that one.
Smelly, nice. The chainsaw guy is the worst one to see here. The bat is the best, and the lizard is pretty good, and the Hydra head is pretty decent. You really just don't want to see this. You don't want to see chainsaw is just so hard to nail.
It's a completely RNG which of the like bosses come out.
It is, yeah. I've had runs where you get no chainsaws, and it's amazing. Like this, I've already seen 3, which is rough.
And killing 2 in a row. Well, nope, that's 4.
Yeah. Wow, that's really unfortunate. Okay, well, nice. Okay, so if you only took a couple hits here, now we're getting into the final phase, and now the boss asks you some questions. And what's kind of funny about this is like, there's no real right or wrong answer, but technically, the game has like 1 correct answer and 2 incorrect answers, and the ending that you get is based on how you answer all 3 of them. So there's 1 ending for getting all 3 quote-unquote correct, 1 for all incorrect, and then 1 for a mix. And this will kind of change what sort of ending you get. So 28:30, very, very, very impressive time. I think you called it as PB was like 2011 or something like that. So not a PB, but like, man, that's a really nice run to get. Kind of.
Yeah, it's just like 19 seconds off of a time marathon PB, which is, I mean, 28:30 is still an unbelievably good time, especially in a marathon setting like this.
Yeah. Okay, so nice. He got the bomb. This is actually my favorite ending. So yeah, the boss will kind of raise his hands and fall off and explode into like a loud like porcelain clatter, which I think is very funny. I like this ending the best. Another ending would be he like bungee jumps off and bounces back up and then delivers a belch. That's my community's favorite one. And then finally, if you get all 3 correct, which is the rarest outcome, he'll like hold his hands up and like launch into the atmosphere with a fart. So this game totally does not take itself seriously at all. But yeah, now in the credits, there's a bunch of zombies in their like test tubes or whatever. If you type out the names of the credits, they'll begin popping out and dancing. But obviously, Hammerkick is not going to type the whole credits, so he's just kind of demonstrating that that's a cute kind of little thing that happens. So GG, really nice run.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff right there. I really want to give a shout out to the crowd. With the signs all throughout this event have been absolutely hilarious. They had a CTR over better than MK sign. We actually had a GDQ poster right before we got on the air, which I super duper appreciate. And yeah, no, I've been very, very fortunate. Thank you so much to GDQ for giving us the opportunity to commentate on this run. But yeah, that's kind of pretty much gonna do it for us. You can find me on Twitch as Tornite. I will be actually going to SGDQ running Spyro Reignited 3. So hopefully I will get to see all of you in Minneapolis in July. Anything you want to say before we sign up, Peaches?
No, just thanks GDQ. It's always fun to talk about Typing of the Dead. I love this game. You know, shout out to Hammerkick. He's an awesome runner, and he's just sort of like taken the leaderboards by storm recently. And it's fun to watch him get this run into like as many things as possible. I think it's a fun run to watch every time. Really just want to give shout outs to my community. Like, you know, you can find me on Twitch TV/Peaches if you just want to watch like cute dogs in the corner while I play games badly. And I saw a couple of my viewers in the English chat, so thanks for hanging out. And thanks for everyone else for, you know, watching and you know, supporting the marathon, supporting the charity, and yeah, I love speedruns.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of the marathon.
Yeah, we're Tornite and Peaches, and coming up, we have Crypt of the Necrodancer, so stick around. We got more SpeeDons here on GDQ in just a little bit.
Je pense ma run préférée jusque-là.
Ah, c'était magnifique.
Et pourtant, Dieu sait à quel point on a vu de très belles runs jusqu'ici. J'ai un message de Lapin de Mer qui donne 10 € qui dit « Mais quel public, où trouve-t-il toute cette énergie ?»
J'ai un triple don.
Okay.
200 € de Gogo Tacos, into 500 € de Isa, into 500 € de Anonyme. Incroyable, un triple enchaînement exceptionnel.
La touche entrée qui donne 10 € et qui me dit « J'ai mal, au secours, appelez un médecin !»
Il y a la maman de Hammerkick qui donne 1 € qui dit « Il faut qu'on parle » en référence à la run, bien évidemment.
Pépé Cire du Temps qui donne 100 € et qui dit « Pauvre clavier !»
Il y a un 10 € de Manon Citron qui dit « Le shooter de mon enfance à Speedon, I feel complete, inférieur à 3 ».
Maëlys qui donne 10 € et qui nous dit « J'ai mis 10 minutes à écrire ce message, je crois que je suis prête pour la slow run ».
Il y a un 100 € de Cladouille la fripouille qui dit « Bourrez les dons ».
Bourrez les dons. Vanny Van qui donne 100 €. Tout le monde regarde à la maison, les petits comme les grands. Bourrons les dés. Putain, à chaque fois, c'est encore plus dur.
Et Léo qui donne 10 euros, qui dit bravo à Murkick. Franchement, bravo, parce que la run était incroyable à voir. Et aussi, je trouve que la synergie commentateur-runner qui est très importante.
C'est vrai.
Parce que du coup, c'est vraiment un passe-passe, c'est une relation, hein, ça se joue à deux.
Ouais.
Et franchement, l'échange était très beau. J'ai beaucoup aimé. On se régale en tir dans ce week-end de Speedon.
Je suis tellement fan.
On rappelle, qu'est-ce que c'est Speedon? Faire des jeux, les faire vite. Pour la bonne cause, Médecins du Monde, organisé par Mister MV Xavier Dang, musicien, streamer, créateur d'émotions, exciteur d'anus.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons 2026. Coming up, we have a really impressive game done in a really impressive manner. We are going to have Crypt of the Necrodancer, Aria by Luther. I am here. I'm Laurie D. Bunnykins, and I am here with another very good Crypt of the Necrodancer player. If you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Zelo or Zello, however you want to say it. Never matters. We love Necrodancer. It's like one of our favorite games, and it's like the only roguelike I seriously play.
Yeah, and I haven't played it in a while, but it's still really special to me. And it's a game that you can't forget once you learn it enough.
Yeah, anybody not familiar with Necrodancer? So it is a roguelike, but this is a turn-based roguelike where the gimmick is that the length of each turn is a beat of music. So this is all a game that's all about making very fast decisions and being able to look several turns ahead. And specifically the category Aria. Aria is one of the challenge characters of this game. Most people get through the base game with cadence okay, and then they get through the next character Melody without too much trouble. And then most people hit Aria and hit a brick wall for quite a while because Aria has some characteristics about her that make her quite difficult to play. So this will be really exciting.
Yeah. Crypt of the Necrodancer, turn-based is a good way to describe it, but I think a lot of people, they think turn-based and they think like they have ample time to plan out your moves. No, you really don't sometimes. So it's gonna get chaotic for sure.
Well, it's kind of funny because we're expert, but our runner is not only an expert in this category, but we're kind of experts commentating for Lister because we've done this before.
Yeah, this is not the first event we've English restream commentated together for this runner for this category. So it'll be a round two. We'll see if the run goes perfect this time. That would be really impressive.
Yeah.
That would be.
This is not a game where things ever go perfect. You just pray they go. Especially on Aria, you just kind of pray things go as well as possible.
J'ai un don de la dyscalculie qui donne 9,10 €, qui dit rouder les bons.
I guess before we get started, we can talk about what makes Aria so difficult. If you want to start explaining that.
Okay, so we can drop the fun surprise about Aria for you. Yeah, so if you have never played Crypt of the Necrodancer, Aria is, like you said, usually the third character in the story you unlock. She has half a heart, and there's no way to raise that. So if you get
pretty much anything that basically just like blows on you would kill her. But thankfully she does start with a potion, so that's not too bad, which does revive you, so that soaks one hit.
It soaks one hit, it doesn't kill you instantly, but there is something, quite literally the blow of the wind that can kill you, that does not hurt most other characters, and that is missing a single beat.
Yeah, so there's a coin multiplier that accumulates whenever you keep hitting beats and kill enemies. And for most characters, this coin multiplier isn't terribly useful. But for Aria, if this coin multiplier ever gets reset back to base by either missing a beat or such, then Aria instantly takes damage, which would kill her, minus potion.
Yeah. Thankfully, it doesn't kill through the potion. That would be not fun. I want to say it maybe used to a long time ago, but I might just be lying if I say that.
Well, 2 of the other characters have something that kills through potions, so I'm glad we don't have to deal with that. But there is one other aspect of Arya that makes her difficult to play. Arya is locked to the base dagger. She cannot get any other weapon the entire time.
Yeah. Even from a speedrun perspective, you like seeing other weapon types. The dagger is short, and it doesn't really have any special effects that make it notably strong. But there's also weapon enchantments, so you can get like titanium weapons that do more damage, blood weapons that heal you, and there's like multiple different types. You can't even get the enhancements. You're stuck with normal dagger.
Thankfully, we will be able to see all other kinds of equipment. Those are all mostly fair game, aside from a few things that would be banned on Arya.
Yeah, there's actually a few things that I actually really like about Arya's interactions with items, which it looks like we'll probably be getting into the game soon, so I'll talk about them as we see them. But the main idea is that there are items in this game that are definitely like risk-reward. You know, you gain an upside, but like usually a downside in regarding like a little bit more damage for like taking more damage or something like that. And Arya doesn't have to worry about taking more damage stuff, so it creates this weird imbalance where some of these like scarier, riskier items suddenly just become kind of good with no drawback.
Yeah, we'll definitely try and explain as much as we can, but there's no way we can cover everything in one single 20-ish minute run of this game. This game has so much depth. Even like with the restrictions, there's so much depth to this game in terms of making decisions, how the levels are generated. Like, this game is a roguelike, so the levels are generated according to the seed, and it's basically a blind run every time. So always a really, really exciting game. Especially, I do want to give a quick shout out to Condor, which is our online racing league, who we just finished a season a little while ago. This game is really, really fun for racing. So just want to give that a shout out.
I did races like a while ago, but I never really hit like the big Condor zones. Funnily enough, I tend to specialize in some of the gimmickier characters compared to some of the more normal gameplay. So I think I participated in a conduit, and I was really bad at just base cadence.
I think I remember recently when the Synchrony DLC dropped and we had our first Suzu side event for Condor. Oh, that was an experience. So there are two DLC packs for Crypt Necrodancer. I believe we're going to be using both of them, the Amplified and the Synchrony DLCs. And there are many extra characters and items and such added on those.
Yeah, the Amplified has been out for a very long time, like I want to say 2017-ish.
Yeah, it was 2017. And Synchrony's been in the last couple of years. It actually originally started as just a fan mod because people wanted to be able to play online multiplayer and basically remade the game. And when some work was being done on it, Brace Yourself Games contacted the devs to be like, hey, this is really cool. We would like y'all to make this official if possible. So they hired them all, made Synchrony into an official thing, and also rebuilt the game from the ground up code-wise, which made it a lot more stable.
Yeah.
So I would say the game is honestly in a better place now than it's ever been.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've also had like 2 single character DLCs semi-recently with the Miku and Shovel Knight. So, like, they're putting a lot of focus into Rift of the Necrodancer, the game sequel, a very different game as well. But there's definitely still a lot of Crypt love right now. But the big thing about the DLCs that is important to bring up immediately is that Amplified introduces a 5th zone to the game. There's not just like 4 zones to go through. There's now 5, and Arya climbs out of the crypt backwards. So we're actually going to be starting in that 5th zone.
I'm also very glad for that because Zone 5 is actually easier than Zones 3 and 4 generally, and it makes for a much easier start for Arya compared to playing base game if we were to start in Zone 4.
Yeah, there are a few mechanics to try and make it so that the run does actually like get harder for Arya even as you go up the crypt, but honestly, I think with just the general song BPM getting like lower in the earlier zones of the game compared to the later, I just am glad to be in like the Aria late game.
A quick shout out right here. We've got a little custom level being shown by Lister, showing SpeeDons. This game also has a great level editor, and people love to do like puzzle levels and things with it. There's just so much you can actually do with this game. It's so much fun, and my Steam hours say I've spent a couple thousand, and probably gonna still be growing.
Yeah. This is making me want to play the game again, honestly.
Ok, c'est bon. Ok, bah, si vous...
But it looks like we're almost about to get started. The staircase to the
up to the
left here is going to be the all zones mode, which is where we get started.
So quick recap right here on Aria. We are locked to the base dagger. We have half a heart of health the entire time, and we cannot drop beats. So those are the main things. The other thing you'll see here is in Zone 5 in particular, we have this wire mechanic, which is really, really useful. Whenever you're on the wire, you get charged with electricity, and hitting enemies when you're on the wire and charge shocks all adjacent enemies as well. So you can get these huge arc flashes, which is really, really good for clearing out multiple stuff. Now in Aria, there are also less enemies just by design. So we won't be getting as much use out of the shocks as we would on other characters, but still a really, really good thing to keep.
Yeah, you can see it here like with the skulls.
Yeah, each enemy has their own type of movement or pattern, and aside from bats, they are all predictable and move in scripted ways. So that's really... The trick is handling all of them, especially when you're stuck at a base dagger the entire game. Lister's also going a little bit out of the way here, looking for equipment, getting a torch for some extra vision, looking for other items, any kind of like strength booster or such. The way Zone 5 is generated is pretty simple. You have this long hallway with the wire. The wire connects into several different rooms. The largest room is an 8x8 room and is always the exit. And this kind of room can only spawn at very specific distances away from the start. So we know like if there's a door near the very beginning of where we start the floor, then we know that's not an exit room.
And going to double back to grab the shield scroll here and the brighter torch. Torches are really good for navigation. They let you see farther, so you just have a better idea of what's around you. I believe your vision distance also kind of influences enemy like activation rate if you like get close enough to an enemy. So it can be good just to get things moving sometimes. Can make things scarier, but like the brighter torches are usually never that bad to grab.
Yeah, especially on Aria, we want to be able to see through walls, which torches let you do, so very, very useful. We want to look for a glass torch if possible. That's the best thing for Aria. We can talk about the structure of the game real quick. This game is divided into 5 zones, as Lori mentioned earlier. Each zone has 3 main floors, and then a boss at the end. For Aria, each of the first 4 bosses will be from a pool of 5 main bosses. And then the 5th boss is our story boss, which we will talk about when we get there.
Here we have a very scary red dragon breaking the wall from above. These mini bosses can come in a few variants. The dragon's probably the most notorious, and the red one will shoot a fireball horizontally when you're like on the same line on them. Yeah, sorry. But Luther taking the opportunity here to spawn the leprechaun. If you have a big enough gold pile and wait long enough, it spawns, and whenever it moves, it spawns a big pile of gold and collects the luck charm for killing it. The luck charm makes you luckier, which is a few things, but the biggest thing about it is you mentioned that bats are like the only enemy in this game that don't move predictably. The luck charm makes it so that bats will never like move into you unless they are forced to. So it makes bats kind of a lot more passive, which they're generally one of the scarier enemies in the game because you can't predict them. So kind of mitigating them with an item like that is really, 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 really good.
Yeah, Lister also going out of the way to get some other extra items from the shop, like using that gold that we picked up from the Leprechaun, getting a Blast Helm, which is one of the best headgears in the game. Blast Helm not only gives you 3 extra bombs, but there are 2 other properties of it. It allows you to detonate bombs instantly. Normally they have a 3-beat fuse timer before they explode, but this lets you just detonate the bomb instantly around you. And whenever you do the detonation, you have instant protection for that beat. This also protects you from other explosions too. So yeah, the Blast Helm is just really useful all around. We also picked up a glass torch now from the shop, which I mentioned was the best torch for Arya. So this increases the max aggro for enemies, which is actually good in Arya's case, because we just kind of want enemies to come from as far as possible so we can see them. But also, the amount of distance we can see with the torch is the maximum, and we can also just see enemies on the map no matter what, so we can kind of see all their positions, which is really great.
Yeah, and getting a personal favorite item of mine here, the Battle Shovel. Shovels are another item that you can like upgrade in this game, and the Battle Shovel naturally is able to dig 1 tier of wall above the standard shovel, and the beat after you dig a wall, you have infinite damage.
Oh, we found a Conjurer. Managed to conjure some glass, heavy glass. Really, really good. Yeah, so the Conjurer lets you get other items. Oh, we're swapping off to Glass Jaw as well. So the heavy glass armor soaks 3 hits, and the Glass Jaw doubles your damage at the cost of killing you if you were to take damage with it. But that doesn't matter really on Arya because we die in 1 hit anyways. This is our first boss right here. This is Fortissimo. We need to get him off the stage, so we're going to force our way up by killing one of these skeletons. And then he tries to bury up whenever you stand a beat next to him, so we're going to lure him in a very specific way. And then we should be able to attack him right after that. So
yeah,
Lister was able to get a flawless victory by taking no damage and also not dropping any beats. Whenever you get a flawless victory on a boss, you are able to pick from one of 3 chests at the very top. So we went for purple to try and get some magic of some kind. We got a dash spell, which has its uses, especially here in Zone 4. Did a little bit of transmogging right there as well. The transmog allows you to swap out different items of your build for different items of that. So we actually swapped our foot gear, and we actually got the winged boots, which are really good on Arya. Normally these boots let you float over any kind of obstacle, such as this spike trap that's on the ground that just got blown up. But there's also a lot of goo in Zone 4 here, which shrinks you and prevents you from doing a lot of things. Because that would cause you to lose beat. So getting some boots are really good. And in Synchrony specifically, there's one other aspect to the boots. They are toggleable on and off now, which means you can also use that to buffer beats as needed.
Yeah. A strategy very common in other characters is if you need to just like wait a beat, you can tap your shovel against a wall even if you can't dig into it, and it lets you stand still. But at Arya, that would count as like a combo drop that would damage you. So getting an item like this that allows you to like stay in place is really good, because it just means if your cycle is like a little bit weirdly disconnected from an enemy, you can adjust it no problem instead of getting into like a really weird dance with them where sometimes it can be really hard to get out of that without accidentally messing something up.
Yeah, right now the build is very safe because we still have our potion, which soaks 1 hit. We still have the heavy glass armor, which soaks 3 hits. So very, very good piece of equipment. We have the glass jaw, which doubles our damage. So we have 2 damage per each normal attack. We have the battle shovel to be able to dig walls. We could get a better ring, but the luck ring's good enough for now. Looking really, really safe as a whole. Taking 1 hit right there, not a big deal. The way Zone 4 is generated is very simple compared to other zones. You start in one corner of a giant square, and the exit is all the way in the corner opposite from where you start. So we know where to go. Now the question in Zone 4 is how to get there, because there are many, many different rooms that make this up. And you just kind of pick your own path and just kind of determine what's the least amount of enemies to get to where you go. Oh, we've got this urn right here, and breaking it open. Check for some items there. That is a shield spell. That is one of the best spells Arya can get. You're getting a lot of safety with that. Just have to make sure we don't blow things up by accident with this Goblin Bomber.
Yeah, there's a lot happening right there. But I think trading the dash spell for the shield spell pretty good. The dash spell is not bad, but I think especially on Arya, a spell that kind of moves you really fast can be sometimes a detriment. And when you already have that level 2, like the Battle Shovel giving you level 2 dig strength, you don't really need something to break walls too effectively. Taking another hit on the heavy glass armor because the skeleton gets confused. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, confusion tiles reverse your movement, so the skeletons can get affected by that too if they tapped it. All right, we're on King Kafka here. Yeah. If you want
the one boss that like changes your beat structure, you have to pause every aid, which is a really fun like shake up to the formula. And the fight itself isn't too bad. Luther using a proc of that Fireball spell to just like not have to deal with the giant conga line blocking from the boss. Pretty good idea. Gonna get a standard glass armor. At this point, the heavy glass is at 1 hit, but we're going to take it because heavy is actually its own modifier that we haven't really talked about. It does make you immune to enemies that would like pull you in with wind, like this skeleton sorcerer just tried to do. It also stops like movement-based trap tiles, like just like the general arrow tiles from moving you. So there are some benefits to having heavy armor as opposed to standard. So even though they're the same amount of hits, it's still good to keep the heavy.
And Zone 3 here is very chaotic. We have this fire and ice theme. The exits are going to be generated in more random-ish places compared to before. And it's very easy to get swarmed in Zone 3 because of the open layout.
I think this is the like hardest zone to learn how to navigate optimally in terms of like knowing where the exit is when you spawn in. So any tools you have to help with your mapping are really nice. And for Luther, the glass torch is a great like tool for that because like you mentioned, we can see any enemy as long as it's on screen. So we'll be able to like see enemies through walls and eventually find the boss.
Yeah, not only that, but you can look at the mini-map on the bottom right here. The glass torch also highlights all of the enemies on that mini-map, so we can see all the red dots. And if you see a giant cluster of red dots, that's probably where the exit's going to be. Carefully taking care of this blue dragon very nicely. Blue dragons, instead of the fireballs that the red dragons have, they have an ice breath in kind of a cone shape that freezes you. And this uses a bigger problem than the fireballs because usually everything else just beats you up.
Yeah. Speaking of beating you,
did we get Polka Death Metal?
I think we did.
I think we got Polka Death Metal. That is
so. This
great.
Is an Easter egg that is rare. He usually has a death metal song going on his fight. This is also, I believe, in the basic game, the fastest song, which means the song where you have to move the fastest and make your decisions the fastest. So it is a boss that can mess you up if you're not careful. But Luther doing a great job getting the Shield of Strength from the Flawless chest, which not only shields you from the front, but also gives you a point of damage. Which I think my one thing about this run so far is that we haven't had great damage. We've had the Glass Jaw, which is like a really good item because most like double damage items, they only really will double like your weapon power, but the Glass Jaw, I believe, doubles like any modifier you have.
Yeah, basically
which makes it really effective. Yeah, it stacks at the very end where a lot of other things stack like earlier on in the spread, usually based around their own item damage. But we haven't had any really other items to like take advantage of that double until we pick up the Strength Shield. And now we're dealing 2 before the jaw, which means we're dealing 4 after, which is a huge buff in damage.
Yeah, Lister having no problem just plowing through zone 2 right there. So this is going to be our last main boss, Deep Blues right here. So we only have 4 damage, but that's enough to just deal with all the pieces. Every piece here acts like it would in a normal chess game, which is that's what makes this fight like the most fun for me. Like, so after we deal with all the other pieces, it looks like we'll probably just tap the king right now. Oh, the queen's got loose, so it looks like we'll kill the queens and then we'll deal with the king. So still a perfectly fine way to do it.
Still a really good way to do it, and getting another, I think we've gotten 4 for 4 flawlesses, which, I mean, on this character you can only have so many not flawlesses, but heading into zone 1 still has the shield spell charged and also just holding a scroll.
Yep. Oh, that's
a lot of defense.
Too.
Oh, that's a spell, yeah.
Yeah, freeze just freezes everything around you in a certain radius, and that is really, really handy just for general play, but also especially for Arya as a emergency panic button if needed. Same with the shield.
Yeah. And there's now we're into zone 1.
Yeah.
This is the last zone for Arya before we get to the final boss. So we're seeing a really strong run here. Getting confused, losing the last hit of the heavy glass, but still has the potion from the start of the run.
Yeah, still have the potion. Still have the shield scroll and the spell. The thing about magic and items, though, is that you do have to remember to use them, and sometimes that can be difficult when you're in a panic situation. So,
what do we see? We finally see another ring for the run, and it's a charisma, which is not going to be too helpful this late in.
Yeah, all it does is cut shop prices in half, so it is pretty worthless since we're not going to find any. We're not really going to do shopping at this point.
Yeah, it seems like Luther's pretty satisfied with the build. Maybe going to pop in to a glass shop, going to have an armor. Really, really nice. Get another hit.
Good replacement. I'm going to go ahead and start explaining the final boss of Arya right now since we don't have a whole lot of time. So the final boss is, the story is we're supposed to destroy a giant a loot that's cursed in order to save the rest of the family. But this loot turns into a giant monster. And normally it's a very, very long fight, but we have a special quick kill that could be set up where we kind of just managed to skip several phases by hitting things in a very certain way. And Listener has the shield scroll still on deck, even if this goes poorly. It depends on getting good spawns from the very top. There's 2 sarcophagi in the corners that might spawn a skeleton rider. We don't want to see those, and we didn't get it, so we can do the quick kill without any problems. So if we do this dance in a very specific way, then Listener's going to be able to quick kill the boss and leave. And it's looking real good right here. Time's going to be when we hit the stairs. And that is a deathless Arya right there with no problem.
That is the first try Arya run live at one of the biggest speedrun stages of the year.
Yeah, excellent job getting that first try.
That was amazing. Yeah, no, that was, like I said, a really, like we said, really, like a safe build, a lot of insurance. Took a while to get the damage up, but was able to just play so comfortably, even with the lower damage, that like we were able to see just never even had to use the potion.
Yeah, this is definitely a run where getting the farming for an early good build made it so much safer and easier, and just you can close it out without much of a problem. So great job, Listener.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be it for us. Lori, where can people find you?
So people can find me, Lori D. Bunnykins, mainly Twitch and Blue Sky. I stream occasionally, I post occasionally, but I just like to be around and watch speedruns, mostly, honestly. So that's mainly what I'm doing. Where can I find you?
You can find me at Blue Sky and Twitch at Zelos with 3 L's and 3 O's. I am very busy preparing for other marathons right now, and this is not one of the games I'm preparing, but you will find some other cool stuff if you watch. I do want to give a quick shout out since we're on the Games Done Quick channel for the Restream. Crypto the Necrodancer was accepted for Summer Games Done Quick coming up, and it will be story mode, which has 4 characters, Arya being one of them. So if you want to see more Necrodancer, you should tune in this summer, because SpeeDons is going to do a fantastic job with that.
And if you want to learn more about SGDQ 2026, if you go to gdq.gg, you could go to the website, including registration info, the full games list, and so much more. It's going to be a blast. I wish I could show up this summer.
Same, I have something else, but that's be it for us for now. We'll be back for other games, but we will let y'all off, and y'all enjoy the exciting games coming up. What is coming up next? It is Dredge.
Yeah, we have Dredge, which is a great game. Very exciting.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, le nouveau bloc d'ambiançage avec Kémiste et moi-même TPK.
Attends, on passe de Horty Étoile à une fée et un chimiste, gros, ça n'a aucun sens.
Oh putain,
ça va perdre pour Speedon, ça.
Peut-être que j'ai pris une pente avant de venir et peut-être que j'ai des
c'est
ballons.
pas sérieux, c'est pas professionnel, ça.
Peut-être que je ballonne un peu. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, ça va Speedon?
Oui,
c'est nickel, Chrome, on est ensemble jusque 21h à peu près, mon cher Kémiste.
On va se régaler. Là, on va se régaler, mais attends, qu'est-ce qu'on a comme programme un petit peu? Est-ce que j'ai un planning qui traîne, bien sûr?
Oui, t'as des choses.
Oui, non. Attends, je descends. On est sûr. Je vais y arriver ou pas à trouver? Ah, un bon vieux Dredge qui arrive très vite, bien sûr. C'est absolument exceptionnel. On a Splodey aussi qui est présent. Juste après, MGR aussi. Tandis qu'on a eu un petit dessin qui est passé, si je dis pas de bêtises. Ah, Crypt of the Necrodancer, il y a eu un petit dessin.
C'est pas vrai.
On va du coup pouvoir montrer ça dès maintenant avec l'artiste ici présente. Oh, Béboul.
Oui, c'est Béboul qui a tout dessiné.
Bravo Béboul.
Bravo Béboul.
Bravo
Très
Béboul.
doué
Bravo.
de ses longues mains. Alors bon, bah c'était court. Évidemment, on m'avait prévenu que peut-être ça allait être 16. Évidemment, c'était 16. Hein, ça allait pas être 25, bien sûr. J'ai quand même réussi à faire à peu près ce que je voulais, voilà.
Oh waouh!
Bravo. Magnifique.
Avec le choix du vert et du rose en couleurs complémentaires, c'est tout ce que je connais. Hein. C'est le seul mot-clé que je connais artistiquement en couleurs complémentaires.
T'es un artiste, t'inquiète.
C'est superbe!
Oui, il est fort, hein?
Très fort, Béboul, très fort. Un max
16
d'applaudissements
minutes
pour Béboul,
seulement.
s'il vous plaît. Quelle machine.
C'est gigantesque. En si peu de temps, en plus, on t'a un peu escroqué sur le time-lapse. Béboul, là, on est absolument navré. Mais Béboul fait un travail gigantesque depuis l'ouverture de ce marathon hier, il faut le savoir. Il a encore un peu de taf aujourd'hui, hein, mine de rien.
Bah ouais, là, ça va encore dessiner, ça va encore pas mal dessiner. Donc là, Béboul, il va devoir bosser de ouf.
Ouais.
Au boulot, le Béboul. Au boulot, ça ne s'arrête jamais. C'est juste le dimanche soir. Jamais il va s'arrêter. Et ça c'est historique. Faut en profiter. Magnifique.
Bravo, merci beaucoup pour cette noble contribution, un dessin extraordinaire. Pour l'instant, les artistes se sont régalés. On a la chance d'avoir des artistes.
Ils ont régalé aussi.
Eh bien,
ils ont régalé.
Ah oui, nous ont régalé. On a la chance d'avoir des artistes ici qui suivent les runs avec assiduité et qui nous régalent d'œuvres toutes les plus fantastiques, les unes que les autres. Et ce n'est pas prêt de s'arrêter.
Bien sûr. Comme je l'ai dit, il reste encore tout le samedi, il reste encore tout le dimanche, il reste le samedi soir, c'est historique, bien sûr. Hello.
Oui.
Y'a quoi? Salut.
Hello. Alors je te propose peut-être en attendant que nos runnereuses soient prêtes et prêtes. En fait, le temps que Luciano en régie qui a dit avant qu'on prenne, hein, il a dit c'est à vous. Malheureusement.
Hello there, English Restream. We're back here with SpeeDons. And the next game coming up is going to be Dredge, which is any % no major glitches by Meijin. I'm Motos, and I'm here with Quacksilver.
Hello, friends. I am so excited for Dredge. If you don't know Dredge, it is an indie horror fishing game that's several fishing games. It's a very, very cool game, and the speedrun for it is sick. It's a very menus heavy game, I would say.
Yeah, it's very quick. There's not a lot of downtime, and it's not super different. It's very easy run to learn. It's not that different than how you normally play the game. It's just using your knowledge of what needs to be done ahead of time to do very nice routing, and a little bit of luck is involved too, of course.
Yeah, just a little bit. It turns out when you're going hunting for things at the bottom of the ocean, sometimes you can dig up more or less treasure.
Yeah, that's for sure. So before the run gets started, we'll go into it a little bit. This category uses the Keeper ending, which allows you to beat the game. The main quest, you need 5 relics. This category is only going to get 4 of them. And it also forbids an item duplication glitch, which is also called ghost items. That would allow for you to beat this game like in 10 minutes. So you can see that's not what the estimate is. So.
Yeah, glitch 80% runs of this game feel differently as a glitchless enjoyer. I am glad. We still get to see some very funny, like, abuse of the game's systems, especially right at the start here, because basically, as Megion's getting into it, the core idea is you owe the mayor of this seaside town a bunch of money. You start out the game in debt, and right away, the first thing we do in the speedrun is pay back all of our debt as fast as possible by abusing an anti-soft lock mechanic. So we're gonna catch a fish here in the intro to prove that we know that we're in a fishing game. But then, very quickly, what's going to happen is you can actually get rid of your starter fishing rod. You can sell it for some money, and because you literally can't do anything in the game without a fishing rod, the shipwright just gives you another fishing rod for free. And this can theoretically happen an infinite number of times. So right away at the start, after we get through some tutorial stuff, you're just gonna be selling her fishing rod back to the person giving it to her for free over and over again to just sort of get through the intro as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so this is a pretty heavy menu part here because this has to get repeated, both as Quack said, to pay back the loan. We're also going to get a better engine and a new fishing rod, so all that has to be done here. This is kind of like just the feedback loop. After this, we rarely will go to town for any long periods of time.
So funny to watch the like inventory of the shipwrights just pile up. I love the start of this game. It's a shame that like you have to go through this like 5-ish minute just pure menu section before like the RNG checks start coming, but plot-wise, it is extremely funny to me.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Besides the heavy menuing, inventory management is really, really big in this speedrun. You can see the inventory's there. We're not going to get too many upgrades to actually grow the inventory because that takes collecting more parts to get more time. And you can kind of tilt pieces, and right now all the pieces that we're getting are just 2 blocks, straight lines. But that's not going to be the case. As the game goes on, fish get bigger, parts get bigger, and they become strange shapes too. So you're literally playing Tetris with your inventory at some points. And if you pay attention to it throughout the run, we might not call it out every time, but it's very full at times.
Yeah. Here, Megion is sleeping until day 5. This is also getting us out of the intro section because it is not until day 5 that aberrations, which are this game's horror component, the eldritch fish start showing up on day 5, and we need an aberration to actually kick off the main quest of the game.
Yeah, and we're going to start to see also the first use of the sanity mechanic in the game. You can see the dial at the very top. An eyeball will slowly open on that dial as you take actions at nighttime only, but you can only get aberrations at night, so we have no choice but to actually kind of play around this mechanic.
Alright, that looked like bad luck there. That looked like 4 normal squids in a row. So this is the first like major RNG check and potential reset point in a PB attempt of the run. There's our aberration. Alright, not a bad backup. But sometimes I have seen people do PB attempts of this run where it's just squid, back to the menus.
Yeah, and since you can only shop for them at night, and as you can see, the clock above the sanity gauge, time only goes in this game when you're actually moving or fishing. When you're just standing still, time doesn't actually move. So if you're fishing over and over again and not getting what you want, you're going to run out of nighttime and then have to wait until the next night again.
Yeah, Megion's PB in this game is a little bit under 35 minutes, but if the fish are mean, the 50-minute estimate is extremely salient here.
Yeah, and luck will come into play. There was a quick backup here, but that's not the case for everything later in the run, where you'll have no choice but to just keep trying. And getting a little bit more money here. or we needed to get the book that allows you to go a little faster. Oh, and by the way, if you hit any of these tiny rocks, it damages your inventory. You can just hit them the tiniest amount.
So our main quest here is when you catch the first aberration and you bring it back to the fishmonger, it gets cut open to reveal a handkerchief inside that this collector is extremely interested in. And he basically drags you into his employ to find the 4 relics that Motos described. And thankfully, a lot of speedrun relevant items in this game are just like in the overworld from the start. Very few things like hard gate other things. So it's about knowing where to go and how to route in advance to dredge up as much cool stuff as possible as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing the runners stop sometimes for things that you're like, why do they need this? It's usually quest items that they're going to get before they're actually asked for them. In this case, this is the first relic here, and they already knew where it was at.
Yes, that's our ornate key. 1 down, 4 to go. Or 3 to go, excuse me.
Yeah, and that was also our first instance of dredging rather than fishing, so she had to dredge for that, which is using the hook on the boat, and it takes a lot longer than fishing does, and if you mess it up, especially near the end of the dredge, you have to redo the whole thing. And as we said, time flows while you're fishing, which includes dredging, so messing up dredging is very punishing.
This is a cool fishing game because it's got like 5 different fishing mini games in this one fishing game. But yeah, with the first relic returned to the collector, we now have the haste ability for our boat, which you can see in the bottom left corner of the UI there. Basically, what you're supposed to do with the haste is you hold down the button and your boat gets unnatural speed in exchange for filling up a heat gauge that has disastrous consequences if it overflows. However, you can just spam tap the heat button and you still get the full benefits of the extra movement, but the heat gauge doesn't fill nearly as fast. So we're going to be essentially mashing for a lot of the movement in this run. It's not a bad mash.
Yeah, and there would be a lot of screen shaking and loud noises that go along with using the haste item, but actually, due to speedrunner feedback, the devs of this game patched an option in to turn that off. So, very thank you to the devs for making the run more watchable.
Yeah, we love accessibility features, especially when we're kind of playing fast and loose with the mechanics a little bit.
And we can see some inventory management happening here. Megaon needs wood and metal here to do some boat upgrades that are necessary to get the items they're going to need to get the rest of the... Oh, that's it, yeah.
Not the shark!
On arrête, on rage quitte.
Okay, that's...
So,
go ahead, Quack.
Go ahead. Every dock in this game is a checkpoint, so in case of sudden catastrophic shark encounter, we have fairly convenient backups, but in this case there was a decent amount of dredging in between those. So what we're looking for, like Mota said, is some base materials here. We also, in these first couple of dredges, have a very small chance, I think it's like less than 10%, to pull up a research part. Research parts are the backbone of this game and of this speedrun, both because they are how the tech tree works, how you get ship upgrades. You need research parts in order to upgrade various components on your ship. And also because research parts just sell for a lot of money, and a lot of this run is econ.
Yeah, and it's not just like nice to have upgrades either. We need some of the upgrades because you'll need specialized gear the farther into the game you get.
And there are meaningful to decent backups for almost everything. But hey, if you just hit the 10% right at the start, your run's looking good. And also, don't get eaten by a shark.
Yeah, we mentioned the sanity mechanic, but not what some of the problems could be, which is that the more deep you are into that eyeball being open, the more likely that adverse events happen. And some of that is monsters, extra monsters appearing on the map. And if you notice in the inventory, there are some spots that are marked differently that actually have like a little hook logo in them. That's where you would have to put fishing rods if you wanted to use them. So, for instance, if the runner wants to get another fishing rod equipped right now, they'd actually have to move all that stuff out of those spots first to be able to put the fishing rod in the exact spot that it has to go.
Yeah, and also critical to this is we're not getting lights for our boat because that is extra inventory space that we cannot afford in the speedrun. And so that means a lot of this movement is based on just acute awareness when it's dark out of like where the rocks are so as to avoid Titanicking your little sailing craft.
Yeah, you really have to have a good muscle memory for where, especially the very small rocks, can really ruin your day at nighttime, and they're hard to see. And like I said, you do not have to hit them hard to deal damage to the boat. You basically just any touching them will deal damage to you. And we can see this is how the upgrades work. You have to kind of put the parts you need in there. And upgrading your boat also takes time. Yeah, that's what's happening there.
Yes, while you're installing things is the third way to force time to pass. There we got a couple extra engine spaces. With our upgrade engine, we can move. It turns out that in this, as in many speedruns, moving fast lowers your speedrun time. Never before seen tech, I'm sure.
Going faster makes you go faster. Dang.
Yeah. So this catch is important. We got a conger eel here at the nighttime before heading into this waterfall cave. There's always something behind the waterfall, gamers. And this is continuing our econ. There is an NPC in a little bit who is going to want a rotten fish, and we can let our conger eel rot while we're otherwise menuing, and it's money, baby.
Heck yeah. And we this area is kind of scary. There is a sea monster here. Each of the relics, except for the very first one, have a monster that's always present in the area around it. But the spawn points are not set, so you could get lucky and not see it and not have to dodge it, but you could also get unlucky and it be close to you. And it's still moving around while you're dredging, so you gotta kind of keep an eyeball on the corner of the screen and see if it's coming at you.
It's been a minute since I had like engaged with this speedrun. I forget just how bad the vision is when you're like full speedrun mode. It's like, yeah, this is a horror game actually.
Yeah. As a viewer, you don't know anything happened there, but actually the runner could have been attacked at any time during that night, basically.
Il y a des bouteilles à la mer. Si vous faites le jeu, je vous invite vraiment à lire les bouteilles. Ça vous donne un...
But managed to avoid that. And, only one reset so far during this run. That's pretty good.
Yeah, also, so this next quest, this next drive, is we want to reunite an old pair of brothers, and basically in the plot you have to show a family crest to one of the brothers, and then he's like, yeah, fine, whatever, but if you blew up some stuff for me, I would be much obliged. It's a sort of hand-wavy plot. You'll play this game, you'll get it. But this is the part of the quest that gets us to explosives eventually, which is one of the most major progression upgrades. It's like one of the hard required progression upgrades for your ship in order to beat the game.
Yeah, and we'll see the use of those right here. Oh, oh no. Did anything go overboard there? Oh no. Okay.
Okay. No. We got this. So, I learned this recently from a more active speedrunner of the game, but apparently there's movement that the runners are doing here to try and get the sea monster to spawn in, so that, like, to spawn in early so that you can be aware of its positioning, but that is potentially one of the consequences, is that you spawn it in at slightly the wrong time and it catches wind of your boat. Like, a lot of the movement lines in this game are more tight than they might look. There he is. Not so scary when it's daytime and you can see him.
Yeah, there was nothing that Megan could have done to get, like, that was just bad luck, because they were actually in a cutscene. They couldn't do anything about getting that sea serpent out. This is my favorite part of the entire game, and it's that you can see she's moving her inventory around. That's because when you take passengers, you just put them in the inventory, which is hilarious.
Are roughly the size of your fishing rod. I guess that logic holds. No, you know what? I take that back. That's fair. That's a big fishing rod you got. You got to get to the bottom of the ocean.
And also, she's been...
I can't imagine that's comfy for the old man.
No. She's been fairly lucky with material collection so far as well. Hasn't really had to go to any backup areas, which is another part of getting good at this speedrun, is like knowing where the backups are if you get unlucky, because like resetting to get the perfect luck isn't really, you know, viable.
Least of all on a marathon stage.
Oh, for sure.
This is a very fun run to include in a marathon, I think, because everything can be like backed up. You have frequent checkpoints. You have, you know, enough fishing spots on the map that if things go wrong, like you miss the aberration at the beginning, you can back it up. And so it's not a question of like the run gets bricked. It is a question of what safeties will we be taking today as Megan dredges up the second relic, the music box.
Yeah, and that one is basic. That's probably the biggest gap between two relics, because we had to do the whole thing to get the explosives as well. And going back to the collector to turn this in, that's going to get the second power, which is just being able to teleport back to the collector at will, which will be used, of course, in the rest of the run.
Yeah. God, what's the English name for it? Manifest. The manifest power. Just like, yep, go back, turn in your stuff. Which is nice. We love cutting back on backtracking.
Getting a little bit of parts on the way there. Oh, nice slide in there. You may note it hitting docks is the only thing that doesn't damage the boat, so you can kind of do a little slide maneuver in there.
Sometimes it is about style points, you know?
Yeah. Back to the docks. I think you need some dialogue here. I think maybe this ship upgrade is coming soon as well. Another one.
Yeah, we're getting rid of a lot of our econ, like the bags of doubloons, just casually hiding in the cave. There's always something behind the waterfall. But yeah, this is one of the breakpoints where like if you got lucky with research parts early, and they weren't on your critical path, you could sell them for like extra econ. I don't have a great sense of where Megion is in the economy right now, but we're looking for our next upgrade and some last parts collection.
Yep, there's the wood and research. I'm seeing a little bit of, I don't want to say confusion, but interest in chat. That, by the way, this is SpeeDons we're watching here. It's a French speedrunning event over at the Mr. MV channel. This is the English language restream that GDQ is helping with for this. Although if you are European and you're interested in GDQ is going to be at Gamescom in Cologne, August 28th
Going
and
to
30th.
Germany.
It's true.
Greetings in Germany.
And you can get tickets for that at gamescom.global.
On a la run la plus longue, en gros. On aller chercher une pièce de recherche à cet endroit-là. Normalement, c'est un crochet qu'on ne fait pas.
Et on a décidé de
Yeah, we're finishing out the econ section of the run. This is just lovely, lovely calm water. Ignore all of the particle effects. Ignore anything that might suggest that we're about to be in imminent danger. You can also see on your screen yet another different fishing minigame.
Yeah, I was about to say that one is my favorite, the one with the ring that expands. All right, research complete, and now gonna install the new improved devices onto the boat.
Oui, en vrai, là, ça fonctionne. Chalut.
J'aurais jamais dû dire chalut. Pour débloquer le filet, donc. Et c'est simplement une compétence de pêche passive, c'est-à-dire qu'on pêche des poissons.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Motos, but I have it rough when it comes to menus games. I can't process information quite this fast, like from a speedrun perspective. So it's always really cool, especially like these inventory management style things like this, or like your Resident Evils. It's really cool to watch.
Yeah, especially because it's not like what's being picked up isn't the same run to run, so you can't just like practice it and rely on muscle memory like you can in some other like menu-driven games. You really have to be knowing kind of how, you just have to have a good sense of how you can fit everything and be doing it on the fly, which I enjoy watching, like when a runner has to kind of figure it out. It's not quite 100% set path.
Yeah, I was always bad at Tetris. And so here in the Mangrove Maze, there is a sea monster. It can hear your boat, but it can't really see your boat. So we're just trying to not get too many paths closed off to us, while continuing to collect things, and also bearing in mind that some of these turns are quite sharp and paths narrow, and we don't want to break the boat.
Yeah, this was one of the hardest parts of the game for me casually, and you'll see as we go through here, it's tight. Maneuvering in the mangrove maze here is very tight sometimes, like through the roots. And just a reminder, if you bump anything, you can damage your inventory, which can actually destroy your fishing rod, your engine. It's just luck of the draw which inventory slots it destroys.
Yeah, this is one of the scariest parts of the run. Also just sort of idling there, waiting for the fishing location to spawn in.
Bon, un miaou qui pue le poisson quand même.
Yeah, part of this is the guy who has the relic wants us to take care of this monster, so we got to set some traps around this, 3 traps around this swamp that will draw it there and then blow it up. Oh yeah, there's the fish. There's the fish he wanted. The gar was the important one because they only appear at 9 a.m. So.
Yeah, so in our lovely fishing interlude, Megan was also running out the clock a little bit because got to the like main econ section very early in the morning, but needed to wait for that to spawn.
You can see those eels there are very L-shaped, so they have to nesting them in your inventory is very hard. She has done this very good.
All right, we got our traps.
On va d'abord se reposer. Reposez-vous avant tout ça. Et c'est parti. Alors, maintenant, c'est un labyrinthe, on est heureusement du jeu, c'est exactement ce que ça parle.
All right, here we go. Laying the first trap, and you'll see she's just going to go a little bit far away and then stand still after the bait is in the traps, just so that to make sure the monster goes for the trap and not you.
I don't know. I think the sea serpent is kind of cute.
I do
like it doesn't give that much horrible eldritch monster to me. It's just like a weird dog, you know.
I like its face, but not like the big tumor on the top of its head.
That's fair. The aberrations in this game are nice and creepy.
Yeah, if you've not played this game, it's very good. It's not a long play at all unless you're trying to be a completionist, but if you are a completionist, it's extremely fun to try to get all the... There's a lot of nooks and crannies in this game to where different fish are hiding.
Yeah, and 2 DLCs, I think, since the main game released as well, so a bunch more content beyond it. I still have to go back and play some of the newer stuff.
Including a crossover with Dave the Diver. That's on the Dave the Diver side, but also good indie game to check out.
If you're here for the indie games, statistically, you like fishing minigames. And maybe also crushing a sea monster to death. I don't know.
Ooh. Yeah, we won't be making sushi out of these, though.
Yeah, that seems medically inadvisable.
And this is kind of a clinch section too because you don't dock a lot during this. So if you mess it up, there's a lot of time lost to be had here.
Yeah, I love that one, like, ring out of roots right at the end. I have to imagine for very seasoned speedrunners, that's a place that you lose a run to exactly once.
Just going too fast and hitting it.
Yeah. All right, and with our monster parts turned in, we do have our third relic, the shimmering necklace, and we can just teleport back instantly to the collector, and he will give us the banish ability, which is go away monsters button, which is pretty nice at this point in the run.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be used for a skip here coming up, because now we're going to my favorite part of it. If the mangrove spot was the one I had the most trouble with, I love the lagoon. It's really cool. This is also the worst RNG segment of the game coming up.
Espérons que non. Même si du coup ça rend la run beaucoup
This is why the estimate is what it is.
All right, we see there the net is coming out. This is the third type of, we have regular fishing, dredging, and now net fishing, where it just catches things passively as you're moving. And we need especially a squid that only is out at night, and ideally we will catch it on the way to the scientists over here.
Yeah. It looked like, I think she got it. I think she just got it right away with the net, the firefly squid. So we could be in the good timeline. I'm holding my breath. You need 3 specific fish here for the researcher.
Oh. I see a smile, so.
I think we're gaming. It's that easy. Just, hey, chat, being lucky, better than being good sometimes.
Simply catch the fish, the very first fish that you catch.
I'm sure that is a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that could easily be a reset back to the collector to redo that entire journey over here. Because once again, the firefly squid only comes out at night, so you either have to go back or go forward, one way or the other. Yes, I heard it. Kraken. That's the next monster, and normally you would activate all these stations and turn on like a sound generator that scares it away. It is actually faster though to just use the power that we just got it chases it away just long enough for you to get the relic. But first, the relic is deep here, so we need a special dredger that we don't have yet.
Yeah, so one last little bit of econ upgrades, and then we tussle with a Kraken, and that's basically the final boss of this run, because then after the Kraken goes down, we're just turning in the final relic, and then, like, hastening to the ending.
Yeah, just hitting a whole ton of story triggers, and then getting to the end as fast as possible. No more luck, no more items needed. And actually, since we don't need the research stations to turn on the generator, the actual reason you even need to do anything for the scientist is you need the part that she has in order to get the deep sea dredger. So.
Just like the video game Dredge, to gate your progress behind a thing that dredges. Is this anything? No? I'll go.
Dredge more.
The game is always saying this.
And you notice just the exact items left, and now the reserve inventory is empty.
Yeah, really clean micromanagement for Megion through this like entire run.
This is a beautiful area. I love it so much. All right, and there's the activation.
There's the relic. Now get out of here.
Get out. Go, go, go. There we go. Last relic.
Very clean.
Last relic turn in, and now it's just going to be a sprint to the end. Very nice run.
Yeah, not like for a marathon setting in a game like this. Like, I'm looking up the exact time because I'm curious. Megion's PB on SRC is a 34:47. And like, yeah, there's some ending stuff to get through, but this was an absolutely command run.
Yeah, I think only 2 resets, and one of those was completely unavoidable, just really bad luck. So,
yeah.
not too shabby at all. Also, the music in this game is great. I know in the run you don't hear a lot of it, including we didn't even go to one of my favorite areas because it's not needed in the speedrun, but it's very cool. It's very peaceful a lot of times, despite the fact it's a horror game.
Except for when it's not.
Il va bien, comme vous le voyez. Vraiment, il pète le feu. Il a la pêche.
This guy's the former mayor, believe it or not.
Yeah, again, there's like plot that happens here. This is a speedrun. Play the game yourself.
Parce que ce que vous savez pas, l'histoire des dialogues, c'est que l'honneur nous relie des trucs un peu inquiétants. Si, je vous assure.
Parce que vous avez remarqué, mais il se passe des choses.
One last drift into the docks.
J'avoue, j'ai pas remarqué grand-chose, hein, j'avoue.
Dredge drift.
Donc là, la gardienne n'est pas du tout inquiétante. Elle ne connaît pas du tout.
And this is the part of this story where you actually start to figure out what the collector actually wants with all the relics, and that maybe you might not want to give him the last one.
Qui n'est pas, ne faites pas ça, ne volez pas les livres, s'il vous plaît. On achète.
C'est un très mauvais livre.
Oui, ça c'est oui. Non, n'achetez pas tous les livres. Si c'est un très mauvais livre, vous allez pouvoir faire le tuto qu'on va vous donner ensuite. Voilà, donc on a récupéré le livre de manière très pacifique.
Ouais, on l'a un peu raquetté. C'est quand même, vous avez même pas mal aidé. Hein.
Non, moi ça va.
Okay.
And you'll notice the eyeball is all the way open, even though it's daytime.
It's fine. I'm sure that's nothing.
Donc là, on rentre dans une zone de non-retour.
C'est la fin du jeu.
C'est la fin du jeu. De RNG à partir d'ici. En tout cas, quasiment pas.
Okay, now it's just follow the lighthouse until the final. The time it comes up when the book gets thrown overboard.
On a pris la bonne décision. Ouais, c'est...
I'm sure it will be safe forever in the sea.
Wink.
On va vers la lumière.
No, but really solid run. Really solid game.
La lumière, qu'est-ce qui pourrait mal se passer?
Yeah, like one set of sea monster stuff, and otherwise just clean the whole way through.
Yeah, and very good luck on the parts collection and research and stuff.
Yeah,
too.
the firefly squid.
Là, c'est ce qu'il faut faire avec les mauvais livres. Donc, vous l'avez utilisé de
There she goes. GG.
Yeah, very nice run. GG's, much applause.
Non, vraiment, on a acheté le livre, tout se passe bien, le jeu est fini.
Well, I think both of us are doing commentary for other runs during this event, but until then, where can people find you, Quack?
Yeah, this is actually my last one for the event, so thank you so much to SpeeDons for partnering with GDQ and GDQ for having me on the mic. Before I go, I do want to shout out GDQ. If you're on this channel for the English Restream, I hope you'll also check out GDQ Hotfix, which is happening literally all the time outside of like main broadcasts and Restream events like this one. I run a show called Make Your Own Victory that showcases speedruns that don't beat the game, like the all fish category in Dredge. It's a great time. I hope you check it out. But yeah, where can the people find you?
I'm LM Motos everywhere. That's what it is. So yeah, thanks for joining us. The next run is gonna be coming up, which is going to be
Splody! It's Splody, another great indie game featuring Jerem, who is also a Dredge runner as well. So we're keeping the continuity.
Oh.
The English commentator is, I have just been informed, a dev of the game, which is super, super exciting. So stick around for that.
Very nice. I did not know that. That's hype. I'm going to be sticking around too then. Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone.
même de le dire, hein. Miaou. Miaou. J'ai pas entendu. Elle est trop belle.
Et relatif, comment ils vont? Mais non, quel magnifique run!
C'était magnifique. Désolé, même moi, ça m'a mis une paralysie du sommeil de me voir dans le retour, donc je suis absolument navré.
Tu m'étonnes.
Quel superbe run, on peut encore l'applaudir, hein, notre run pour Dredge.
Magnifique sub 39, exceptionnel. En plein live, en plein speedon, c'est magnifique, c'est historique.
J'ai envie de pleurer. Pas encore. C'est que le début de la soirée. Mais oui. Et ça, c'est absolument gigantesque. On va pouvoir se diriger tranquillement vers une autre run, celle-là. Eh bien, si je suis bien, ça sera Splody.
Exactement. Mais avant ça, je pense qu'on peut dire quand même quelques dons. Il y a quelques dons qui ont été dirigés directement vers Lyon. C'est les BG de Lyon qui ont envoyé 1 euro et qui ont dit qu'ils étaient présents. Ils sont là, bien sûr. J'en ai un autre, bien sûr, qui est juste un peu plus haut. Hop, Lou qui a envoyé 7 euros, bien sûr. Toujours 7, toujours. Et qui dit, mais Gion, pourrait-elle donner la référence de sa chemise trop stylée? C'est pas pour une amie. C'est vrai que,
ça c'est vrai ça.
La chemise c'était quelque chose.
Si on peut avoir la rêve de la chemise.
Après, sinon, j'ai des dons. Des 100 balles de Solambrin, il y a 100 balles de Vanille Choco, il y a 100 balles de Dix Myrtille, on a 150 balles anonymes, 100 balles anonymes, 500 balles de Gablin.
Oh ouais.
On a un sacré combo durant cette run de Dread. Bravo, applaudissements pour ça, bien sûr.
Écoute, moi j'ai été Linda qui donne 500 balles. 500 balles. Merci pour cette run toujours aussi passionnant. Vive le speedrun et bourrez les dons. Tout simplement, on continue avec... Il y a eu beaucoup de 100 balles qui sont arrivées, si je peux me permettre. Je vais donc... Max, 100 balles strictement inférieures à 3 de son côté.
Magnifique, moi j'ai quelques dons qui étaient dirigés vers toi. TPK la plus belle, comme toujours, à l'Espidon avec un don de 7 euros bien sûr par Nushred. Quelle beauté, bien sûr. On a HGW qui envoie 111,11 euros et qui dit représente la team D1 depuis le public. Et hashtag SLY win bien sûr. OMG, la team Solari qui est présent. Il y a Peter Pan aussi qui cherche la fée clochette avec un don de 7 euros.
Bah,
je crois qu'elle est là.
Commence par répondre à mes snaps, fumier.
Ça c'est bien dit, ça, magnifique. On a Flop aussi pour les 200.
Hey everyone in the English Restream. We are back with SpeeDons. The next game coming up is going to be Splody, which is in any percent by Jerem. I'm Frozen Dose and I'm very excited for Splody since I'm the developer of this game. And yeah, the game is a funny little indie platformer where you don't actually have a jump button, which is kind of funny for a platformer. Instead, Jeremy will use the explosions of potions to propel themselves through all the levels, which will then kind of replace the jump. It is very momentum-based. It's a very tough speedrun, because sometimes you need to change your aim direction very fast in order to redirect your momentum. But it's super fun to watch runners fly through all the levels. And yeah, the game is fairly short, so it will be over very quick. Basically no downtime between the levels. There's also no RNG involved in this game. So it will all just be pure skill. For any percent, you only have to complete the 4 base worlds without any secret stages. And each world contains about 25 levels. There's no real glitches in this game, but there's definitely some strats that you can do, some cheese that we will see throughout the run. The momentum system can get quite abused in this game, especially when you start chaining potions. You'll hopefully see Jerem pull off some double or triple explosions in some levels, flying through over some walls and stuff. But yeah, I'm very excited. Looks like we are about to start the run. I'm also very happy that Jerome asked me to commentate. Yeah, exactly. You, as you can see, you play this little wizard guy. You're throwing potions instead of jumping. They can destroy stuff. Oh, there's a custom skin now. They actually used the mascot for SpeeDons to use as his player sprite. There we go. So we start in the academy. The story is relatively simple. You're like a little guy was getting started in potion brewing, which is like the first stage of this game. But he was never able to brew anything useful, and his brew attempts were always ended up in explosions. So he got fed up with it and started using his potions to blow up everything, basically. But yeah, I think sea levels are very, very fast. Constantly using potions to get speed. There's also destructible blocks that you can destroy with potions. You can also see little collectibles that he has to collect to unlock the final door of a level. Sometimes levels have that, sometimes not. You can also see like little souls that he usually skips by because we don't need them in any percent. This level shows that we can actually wall jump with the potions. This was a little tutorial for the portals. In this room, the portals got completely ignored. As you can see, he is abusing the momentum system quite heavily. Here's a little section where we have to destroy blocks, and then the path. Again, we have to collect the crystals to unlock the end of the levels. And here's a little introduction that you get more and more speed the more potions you use. The speed you actually don't get slowed down when you hold in the direction of the movement. And he did a little trick where he did a potion to the left of the wall and then under him to get a diagonal boost very, very far to skip some section of the level. And he's doing a double potion strat where he's shooting a potion upwards, and as it lands, shoots another potion downwards to basically do a double potion, which propels you twice as high. This is our first bigger level of the academy, of the first world. We have to go to 3 different directions and collect all the crystals. I find this custom sprite very funny. Also, I've never really seen this game being modded yet, so quite interesting to see that my game can be modded. Here you have to be careful to not destroy too many blocks, otherwise you will just fall down. And we're coming up to the last level of the stage. It's a very tall tower. Again, you need to make sure that you don't destroy too many blocks under you, otherwise it will get very tough to climb up. But Jaron did it. Now we're in the forest. So each world has like different gimmicks. In the first world we were doing some portal stuff and there was some kind of introduction. Now destructible blocks actually regrow, and when you stand in the regrow block, once it regrows you get squished and die. So you need to be a little bit faster going through these vine blocks. We also have dart traps, and we also have the parachute, which in combination with potions will be very fun to use. Come on, Jerem. You can do this. But yeah, the parachute slows down your fall speed massively, but you can still use it with your potions to move around tasks horizontally. As you can see, the levels are getting harder and harder with each stage and with each level. This one is all about not getting squished by the vines while collecting all the crystals for the door. And he was waiting a little bit to let them regrow and then go put them back again. Now we have switch blocks. Once you activate them, they will slowly go away, and some levels in the forest will feature that. It's a little digging level. Yeah, yes, this game is very fast, guys. The levels are very short. Oh, he did like a triple potion strat with the glider. That's sick. Just skip the entire level. This is like the waiting room level. You basically need to dodge all the arrows while waiting for the door to unlock, but he's just cheesing it by just wall jumping over and over again. It's actually not that easy to wall jump like that. He just jumped over the glider. I think that was not intended. Oh, this level is one of my favorites to watch, how he's weaving through all the arrows, so he's not getting hit. It's actually very tough. So I understand he's farming some deaths here. Come on, Jeremy. Yes. There we go. A little wall jumping with the glider. Or more like spike jumping. You can also jump on spikes if you time it correctly with your potions. Ah, you missed the switch. You need to hit the switch in order to unlock the door. Again, a little bit of waiting with some wall stalling. Oh, we're going for double potion strat here. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to jump on top of the switch blocks, which is possible if you do a double potion strat here. And the timing is quite rough. No, Jerem. Oh, the angle was not quite there. Okay, yeah, he's going for the backup, just doing the level normally. Here we're going for a triple potion upwards to just skip half of the level, to basically skip it until the end. Here you're supposed to unlock the glider, but Jeremy will just not unlock the glider and try to skip it by doing some crazy potion strats. Well, this one is pretty hard. I never did that myself when I was testing the game. Obviously, as a devs, we knew that how abused the momentum system can get by players. But we were still surprised by some strats people came up with. It's like you kind of have to get into a flow. There we go. And we're in the final level of the forest. Each final level in each world is quite a bit longer than normal levels. It's like kind of like an endurance test. A little challenge at the end of each world. And you did all the switches to unlock the door at the end. And there we go. Entering the third world, the volcano. Now the difficulty really spikes up. The volcano is known for being a run killer. We have lava balls that are trying to kill you with lava. We have the wind mechanic that affects you and the potions. You have to go sideways with the wind to not hit the lava. Lava balls can also move along the stage. We also have breaking blocks, like crumbling blocks. When you step on them, they will start crumbling and you will fall if you don't move fast enough. It's a little section with the wind, very nice. Oh, we're going fast through this. Skipping all the balls perfectly. Here another double potion to jump over the entire level. He's probably doing it again. Wonderful. Oh, here we're going the right path, just boosting on the spikes to not die. And then the rest of the level is pretty simple.
évite de faire des gauches-droites. En speedrun, on n'a pas le temps. Hein. Voir les niveaux, ça ne nous intéresse pas.
Un petit gauche-droite avec des petits cycles à respecter. On fait attention aux boules. Hop. On fait attention aux béboules.
Ah oui. Alors qu'on est une béboule nous-mêmes.
And again, each levels there will be some crystals that you have to collect. Yeah, this was also not the intentional path, but
Encore un petit gauche-droite ici.
people abuse the momentum system quite a bit.
Maintenant, on a des boules partout.
On peut remarquer la sorte de...
He was with the switch while using the wind to glide over. He was pre-firing some potions for that second switch, which was very nice. Also to fall down faster, it's always nice to just boost yourselves downwards sometimes. And here using a triple potion to jump up the level completely. Here we are taking a little skip through the break blocks. Here doing a double potion to skip a little bit ahead. We can't skip it completely. It's a longer level. Quite difficult when you play it the first time. But Jeremy will make it look very easy. All these kind of wall jumping set, Jeremy makes it look like it's very easy to wall jump in this game, but you actually need quite a bit of practice. This is a very tricky section. There's a lot of lava balls and you wanna time your landings perfectly in between them.
Et bah, quand on perd aussi, on est un peu plus lent, mais plus safe finalement.
Exactement. Hop. Des petites béboules en effet.
Oh, that was fast. Now there were some tight timings. Now we're at the final level of the volcano. If Jerem will be fast enough, you will never see the lava actually rising. Because, yeah, there it is. But yeah, there's lava chasing you throughout the entire level here. So you're forced to go fast. But Jerem got this. Oh, he still got it. He's still fast enough. There we go. And then we're coming up to already the last stage of the game, which is the moon, featuring low gravity throughout all the levels. And not only that, also screen wrapping and gravity flippers. All the good stuff. Yeah, especially with low gravity, momentum gets even crazier.
On a l'endroit à l'envers.
As you can see when he's like boosting through all the corridors here. Oh, he's saving himself with a potion spikes.
On part en diagonale, hop, on est en d'écran, on est en bas, hop, on va remonter, on est en haut, on est en bas. On va faire le topo à chaque fois. Mais...
Hop. Des petites boîtes, on va chercher le petit
You have to collect all the 4 crystals to unlock the door and make sure that you don't destroy all the break blocks, otherwise you will not be able to clear it. There we have the gravity flippers again.
Dans le deuxième niveau, inverse notre centre de gravité, notre personnage. Donc là, le sol est en haut en fait, et là il est en bas.
Nice.
Et si on est selon notre hauteur sur la ligne, eh bien, on va devoir jouer avec les pics aussi. Ça fait une sorte un peu de air time, en quelque sorte de contrôle, mais qu'on a moins à maîtriser.
Très dur à maîtriser. Non mais ça va, on retourne l'écran et ça devrait passer.
Oui, certainement. Faut retourner beaucoup par contre.
Faut être à pro.
Again, you have not many chances to make these jumps. The break blocks will disappear. You have to use precise potions to weave through this level.
Pas mal lâché sur les pics sur ce level particulièrement.
There we go. Oh. Oh, saved himself on the spikes. I bet Jerome's a little bit nervous. I understand. It's a very big arena I saw. Oh, is he saving himself? Oh, that was close actually. Very, very close. No! They're already the end on the spikes. It's actually one of the first moon levels we designed, but it's now a bit later in the moon world. There we go. This level is basically upside down and quite challenging to play a level upside down. The entire level is upside down. This is the little room where the gravity also constantly switches. You have to collect all the crystals here. It's just all about timing with your wall jumps, basically, with your wall explosions. We actually came up with this game during a game jam. We had a lot of fun making it and decided to make it a full game. That was fast, nice. Taking switches. Oh, saved himself the spikes. Very good. Chaining some momentum here. Not quite enough. He's actually using an off-screen wall, which we accidentally left in. But he used the off-screen wall to propel himself even faster. There we go. First try, right? First try every time. There's like the spiky moon cave. This one was quite challenging the first time. Need to make sure that you don't gravity flip into spikes. Another upside down level. This time horizontal. Taking it slow and easy. There we go. We don't need to go with the switch blocks, we can just use 4 potions at once. And we come up to the final level of the moon, which is the fastest level in the game. You have to stack a lot of momentum to clear it. He's already taking his hands off the keyboards because he already knew he would win. And that's Splody! Very nice.
On dirait pourtant.
Very proud of Jerem for this run. He like the pioneer of the speedrun community. Going to all the speedrunning events. Very proud of him. Very thankful.
devs du jeu qui sont au Restream GDQ, donc merci pour le jeu, c'est super. Et bah n'hésitez pas à le faire, hein, c'est un tout petit jeu indé, donc voilà, merci tout le monde.
Yeah, thanks for everyone to watching Splody.
Alors, est-ce que je dois vous dire la vérité ou pas, les petits potes à la compote
Ah bah, je crois bien qu'on va
Hope you enjoyed the run.
devrait y passer, mais si on regarde bien, eh bien l'incentive, on est à 11%, donc c'est compliqué là.
To all the Splody speedrun community and everyone who bought this game, thank you all very much. Thanks for GDQ for this restream. And thanks for having me. You can find me on all social media with Frozen Dolls. And get Splody on Steam. Thanks for watching and stick around for Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Have a good one, guys.
Là, je suis nerfé. Tu es nerfé, terrible. Donc, est-ce qu'on se fait quoi? Est-ce qu'on se laisse 5 minutes le temps? Tu sais quoi? Continuez de faire des remerciements et toutes ces bises. Continuez. On stall. Trustez le process.
Remercie et t'inquiète là, on doit remercier des gens, c'est ça?
Ouais.
On remercie Béboul. Incroyable Béboul. Notez que sur le t-shirt, il y a le personnage de Splodé juste en bas à droite.
Et oui. Le petit alchimiste tout acheté. Achetez le t-shirt, bien sûr. Et sinon, Jérém, comment était cette run?
Il y a eu des morts, mais en même temps, en run live, c'est compliqué, mais...
Est-ce que tu es content?
Oui, je suis content de la run.
Est-ce que le public est content de cette run, surtout?
Ça, tant mieux, ça fait plaisir.
Est-ce que le public a 9000 balles pour en voir plus?
Pas sûr.
Est-ce que le public pourrait faire un effort, s'il vous plaît?
Bon, les petits potes à la compote, je crois que c'est finito là. Je crois que c'est finito malheureusement.
Quel dommage.
Je suis désolé de faire ça, je suis désolé, mais je vous invite du coup à dire vos derniers mots et on va pouvoir passer à la suite bien sûr.
Aurais-tu un dernier mot, Jérém?
Bah non, merci tout le monde, merci le public, c'est incroyable, et puis voilà, c'est tout.
Venez. Merci beaucoup, messieurs, sur la scène de SpeeDons pour cette superbe run de Splody. Je ne connaissais pas Splody et j'en ressors absolument ébobie.
Ça avait l'air d'être ultra hardcore, ça a l'air d'être un espèce de rage game, genre je sais pas à quel point c'est compliqué de manipuler le petit béboul du coup, mais ça avait l'air intankable.
Ça avait l'air absolument intankable. Ce qui veut dire que dans la suite des hostilités, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance arrive, messieurs, dames, avec un ini% d'1h30.
Metal Gear, magnifique.
Évidemment, je sais qu'un certain Protsky dans le chat n'attend que ça, enfin dans le public, pardonnez-moi, ouais, il attend que ça. Oh my god, c'est pour le moment. Ah ouais?
Bah ouais.
Non, c'était une soundboard, t'inquiète.
Wow.
À moins que ce soit mes pouvoirs spéciaux.
C'est tes pouvoirs de fée.
De fée des
Tu sais
dents.
faire plein de trucs, sauf faire des clochettes pour un
Je vais faire plein de trucs sauf 9000 balles. Ça,
ouais, ça tu sais pas faire ça c'est pas possible.
C'est vrai que je sais pas encore tout à faire. Je te propose de lire des dons, mon
Quelques dons. Eh ben allez, on a Morphine pour 100 balles qui nous dit bon SpeeDons 2026 à toutes. Bonne run à tous, bien sûr. Les 200 balles de Béboul de Flupper qui nous dit allez l'incentive. Oula. Bon, on enchaîne. On a Kyle pour les 7 euros. Pour les dons qui viendront après, je sais, c'est une ref. Tu l'as
Indian. Je sais pas.
En fait, c'est simple. Il y a un jeu qui est dans le SpeeDons qui est pas trop connu. Ça s'appelle Clair Obscur Expédition 33.
Jamais entendu.
Et dedans, il y a un dicton, c'est pour ceux qui viendront après.
Ah
mais
ouais?
Là, il l'a fait pour les dons. Tu l'as ou pas?
Mais s'il y en a qui viennent pas après.
Ils l'ont le public ou pas? Ouais, ils l'ont. Magnifique. Qu'est-ce que t'as toi de ton côté? Dis-nous.
Moi, de mon côté.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to SpeeDons 2026 as presented in English by the Games Done Quick channel. My name is The King's Pride, and I am very happy today to be commentating Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. But I'm not alone. I am joined by...
I am Nick RP Green. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here on the channel for some Metal Gear Rising. Yes.
I am so excited for this, Nick. This is one of my favorite games of all time, and our runner is going to crush it today. We are on New Game, not New Game Plus, so we're going to see some pretty interesting shenanigans to get around that money route as we go through.
Yes, if you've ever seen a live speedrun of Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, chances are it was any % New Game Plus hard. That is the most popular category, but this is new game. So they will not have access to all of the weapons from the start. They will not have access to any items from the start, any upgrades or anything like that. When you do New Game Plus, you pretty much run as though you've unlocked absolutely everything. This run will be starting from nothing.
Yeah, so that means that, like I mentioned, our money route is going to be really tight. We're going to be seeing a lot of fights where we do not want to be taking any hits whatsoever. And we're going to be seeing some alternate strats to what you might see normally. It's going to be a fantastic time. Nick, what are you looking forward to the most here?
See, I've recently learned the any % New Game Plus run, so I'm really interested to see how those differences come up, what tactics and stuff. Because we'll see as we get towards the end of the game, the two runs will start to be very similar because you'll be unlocking stuff and being prepared for it. But that early game is going to be so different from what you might normally expect. So I'm really interested to see what that's going to be like.
Yeah, frankly, I'm looking forward to Sundowner. I'm told that he's invincible, so it's going to be interesting to see how our runner's going to get around that.
Of course, the other thing to always look forward to when you're doing or watching a Rising Revengeance run is the music, because it does have some of the best hard metal music in all of video game history.
Genuinely, some of folks, I'm not going to lie to you. I genuinely once was on a road trip and I showed my mom the entire Metal Gear Rising soundtrack and explained song by song what all of them meant and why they were significant. It's a good soundtrack, is what I'm trying to say.
It's one I've been learning it again recently, so playing a lot of it, but still like wanting to just have the soundtrack on, like when I'm working and stuff, because it's so good. It's just such a good soundtrack.
It's genuinely incredible. Like, I mean, my opinion, I don't think that any game has matched the Metal Gear Rising soundtrack. I have heard some good things about Expedition 33 though, so I'll have to play through that and get back to you.
Gotta say, I'm loving the outfits from the hosts on the SpeeDons channel.
The cosplay has gone a little insane this this event. It's really cool.
It does look like
they're introing us.
Yes. All right.
Now, a couple of things.
Oh no.
Oh no. What? I think these are our hosts. I think we're almost ready.
Okay, these are the commentators. I like the Metal Gear sign in the background.
Metal Gear?
Are those little Raidens on the?
Oh my gosh!
The little Raidens on sticks that the audience are holding.
Oh, that's adorable.
And there is our runner.
Effectivement, un petit coup de Metal Gear Rising. C'est pas forcément le plus connu des Metal Gear, mais c'est aussi un des plus connus.
I love seeing the snap nano machines.
C'est un peu le thème, il paraît.
All right. Woo.
Excellent. A little bit of groundwork here. So Metal Gear Rising is a character action game, third person. So we're going to be seeing our cyborg ninja Raiden running around and slashing the crap out of everything. That's going to be our main gameplay loop as we're headed in. So get ready for a fun hack and slash time. Looks like we're getting ready to start time here.
Now, my French isn't that good, but even I can recognize yes and no there.
All right, and time has started. So we're loading in on Mission 0 here. Very neat part about this. So you see immediately we're headed into Blade mode. So Blade mode is just going to be, we focus up and you can freely control the movement of the blade. Very fun part about this fight, legally, you are not required to do it. You can just leave. You do not have to fight those men.
Yep, so you just see him wander past, and we are straight into the first boss fight against Metal Gear Ray. And this is one of the best openings to a game.
It is so good. Shout outs to the theme here, Rules of Nature. incredibly iconic. Maybe only taken over by the final boss fight theme of this game. But you can see here that Zaviga is just baiting out specific attacks. So we really want that headbutt that's going to do 20% damage every time that we parry it. And then whenever Ray does this big jump back, it's going to follow up with a big tail swipe about like 50% of the time, I think. But the Ray fight is a lot of like response to action.
Yeah, this is a very RNG heavy fight. You can have really good Ray fights. You can lose time on depending on what he does. But this has been really fast. He's already got him down to 0.1%. So he's just baiting out that quick time event to end the fight. Here it comes.
The lives on the line. I'm so good.
A little bit of button mash in. Yeah, that was super clean.
And in case anybody doubted that this was made by Platinum Games, there's the money shot. There's a lot of Bayonetta in this game, is what I'm saying.
Wonderful start.
Yep. So anytime that we are traversing areas here, you're going to be seeing us jump a ton. That's just going to save... it's like frames every jump, but it will add up over the course of the run here. And we have our ninja run, Cross Ninja, as it is in the French here. I hope that I pronounced that correctly. Ninja run is basically
sounded
like, yeah, it's just like an auto sprint, basically. You run, you automatically dodge projectiles and slash them out of the air with your sword. You parkour automatically. Sometimes we're going to be using that auto parkour, sometimes we are not. But we are into Ray 2 here. If you'd like to speak a bit about Ray 2.
So with Ray 2, what he's going to be doing is trying to not go over certain damage thresholds. Ray 2 had some iframes that he needs to be able to avoid, so he's getting in one heavy, five lights, followed by a few more attacks. He's wanting to get that damage down to just over 80%. So should be another hit there. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. That's excellent. So there's going to be a parry. He's now going to chop the bottom of the head off. Get through that nice and quick, and then should be going down into the bottom corner to try and trigger Zandatsu again, and gets it. Very nice. Then there's going to be another parry immediately here. Another Zandatsu. And this should leave Ray on almost no health. So one more hit triggers the rocket skip. Then excellent execution of the rocket skip. Just means the number of rockets that Raiden's jumping across has been lowered. Quick slice, and then we're just on quick time events and a little bit of a ninja run down the clock tower there. Finish. Very, very clean fight that.
If you've never played this game before, get ready. There's going to be a lot of spectacle for, you know, maybe not the greatest of reasons, but looking cool is probably the best reason you could have.
Dodging all the missiles.
Yeah, incredibly clean fight here. Just fantastically done. So we're gonna beat every enemy that we see just like this, right? All super clean. Every single enemy that we see, we're gonna beat the crap out of, right? That's how this game.
Here's hoping. That was a very, very. We're not quite done with Chapter 0, but the rest of Chapter 0 is pretty much an auto scroller.
Yeah, what can there possibly be in Chapter 0 that can pose a threat to a robot ninja like us?
Another robot ninja, I think, is the answer to that.
Huh? Or should I say Nani?
This is the first Sam fight. The intention with this fight is to lose the fight as quickly as possible. This is completely scripted. There is nothing you can do to beat Sam. You just want to make sure Sam defeats you nice and fast.
Yep. So in case my leading language there did not tip you off, yeah, this fully, you have no choice here. Fighting back, in fact, is way slower. So all that our runner is going to do here is walk up to Sam and just get completely beat the heck up. And then once Sam finally takes our last bit of HP, perfect, we are going to be heading into Mission 1.
There's a small wait here. The runner's going to wait 14 seconds and then try and make an attack on Sam. That's then going to trigger Sam to fight back. There we go.
Yep. Incredible Mission 0. We have a fantastic ride-in for you folks. Mission 1, though, from now on, we're going to be trying to get as many hitless fights as possible because our money route, our BP, as it is in this game, really relies upon... No, why are you trying to hit a cat? What are you doing?
It's Ninja Cat!
Ninja Cat! But we are, we're going to try to get our money to specific breakpoints throughout this run to afford very specific upgrades. So here you see we are going to be doing this mechanic that was mentioned a little earlier, Zendatsu. This is where you cleanly cleave an enemy in two, and you get to pull out their electrolytes. So yes, this entire game is about a blonde man in a robot body stealing the Gatorade out of a bunch of child soldiers. I didn't make this story up. I don't think Kojima made the story up. I don't know who did this one, but
bit of Kojima, bit of Platinum.
A little bit of
so
both,
you see on Raiden's health bar, below his health bar, there's a blue bar. That's what allows him to go into blade mode and sustain it. And so that's why he then needs to collect more of the goo from the enemies. The Gatorade. Let's keep calling it Gatorade. I like that.
Yeah. The electrolytes. But we're going to be stalling a little bit here just because there's an invisible wall there. And then running straight past this. And our BP is at 12.8k, which is pretty close to the route that we need. And here is the cow. Everybody loves the cow. Would you like to speak on the cow a little bit?
So he's going to be trying to take this cow out nice and quickly. Few slashes, baiting out some of those attacks. There we go. There's Zandatsu to refill the bar. And of course get that precious BP. Nice block. More enemies have come in, so again, taking those out quickly and getting that BP from them.
Yep, we're trying to bait out a specific attack from the gecko here, which will allow us that attack. This, oh no, we're resetting. In the notes, it does specifically say, get this attack or lose 30 seconds, your choice. So we really hope that the gecko here does a specific attack so that we can parry it instantly. Here we go, there's the charge. And that parry allows us to enter a little quick time mode, and then we get essentially a free kill on this giant cow here. Perfect.
There we go, that's the attack that he was waiting on. And then take out the two enemies.
Yep, it's so sad to see the worst case scenario immediately into the best case scenario, but isn't that just the way of the speedrun? Also, fun fact, every slash that you do in Blade mode or in Zandatsu gives you 10 BP up to a maximum of 150, I believe. So if you really want to maximize your BP, cut away 15 times, then after that, let them fall to the ground.
Of course, it wouldn't be a Metal Gear game without some stealth. There are some stealth elements in this game, so that's why he's taken that very specific route to get around those other two geckos.
Yep, and we are into our first shop here. So what we're going to buy an upgrade to our high-frequency blade, and we're going to buy the rocket armor. I believe it's the commando armor is the proper name of it. But that is a surprise tool that's going to help us in about 10 seconds. So there are, I believe this was like an update thing. I don't think it's a DLC, but you can buy specific armors that fill up your inventory with specific items. So the green armor here gives you maximum rockets. It gives you 10 in each slot. And wouldn't you know it, having a lot of rockets tends to be pretty powerful.
Yeah, we're about to go into the next boss fight, which is against Blade Wolf. And this is a very rocket-heavy fight.
Incredibly rocket-heavy. Get ready for it, folks. It's not going to last long. Get a combo in, and then we're going to wait to parry Blade Wolf. And... rocket, 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 rocket.
That's a lot of rockets.
We didn't even get to the good part of the theme. I'm sorry. I'm my own master now. Every single boss theme in this game. Again, I can't stress enough. It's the best theme in the game. Now the helicopter. So we're on a bridge here. The bridge is collapsing. Very classic Platinum set piece of running across collapsing ground. And we are going to be fighting the helicopter coming up here soon. Yet another blink and you miss it, frankly. We fire one homing rocket. We, take a little bit of damage there, unfortunate. And... looks like our runner is debating whether to reset or not.
Yeah,
Seems
there's the reset.
Decided not to. Here we go. Yep, very fast fight. We run over and grab another homing missile. And we are running... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, here a lot of this isn't mandatory. Just running straight over to the gate. Lots of little bunny hops as usual. Unskippable cutscene.
Yep. And that part right there, it's supposed to teach you about a mechanic in this game where you can find commanders with your like special robot vision. You can cut off their left arms for extra bonuses. Or you could just cut straight through the gates because you're a robot ninja with a really cool sword. So a little bit of thinking outside the box there. Or maybe the most inside the box there has ever been. I don't know, man.
It's a Metal Gear game. There's going to be some boxes in there somewhere.
True. Actually, I don't know if we see any boxes in this route. It'd be funny, though.
That was a very clean fight.
Very clean. Looking at our money route right now, and it looks like we're still doing good on the money route despite taking some damage on that helicopter fight. So we have a couple more armors that we're going to be buying throughout the game. Right now we're just kind of going through and running to the next point, which is going to be Mistral. So Mistral is the boss of Mission 1, and she parries pretty much everything, so you really have to be careful and bait her out. That is why we bought a move earlier called Defensive Offensive, which is basically a little jump and cut. We're reloading the checkpoint here just to skip a codec call, and we are moving into the facility where Mistral is waiting for us. And these little guys are terrifying.
The dwarf geckos are adorable.
They're little nice way of with 3 arms. I hate them. It's so terrifying. They're so creepy.
Okay, getting some more of that BP in with Zandatsu. And then just ninja run slashing is one of the quickest ways of taking enemies out.
Yep.
Another S. Very nice.
Yeah, very good. We are going to be opening up our menu here, and we're going to be getting yet another suit. This is the Inferno armor. This is going to fill our grenade inventory. So we're going to have 10 of each grenade, which, again, as you can imagine, having a lot of grenades is very good, especially our electromagnetic grenades, the EM grenade. That is going to avail us quite well against cyborgs, which, as you can imagine, hitting with an EMP does not make them happy.
There are some invisible lasers in that room. That's very good to get around those without getting spotted. Oh, there we go. And in that instance, using the sort of the overlay, the sort of X-ray overlay, showed Raiden where the lasers were, and allowed him to immediately just roll over them with Ninja Run. There was no extra input provided there. But now we are going into the Mistral fight. That was a really good section to get through that completely unnoticed.
Yep. So Mistral. Oh yeah, go ahead.
So there's a EM grenade, and then it's our good friend the rockets.
So Mistral, frankly, one of my favorite designs in this whole game. She has these massive multi-arms, and her weapon is just a bunch of arms holding 2 knives at the end. Fantastic job. I'm being told in the chat that currently chat is blindfolded, so I'm going to try to describe everything. We are doing a fight on top of an oil rig. Ninjas are flying through the air. There's a lot of arms. There's a lot of flips. There's a reload of a checkpoint to skip a cutscene. We are into section 2 now. So basically, our runner is going to be baiting out all of these combos from Mistral as she flips around all over the place, waiting for the perfect opportunity to hit her in the face with a couple of rockets. Oh, we have image again. Excellent.
Hey!
Visuals but no audio. What are we doing here?
There's the quick time event, and that triggers the end of the fight. Very clean. So the whole point of that fight is to get those first 2 sections over with as quickly as possible, because the majority of the damage comes from this final section, and that was really, really good. Yeah, it's
fantastically
skipping Zandatsu to save time. Normally, when you casually beat a boss, you'll then slash it out for a good 30 seconds. But obviously, that's pretty slow, even though it looks super cool.
Yep. Well done. I'm told that we have audio back now. Hooray!
Woohoo!
Hope that y'all were able to hear the tail end of that song, because we got the coolest part right at the end. All right, and now we are going to be buying L'Étranger. This one's actually in French. That's not me making fun of the fact that we're doing a French marathon right now. This is the pole arm, and it's pretty meta for a ton of stuff. Would you like to speak on the pole arm, Nick?
Yeah, so the thing that the pole arm introduces is a massive skip opportunity by using a technique called the pole arm jump. By doing a double heavy attack in the air and activating Ripper mode just as the second heavy attack starts, Raiden can get a huge boost up into the air, and that's going to allow the runner to get over a bunch of different walls. It's something that we would have seen had this been a New Game Plus run. And it does require you to have Ripper mode available. So we're not going to see that trick for a while, because whilst we've unlocked the pole arm, we haven't yet unlocked Ripper mode. That's not going to be until we fight Monsoon. But the pole arm does make for some very quick dispatches of enemies as well. So it's very likely that Ziggy is going to be using it to take out a bunch of enemies.
Yep, you can see here that we're doing the first 2 parts of a combo and then entering blade mode to cancel it to restart it instantly. This is an extremely quick way to deal damage in this game, as we beat up a robot gorilla in a Mexican sewer. This game is... It is something.
Again, Zandatsu, grab the Gatorade, and that's a bunch more BP.
Yes, we grabbed the gorilla-flavored Gatorade, and we are now going to be stealthing around these gorillas, which means running slightly to the left of them. The stealth mechanics in this game are unparalleled. The best in the Metal Gear franchise, I'm told.
Yeah, if you thought it was impressive getting past those gorillas just then without being spotted, it's not. There's one of the easiest bits to get past in the run.
Their vision cone is a line. It's not
pretty much, yeah.
But now we are fighting these. What are these? Assault gecko? I don't remember the name of these guys.
These are raptors.
Raptors. That's right. Also, whenever I played this casually for the first time, one of the banes of my existence. But our run is making just quick work of them. No problems here whatsoever.
So you can now see how the pole arm is just making those combos and taking these enemies out a lot easier. And look, the pole arm has a really wide berth, so getting into the middle, making sure you're surrounded by those raptors, that's the easiest way of getting as much damage onto all of them. The area of effect is really, really helpful. So we are approaching the next sort of mini boss. It's not a proper full boss.
Excellent stealth there once again. Oh, and we're resetting. We did get spotted. Oh, I spoke too soon.
This stealth section is a little bit more tricky.
It's a little harder. We have 3 gorillas here, I believe. And the one on top there can just kind of spot you whenever he feels like it. But we are past. Pretty easy there. Very well done by our
That's
runner.
better.
I would like to address something in the chat. Never say gorilla raid in my presence ever again. But we are headed into the facility here. If you've never played this game and you have not experienced the story, I highly recommend you do. I'm not going to be able to explain it during a speedrun. I am so sorry. Something stealing children, something putting them in robot bodies, something kids are cruel, Jack. Yeah.
Right, at this point in the run, Raiden genuinely says the line, "We've got to do something about these brains."
He does.
It is so. I mean, Metal Gear is already, just a crazy plot line, but this takes it up to another level. That room, it threw an EM grenade, distracted all of the guards in the room, and then went through the door. I should probably explain this.
Okay.
This is a mandatory fight, though, so taking out all of the guards as quickly as possible.
Yep, and we also saw there for a brief moment, there was a commander with one of those left arms that tried to tutorialize us about. We really don't want to pick up that arm. It is a free 10 seconds of time loss from picking your first one up. Now we've got everybody's favorite section of the game. It's the Dwarf Gecko.
So Raiden is going to control a Dwarf Gecko, needs to get it into a control room and get it to hack a console. I'm not sure
that's
why
cute.
it's purple.
It's the mascot of...
Oh, it is! Oh, that's awesome.
I just realized that. That's adorable.
That's been modded in. That's not something you could normally do in the game, but that's really cool.
I was also wondering what was up with the shears.
Sadly, we use the Dwarf Gecko for the whole of 10 seconds. That's it. The Dwarf Gecko section is now over.
Yep, and we've got to get in a joke about putting in the USB the wrong way around. This game's fantastic. Please play this game.
But now the Dwarf Gecko has done its job, it's time for Raiden to follow up. And there's going to be another take out every single enemy. We're going to be straight onto an alert. We need to take out every single enemy and then go through the door at the end.
You've got to do something about these brains. I believe after this room is the boss of this this level, if I'm correct.
Yes, that's Grad is the name of the next boss, which for some reason goes back to using Ray's boss theme.
I mean, listen, we have a full soundtrack of bangers. We got to use them a couple of times.
I mean, not that it's ever a bad time to use Rules of Nature, but it is quite odd that suddenly Rules of Nature is reused.
Yeah, it does become apparent at points in this game that it feels like the development cycle was maybe a tad rushed, and maybe we had to reuse some assets at certain points. But still a fantastic game, if, in my opinion, a tad too short. But it makes it an excellent speed game, so what do I know? Ooh, taking a hit from Grad there.
So there is a lot going on in this fight.
Yes, we can throw up to 3 EM grenades here to help us out with this fight, but if we throw a 4th, then Monsoon later is going to be a bit of a problem. So we want to be holding on to that as Grad switches to its assault mode.
There we go, that's getting on to the second half.
Let everybody appreciate the music for a moment.
It's looking good. You can see all of these blade mode cancels as well. As soon as the damage from a certain part of a combo is done, and there's the sky high. So the sky high attack is this attack where Raiden lifts his foot up and slashes upwards, and in between every single one of those attacks is a blade mode cancel to try and get as much damage in as possible. This is a very, very difficult move to keep doing consistently.
Yep, and I would like to mention with Sky High as well, the way that Raiden is able to do that is that he has like robot heels that he clamps the sword in between. Which is very funny that Raiden, who was the protagonist of Metal Gear Solid 2, everybody complained that he was too effeminate and too girly. So what was the response to that? Let's give him a neat cyborg body with long nails and high heels, and you can all, stuff yourselves. Raiden's perfect the way he is. All right, and that is mission 2 done. We're moving on to mission 3. So this is where we are going to be crawling through the city that most of this game takes place in, I think. It's Denver, right? It's Denver, Colorado.
Yes. Yes, we are heading towards World Marshal HQ, which is basically the android's base of operation.
Yeah, so we were in Mexico, well, we were in Africa, and then we were in Russia, then we were in Mexico, and now we are in Denver. Kind of an interesting place for our globe-spanning adventure to end up in. But yeah, so we're beating up the police. This game's fantastic. Play this game. And so our end goal here, we're going to be working our way up to Monsoon, who is at the base of the World Marshal HQ building. But along the way, we're going to have to run past quite a bit of these PMC police, because as this game is kind of prescient, you know, the messaging and the politics in this game very much ahead of its time. The robots are the police and also the military, and everybody should be afraid.
Quick chat with Wolf.
Yep, we got to talk to our dog. The dog's not dead, by the way. There he is. He's fine. I want to reassure everybody of that fact.
Thankfully, this fight is completely skippable. Whilst there is some lovely BP in there, those are all geckos, which are a bit of a pain to take care of. So it's a good thing that one's skippable.
Yep. And then doing the little sideways shuffle up the stairs while we have yet another codec call that we're required to take. This is the very story-heavy part of the game. Throughout the entire game, much like every Metal Gear Solid game, you can go into your radio and you can talk to your companions. They'll give you a little bit of background on the various things that you see. But I think that they were like, just in case people ignored that, let's spell out to them what's going on right now. We need to establish themes before we have the big twist at the end of this mission. The twist being that Raiden is a super cool robot who likes doing super cool robot things.
So taking out the second gecko. Very nicely done. Those red phosphorus grenades really, really help. And then there's just some dwarf geckos to clean up at the end.
Yep. We're not picking up the photo frame, unfortunately. This game really does combine the best parts of Platinum Games and Metal Gear Solid, which it's really funny because, like we mentioned, there's a couple of stealth sections, and you don't have to do any of them. And they have a photo frame, which is a very classic Metal Gear Solid, throw a picture of a woman onto the ground and every enemy mobs to it in the immediate area. You would think that it would stop working when everybody is cyborgs, but nope, it works way better in this game. We are headed up, or we're headed down, apologies, into the Underground Railroad. So this segment of the game is pitch black. You're supposed to be stealthing by with your robot vision because... Oh no, we are headed up. I'm thinking of a much later segment. Apologies.
We are... So this is Metro Skip. So we're getting into a specific position, and I'm actually very interested to see how it works in New Game, because we don't have the ability to do this without a polearm jump. Oh, that's very nice to get across there. So yeah, this would usually be polearm jumps to get up onto the building on the left. So the New Game route for this is very different. I was using other abilities to try and get height. Try and get up on top of this building, because that's where we can then go out of bounds for the Metro Skip. You see, there we go. So reach the top of that platform, and then one more combo to get on the roof. Very, nice. Very clean. And then there's Metro Skip. So around the side of this building, got to get on top of that one. Oh, and just misses. Oh, you've got to get on top of that building, that sort of hut at the bottom. But it is very, very tight. You can only approach it from the back side of that building. So you've got to get all the way round and back again. Unfortunately, the last checkpoint before that is before all of this jumping up. So we're going to see them get that now. Oh, very clean a second time.
Very nice.
Awesome.
Okay, we're going to fall in a very specific position. If we fall in the wrong way...
There we go.
Very nice. Yeah, if we fall in the wrong way there, then we have to do that entire segment normally, which is bad. So, very excellent. And here's the part that I was talking about. We are in the underground. You're supposed to use your radar vision to see through and sneak past all the gorillas hanging out in the sewers. And instead we're just going to be jumping along the walls like this is a Hat in Time speedrun or something.
Yep, just running straight over the top. Ignoring everything. Thankfully, there's no... there is still collision on the floor just around the outside of the metro area, so we can go out of bounds and it's not a problem. And keep going all the way over to the exit. As we exit, we're going to see the rest of the level load in. There'll be a codec, and then a reset gets us back in bounds and towards the end of Denver.
Very well done here. This is a very hard skip to do very consistently, and that was super clean. As mentioned earlier, we don't have the tools in New Game like New Game Plus does to do that relatively easily. So using those other methods to get us through. Took a couple of hits here. Looks like we are continuing on. Okay. We're headed into Monsoon next, too. Again, every theme in the game is the best theme in the game. Everybody is ready.
Monsoon is one of the trickiest fights in the game. And it's got even more so with the fact that this is a new game, and our weapons are limited.
Yeah,
just trying to take out.
We're going to see with Monsoon that we have health breakpoints that are very important not to go past. If we drop past 53.6% health on him at a certain point, we lose 30 seconds. So we're going to see our runner is going to be very careful in managing his health as we head towards Monsoon here.
So there was another couple of sections of fighting to do first. These enemies here. We're taking these out nice and quickly.
Ooh, caught a rocket to the face there.
And then that's not Blade Wolf. It is an inferior model, as Blade Wolf likes to remind you.
Yeah, these are not our dog. That's not our pet dog. These are evil dogs without minds of their own or something. It's fine. They're robots.
And now we're into a scripted section. Sam is talking to Raiden, basically telling him that he enjoys all the killing, which is a very similar conversation that Snake had in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Raiden, did you know that when you cut somebody in half, they're a little sad about it?
That is essentially the purpose of this section. We're now going to do a fight against a bunch of enemies, and during the fight, Raiden is going to be able to hear how the enemy's emotions, like their inner thoughts. They'll say and do things, but they've got their own inner monologue, and they're like screaming and they're terrified for their lives.
Yeah. This is a very classic Metal Gear of, did you know that war is bad and awesome and terrible and is so cool? Do you ever think about the fact that these guys who are trying to kill you might, be a little upset when you kill them back? It's not.
That one had a wife and kids.
That one had a wife and children.
That one had a pet dog.
That one had a robot dog. Not anymore, but and now Raiden's like, oh, you're right. The people that I kill are sad. No, Beans. He's stumbling along. So we're gonna have a stumble along section here. Best part of the speed run, I'm told.
Yeah, this is a stealth stumble along section. We're still got to make sure that we're not getting spotted by any guards. There is a slight time save towards the end of this. We are going to get spotted just before we head into World Marshal Headquarters Courtyard. And there's a chance we could get blown into it by an RPG shot. So the runner's probably going to take quite a specific line to see if it can trigger it. It's not guaranteed. But it's not a huge time save. It's only a second or so, but it's a nice little thing if it happens. And then we are into the Monsoon fight.
Yep, just past that wall is our boss arena.
Actually, I say we're into the Monsoon fight. This is the PC version of the game. So for some reason, just before you fight Monsoon, there is a cutscene. Oh, he hasn't got the RPG shot. You can see the RPG guard behind him, but he's switched to her. Ooh.
He is going to take the nano paste repair there.
Yep.
He picked that up along the way.
Just to be on the safe side. So yeah, there's a cutscene coming up where Monsoon gives a big speech about Raiden and about the situation. We're probably not going to see Monsoon giving that speech. We're probably going to focus on something else. But for some reason, this cutscene is unskippable, but only on the PC version. If you run this on Xbox 360 or PS3, then you can quite happily skip this cutscene. For some reason, the PC version is the only one where you can't. As a result, to keep the speedrun.com leaderboards clean, you can do PC or console, and if you do the PC version, you are automatically deducted time, just to compensate for this unskippable cutscene.
Yeah, which is, in my opinion, a very, very fair compromise to reach. So yeah, here's Jetstream Sam, who we're not going to fight now. But as a short summary of what's going on here, again, everybody's like, man, don't you realize that all those cyborgs that are trying to kill you feel a little sad when you cut them up? Are you actually a monster who enjoys cutting up innocent cyborgs who are just trying to kill you? What's wrong with you? And then Raiden goes, oh man, you're right. I do really, in fact, enjoy this. And then the rest of the game, he's like, aha, this is awesome. I'm cutting up cyborgs. You get a power-up from Raiden's self-actualization that he does, in fact, love hitting people.
And that is what is going to unlock Ripper mode, which normally you can't stay. And there's Ninja Cat
There's
again.
the cat. Ninja Cat.
Yep, so for some reason, during this cutscene, this cat shows up and just has this interaction. Like, this is a really, really important speech from Monsoon. This is giving Raiden, like, his reason to carry on and his, yeah, as you said, his realization as to why he's doing what he's doing. And just for some reason, the developers just decided to put this cat in to completely distract you.
I don't know if anybody has seen the movie Monsters vs. Aliens, but there's a scene in that it reminds me of so much, where one of the characters just like, I'm sorry, there's just this bird over here. He's just so distracted. I think of that every time. But now we are into Monsoon. If you'd like to talk about the Monsoon fight, it is pretty complex.
So yeah, there's a lot of this fight. We're going to be very careful to make sure that Monsoon stays at specific health levels. We don't want to go too far or too little. Right now, Monsoon's in this attack phase where all we can do is parry and dodge. And you can see that every time Raiden dodges, he's chipping away at Monsoon's health just slightly, because the dodge also includes a slight slash. There's Sky High into Blade Mode cancels. Again, this is very, very tight to get right. And now we're into this small sort of quick time event. This is completely scripted. Monsoon's going to throw a bunch of vehicles at Raiden. You can either tank them, which isn't usually a good idea. You can just run and dodge them. The game intends for you to Zandatsu them, but obviously that's slow, so we're not going to be doing that. But by doing this dodge instead, you can see that Raiden does actually slash them, and it causes them to drop an item. So it's one way of replenishing some of the items that we've got. Throwing EM grenades at Monsoon, that's going to allow us to hit the head, jump straight over to the head and start a combo on him.
Very nicely done. So Monsoon's whole thing is magnets. His robot body is all connected via magnetism, so if you just try to cut him up, he just puts himself back together again, which is very funny for the fight where you get the upgrade that lets you cut people up real good. I think that it's fantastic game design, personally. But as long as he is stunned, we are going to be able to, like I said, cut him up real good.
Also, you can now see that Raiden's blue bar has turned red. Raiden has a red glow. This is Ripper mode, and it's basically just a damage enhancement. Normally, throughout the game, Ripper mode will deplete as you use it. During this fight only, because Raiden's kind of only just unlocked it, he's unleashed Jack the Ripper. He's sort of going back to his old name, and really letting loose. So he's allowed to keep it indefinitely. For this fight at least, and there is one upgrade later on. I don't actually know if we get it in the new game run. We'll find out soon. Where you can keep it on indefinitely, but normally it would deplete. So we've got another scripted event here from Monsoon. It's going to throw a bunch more vehicles, so we're going to see some more dodging to grab items.
Yep, another classic line from this game, along with "We have to do something about these brains," is "looks like that is that," which is definitely not the corniest thing that Raiden's ever said. It's up there, but it still doesn't match it.
Another EM grenade to get Monsoon into his next phase. And here the intention is to try and hit the final threshold. Oh. Dodge, there we go, dodge slash, dodge slash, dodge slash. Monsoon's down to 10%. And we should soon get Monsoon trigger. We're just going to keep blocking these until Monsoon triggers the final phase of the fight, which from then on is completely scripted. Yep, so he's now going to throw this giant amalgamation of vehicles. We're going to block, dash towards it. So block, dash towards it, block again. It's going to trigger Zandatsu. 1 will destroy it. And that's the end of the fight. The rest of this is completely intended. It's going to ninja run up the pole. There'll be a counter to do, and then we're going to finish off Monsoon. This is very well executed.
Yeah, fantastic job by our runner. Really well done on a very hard fight.
It's not really explained why now all of a sudden cutting off Monsoon's head works, but it does now.
Nanomachines, Lorentz Force, second floor basement. I don't know. It is what it is.
And that is the end of chapter 4, I want to say.
Chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
It's only chapter 3, yeah. We're headed into chapter 4. Chapter 3 is long.
Chapter 3, but it is the 4th chapter because
the
first chapter is chapter 0.
Yeah.
Very confusing. So we've got some more upgrades.
Yep, we are buying another sword upgrade, another polearm upgrade, and I believe that's it for this shop. And then we're going to be equipping some grenades and getting ready to move into the lobby of the World Marshal building. World Marshal are the bad guys of this game. They also go by Desperado. They have the coolest looking armor in the game. I don't know what to tell you. They just like nice villain like faction. Stop making them look so cool. Also, the secretary is a robot, because of course we did not just cut up a harmless lady there.
There's gonna be a couple of guards here, and then there's gonna be 2 dogs to fight at the same time. But now we have access to Ripper mode, which is going to make a lot of these fights a bit quicker. We're actually almost at the point where you would be about as upgraded as you need to be in a New Game Plus run. There's just one more weapon to get. And we've got a boss fight to do to get that.
Yeah. And Ripper mode, the benefits of it, as we said, it gives you increased like attack damage, but it also, anytime that you enter blade mode with a full bar, you enter what is referred to as chainsaw mode on the document. And that lets you slice through the basic mobs of the game like butter. And Ripper mode basically treats you as if you're in permanent chainsaw mode. So pretty handy. And then we got obligatory turret section. This is a game that came out in the early 2010s.
We're on a timer here, waiting for Doctor to hack the elevator. So it's just take out as many enemies. Just don't die. You don't even need to deal with enemies if you don't want to. You can just go stand next to the elevator and wait. Yeah, getting on the turret's a bit more cinematic, isn't it? grab some more ammo for later as well.
Yep, World Marshal foolishly keeps the weapons of their own demise right there in their lobby underneath a very thin pane of glass, which is very cuttable by a robot ninja like us.
So you can see now that Runner is employing Ripper mode whenever they just want that extra little bit of damage to finish off an enemy. There we go. Wunderbar!
Very well done.
And up we go. So the whole of this level is Raiden just traversing up this very, very large tower. And there definitely won't be any shortcuts that he's going to use that make you think, well, why didn't you just do that from the start? That's not something that he's going to do. That's a lie. He's going to do it twice.
He's going to do it 2 times, in fact.
This section, we need to get through a security door, so we're going to destroy 3 different security panels. They're always in the same place. There's no RNG on them. So there's one here, and there's one more to go.
Yeah, this is yet another one of those sections of the game where you're supposed to use your robot vision and piece out the parts of the puzzle here. And instead, if you know where to go, you can just go directly there. Classic speedrun moment. These guys spotted us, so we have to kill them. Even if they feel a little bad about it, apologies. Yeah, you can see how Ripper mode comboed with the pole arm really just tears through enemies in this game. To address the question in the comments, they absolutely explain their evil plan in great detail. That's half of the cutscenes of this game.
Nothing like a good monologue. Buy some time by getting the villain to monologue.
Yep.
So Raiden's now going to be under siege by a bunch of different enemies here, but all of this is optional. Runner is just going to run through here. Lots of bunny hops, as you can see, trying to get through this section as quickly as possible. Dodging debris, switching to ninja run to hop over or hop under some of the debris. There's some more some ammo.
Some more animals. We're going to see the cat again. But yeah, this is a very cinematic part of the game. Very cool on a casual playthrough, and on a speedrun, something to just run directly past. You've seen it a million times at this point, so...
There is going to be another grad right at the end, which you're going to want to take out nice and quickly before moving on to some scripted events.
Yeah, in classic character action game fashion, that early game boss that you fought is just kind of a normal enemy now.
So here's the grad. Not as difficult as the first grad. As you can see, it hasn't got a health bar, like the first one did. So just using the pole arm, using Ripper mode. Triggering Zandatsu there does do damage, but prevents it from moving on to another section. And here we get our first moment of why didn't Raiden just do this in the first place? Now, obviously not this bit with the birds, the ravens, because they had to be there. But Raiden has this cool ability.
Yeah, why did he just run up the building?
The side of the building.
He's an awesome robot ninja. Why didn't we start this way? He's a robot. He doesn't get tired. Doctor, my leg batteries are running out of juice. Raiden, you must simply get the gorilla out of the gorillas.
Oh. Of course, it's worth remembering that whilst Raiden is doing all of that, he is constantly shouting, parkour, parkour, parkour.
Parkour, parkour, parkour.
Quick reset here, because it's going to respawn him right at the door. Nice little teleport. And we're into the gardens. So I want to take out all of the enemies in here pretty quickly, and I do think we are going to get our first polearm jump.
Yay!
Very well executed. So yeah, that is the polearm jump. It allows us to make very, very big skips.
So,
and there's going to be... Oh, this is nice. Using the lights to get across there. Oh, that looks lovely.
My favorite little lore bit about that room, by the way, as you might have noticed, it's a garden inside that looks like a serene Japanese garden. No member of World Marshal is Japanese, so I guess it's anybody's guess who commissioned the creation of this garden inside that probably cost millions of dollars for no discernible reason.
No, we've got another polearm jump to get up out of bounds and into the elevator section. Now we're going to move back through the elevator section to hit a checkpoint and reset so that we're actually back in bounds. We completely sort of broke the flow of the game there. So needed to trigger a checkpoint. take out this enemy, and we have the elevator fight. So there are going to be quite a few different waves of enemies that drop down. We're going to take those out very, very quickly. And then there is another polearm jump opportunity to save a very large amount of time. One of the trickiest pole jumps in the game as well.
Yeah, look forward to
you're on
that.
a very strict timer for it.
Yep, and this is, again, yet another classic character action game motif. Sitting on an elevator, waiting for enemies to show up. We're playing all the hits today, folks.
That was wave 1. We can see there is another elevator. And the challenge is going to be to try and get onto that elevator as quickly as possible. It's going to be another wave of enemies. Take those out nice and quickly. Really making the most of polearm plus ripper mode. Dispatch enemies so much quicker than before now. Raptor's gone. Dwarf geckos. And that's the second phase. Next, we're going to get these 2 rocket guys. They're going to jump down, going to go into Zandatsu to take those out quickly. And then this is the opportunity for the polearm jump to get on top of the other elevator early. So, are we going to see it? Slash, slash, slash. Ooh.
So close.
So there is a very, very strict timer. It also requires polearm jump to be executed almost perfectly. Basically, the earlier on the frame you can execute, the higher you'll jump. Got it second time though. So that's a really nice skip. There's quite a big section there. And then there's going to be one more wave of enemies until we get to the very top of the elevator.
Yep, we are going to, again, we're playing all the hits here. Top of this elevator, we're going to experience yet another one of the classics of a character action game. We're going to fight all those bosses that we fought one more time. But not all of them, just 2 of them.
Yeah, we'll be going up against AI versions of Mistral and Monsoon. Thankfully, they are not as difficult as their original versions. That doesn't mean they're easy.
Yeah. They're in lore, they're supposed to be the backup bodies for these cyborgs, and they just loaded robot programs into them.
Couple of corridors to go through. Very clinical looking corridors.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Umbrella Corp.
It really is very Umbrella coded. Reloading the checkpoint here. Just lets us run through this a little faster.
Alright, so first up we have Mistral.
Yeah, and there is, if you pay attention closely, a big indicator that she's actually an AI here. She has more fingers than normal. I'm mad at how proud of that joke I am. Ripper mode with the polearm really takes care of business.
Just keeping this combo going. If you give Mistral any chance to react here, she will spawn a bunch of dwarf geckos. They can jump on Raiden. There they are. So, but keeping this combo going as long as this is really nice. That's Mistral done, and we are straight on to Monsoon. There is a very short opportunity for a break, and then Monsoon is going to attack. So going to be using rockets again every time Monsoon attacks, either blocking or using the rockets. He's just trying to block to get out of this phase so that we can start fighting back. Of course, we do get their awesome themes again.
Yeah, just a little
attack
taste.
the head.
Ooh, got hit by.
Just got caught by one of the attacks there. The difficulty with Monsoon is he gets into states of invulnerability that can last a very, very long time. So you either need to bait them out or use an EM grenade. Also, we don't want to be using too many EM grenades at this point. So just trying to bait out those attacks.
Yep. Again, not too much health management here because we're not dealing with those big phases where he's flinging crap at us. But it is still a difficult fight, so we're going to cram ourselves up in the corner and fire rockets into our own face, owning ourselves to take care of the robots.
So just the two of them, but we are moving on to the actual boss fight of this chapter, which is Sundowner.
Yep. Fun fact about this room, by the way, as anybody who's played this game would know, this is the room where all of the kidnapped child brains are. And if you look at the room on the map, it actually looks like a CAT scan of a brain. Just like a fun little piece of trivia.
As you can probably guess, when this scripted dialogue ends, Raiden will restart in a different location, so there's no need to do anything other than spin on the spot here.
Yep, oh my gosh, the SpeeDons channel chat filling up with the spinning fish emote. Oh, that's incredible.
Jola, 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 Jola.
Oh, I need this emote.
He tried spinning. It's a good trick.
It is a good trick.
So with the Sundowner fight coming up, I'm going to jump over Sundowner into some Sky Highs, a couple of polearm hits, and then just polearm combos until Sundowner is done.
I am told that he is invincible, though, so it's going to be really interesting to see how we get past that. Yes, that is the second time I've made that joke.
And there he is, just being juggled.
He was just juggling
Juggle.
Turns out that Sundowner is a chump in every time.
Yeah, this is it. This is the fight. We just juggle Sundowner until he is defeated. Once again, though, you can see every time the final bit of damage from a combo comes out, there is a blade mode cancel, straight back in. It's also worth noting that blade mode automatically cancels out Ripper mode, so timing to get Ripper mode back online at the right time as well. Look at how clean that was.
That's incredible.
Sundowner did not stand a chance.
Fantastic job.
Sundowner,
and he's still alive.
Isn't quite dead just yet.
He is invincible.
But we do now get round 2 of what I like to call, why didn't Raiden just do this in the first place? So there's a handy Raven there that Raiden's going to be able to jump onto. And it turns out that if Raiden stabs the Raven with his sword, he can use it to fly.
This works in real life.
Fly back up again.
If you ever find a robot Raven and you have a big metal sword and you can stab it, then you can fly on it too. Try it at home. The GDQ channel does not endorse this message. But yeah, we're just going to be flowing. This is an auto-scroller. You folks have seen one before. Sit in the corner. Zendatsu cut through the ceiling.
Very, very important. If you don't Zendatsu cut that ceiling, Raiden does take a death.
Yes, it is a game over. This game's awesome, man.
And Sundowner is defeated.
Yay.
Superhero landing. Killer on the knees.
I love this game so much. It is the perfect blend of silly and awesome.
We're done now here in Denver. The next mission is actually just to escape Denver. The whole of the next chapter is just escaping Denver, and this is one of the shortest. It's not the shortest chapter in the game, but it is very, very short.
Yeah. So y'all remember how Mission 3 was like really long, and Mission 4 was like really long. The rest of the game is not going to match that.
In fact, the next two chapters can, at least on, I don't know so much for New Game, but at least on New Game Plus, both of the next chapters can be done in under 2 minutes each.
Yeah. So
the story here now is that there's going to be a nuclear strike set off from Pakistan. We have to get to Pakistan as quickly as possible. So Ryan's going to escape from Denver. He's going to drive across the country to a science facility that is headed up by Sunny Galukovich, who was in Metal Gear Solid 4. She's now a teenager as opposed to a girl, as opposed to a young girl as she was in MGS4, and they're going to use a very, very fast rocket to get to Pakistan.
And if you were like me and was a kid who did not own a PS3, you would be very confused as to who this character is. I, in fact, have still to this day not played Metal Gear Solid 4. Please release that HD collection. I beg of you.
You've only got to wait till August, and then MGS4 finally is released from the shackles of the PlayStation 3. Already have my copy on pre-order.
Yeah, it's... I need to experience the game. I watched all the cutscenes when I was like 20, because I was finally like, I can't wait forever for them to re-release this game. And 6 years hence, here we are.
There's a small stealth section here. Runners using a very specific route to get past all of those enemies unspotted. And then here, doing the same, waiting for a specific point for the Ravens to move. And we're going to see the box!
The box!
Cardboard box. Use the cardboard box to get past the dwarf geckos there. And that gets you that section completely unspotted. Very, very nice.
It is a real Metal Gear Solid game, folks. We did see a box. Yeah, Raiden may be a robot ninja, but he's more the Naruto style of ninja, if you catch my math. And with that, I believe that is the end of the mission.
That is the end. Raiden has successfully escaped from Denver.
Yeah. A fun part of the cutscenes here that you missed through the speedrun, though, is that Raiden steals a motorcycle that's just left on the side of the road. And carves into the ground, I'll return it. He then throws said motorcycle at our next boss. And the boss goes, "Is that my motorcycle?" So we go full circle. Also, shoutouts to, we buy the white armor here, but it's not white. It is in the eye-searingly pink colors of SpeeDons. I am fully here for it.
And the runner has also bought the pincers. These are this is the weapon of Sundowner, and this is going to provide a huge amount of damage in this fight. So it goes straight into CP2. Get damage done. We now need to break Sam's guards. More damage in with the pincers. These pincer attacks look very slow, but they do a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, and, as long as your positioning is right, it's very effective.
The backslash of that combo does a huge amount of damage. The front slash might break Sam's iframes, well, put it into iframes, which is why you're seeing that big swing slash sort of going away from Sam and then into him, because he only wants to hit him with the second half of that combo. That big slash that you're seeing, that's actually the second half of this attack here with the sort of slice forwards, is the third method. What he's doing is dodge cancelling to get into the second part of this slash. They go another dodge cancel into the second slash, because the first attack with the pincers does not do a huge amount of damage. We're just chipping away at Sam until eventually he's down to 16%. Want to get him a little bit lower than that. And then eventually he is going to do a big dash forwards that's going to trigger a dodge. And that is a quick time event into the end of the fight.
Oh, taking a hit right at the end there.
So he's got it. I think he's got Sam down to the amount of damage he needs him to. He's just waiting for Sam to get that hit. Just dodging these attacks. Come on, Sam, finish the fight.
Come on, man.
Oh, he's taunting. Oh.
Literally emoting on us. There we go.
That's what we were waiting for. And stab.
Boom.
And that is the end of Sam.
Yeah. Another fun fact, how we said in the beginning that Sam's a robot ninja. Technically, he is not. The only robot part on him is that right arm that gets cut off in his DLC. Jetstream Sam is just a dude who's really good with a sword, and then Raiden shows up with maybe the most cheatery body of all time.
If you enjoyed Metal Gear Rising Revengeance but didn't think it was challenging enough, try the Jetstream Sam DLC. You'll want to claw your eyes out.
You will be really upset with yourself for having played it, yes.
So this is the final chapter. There are going to be 2 boss fights, but we're going to start the chapter with another polearm skip. So we do not have to interact with any of the enemies. We are going to go out of bounds and get straight into the first boss fight, which is against Metal Gear Excelsus. So polearm skip gets us up on top of the building there, out of bounds, and none of this geometry here has any collision, so we can just keep skipping through it.
Yep, and Metal Gear Excelsus, probably my favorite boss theme in the whole game, honestly. Collective Consciousness is very underrated, in my opinion.
So what we're going to be doing here is trying to do as much damage as possible to trigger Zandatsu, because the Zandatsu hits are the things that are going to chip away at the health the fastest. So just using those pincer mode combos, because they do a huge amount of damage. And just want to get down to 70% health. There he goes. So there's the first Zandatsu. Break a chunk off the armor, run up the leg, and then cut the leg off.
Whee! Very well done for the first leg. If my people, the lives they need, the righteous will succeed. Sorry, I have to. It's so good.
Despite being another giant mech, Excelsus is actually one of the easier fights in the game. But again, a lot of that is because it's come so late and we've got a lot of upgrades. The pincers make such a difference. If you do New Game Plus, the pincers are pretty much the main weapon you'll be using throughout the run. So now trying to get down as much as possible. We trigger this final section. And what you're going to see here is the runner is going to deliberately take a bunch of damage. Not too much damage, because don't want to be using up rations or anything like that. But in the next section against Armstrong, there is one part of the fight where you need to have your health depleted as quickly as possible. So as long as he can get his health down to less than 40%, it means the very first attack that Armstrong does, he's going to be taken out immediately. So it's dodging all of these until the very final one. And that should be enough to put him down to... Or maybe he's playing it safe and not going all the way down to 40%. There we go.
He may be playing it safe, yeah.
But that is as far as actual mechanics of the fight go, that is the end of the Excelsis fight. There is now just the very, very overly ridiculous QTE section, which if you haven't seen before is an absolute delight.
Oh, folks, if you've never seen this before, please. This is maybe the greatest moment in any Metal Gear game. It's so over the top. It is pure platinum gold, I would say. Absolute camp.
So far throughout the run, Raiden has had to spend an awful amount of BP to unlock new weapons. This time we get one for free.
Yeah, we just get to rip it off. Why don't we use this against Armstrong? What the heck? Is he stupid? We're in a fencing match with a giant robot. It's so good.
Mash, mash, mash. And of course, with a big sword, we do need to do a Zandatsu.
Big.
Yep, you do get to Zandatsu with the giant pincer. Unfortunately, we're not gonna actually slash loads. We want to get the fight done.
Yeah,
nice
it is
quickly.
very slow to slash them into pieces.
It is. That's Excelsis, which means there is only one boss fight left. It is the man, the myth, the meme. It's Armstrong.
Nano machine, son.
If you have not played this game before and you have not seen this game's cutscenes, every single cutscene with Armstrong is absolute gold.
Yeah. True story. In high school for a drama class, I did Armstrong's, his soliloquy as a dramatic reading.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It was really fun. Don't mess with this, Senator.
He is one of the best villains in the whole Metal Gear series.
He's pure camp. It's genuinely incredible. If any other series tried to do this, it would be just stupid and ridiculous, and it wraps all the way back around to being unironically the coolest thing ever.
And it's another example of how Metal Gear is so ahead of its time. Going to be a bit careful with trying to make this too political, but to give you just one example that's really easy, one of the lines Armstrong says is he wants to make America great again.
He does literally. This game came out, 2011? It's
this whole series has always been massively ahead of its time, and Armstrong is just the perfect metaphor for it.
Yep. Also, I would just point out big One Piece reference in that final attack that Raiden does. He does do Rob Lucci's attack there.
All right, so this is the actual fight here. We're going to see a lot of sky highs into blade mode cancels. We're going to be trying to do damage in a way that stops Armstrong from jumping onto Excelsis, because there's a scripted event there which takes a long time. So we're just trying to do as much damage as possible. He's going to go into a phase where he starts healing. Ooh. And that's a death.
First death of the run there is pretty impressive, though.
First death of the run on the final boss is very, very impressive at this point.
And your eyes are not failing you. It does say that we start the fight with the Senator at 200% health.
Yes.
And yes, his boss fight does just say Senator. This game's awesome.
It's not quite getting enough damage in there. Swap into the to recovery. Oh, this is unfortunately the attack that we were looking to try and avoid. But this is a fight where if this does not go perfectly, it gets out of hand, and you just have to deal with whatever you get hit with.
Yeah.
Opting for the Zandatsu to get some more items here rather than just dodging.
Yeah, actually engaging with the mechanics of the game. Very fun.
Oh, and this is another absolute banger of a track.
Oh yeah, this one is probably the most famous now because of the memes. Violence breeds violence. It's so good.
Oh, unfortunately, that is death number 2.
Let's give a lot of love for our runner in the chat. This is really hard to do.
This is exceptionally difficult.
As you can see, death number 3 almost instantly. He does not give you a moment to think.
And whilst I've said throughout this run the upgrades and stuff that have been purchased mean that the run is actually very close to what you'd have in a New Game Plus run, the one thing that is missing, which you don't get until you complete the game, are the wigs. One of the wigs gives you unlimited Ripper mode, and that's the one thing without that makes this version of the fight so much more difficult.
Ooh, and he jumps back.
We're off into the attack.
Yeah, not the worst thing that can happen. It's not death, so that's good.
And opting for Zandatsu. The items. Does now have 9 rations equipped, so definitely playing this a lot safer now. Unfortunately, there we go, Armstrong again, jumping up. It can just be a case where you just have to deal with whatever you get dealt with. Though it is worth noting, this Zandatsu is actually very impressive. I remember playing this casually, I could not do it.
No, it is a rough quick time Zandatsu, and knowing, like, having the reflexes to be able to do those perfectly is very impressive. Because you got to line up 4 squares with it, which is hard.
Yeah, you're using the right analog stick, or the mouse, depending on whether you're using keyboard or mouse or controller, to get that perfectly in line. And it is not a big time frame to do so.
Yeah, you have like a second and a half.
But this is looking good. Got Armstrong into a lock. But he's jumping off for another attack.
Ooh. Well, we'll get to see more of these impressive Zandatsus. Please don't let that be commentator's curse. I would feel really bad. Oh, no, we're opting to...
so there we go. That's... Yeah, opting to dodge. You don't get any items from it. Obviously, it is quicker. Cancelling Armstrong's big strike there. These sky highs. Once again, there are... you can't see them because it's happening so quickly, but there are blade mode cancels in the middle of every single one of those attacks. You just see a very slight blue light.
This is a complicated set of inputs that is being done right here.
Ooh, I don't know if that missing the Zandatsu there was deliberate. It might have been deliberate. I'm unsure.
I couldn't tell you.
No, I don't know at this point. This is looking good. Only need to chip Armstrong down a little bit more. And then we are expecting Armstrong to do a specific attack that triggers the end of the game. So once again, going to dodge.
Dodging, yep. Oh yeah, here we go.
And this is the end. To have one more quick time event, it's going to have to slash correctly Zandatsu slash 2 of Armstrong's punches, and then a very, very cool death for Armstrong. I hope he plays the cutscene.
I also.
That's the second one. There's a dodge here, which is very, very easy. There's the dodge. Stab through the chest. And time will be when the Zandatsu grab is pushed. Because just like all of the other enemies in the game that we Zandatsu'd, we are going to grab one of Armstrong's internal pieces. I won't spoil it.
Yeah, we'll see it.
And then slash, 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 and time.
Very well done. As we pull out the... are we going to play the... We are going to play the cutscene. Okay.
Yes.
Incredibly done. Well under estimate. A fantastic run. I was happy to be here. This incredible game. If you're interested in running this game, there are a ton of resources. Actually, would you like to speak to those resources, Nick?
Yeah, so there's sort of two communities that look after Metal Gear and Metal Gear Rising. There is MGSR, but the Metal Gear Rising community does have its own Discord server and a load of resources on speedrun.com as well. So yeah, make sure you go check out both of them because they're both fantastic. And there's always people around who want to help you get into these games.
Yeah, shout outs to the Metal Gear Rising community. This is such a fun game. Again, if you have not played this game before and any of this just looked nutty to you and you are curious about it, check it out. It's usually on sale for pretty cheap, and I don't think that you're going to regret it. But as we're, I think, watching this final cutscene, do we have any final shout outs that we want to give?
Yeah, absolutely. I hope you've enjoyed watching Rising Revengers. I hope you've enjoyed our commentary. Oh, they've cut away before.
Oh, no! Well, to spoil it, we rip the beating heart out of a sitting U.S. senator. This game's amazing.
And then crush it in our palm.
And drink all
it is
of the
visceral. It is wonderfully bloody.
Oh, so
but
good.
if you want to see that for yourself, definitely go and get the game. But I hope you've enjoyed this run. I hope you've enjoyed our commentary. I've been Nikapi Green. You can find me on the GDQ channel every other Friday because I am the hotfix showrunner for Fast Travel. So yeah, go check out that, or you can follow me on Twitch, Nikapi Green. I do a lot of Metal Gear runs. I've recently learned Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, so I'm doing runs of that at the moment.
And I have been The King's Pride. You can find me on twitch.tv/The King's Pride. All socials at The King's Pride. I don't post very often, but, drop a follow if you think I'm a little funny. Thank you so much for having me. That is it for us. We will see y'all later.
Later.
Merci beaucoup. Prenez soin de vous. Vous êtes les bestes. Et à la prochaine. Ciao. Ciao.
Merci beaucoup pour cette run de Metal Gear Rises.
C'était le cinéma, vous connaissez pas du tout. L'aura farming constant, les combats de fou. Cinéma, un mac de cinéma dans la salle bien sûr, un mac de cinéma aussi sur le chat, ça va s'afficher sur l'écran donc n'hésitez pas. Et c'est quoi ces bêtises? Qu'est-ce qu'on a sur les oreilles?
Écoute, c'est l'heure de, selon moi, le meilleur film d'animation de tous les temps, selon moi, hein, celui que je préfère le plus, il s'agit de Shrek 2.
Est-ce que ce serait pas parfaitement lié avec la run de Metal Gear qu'on vient d'avoir? On a eu du métal, on a eu de la bagarre, on a eu des katanas, on a eu un petit peu d'infiltration. Maintenant il est l'heure de s'amuser. Et on va s'amuser avec un Shrek qui sera particulièrement sympa. Pourquoi? Puisqu'il sera allemand.
Oui, ouais, puisque c'est la bidoire du coup qui a été... qui a tranché. Voilà, c'est littéralement la langue allemande qui sera utilisée pour Shrek 2. Donc nous n'aurons pas les doublages français, nous n'aurons pas les répliques de Shrek 2 iconiques comme un menu médiéval avec le jouet. Nous n'aurons pas celui-là, messieurs dames, nous l'aurons bien en allemand. Mais pour nous accompagner durant cette run, nous avons une nouvelle artiste qui nous rejoint. Messieurs dames, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Suzy Raptor.
La grande Suzy, elle est nouvelle comme nous, let's go. Ouais Suzy, ouais.
Comment ça va?
Ça va très bien. J'ai beaucoup de chance cette année parce que je dessine sur les deux jeux les plus attendus de SpeeDons, c'est-à-dire Silksong et Shrek 2.
C'est vrai.
Le Silksong, mon plaisir, c'est le son, mon sang, let's go, j'ai trop hâte.
Suzy, tu es toi-même artiste, tu es illustratrice, tu fais plein de choses dans tous les sens. On est d'accord. Tu as donc réalisé une œuvre pendant cette run de Shrek 2. On rappelle que tous les dons pendant la run de Shrek 2 vous font rentrer dans un concours pour remporter l'œuvre de Suzy Raptor.
Exactement.
Donc qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On bourre bien sûr on bourre les dons évidemment.
On bourre les dons. Ma chère Suzy, t'as déjà des idées en tête? T'as déjà quelque chose
Oui, on part sur l'âne avec son alter ego un peu plus BG. Voilà.
Ah.
Comment il s'appelle l'âne? J'ai oublié.
Bah l'âne.
C'est l'âne.
C'est juste l'âne.
C'est juste l'âne.
Nul.
Il s'appelle l'âne.
Hello, stream. Hello, GDQ channel. Welcome to the Restream of SpeeDons. And I hope somebody told you. But because it's Shrek 2 time, as you can see from all the ears that everybody is wearing on screen right now, I am Miss Mew, and I'll be chit-chatting about Shrek 2, and I've brought someone who's also an expert on Shrek 2 with me.
Hi, I am Seldom Seen Kid, or SSK for shorts. You and I are both wearing our Shrek ears. You can't see them at home because we don't have our cameras on, but I promise we are also wearing our ears. This was one of like 5 movies that my grandparents had, so I watched this movie a ton as a kid, and I also watched it just a couple days ago just to refresh myself on the lore here.
Oh, wonderful. I love this movie too. Also, just to tell you, this is perfectly normal about the costumes on stage. These are the hosts of SpeeDons, TPK and Chemist. Don't worry about them. They're fine. They're okay. Also, the ears they're wearing were provided by the runner of Shrek 2, who came to SpeeDons with a full bag of Shrek ears and distributed them to everyone she could before the run. Just so you know.
We love to see a prepared runner.
Absolutely.
And a game like Shrek, a franchise like Shrek, that kind of demands this kind of like commitment to the bit, right?
Yeah. You can't just show up in a normal shirt, and do your run. You have to do something, Which, speaking about shirts, you can purchase the shirt they're showing on screen right now of SpeeDons. It ships worldwide if you're interested, and $10 from the sale proceeds go to Médecins du Monde, which is the charity supported. So if you do want something, a little memento from this event, because it's a very cool shirt, you can absolutely get it shipped to you. I don't know how much that will cost though. So, fair warning.
That's a slick shirt design, too.
Yeah. Oh, it's the same artist has done the past 6 editions of SpeeDons. So, many people in the French community have, like, their yearly shirt and a similar style, but it has different characters according to the schedule of each edition. So, it's very, very neat. Can't recommend enough. And as the French say, achète, which means buy. Every time the shirt is shown on the screen, the public in the audience goes crazy with the achète. So if you hear that, that's fine. Also, there is a cat in Shrek 2, so you might hear a lot of meow, which means meow. It's the French, the noise French cat make, for sure. They have an accent and everything. Promise. So yeah, if you hear that.
And I believe there actually is a bid war for the language of the game that's going on.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. Good.
See what language Puss in Boots is going to meow in.
And good news, neither the French nor the English version won. The language that seems to have won is German. So we're going to have German voiceover for the game. It's because the event is restreamed in German, to be fair. The German's channel, which also restreams GDQ events in Germany, is restreaming SpeeDons. So I guess they went hard on this one. There we go.
Adorable art.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, the art. Yes, that's one of the lottery little prizes you can win if you're in France, Switzerland, or Belgium when you donate to the event. And so we are going to start. The fact that they put the green lights. Oh, here is Utsuru. She'll be our runner. She's costumed as Fiona, of course. She's a princess.
I love the tiara.
Yes.
She's got the cosplay dress on lock.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's wonderful. All right, so I hope you all are ready. So this game is very, very fun. It is, I swear. It might not look like it at times, okay, but it came out in 2004, so it's a bit older, and it shows. All right, be ready. It's gonna be a bit uncanny at times. Okay, don't expect extremely good 3D. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be. Also, a slight trigger warning. At some point, there will be spiders, but otherwise, the game isn't very scary. Okay, promise. It's a
the main
cartoon.
thing is just the large spiders, notably absent from. That was something I was looking through the game.
Yeah.
There's no spiders like that in the movie, if you're not familiar. But there are some spider enemies throughout various parts of the game, so just be aware of that.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise the only scary thing is the 10-yard stare of Donkey during some cinematics. And here we start. I hope you don't believe in walls, nor in...
Not real.
Yeah, no. Level boundaries are a mere suggestion here. So we're not gonna believe in them the whole run. We don't really care for them. And that's the first level done.
Yeah, that's something important to note. So we're playing on uncapped FPS. If you cap the FPS at 60, that first skip where you go through that wall is a lot more finicky. If you have the higher your FPS, the easier it is to just ignore that wall.
Yeah. Just don't cap the FPS and you can just ignore everything. Also, we've just skipped the whole tutorial by just going through things we're not supposed to, which will happen a lot. But it looks very simple, but it isn't. Most of those skips require precise jumps because even just double jumping in the game is a fairly precise timing. So right now you might see some here double jump because you have to really jump between the few frames you can to have a double jump. And so every time you try to just do a skip like this, you have to really jump at the precise point just to trigger the next level. Because many triggers
like also that we were inside of the tree. So a lot of this run is getting onto geometry you're not expected to even try to go onto. So a lot of times trees, their collision only goes halfway up the visual model. So sometimes when you're like skipping around above the forest sections, you'll just be standing inside of trees because halfway up it just becomes a floor.
Yeah. Yep. Like they don't have collisions. It's fine. It's okay. Sometimes they will help us. We will walk in the trees at some point, but not right now. Oh, also this area is completely empty because you're not supposed to be there. It's supposed to only be used for a cinematic that we will not see because we skipped it. And otherwise, nobody's supposed to be there, so there is nothing. Also, you might see us sometimes go like up to the limit of the geometry. But we don't want to go too close to it because otherwise it will load the geometry nearby and cause some freezes. So you don't want to be too close to the limit.
The scaling that wall that you just did at the end there, that was just the level end trigger is just on the other side of that door, and you're able to like jump at it from behind. So you're able to go like around the entire level, ignore what the game wants you to do, and just reach the level end trigger by jumping up it.
Yep. Also, enemies can be used at platforms, just like we're doing right now, because you can do a kind of triple jump by double jumping and then triggering the attack that goes down. But it's also very finicky, and so you don't want to be too optimistic, and you might have to retry a bit. The cycles for the logs are fixed, but you can't touch them. They one-shot you, so you don't want to do so. And boom! Oh, she did it fairly well. That jump was actually very precise. And now we play Shrek. Here we go. Okay. Oh, also, one of the reasons the jumps are very finicky is that the controls for jumping is right click. You have to use right click to jump, left click to attack. So the controls don't really make sense, to be fair. They exist, and you have to get used to them.
kind of a part of the trick of learning the run is figuring out how to play the game.
Yes, definitely. I've heard.
We go up and just ignore on top of the visible barrier there.
Yeah. Also, like Shrek is very light-footed because he can walk on leaves without breaking anything. So get used to it. Oh, okay. So this skip is a bit difficult. You might also get soft locked in this, and getting soft locked is a thing that may happen fairly often when you learn the run because collisions aren't always very generous, and as you try to skip many things, you will often get stuck between collisions in the free fall animation and might not be able to do that. there it is. There is a freeze where the game starts loading the geometry, and this you can't just do whatever you want when you go too close to the edge of the level. Sadly, you may need to reload. So also this is why when you're in a marathon setting, you want to get all the checkpoints, even if it costs you a few seconds, because you will have many opportunities to get locked.
Yeah, whenever you're at this situation where you're at the edge of the loaded world and the pink void is beneath you, like there's some shenanigans that we did to get here. So the game doesn't like this very much.
So like right now Utsuru just said I'm super scared because as she freezes she still moves technically, so she wasn't sure that if a jump would throw her off because of the game freezing. Oh, she did it. Okay. Well, time for the meow from the audience, because now we play Puss in Boots, which you've seen the 3 characters we're going to play, technically, but there will be a plot twist. If you've seen the movie, I'm not spoiling anything for you, but just in case you haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil.
I wonder what is the German sound that a cat makes?
Oh, I wonder too. Well, what I can tell you is the
stream is fluent in German as well. If you want to drop something in the chat, let us know.
Oh yeah, please tell us. Also, like the Puss in Boots in French is chapeauté. Just so you know, because I had to look up the English name because I only saw the movie in French. So I was like, wait, what's his name actually? Because the others are fairly straightforward. Donkey, it's just the name of the animal. Shrek is Shrek, so it's Fiona is Fiona, so it's fairly straightforward. But Puss in Boots, I was like, what? It has nothing to do with the French version. The French version is about the hat. The English version is about the boots. Doesn't make sense. All right,
really
so
nice
now
maneuvered to get past those 2 elf guys wearing the hazmat suits will kind of corner you in there, but it was a good jump out to escape, and then this is a really precarious climb here, much like in the movie.
Yes, and also like you have to really put the camera at the right angle to get these jumps perfect. Just like here, you won't even bother with the camera, and this is one of the random horrible segments, which is going very, very well because those guys, they move randomly kind of, so you may have to chase them just to get through this level because the door only opens when you got them all.
Yeah, they cooperated pretty well, not too much having to chase them down at all.
Yeah, and they didn't hurt too much because we're gonna need life to do the rest of the level and boost through it. There we go.
Slime climb from Fall Guys.
Yeah. And there we go, we skip. And I love that loading animation. Miss Pinocchio.
It's the Pinocchio.
Yeah, so fun. All right, now it's time to do some tree climbing. We love nature. So we were trying to get up into the trees because who cares about the level, right? Level design, not for us. What we care about is those tiny branches. And
Shrek is very light and graceful, notoriously, in canon.
Absolutely. Like, it makes sense that none of those branches break, honestly. And into the wheel we go. Oop.
Very nicely navigated there.
Yes. And, okay. So, warning, spiders ahead. There we go. Once we're underground, there might be spiders. Just be aware of them. The models aren't pretty if you don't like spiders. Okay, and now we just try to jump correctly. It's a normal platform jump in 3D of this era, like 2004. It's fairly okay in terms of fun once you get used to the controls, but the controls take so long to get used to. Honestly, mad respect for anyone who runs this game. It's just very, very finicky.
Quick jump into the cutscene trigger. We're gonna do a little bit of shopping for a secret potion that'll help us later.
Yep, you have multiple potions in the game to help you. Also, every level you have a different mission. So basically, it's not a collector game where you have to collect all the coins or whatever. Every level has a mission. Like at some point, you kind of get Cinderella to window shop. You accompany her. At another point, you have to guide 3 mice to something. You have to. So it's very fairy tale-esque, but it's a fun game in that. But in the speedrun, you don't do the mission. You don't care. We don't care. So we're just gonna get right to the end boss of the level, and we also are not gonna fight him. Not really, because this is where the potion comes in play. We don't care about the henchman. And ooh, vanishing! This is an invisibility potion. And we just do a triple jump and jump on him, and he's done for. So that's a fairly easy fight in the speedrun. Whereas if you were fighting him normally, all the henchmen would also come at you at the same time, and it's a mess. It's a difficult fight. Trust me.
But it's like if they don't know where you are.
Yeah. You also have other potions. We'll probably see another one later in the run, but so I'm not. We'll talk about it then. But you have like up to 4 potions, and you don't really care about the other ones once you're in the speedrun. Back to the meow. And we open the little thing, and now it's time, because we're still donkey but horse version, because as in the movie you get transformed into human Shrek, Giga Chad Shrek, and Giga Chad donkey.
So. Handsome Shrek and Stallion Donkey.
Yeah.
That's the potion that Puss in Boots swiped from the factory earlier, and they escaped.
Yes. Definitely. Also, this is where the game introduces a new mechanic, which is auto jump. If you turn the camera towards where you want to jump near a ledge, you will have an auto jump, and that auto jump goes way longer and higher. But that means you also lose a lot of time. So that's why we're looking at the walls right now, is because we only look at where we're going if we want to do a big jump. So right now we're just like, don't look, there we go. Okay. Well done. Nice moves, to be fair. This game isn't easy in terms of platforming. So now we do a long double jump, and there we go.
Really nicely done there.
Yes. Oh, and a really nice triple jump to just reach the edge of that platform and get it right. So these were
that is
two.
Not an easy jump.
Yeah, no. And getting the 2 in a row is fairly impressive. Now we also do a little bit of a double animation cancelling by triggering another jump and then the bumper, because that way we don't get any damage by falling down. Ooh! Yeah, Utsuru is a fan of trying this in marathons, but it's a very risky jump, so don't do this at home unless you're trying for a PB, because, yeah, this is a very finicky one.
I love the animation of Donkey and the Stallion turning around and hitting the button with their hind legs.
Oh yes, so fun. And the fun fact is that this is one of the things they stole from the movie, I think. I remember there are few moments like that where they really use the fact that he's now a horse to really use the hind legs as a weapon.
Really big.
And so they.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes. First
so
try.
There's
Very
the
nice.
level end trigger there is kind of right above that door, and normally you take fall damage and you will die if you hit the ground from that up. But by walking off at a specific angle, you're able to do a death stop and kind of pause your momentum, and then you are able to fall slowly into the level end trigger and then hit it before you would die.
Yes. Whereas here we're trying to do a double jump to not have to do all the jumps, which is also a bit risky because the acid is bad. Bit shopping, freezing potion, charm potion, invisibility potion, just in case. And so also you might see Utsu attack very early, and you might see, especially with Shrek or Donkey, you might see them do the attack animation very early and keep it for a while. It's because the hit length, duration, is not tied to the hit animation duration. So you do hit for a while, but as long as you're doing the animation... Yeah, but the animation blocks you from jumping. So if you have to hit and jump very quickly, you want to do the jump fairly early on to be able to jump at the right moment right after. So that's why you might see this. And meanwhile, there is a live painting going on, and it's really cool.
I love this coloring. During the auto-scroller, I think every marathon run should... mandatory arts and crafts during auto-scrollers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Our artists are very talented. Look at them. They're very good. Yes. Oui, oui. Meanwhile, we're out of the first auto-scroller. We're trying to get out of the sewers now. But it takes a bit. And it's very tempting to try to win some seconds here, but you really should be very, very careful because it's very easy to die by trying to jump too early, trying to get out too early, so you just have to wait. It's better to just wait, be patient. I'm not going to translate the donations they're giving, but they're making a lot of French political references, especially due to the previous run where the senator of Metal Gear looks a lot like an old French president. So there was a lot of references to that.
We got Mario pipes down here.
Yes, very classic moves. We do not care about taking the correct road. Small, I think we might see another spider, I think. Bigger one soon. Alright, let's go. Anyway, we just want to escape those corridors. They're not as fun as the rest. But as you can see, Puss in Boots is a very nice character to move, that moves very fast. Here it is, big spider. And now, invisibility potion. And we want to really do that jump to get... Alright, so she's now trying to really... so she has to kill the spider first, then drink the invisibility potion, and then she has to really do that jump very close to the wall so that she has the perfect distance to do the attack backwards so that she can just kill the knight that awaits her right there. Okay. That way, we don't do the boss fight at all. Very impressive. If ever she couldn't do it, there is another option, which is just do a triple combo without looking at him until the third hit, because then your third hit will one-shot, and instead of having to delay by having parries and normal fighting moves. We use the freeze potion there to not really pay attention to the guards. And
makes that
a little bit of
a lot easier too.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a leap of faith there too. So yeah, we do use it.
Now, by the way, you might have noticed that.
Yeah, yeah. You might have noticed this.
Close attention, observant viewers might have noticed.
Yeah, observant viewers might have noticed that we're not a cat anymore. Hi. So yeah, this is the three characters we play the whole time. It's very fun because they give Shrek the sword here just so you can fight knights and feel a bit princely. So it's very fun to have a different set of moves like that. Whereas Donkey and Stallion Donkey are just fairly redundant in terms of moves. It's just bigger. He has a bigger butt, which is very nice because he attacks with his butt, but that's it. And we freeze them, and they're gone. Oh, and now we have the alarm detection. It doesn't matter if you trigger the alarm here because the knights arrive, but they're very slow, and the corridor is very long, so they never reach you if you just go forward. Alright, so back with logs, and these logs, their cycle begins at the moment you see them, so you can't really avoid them or pre-trigger them. Now, here, you might still get the alarm raised, but you don't really care. And she's doing it on purpose to show that we don't care if you trigger the trap here, because we're on the ledge, and the ledge has a collision, so you don't fall. That's the trick.
You're all the way on the side there. You don't have to worry about avoiding the traps.
Absolutely. We don't care about stairs either. Big news. Big news for fans of stairs.
Also, a lot more instances that you're noticing throughout this human Shrek portion where the attack stays active a lot longer than you would think it does visually. Yeah. Attacking something and then running it, like still ramming over the boxes or the enemies or whatever.
Yep.
While he
and now,
sort of way.
Yeah. And now we're doing this trick where we just try to group our enemies and then we use a charm potion. So that's why we had to go back upstairs and then back down, is because we want to kill exactly 3 of 4 knights, just so we can position that one knight here. It's very important that you do so. Now you have to wait until it is not charmed anymore. The potion stops being effective, and then you're gonna take advantage of that knight. Again. So you have to position him here, you push him against the wall, you do a quick save state, just in case, and then you try to jump on him, you stay on his head, it's Beyblade time, hi, you're gonna turn a bit, and that didn't work. Yes, it worked the second time, you're through the door.
In the chat for that spinning around.
Oh yeah, please. So yeah, that night, oh! Oof. Okay, I got scared for a second here. That trigger is very hard. This is an unskippable cinematic. We don't know why. You just can't skip it. But it's a giant gingerbread man time, as in the movie. It's a very fun moment in the movie, and in the game, it's rather nice too, to be fair.
I wish he had more of a role in the movie. In the movie, they're like,
oh yeah,
hey, let's make a big gingerbread guy.
And then he's there for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's a bit
itself for the good of the team.
Yep. All right. So now you have to wait for the drawbridge. So you have to go back and forth. You do a little kick to not get soft locked by the bridge. And here we go.
Also important to be on that specific side of the bridge, because if you're on the right side of the bridge, you get stuck under. Your model gets stuck under despite the fact that it looks like you're over and you're not able to like pop up above. So you get soft lock. So that's why he was standing on that specific side of the bridge. Did that kick and then just got over it.
Yes, and this
tall gingerbread man.
Thank you for your service. Also in the cinematic, it's very funny because you see the normal gingerbread man and he looks super tall compared to what he should be in the movie. Just so you know. We're heading to the end boss. It feels very Zelda-esque with a Ganondorf last fight, last ending. It's gonna be disappointing if you compare it to Zelda though. So the fight itself. Because if you've seen the movie, you know what awaits you. It's the buffet table. Also, yeah. We lose a few seconds just for that punch. That's tradition for Tsuru in a marathon with Shrek 2, and I respect that. So, Fairy Godmother, we want to punch her very hard, but we can't because it's a movie for children, so no blood. And so instead we throw food at her. So we wait until she attacks with a magic ball, we throw it back, and then food time.
It's actually where Super Mario Sunshine got the idea for this boss.
Sure, yes. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Yes. And it's gonna be a bit repetitive until she reaches half-life, and at which point we're gonna change a bit. We're standing in the middle of the food. We do not care for proper hygiene, because we're not gonna eat it anyway, and also because that way the knights that are dispatched to hinder us can't get to us. And now we reach the RNG part. She randomly picks an attack between 3 possible attacks: fireballs, purple balls, and electric balls, which we can throw back at her. So we're now praying for the right luck. Yes, very good. So that we can stun her the way we've done so far, because there's one of the 3 possibilities that you can't throw back, and she can do it do multiple of them in a row, and we can lose a lot of time here. There it is. This is the one. Yeah, you don't want to touch that. But so far, so good for a marathon run. That's extremely good. Can't finish it on that cycle. So time is very soon. Oh, such a good luck on this one. Okay. And here it is, time. Well done,
And time emotes in the chat if you've been watching this.
Yes, please. It's the drops.
We got the final cutscene. The potion wears off of Donkey, and then Shrek and Fiona could stay handsome forever, but they decide no. I fell in love with the green version of you, so let's change back before we exchange our. Oh, where? Where is he going?
Yeah, good question. To be honest, I would, considering the current 3D model of Shrek, I would also choose to be back to Ogre, personally. But that's personal opinions. Like, the face he has on the 3D model is very uncanny. But yes, good job, Utsuru. Thank you, SSK, for being here with me today too.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. You should follow Utsuru if you so desire. You should also follow the two of us. Mew, where can folks find you?
On Twitch at mixmew_, just like it is written, but with an underscore at the end. What can we find you?
I can be found at twitch.tv/seldomseenkid. Sometimes I play games, not this one, although I might, because this is really cool and really fun.
Oh yeah, it is a very nice one.
I love that artwork. I love the ears. Just excellent job by Utsuru.
Oh, that's not Utsuru, that's Gomart, who is a dear friend, and also that's one of the prizes that people can win through donations, which is a good moment to remind you that this is a charity marathon benefiting Médecins du Monde, and it's a very good international charity that fights for the access to healthcare all around the world, especially in areas of armed conflicts and natural disasters. So you do want to support them because everybody should have access to a doctor, especially in those conditions. And this is why SpeeDons matters a bit. And I'm very happy that we get an English-speaking Restream to have even more people aware of this. And I hope you had fun.
Yeah, thanks so much for watching Shrek with us. Stay tuned for Billy Hatcher up next. Keep watching, keep donating.
Et puis on va retourner, on va vous laisser la main à l'ambiance et voir aussi, bien entendu, le dessin de Suzy, bien sûr.
Ouais, bonsoir SpeeDons. Énorme, la nuit ne fait que commencer, la soirée ne fait que commencer.
Mon cher Enzo Chicheyu, c'est toujours un plaisir d'être avec toi, toi qui es peut-être l'un des meilleurs speedrunners du monde.
Oui,
puisque,
bien sûr, puisque je n'ai jamais speedrun sur Isaac, mais que tu penses depuis 10 ans.
Et je pense à chaque fois que tu speedruns sur Isaac et tu me dis mais je speedrun pas sur Isaac.
Exactement.
Et pourtant, ensuite je te redis que tu speedrun. J'espère que tout le monde va bien, j'espère que tout le monde a acheté son t-shirt.
Qui n'est pas dans le bon sens.
C'est le trick.
Ah ouais.
En gros, quand je mets pas dans le bon sens, tu dis achète, ça veut dire que t'as rien.
Ouais, mais c'est ma première session, moi j'ai loupé tous les mêmes.
Si
c'est quoi le machin avec le mème? C'est quoi ça?
Ça en fait c'est 6-7, alors c'est un peu
ok, d'accord.
En fait c'est un peu chiant, c'était un mème TikTok qui existait il y a quelques années par rapport à un match de basket où il y avait 60... un peu chiant. Mais
la peinée magique.
Ouais, la peinée magique, les flats, le Luden. Est-ce que toi ça va bien? Moi ça va
bien. Bah écoute, je suis en super forme, il y a une belle soirée qui arrive, là on a un programme de zinzin, on a Billy Hatcher qui arrive tout de suite, on a The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes après, on a du Little Nightmare, là, vraiment la nuit en plus derrière, il y a des...
C'est quoi ton Zelda préféré?
Mon Zelda préféré c'est le 2. Non, pas
oh, non. Ah oui, attendez, parce qu'il y a un truc qu'on n'a pas fait. Le dessin. Le dessin.
Le dessin.
Bonjour.
Double face.
Mais visible des deux côtés, mais c'est Inception ou quoi?
Extraordinaire.
Incroyable quoi. Faut la retourner.
Exceptionnel.
Et l'un ou l'une d'entre vous repartira du coup avec, en ayant fait un don, bien sûr, parce que c'est le principe des lots. Et il y a plein de choses à gagner pendant SpeeDons, donc écoutez bien ce qui se passe de temps en temps, on vous rappelle tout ça. On a des dons d'ailleurs qui arrivent à l'instant, on a Morty the Martian qui a donné 6-7, ainsi que Skymill aussi qui a donné 6-7.
Et on a aussi un 67 € de Guillaume qui dit un gros bravo à tous les runners et surtout achète.
Ça va, le public est réactif, il est encore tôt,
Ok. Oh oui. Voilà, le public ne se fait même pas mix-up, c'est extrêmement bien vu. Et on a 50 € de Dragor, on a du 10 € de LAN, on a Quentin avec un cas qui donne 6,70 €. En tout cas, il y a énormément de dons.
On a eu le fan de Shrek qui a donné 10 balles aussi, merci beaucoup. On a eu un 100 balles de Shape, bravo à toutes et tous de faire vivre cet événement pour Médecins du Monde. Et joyeux anniversaire à mon vieux pote Fleeze aussi, ouais, ça se met des dédicaces directement dans les dons à 100 balles, merci beaucoup. Dodo pour les 10 balles également.
C'est très important, et aussi, du coup, pour ceux qui aiment beaucoup le jeu vidéo et qui sont passionnés de speedrun, il y a plein de jeux différents, et en plus dans la soirée, on peut vous faire un petit flash du planning. On va avoir Billy Hatcher, on va avoir du Zelda Triforce Heroes, on va avoir du Little Nightmare, on va même avoir du Astrobot.
Astrobot à 1h du mat estimate, il va y avoir du Demon Souls en pleine nuit, du Rayman Legend, en plus moi je serai là à 4h du matin pour Rayman Legend. Et ça, c'est là que ça. Là, on aura besoin de la salle avec Amato.
And I can't believe you made me introduce this. Hello, welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons 6. I'm Kyrone and I'm joined with Zans, and today we're going to be watching Talk9 play through the 80% speedrun of Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. If you don't know anything about this game, this is made by Sonic Team 2003, the GameCube. There's no other Sonic Team game made in 2003, don't worry about it. And this is an egg rolling platformer, which if you have no idea what that means, you'll quickly learn once we get into the run.
Yeah. Now, yeah, we just gotta wait for these guys to get going. I mean, I'm very excited. I always love watching a gameplay of Billy Hatcher. We'll say I'm liking the outfit in the back. I think there's a giant chicken hat on the guy's head there. It looks amazing. Yeah.
I'm trying to see on my low quality. I think I see it too. It's a nice chicken hat.
Like a little. Yeah, I want something like that, man. You know, we can't be playing Billy, and we can't have we can't just not have chicken drip. I think the closest thing I've got to it is a penguin hat. That's it.
I would really like one of these times, like if I ever went to a cosplay event, I would want to be Clippin', personally.
Oh, here we go. So the run should be starting anytime soon now. Yeah, there we are. Look at that glorious chicken hat.
Bonsoir à tous. Ici, c'est une run très sérieuse qui va se faire puisqu'il s'agit évidemment de Billy
Yeah,
Hatcher,
so
Giant Egg.
we'll just start off by saying that there is going to be about a minute and a half worth of cutscenes before the gameplay even starts. So whilst we're waiting for these runners to to get started, should we use this time to sort of introduce Torque as a Billy Hatcher speedrunner?
Yeah, I mean, Talk9 is pretty new to the Billy running scene, honestly, but he's like kind of been speeding through it. He already has a near top level time.
Yeah, he's
really nice.
He's got 105, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's like mid 105 already, and it doesn't.
That's actually insane.
Doesn't even have statue jump. There's our man, Talk9.
And yeah, I mean, I've known Torque for years as a Rayman speedrunner, and I always knew that if he ever came to Billy, he'd be insane at it. And I'm glad that he finally did switch to Billy, and I'm glad that he is proving me correct here. Here we go. We're finally getting into some Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg gameplay.
Yep, welcome to the menu, and by gameplay we mean cutscene. And we're about to start.
Oh.
Here we go.
Perfect.
Enjoy the minute and a half of true 2003 Nintendo Cinema or Sonic Team, whatever.
Yeah, so we've got some chickens. They're a bit upset because of the crows. They're taking away the morning from Morningland. It's been a while since I've watched this cutscene, in all fairness, because nowadays we're able to actually skip this. But, of course, you know, for the marathon, we're going to, of course, watch this cutscene. Here's Billy leaving his house. He is going to meet up with his friends, Bantam and Rolly. You can ignore the guy in the middle, he's not important.
No, but Chick is the best friend of Billy's.
If he was Billy's best friend, why isn't he saved?
He's not fast.
So this game will have 3 different
Well, it has 4 playable characters, but in the Any speedrun, we'll only be seeing 3 of them. That's because Chick, the little one of the 3, he's stuck behind a really slow level that's just not worth entering, so saving Chick is just out of the question. But here we go, we're about to enter the first level of Billy Hatch and Giant Egg, which is going to be Forest Village.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, we're not really going to be able to do anything other than walk. There's going to be a really slight tech here where we're actually going to do what's called a wall glide.
Yeah.
Gonna hold a specific angle against this wall to go just a little bit faster. That's about all we can do without the suit, which we're about to get right here.
Perfect, yeah, so he got it under 12 seconds, which means it was a pretty good wall ride. I think if you're doing like a perfect wall ride, it should be about 11.6, but anything sub 12 is still like really good. Here's Dark Corvo. He is one of the antagonists of this game. He's going to spawn some enemies, which we're just going to run straight past. As we do the first major tech of the speedrun, which is called a PEDR, which stands for Pedro's Egg Dash Ricochet. Essentially, what's going to happen is Torque's going to perform a move called an egg shoot, and then basically just jump into that egg to get a bunch of height and jump over this wall. It's a very hard tech to pull off consistently, but it's one of the most like satisfying pieces of movement in Billy.
Yeah, and now we're setting up for an egg KBC. Nice.
Boom.
So how that works basically is whenever you are on the egg, Billy has a position on it to where if he gets hit off the egg, he'll just fall off on that side of the egg. So the way we do it is we position Billy inside the wall so that when he takes damage, he's inside the wall and clips through it.
And funnily enough, you see Torque taking those blue hoops there. Those are actually unskippable. You can't
yeah, there's no way to skip
hoops.
Yeah. And nice. Torque got cherries here.
Right, so fruit RNG is something that's going to come up a lot in the run. In Forest 1, it saves a small amount of time. It's not the biggest thing, but getting good RNG early on is always, nice. You hope that the rest of the run is going to go that way. And here's something interesting. So as this cutscene's happening, Billy is going to try and hatch this egg. And so this might seem like counterintuitive because we don't really want to be hatching eggs that we don't need to hatch, but this hatch here will actually save us 3 seconds in a later level.
Yeah, basically how it works is whenever you spawn an animal buddy, there is a opening cutscene for them that like introduces them. And if you grab the emblem like Torque just did while it's spawning, we can skip that cutscene and end the level. And that text box will never come up again.
Yeah.
Which is what's letting us save the time.
Yeah, it loses about a second to hatch it, but it saves, I think, 4 seconds to skip it, so ultimately it nets you like a 3-second time save each time you do it.
It's around that, yeah.
It's only going to come up once, maybe twice during this run. And again, seeing it the second time is all down to Fruit RNG, which we'll probably explain in the level where that's coming up.
Yeah, to explain roughly like the layout of missions, there's a lot of worlds we're going to be going through in this run. The first and second level of each world are the same for the most part. The first one is a gold egg mission where you hatch the chicken elder with like the gold egg and everything. The second one is a boss level. So here we're actually going to be heading towards the boss of Forest Village, which is Gecko.
Nicely navigated by Torque there. That bee can be quite punishing if it hits you and you manage to not get knocked off the level.
Oh
no!
Unfortunate death. That's fine. We'll just get more.
We can use
more time to
use this
explain
time
it.
to explain what he was trying to do. Yeah. So that's a trick called Flower Jump, which the name is going to sound really confusing because of how Torque does it. But essentially, you can skip this upcoming section by bouncing into the sign at such a specific point that it will launch him straight up and towards the upcoming platform. So this looks good. Yeah, there we go. That's Flower Jump.
Yeah, most of the objects in this game don't like to interact with each other, so they'll just like push the object out if they like collide. So right there, we're putting the egg into the sign so that it pushes us up. Basically how it works.
Nice. Yeah, I really love Billy Hatcher movement for that. You can sort of interact with the environment in such interesting ways. Like, for example, there at the end of the level, Torque bounced off a cage to skip having to open it. And then he did some really clean platform movement just to get to the boss here. Gecko is he's probably one of the least interesting bosses in the game. You kind of just hit him, dodge attack, hit him, and move on. But there are some really interesting boss fights in Billy Hatcher. This one, sadly, just being one that we can't really do too much with.
Yeah, the most interesting thing we can talk about here is how we are leading Arageko intentionally to the middle of the arena, because he has this like this attacking portion, and then the next part he'll walk to the middle of the arena to prepare for the next phase. So if we lead him to the middle and then stun him there, he won't need to do any of this slow walk to the middle.
Yeah.
It's about the most we can do.
And so that was this has been really good so far. Very minimal amount of steps taken. So we've got the lasers now. He just needs to dodge out the way here. He's going to try and walk Gecko sort of towards the middle as he does it. Beautifully done. And then, yeah, just a quick 2 hits will finish the boss off. One thing to mention is that he was growing his egg throughout the fight. Growing your egg does increase your damage, so you want to try and get a big egg as quick as possible most of the time. There will be instances where you don't want to grow your egg, but they'll come up. They'll come up quite soon, actually.
Yeah, so after each boss mission, there's going to be a cutscene of a portal in Sand Ruin opening. Sand Ruin is one of the later worlds in this game. This is kind of like foreshadowing for like a later event, but this cutscene actually puts you in a scene after the level where you can just quit out and you don't need to do anything else. They expect you to talk to the Elder, but we're not going to do that.
Yeah, you just go stage select and move on. Now, Talk's doing... now, with the game, there's 27 levels we must complete, and every any % speedrun completes the same 27 levels. However, a lot of the runners choose, like, different routes to approach these 27 levels. Talk's doing something called Boss Rush, where he's going to go to Sand Ruins Mission 2 as quick as possible to beat all the bosses, because those levels contain some of the hardest, like, sort of platforming of the entire run, and then he can clean up and do the other 15 missions in any order he likes, because they're relatively easy in comparison.
Yeah, so in Boss Rush, we're going to be seeing all these gold egg missions and bosses back to back. Now's a great time to go more in depth about the fruit preferences of each egg. So these golden eggs that we're going to be having in each first mission of the world prefer pineapples and cherries, which will give them double fruit points. You need 48 fruit points to entirely grow the egg. Each big fruit is 5 normally, and each small one is 1. So you can see that cherry and pineapple is 20 points combined.
Yeah.
It's a huge number you have to reach.
Exactly, you need to reach 48 points. So by picking up one cherry and 1 pineapple, that's nearly enough to almost fill half the quota to max out your egg. One thing that we haven't mentioned about the golden eggs yet, which made that platforming section in the middle level look really impressive, is that if that golden egg takes a single bit of damage, it breaks and you have to start the whole process over again. So Talk, whilst he is moving through his level, he does have to be careful of sort of hazards and enemies, because they can very quickly ruin his run if they want to.
Yeah, I don't want to have any my egg cracked raw situations going on.
No, we do not.
Beaucoup de parallèles avec Sunshine, de toute façon, dans ce jeu.
So, this is probably the level that got me interested in Billy Hatcher speedrunning. This is Pirate Island Mission 2, and we have to get to the boss, as we've discussed with how these boss levels are structured, but the way we do it is so cool. So coming up, we have a cannon that we can launch out of, and you're going to see that Talk's not going to aim for the flag which the game wants you to hit. He's going to hit this wall instead, because you can bounce off it down to the bottom of the slides, saving a few seconds. Now we're going to do the same thing again, but we're going to bounce off a very specific part of this wall, like this.
Straight to the portal. That was nice. It's a very specific lineup. And the cannons are super hard to control as well.
Yeah. Talk is one of the best people I've seen at aiming cannons. But it's, as Zern said, it's so finicky. You can constantly just be spamming up and down, up and down, up and down, just trying to get the right position. Now we've got Glare. This is an interesting boss, because this is one of the bosses with a fast strat. So once he's done with this shooting phase, Torque's going to basically just hit him as quick as possible, like that. Oh, never mind, he missed. But he got it again. But now he's going to just do this process of dunking the egg into the ground and then hitting Glare repeatedly. This is because you can get 2 hits in per phase, where eventually the boss would only be able to support 1 hit. This allows you just to be able to speed it up a lot. So going for the dunk, the hit, and then a dunk.
Yeah, and then here we're standing where the fruit is going to spawn, so we can get a max stage egg. It's going to let us finish the fight just a bit quicker.
Oh, we're going to get slow shots here, but shots is still better than none.
And the fight's already over.
Yeah, see, it's very quick. If he hits the that dunk at the end, like quicker, the boss will shoot out 2 shots instead of 6, which saves not that much time. Can't speak, but it is always nice to get it.
Yeah, personally, I'm more scared of when he does it because my egg could break rather than it just loses time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is it is riskier as well carrying the 6 shots. So yeah, as we said, this is boss rush. So after he watches this cutscene, we're going to move on to Dino Island. And we're going to be really mindful of how Torque manages his fruit RNG in this level, because whether or not he gets good RNG will determine which route he takes through the level. And that is going to be the difference between seeing one strat or seeing an entirely different strat. So everyone at home, you want to be looking out for cherries and pineapple drops from the large enemies coming up in a moment.
Yeah, there are 2 large enemies here, 2 dinos that will drop big fruit. It is possible to get a lot of good RNG from small enemies. I'm gonna say with those drops, it's probably not gonna happen though.
Yeah. So when he turns the camera around, we should be able to see what fruit RNG he got.
Okay, well, it's not over.
It's not over. We've still got another dino which you can get a good RNG drop from.
We did get 3 good drops from those small enemies, though. No, it's not happening.
I still don't think that's enough.
There was nothing there.
Oh, there was 1. Okay, we're not seeing it, which is fine. We can talk about that strat in another level. Oh dear, my stream's buffering. Okay, it's caught up. So, yeah, basically now Torque just has to max out the egg and hatch the Elder.
Yeah, it's going to be really easy with the melon in this box. Gives you 5 fruit points.
Yeah.
Also, a couple small ones.
Exactly, and you'll see most of the time that the basic formula for a golden egg level is grab golden egg, head towards where the emblem spawns, and pick up fruit along the way. It's not often that we break away from that formula because, honestly, it's so efficient doing it this way. Oh, and Torque's a gamer as well. He got the frame perfect B press.
Yeah, for some reason, if you use the green hoop there and immediately hatch the Elder, you have 1 frame where you can press B and talk to it before the Elder's like, no, I'm not going to talk to you until this green hoop stops. Yeah. And we don't really know why. It's just, that's how it is.
It's just a really weird interaction with the game. But yeah, Torque's a gamer. He hits the frame perfect unprompted B press. We love it. I think most runners just mash the B button out of that cutscene and just pray they get it.
What I do.
At least that's what I do. I love this level that's coming up. I think this one's quite a controversial level though for some.
Yeah, I am not the biggest fan of this level, but I at least appreciate the movement in it. So in this level, we have to grow another animal buddy, but this time we're actually going to use them.
Yes, we're going to see my boy, Richie. And as you can see, Richie is absolutely adorable. We love Richie. The reason why we have to hatch Richie is because you'll see down in the bottom left side of the screen that there are these little, what looks like the skull masks from Majora's Mask, but they're actually like dinosaur heads. We basically need to cool them down because they're spewing hot lava. And oh, he's going for the safety trap. Oh yeah, we should really talk about that really. What Talk should have done there is the sign bounce. Essentially, similar to flower jump, if you bounce into a sign and then hold away, you can get like a massive amount of momentum, allowing him to cross that gap. But yeah, he's now calling off these giant dino heads, which basically once he's done that, the boss portal will spawn. It's pretty simple, but along the way he has to do some really cool movement, like he's going to dash jump all the way down here. Jumps like this that makes the Billy Hatcher speedrun like so cool to me.
Jump is just barely possible, as you can see, gliding across the railing for a little bit.
And we should mention this level is one of the reasons why this level is so like controversial towards some runners is if you die, it's really punishing because you have to then go Hatch Richie all over again before you can progress. Oh, he missed this jump here. It's not the end of the world though. I don't know what backup he's going to do here though.
I think we'll just we're doing this.
Ooh, with that egg, is that possible? Never mind, I should not talk because clearly I don't know what I'm on about. But yeah, he hits that.
Yeah, so we did something that's called cutscene jump that we missed, but we did that driver on the tree, which the egg can't go into the tree, so it's just gonna boost you up a bit, which gives us enough height with the ricochet to barely make it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, talk no.
That is super unfortunate. So a nice little quirk about this level is if you die while in the Bone Dragon cooling down cutscene, it actually just soft locks you and you have to restart the level. So we're gonna be seeing all of that again.
Yeah. So he has to do this one more time, which is quite as we said, this level can be extremely punishing, and that's one of the other reasons why this level is punishing is the soft locks. Never mind the fact that you have to rehatch Richie and do everything all over again, but yeah. Normally
it's punishing enough to just patch Richie again. Doing the whole level again is a lot.
Yeah. But he's speeding through it as right now, and it gives him another chance to hit the cutscene jump. So. We can just say he's doing this for theatrics. Oh!
Alright, we're gonna go for a PDR here.
We love PDRs. I don't love that one.
Not getting enough height to make it.
This is when you should use my patented tree boost setup.
Patented? The fake patent?
Yeah. Right, he's realized he needs to hatch Richie again. He is having a meltdown on this level, and honestly, it's completely valid. This level is this level can be so hard. But I think it's sad to say that Talk will not be agreeing on my opinions on this level after this run.
Nice sign bounce. Got a lot of speed.
So that's what you want. That's what you want to see when you do the sign bounce. Oh yeah, for some reason that hoop just doesn't interact with you after a death. I don't know why.
I don't think it's after it. I think it's that specific egg. Because I've had this problem as well. When I was doing a task for this level, oh, that chick.
Oh no! Okay, that's another thing that can be really annoying about this game. This game's amazing, by the way. Don't let us say how there's something to ruin in this game. Oh,
okay,
nice
we did
PDR.
get that PEDR this time though. And there is a Richie egg over here, so we're going to be playing it safe.
Oh, the bounce spooked me there. I thought he was just going to naturally fall into it. But no, yeah, that's another thing. Those chick NPCs, they move around on randomly, and they of course can interact with you as well, which means that they can interrupt jumps like they did with Talk there. Now, there is a specific sequel to Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg that makes sure those chick NPCs do not move because they're a nice person. We won't talk about that right now.
Nice person asterisk. There's a big asterisk there.
Oh yeah, I mean everything else they made was like horrible, but
this is a little sketchy for cutscene jump. They're barely not making it.
Yeah, he can do the backup again though, like a gamer, improve. Oh, the wrong way.
Here we'll just be going for cutscene jump again.
Yeah.
This jump is really tight. Having a bigger egg does help, but it's a very small frame window. You have to jump on the edge and then kind of like right against the wall.
But,
I think
you know,
Torque will be taking it very safe here this time. Try not to soft block.
It's one of those things that once it happens to you, you never let it happen again. Or for at least for a long time, you start to taking it safe bumps, and then and then you start getting a little bit more risky with it, and then you soft block again, and then all that process is just reset.
I don't think I've ever soft blocked here in an attempt because I always just want to play it safe. If an attempt gets here, I want it to live.
That's why you haven't got a 104 yet, Zand. You need to.
I think there's other reasons I don't have a 104, but let's not get on about that.
So now that we've got through the worst part of the level, it's time to talk through the best part. This is Topo. We love Topo. Well, we used to hate Topo because he was boring, but now he's got a fast strat since I think the last time he was shown off at a marathon. So here, Torque is going to intentionally hit Topo 9 times, and this is going to skip an attack in the second phase. And this saves a total of 9 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but this is a lot for Billy Hatcher at this point. And the reason why this works is because each boss has like sort of damage caps and damage thresholds. So for example, Topo, once he takes 10 points of damage, will move on to phase 2, where he'll do a wall of fire attack and a second wave of meatballs, which we've just seen Torque dodge. But by hitting him 9 times, we're skipping the wall of fire and just going straight to the meatballs, as this is technically still phase 1. But now that he's got a big egg, we can then skip phase 2 completely, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, it is important to know, if we had gotten our egg popped there, we would have to do a backup. It's really awkward. So we're just happy to see that the egg survived.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the way the phases work is that we're going over the damage cap by doing damage when there's like 1 hit left, basically, so that we do 2 damage over the threshold.
Exactly that, yeah. So with a full egg, that's how we're able to do the fast strat, because we're hitting him, I think, 3 times for 9 damage, where his actual damage cap is 7 damage. Which then gives us enough to then do the same thing on the 3rd phase and then beat the entire boss without a 4th phase and, skipping essentially the 2nd phase. It's a very complicated one to explain to someone who's never played Billy before, but trust me, going slow sometimes does save a lot of time.
And there's Topo. Very good Topo. If we land
that was actually
emblem, unfortunate.
No.
Almost getting it. We do a lineup there specifically at the end so that Topo will die on the emblem so that we can like maybe grab it. And if we don't, it's fine because we just have to do 1 extra jump.
Yeah. But it is so satisfying when you land it. And now we're coming up to a very interesting level. We're going to Blizzard Castle, which all the levels in Blizzard Castle are kind of bangers. But Blizzard 1, I think, might be my favorite level in Billy Hatcher.
It's a pretty good level.
Yeah. So the reason why that is because we're going to see a strategy here that goes against the way that we attempt golden egg levels. Normally we want to be bringing morning back to morning land, and as we said, normally we want to go to where the emblem spawns and grab fruit along the way. Now you're going to see here that Torque's not going to do that, but first of all we're going to see Torque perform Fire Hoop, which he nails. That's a very, very tight jump, which can be very punishing if he fails it. So the emblem is down the bottom of the slide that's just behind Torque here, but instead what's going to happen is he's not going to take the slide at all, and he's going to jump down here, because there is a lot of fruit down here. And then you're going to see Torque's going to do something really weird here as well. When he gets on the platform, he's just going to hatch the egg and die. And this essentially just skips the entire Elder cutscene. And you can also see that the music has stopped, and it's nighttime still. This is ECSS.
the Elder cutscene itself is like 17 seconds long. So whenever we're able to skip it with a death and it's fast, we're usually going to do that. In ECSS,
yes,
of course, Elder cutscene skip, what it stands for. Very nice, Blizzard 1. You'll be seeing ECSS one more time later in the run.
We could have seen it in Dino 1, but we need to get his egg maxed earlier in the level, which is only possible through good RNG, which Talk unfortunately didn't get. But yes, essentially we want to be able to hatch the egg quicker than we're doing normally, and we want to be able to get from the Elder to the emblem in less than the 17 seconds. That's usually the conditions that makes ECSS faster. And
yeah, I mean,
a great level for that.
There's a lot of fruit on that slide that lets you grow the egg super quickly, but the cutscene skip just saves so much time that taking that little detour with all the massive fruit at the bottom of that like drop we did, just saves time.
Yeah, so I think it still used to save time even if we went down the slide then did ECSS, but it was way harder and only saved like a second. Whereas that saves more closer to like 8 to 10 seconds.
So here in Blizzard 2, we're going to be seeing the fruits of our labor from the first level in the game pay off, as we're not going to get an introduction for Cypher here. So the egg we hatched in Forest 1 was Cypher, and we actually require him for this level because in the bottom left, we'll see that there are these 3 snowflakes which represent the snow machines that we're going to break using Cypher. See one shot there.
Nice talk there as well, which things happen in this game so fast that we can talk about one thing then just completely miss the fact that he just clipped through a wall so like casually. But yeah, essentially we need Cypher to destroy those snow machines, as Sam said. This spawns the boss, which is Moles. Which is a great time to talk about the strategy that Talkner is about to totally get here, which is called God Cycle Moles.
Oh, he's totally gonna get it.
Yeah, I mean if he hits it here, you know, I blessed it. Essentially,
hey, you would have called it.
Moles is the most interesting boss in the game because he's the only boss without these damage caps that has been stopping Talk from just outright destroying them. Meaning that basically, if it was possible to do damage quick enough, you could wipe out his entire health bar in one go. But that's not possible quite like that. Talk needs to do 9 points of damage to Moles, essentially to get him to move slowly, and then from there he's going to be picking up fruit from this phase here.
Alright, we should be
God cycles
good. Yeah, we're not getting God Cycle, but we will be getting a 2-phase, which is pretty normal for the fight.
Oh, I don't know, because he didn't get much damage off there. As long as basically now what he needs to do is he needs to walk into Moles, jump, dunk, and then just repeat. And if he does that well enough, that's a quick kill, yeah.
Yeah, so normally
it was a bit
fight,
scary
it's just
that was
2 phases that you want to aim for. God Cycle is the 1 phase, but you need to max out your egg like immediately before Moles becomes vulnerable. And it's just really RNG dependent, both on the ice balls and getting watermelons, because that spotted egg prefers watermelons, so it would make it a lot easier to get God Cycle.
Yeah, it's very rare that someone gets it, but you know, it's it's such a cool strat. I mean, it's so rare to the point where like I hit it the first time I screamed. I literally like high-pitched screamed because I was not expecting to hit it. So just go for a little walk before skipping the cutscene here. We're now got the worst. Speaking of RNG, we have got the worst level in the game when it comes to RNG.
The worst has a double meaning here.
Oh, true.
So this level is the most RNG dependent level in the game. So it's another golden egg mission in which we need to grow the golden egg. We're gonna see here that we're starting off by getting to the gold egg. We have to kill all these cats very quickly. We're gonna want to grow our egg here to prepare for the penguins that are about to spawn. Do an egg shoot here. Don't aggro the other penguins so that we can run into them. Do this nice roll jump into the hoop.
Biggie hit the cage. Nope, I'm wrong. I should shut up.
And here we're going to do something interesting. We're going to do a giant egg PDR with the gold egg. So the gold egg actually can't take damage from bigger eggs than it. So we're going to use a big egg here to ricochet off of it, getting some height.
Yeah. I love this PDR. It's so cool.
Now here's where the RNG comes in. We need, at minimum, 2 good small fruits, or
yes,
like 1 good big fruit. Which, I mean, you would get 2 big.
Straight for the cats.
And there, we got good RNG. We got pineapples.
Yeah, we got good RNG.
We will not be seeing worst RNG here. If we did not get any good fruit, we would have to wait for the watermelon and the pineapple to respawn.
Yeah.
And that loses a lot of time.
And I think it takes about 30 seconds to respawn, so it is really unfortunate when that happens. I should really just see if there is like a faster way. Like if you get worse RNG, if you can just like jump down, kill an enemy, jump back up and see if it's quicker. But
there is one banana that exists if you get 47 fruit points. That is faster.
Oh, that is pain. But yeah, that's Circus 1. Luckily, treating Talk well. Unlike most of the people in this community, it likes to just absolutely kill runs.
It's worth mentioning as well on this level that if you ever play this level casually, you'll know that the rails here are absolutely terrible to interact with. Unless you know the strat.
It's funny as well because skipping the rails is way easier than doing the rails, and there's so many ways to skip those rails. So, we're going to do some double out of boundsing now. This is probably the hardest, one of the hardest tricks you'll see in the speedrun.
I personally think this is the coolest level in the game.
I'm a bit of a detractor on that comment, but I understand your point of view and why you feel that way. Now, essentially, because this level takes place indoors, you'd feel like we don't have a lot of freedom to platform. Which is completely false because you can just kind of do a PDR, aim for that tiny little platform that Talks, missed there, but he's going to get this time because he's a gamer. Yeah, absolutely, as I said.
This pillar of the door you can stand on, so we're doing a driver there to get our egg out of bounds, and we can actually just walk through the out of bounds if we touch the other side of the egg that is in bounds.
Yeah. And we have to do the whole process again. This time we can do it with an egg bounce and roll, which is way easier. And yeah, essentially he's now skipped the entirety of the level, and good safety strap from Talk, breaking that mirror, because if you lose your egg from this point, there is another egg you can get. Unless you break that mirror. And yeah, the switch is surrounded by fire, but that doesn't matter, because you can still hit them regardless.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was good. That was really clean. Like usually if I'm doing a run, if I miss one PDR, that's fine. So yeah, that's a really good run from Talk there.
And here we have the Circus Park boss, Saltim. This boss, we're going to intentionally not progress his phases as fast as we possibly could, because it just makes it a little easier to do the ending, and also is going to skip an attack that takes a lot longer compared to this suck.
Yeah.
Here we're just gonna grab all the fruit around the arena and just wait right here.
There is a slightly faster trap for this boss as well, but Talk's not going for it. It only saves about a second and can be a lot more punishing if it goes wrong. Whereas this one is kind of a freebie. You simply just follow the instructions and it's the same every time.
Yeah, you really just gotta hit him on this one.
Yeah.
The faster strat is really cool because you intentionally get sucked up by the mirror.
Yeah.
And it's a really tight, fruit schedule for when the fruit respawns and you have to grow your egg.
Yeah. You basically.
But it only saves a second.
The moment it respawns. Yeah. I do like doing it though. It is really satisfying to hit that boss trap. Again, we've got another cutscene coming up. Again, as well, Talk will then be heading to another world. This time it will be Sand Ruin, which is probably the hardest world in the game, which is the main reason why we're doing the boss rush route through the game. Because I think Talk just wants to get Sand Ruin's mission 2 out of the way, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, luckily, Sand Ruin Mission 1, at least, is a pretty simple mission, all things considered.
Yes. It's the final Golden Egg mission, and of course, will be the final instance of ECSS in the run. The first objective is to get to the top of the pyramid, which is quite a simple process. You kind of just follow the path, really. There is a cool skip here you can do. Those green hoops that Talk's bouncing into, they sort of bounce up and down as you land in them. When you sort of jump out of them on the bounce up, you get more height out of them, which allows you to skip the intro of the level. Just a bit of simple green hoop platforming here. Meanwhile, he is dodging these pillars because they can just break your egg if he touches them. As we're heading closer now to the top of the pyramid, the movement here is pretty straightforward. Just a lot of dashes, a lot of egg bounces and rolls. Which is basically, we've not really talked about the movement dash, it's basically just the formula of what makes Billy move.
Yeah, press the dash button, go fast. That's it.
Go fast, bounce and roll, and yeah. So to perform ECSS here, it's very simple because all the fruit is very similar to Blizzard 1, where it's kind of just there for you to pick up.
We're actually spawning where we're going past where the emblem spawns right now. But since we're right here next to a death plane, let's just do ECSS.
Yes. Would you hear? I saw Billy's animation change. Now we're back at the top of the pyramid, which doesn't seem very, intuitive.
Yeah, I mean, the top of the pyramid is really far from the emblem, but we're just gonna slide down. It's really fast.
We just slide down. I think this was the first level where ECSS was essentially implemented because we realized how quickly we could grab the emblem from the top of the pyramid. And it wasn't until we started experimenting more that we found the other instances that actually saved time.
Now we are entering what most would consider the hardest level for the 90% run.
And I have an important question for you, Sans.
What's up?
What's a FAMI? And how
do you skip it? How did I know?
I feel like it's a common question at this point in time. So, I mean, before we even get there, Talk has to do another skip first. Sans, what's a torch, and how do you skip it?
A torch is an object that, when you light it, gives off light. I hope that helped.
Is it on fire?
Oh yeah, I mean, but we're gonna be avoiding that here. So
yeah, but
as Kai is alluding, as Kai is alluding to with this, we're going to be using a torch in a similar way to how we use signs. We're going to have the specific Billy position on the right side of the egg here. We're going to egg bounce against this wall. We're going to bounce into the torch, hold it away from it, and get ricocheted really fast away from it so that we can skip a whole underground section.
That is a super difficult strat, especially when that fire has an active hitbox, where if you go too far into the torch, you just die. It's really not nice. And now we're performing FAMI skip. So you can perform an egg boost to get over to this torch. He's going to very carefully navigate around this. We're now in a part of the level we're not supposed to be in, which is weird, especially when there are enemies that spawn over here. He's going to manipulate this bead to inflate in such a way where he does this dash jump, he's going to jump into the wall, and he didn't hold A quick enough. But luckily he's hit a checkpoint, we can retry.
Just barely missing that. If he had held A quicker, he would have done like a driver stall where you just pause in midair, which would let the enemy hit him and then he would clip through the wall. As mentioned earlier with like KBCs in the first level.
Yeah, essentially if your back's adjacent to a wall and you're, basically got no gap between you and the wall, you just clip through if you take damage. It's a really cool strat. This is looking a bit sussy.
Unfortunately, missing that dash jump. Where he dash jumped from is really hard to make it to the other side.
I'm
You'll usually see runners.
Life count, actually.
Ooh.
He has got 2 lives left, which means he has 2 attempts to hit FAMI skip. He's a gamer though, he knows it's not going to affect him. But hopefully he's aware of this and he knows to save after Corvo. This is good.
Okay, this is looking good.
This is looking very promising. You just need
and he made it.
This time.
That
Nice.
clip was a little sus with how right Billy was, but
yes,
still making it.
looking happy there with it.
suffisamment loin pour arriver au portail du boss.
Normalement, il y a toute une...
Yeah, so that is Fammy Skip. Very difficult sequence of motions to get through.
Yeah,
saves like 45 seconds compared to the normal route, I think.
Yeah, it's 35 to 45 seconds. It's a massive amount of time save, and it's one that really is reserved for like a lot of high-level runners. I think as time has gone on, a lot of like, you know, I'm not gonna say lesser runners because that's not the word I want to use, but you know, runners who, you know,
it's a more prioritized strat for newer runners.
Yes.
And what was like normally thought.
I'm messing up my explanations, and you cleared it perfectly for me.
Because I think I was like the first person to pick it up so early. I was doing that strat when I had like 115s.
I think Monkey was doing it right away as well.
That doesn't surprise me. Monkey's a gamer.
Yeah. It does take people like hours to learn it though, because I mean I've sat in streams with people learning the strat and they'll max out their timers trying to hit it once. I'm pretty sure Monkey was one, Nim was one. I wasn't there to watch Talk's journey for it, so I don't know how long it took him to learn it.
Yeah, here in Corvo, we're doing a specific setup as well. We're intentionally waiting after that hit so that we can wait for the fruit to respawn and then hit Corvo again. It's going to set up his HP like perfectly so that we can actually skip one of his phases.
Yes. Yeah, the Corvo is basically the prime boss fight for when it comes to sort of making use of the damage cap system to skip phases. Because there's a lot of juggling between small egg and big eggs to go over that damage cap threshold.
Yeah, we're going to see that right here. We're going to intentionally go over to the small egg, pick it up, egg shoot Corvo, go back to the big egg, and then damage him.
Yeah.
That lets us get one extra damage, which is just enough to skip the phase here.
And you would have seen him earlier in the fight. You would have seen him earlier in the fight as well, just sort of stalling around the Topo phase and the Glare phase. And that's to manage the sort of the fruit respawning to also skip a second phase, which is really cool. This saves more time than you think, especially when it looks so slow.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes it's better to go slow to go fast.
Exactly. But we're now done with the boss rush aspect of the speedrun. In order to beat the game, though, we need to beat Stand Free. And the only way to beat Stand Free is to have 25 Emblems of Courage. Right now, as you can see on screen, Talk has 12. So we're going to then go around the world again, clearing the quickest 13 missions that we know of. And yeah, that's basically it.
And now we get to go do all the fun optional missions that are actually required.
So we're going to Pirate first, which means we're going to be seeing Clip and Yeet. I hope that Talk actually shows this up on the stream. I think he was talking about doing it, so we've got to sit here
this
and
trick
pray
is really a spectacle.
Yes.
It's a miracle it even works, to be honest.
Yes.
The way it does. And how it was found.
Do you want to explain this one, Sans?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so this is like your Koopa the Quick level in Super Mario 64. Like, we're racing Clip in here, so we're gonna, hit the goal. But what we're going to do after hitting the goal is we're going to do a specific setup with our egg, where we're going to walk towards it, and we're going to load in a bridge. And this bridge is like one of the main pathing mechanisms for Clippin'. So if you load it and unload it at a specific time when he's about to walk past it, he's just gonna start flying.
Yeah.
So as we can see, Clippin' is just zooming.
Yeah. It's so funny. I remember when that was found. That was found by a complete casual. We knew about Clip and Yeet at the time, but Super Clip and Yeet, which is like what Talk just did there, is the faster version of it. That was found by complete accident. And I remember seeing Witherman see the actual movement of Clippin' for the first time, and they just broke down laughing.
Yeah, the older version of it actually had you deload the bridge while Clippin was on it or something. I'm not quite sure how it worked, but Clippin would then just like jump into a void, and then he would respawn closer to the emblem.
Yeah. Or he'd respawn, then realize that he needs to catch up and just goes overdrive.
Yeah, so here we have our first friend mission. So we're going to be saving Rolly here. This is like a really short mission because we spawn right next to Rolly. You're going to see a bomb that we're going to quickly defuse in the only way we know how, exploding it.
Yes. Just a few feet away from the victim, of course.
Don't worry, Rolly, you're completely safe.
Yeah. I mean, her eardrums might be shattered, but she seems fine. And yeah, that's save Rolly. It's a very quick level. It's already done. But that also means we unlock mission 6 of every world now, which gives us more levels.
Every friend has their number for each world. So Rolly is mission 6 for each world. We'll be saving Bantam later, which is mission 8. And like we said at the beginning of the run, we're not going to be saving Chick, so don't look at mission 7.
Yeah, mission 7 doesn't exist. But now we've got Pirate 5, and this level has some really cool movement, but it's very difficult. Mainly because we have to navigate around some swinging anchors, which are basically RNG on how they spawn in. So Torque has to kind of react to the RNG that he's given and move for it like that, which he did very cleanly. That can sometimes be very punishing. We're then going to skip this gate very easily by just jumping over like that, doing the same pipe jump we've seen in the last 2 levels, and now we're going to shoot out this cannon from this exact point. As it lands onto this platform, he's going to roll. This cutscene's going to play. The island is going to surround itself by fire, but because Torque's a gamer, he's outsped the fire, and he's already done with the section. If he doesn't...
Unfortunately, getting his egg popped, but that's fine, because we're just going to take a little stroll towards the emblem.
Yeah. He looks very disappointed in himself, but hey, he shouldn't complain. He didn't pop the egg on the other side of the fire, which meant he would have had to have, you know, either done a really hard backup or done the intense strat, which takes ages.
Yeah, getting through that fire before it like fully envelops the platforms is very, very important, because backing that up is just not fun.
No.
Here we're entering Forest Village again. We're doing mission 3. This one is a pretty cool mission because the emblem is like already spawned into the level. So we're just racing to get there basically.
Yes. And this has some of the cleanest movement in the entire run, I think, March 3. So in a moment we're going to see another egg KBC. Essentially how they work is if an egg rolls into an egg smaller than itself, the smaller egg takes damage. So we can intentionally set up knockback clips by performing egg shoots away from a wall, and then the egg will come back and knock us through. It's a really genius setup. I don't know if does the Chick bounce here. I hope he does.
I actually heard the French commentator talking about it, so we're gonna set up for this. We're gonna intentionally hit the Chick first to activate its object hitbox, and then we're going to bounce into it just like a sign bounce, getting a ton of speed.
Yes. And now just approaching the end of the level here, we're going to perform another gate skip, but we don't need our egg for this one. Oh, Talk might. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, just doing one jump around the corner, and then the emblem's right there. Very nice.
Love a bit of Forest 3. What's your opinion on the next level, Dans?
I don't want to talk about it. And by that, I mean, I do want to talk about how bad it is. We're going to be entering Forest 6, which a lot of runners dislike because it has a very difficult clip at the beginning of it.
I'm going to get very British here. This level is Marmite. You either love it or you hate it. Basically, we have to do an enemy KBC here off of these smaller enemies here. The problem with these smaller enemies is their hitboxes are tiny. So this can go wrong very easily, like so. So Torque's going to back this up and just kill the enemies. And he's going to do another enemy KBC here, I believe, because he likes to do this backup, which is really cool. He's going to do it off this cat, which is a much more generous attack than what the smaller enemies were doing.
Yeah, the small enemy, apart from having like a really small hitbox, it just like, as we saw there, if it touches your egg, it's going to now suddenly ignore you. Because it's like, man, I don't want to get hurt. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, it like it gets really close to you and then just backs away. So you need to jump into it at like such a specific timing that it doesn't walk away from you. Now we're gonna do a BKBC. And BKBCs are cool. Oh, he's doing an interesting backup here to do that. Nice. He's forcing the B to inflate, similar to how we did Family Skip to get through the wall.
Yeah, that's just his normal strat.
Family Skip hadn't been done yet. Perfect. Yeah, that was beautifully done.
The Bs do have like a charge attack that is a lot quicker, but we want to purposely inflate the B, which makes it a lot easier to do the clip. You can technically do it off the charge, but it's just like you barely have any time to set up for the knockback clip.
Yeah. And considering how there is actually a lot of precision involved with knockback clips, you don't really get any time to do it.
This level is really funny.
Yeah. We're going to be judging Talk here, depending on how he rolls his snowman, so let's have a look. Essentially, we have to just roll the snowman through the snow to make it bigger. It's a snowman, that's how snowmen work. Once it's fully big enough, we just have to take it to the body of the snowman to complete our lovely snowman. There we go. So as I said, we'll be judging Talk here. I'm disappointed.
I'm super disappointed. I think this run isn't good anymore.
No.
This level judges the entire worth of the run, I'm sorry to say.
Yes. I mean, if the snowman was technically an owl, it could be viable. He's looking up at the sky behind him. But no. No, unfortunately, Talk has lost a lot of gamer points for that one.
Really like the SpeeDons chat. Every time we're getting an emblem, we're saying good morning.
Yes, we love to see that.
Billy Hatcher's iconic good morning phrase.
Speaking of
even when it's nighttime.
We love to see Bantam, and that's what we're about to see here. This is a really quick level as well. All the friend missions have one thing in common. You've got a 5-minute timer, which makes you think the level's going to be really long. But no, they're all really short. Because especially when you can do this roll jump across this gap here, and then you can do the true bounce strat that we saw in Blizzard 1. No IGU, and then essentially we can skip straight to Bantam by going through the blue hoop and jumping around this corner here. Normally you have to go around the outside of the level to even get to this room, but with that jump there we can just skip the entire thing.
Yeah, so now we're saving Bantam. We're gonna be able to use his levels in the speedrun. He only has a couple of fast levels we'll be seeing, but since Blizzard 4 and Blizzard 3 are so fast, we just want to do these anyways. So it really just...
Yeah.
He's in the way, if we're being honest.
Bantam also has the benefit of having the fastest level in the entire game, so... Or in the entire any percent run, I should say, at the very least. So of course we're going to save him for that. But now we're actually going to see some Roly gameplay again. We're going to see race against Queen Rabish.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not so much to talk about during this level compared to Clippin'. This is really just a race, and as we know as a speedrunner, we're going to absolutely blitz Rabish. So this is a great time to talk about the charity we're supporting, Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. It is an international medical non-governmental organization that has been around for more than 40 years. Médecins du Monde is made up of thousands of workers and volunteers helping provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fairer and more accessible health policies. Public generosity makes up for over half Médecins du Monde's funding, and it will only increase in the coming years. Thanks to your donations, Médecins du Monde can help over 3.3 million people around the world. Your donations make Médecins du Monde independent, and that independence is what allows them to call out public authorities to defend their causes.
Yes, thank you everyone for your donations to SpeeDons. Having a great cause. Speaking of great, that was a great race from Talk. That was a terrible segue.
That's fine.
With it at all.
Now the level's over, we can at least talk about the fastest level in the game. Going to be using our boy Bantam.
Yes.
Actually, I don't know if that level is next. I think it is. Yeah.
It should be in the natural sort of progression of the route. Now, Bantams... I don't know what word to use to describe Bantam without...
He's special. He's different compared to the rest of the characters. Quite literally built different.
He's big boned, and essentially this allows him to clip off this box like this and jump through the wall.
Yeah, how that works.
And we have just skipped the entire level.
He actually like shifts a bit to the left when he does a get up compared to the other characters. Every character does can clip on the left side if they do a corner clip, but Bantam's the only one that can do it just from jumping on the box there.
Yeah, he basically gets moved more to the left than the other characters do. I think, and we think that's just generally down to the fact that he's just a wider character model than the others. But because that happens, we can really easily just clip through the wall they're using the box. Any other method will cause you to die because you always get pushed backwards when you clip through walls, whereas corner clips let you stay in place to then jump out of bounds.
Now we're getting into the Circus Park levels that we're going to be doing. Here we're going to be setting up for something called board skip. This is a pretty hard trick. We're going to do a sign boost here and then roll onto the edge of this platform, which is very precise, but we did make it. Oh, but we missed the hoop. It's another tight jump.
That's okay, because
now we get to see it again. Yeah, this roll onto the side, whether you're able to get up or not is really dependent on how perpendicular you roll into the edge. So right there, you'll see the reason he missed it is because he wants to roll directly into it. So better safe than sorry, don't want to die, you know?
Exactly, yeah. If he tries to roll at it from a more flat angle, the game will just sort of not let him get up and he'll just roll to his death. He's taking it safe here, that's fair enough. Don't know why he's grabbing that fruit, that won't do anything for him.
Yeah, we're just not going to do that dash jump again. Here we have the Reki egg. This is going to be another animal buddy that we have to hatch. You'll notice whenever there's something in the bottom left of the screen that we're going to be hatching an animal buddy.
Yeah. Again, this level's really slow compared to some other levels in the run, but the reason why we do this one is because the levels that follow are really quick. They're not as quick as, say, Dino 8 was, but combined, they're such quick levels that doing a level that takes about a minute and a half, it's still worth it.
Yeah, we're kind of running low on quick levels that we can access. There's just a lot of stinkers left.
Oh, he's missed a battery. Hope he's kind of clocked that.
Yeah, we both missed the battery and we also missed double bat. So that lineup there is a pretty specific lineup where you can hit 2 batteries at once with a Reki shot.
Has he got enough shots here to do the final one?
Yeah, you get 5
Reki
Reki shots.
Yeah, that one's point blank, so he isn't going to miss it, but that does get a bit scary once you are limited to 5 shots, which he just used this bit on there to finish.
Yeah, we can see the reason this level is so long is this cutscene in particular.
Yeah. Essentially what he was doing there is he can shoot Reki through a wall and hit 2 batteries at once. It's actually a very precise strat. I actually don't like it myself because I find it very difficult to get consistently, even though there's nothing about it that's inconsistent.
Good morning.
Now we're moving on. Good morning indeed. We're now moving on to not Blizzard, this is Circus 4. And this level, as we alluded to, is very fast. Essentially, the whole gimmick of the level is there's a bunch of crows in cages, and the game will make you think that you have to go around and defeat all the crows in cages. But that's not actually the case. There's only one set of crows that you need to kill, and that will spawn the emblem. To do this, Torque's going to grow this egg to a mid-sized, like so, and he's going to jump around this gate, because most of these gates in this game are suggestions, you don't actually need to open them. And he's just going to do some platforming over this way. There's a green hoop off in the distance, and if he jumps into it, he's basically now at the end of the level. On the far end of this section, there are these 2 crows. He just needs to kill these 2, and the emblem will spawn.
Personally, I think the sequel did this level better.
the sequel that no one liked.
Yeah, that ending section there with all the emblems, good morning, is pretty awkward.
You mean? Yeah.
Oh, all the did I say all the emblems? Yeah, all the enemies
You
there
did,
can like after you exit your egg, they can hit you and like knock you away from the emblem. So it's real nice that he just got that cleanly.
Yeah, because like the amount of like IL attempts I've had to be killed to those enemies is beyond belief. Speaking of quick levels, we now have a super fast one. Torque's gonna roll down this slide and pick up a firework. This firework will explode upon contact. Oh, nice IGU, but yeah, this firework will explode upon contact with any enemy. So you have to be careful not to get hit here. And you just can get it to a cannon, which is super far away. Just kidding, it's right there. And it's done.
Yeah, that dash jump skipped a lot of the level.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty tight one.
The level is, yeah. It's a tight dash jump, but the level's quite short in general, so, but being able to dash jump straight there saves a ridiculous amount of time anyway. A nice setup there to get a nice emblem grab.
Good morning.
What he did there to grab that, it's a super, like, a small thing, but it is always worth mentioning that in that first cutscene, he's holding down right on his control stick to turn Billy, because when the second cutscene starts, you can buffer an input to turn Billy. And then he holds forward so that when he comes out of that cutscene, you can just walk forward and jump into the emblem. It's actually just a really nice little setup.
Alright, so we have another race level. This one's actually a bit more interesting than Rabish, at least. We're going to have the chance to talk about these pillars that are going to fall. So, we're going to see Bibu, our very lovely, whatever he is. I don't know.
I think he's like a... I don't know. There's a person in my chat that will tell me what the hybrid is.
Yeah, but...
Should have paid attention to that one.
As we're going through this level, you're going to see all these pillars on the path that we're going to intentionally make fall, and we're also going to break them. Because if we go this way and Bibu runs into those pillars, we're actually going to lose time. Because Bibu's, like, really weak or something, and he's just like, man, this pillar's in my way. I got to take some time to break it. But... We're good little bros, and we're gonna break them for him.
Yeah.
Because obviously we are blitzing the level, and he has no chance.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we're speedrunners. We have ulterior motives. The sooner he finishes the race, the sooner we can go home. But yeah, super simple level. It's actually quite a tough level if you're, you know, a casual player, because Bibu's actually quite fast. But with the skips that we've done at the start of the level, it just makes this so easy.
Yeah, with that, we have our 25 required emblems for Sand 3.
We do, and then we only have 2 levels left. So Sand 3, of course, being one of them, and Palace 1 being the final level. Palace, not Palace, I don't want to talk about Palace right now, I want to talk about Sand 3. Sand 3 is, I love this level.
Level has really cool strats.
Yeah, but it's the penultimate level of the run, and it's really difficult. So it has a bit of a reputation. So first of all, we're going to skip the second slide here because, you know, we don't need to take it. We're going to do some cool roll jump movements here, and we're going to set up for a trick called Kaiju. Essentially, we're going to navigate the underground blind here by jumping through the quicksand, and the camera's not going to follow us until this point here. Really cool strat. Saves not as much as you think, but you kind of have to do it for the spike points.
Yeah, for the most part, it kind of just skips a cutscene.
Yeah.
Which is like 3 seconds. But it is...
more or less, yeah.
Pretty simple, to be honest, so...
Yeah, it's essentially just a roll forward and a dash jump, but when you can't see what you're doing, it can be a bit complicated to learn, but once you know it, it is sort of straightforward. Was he going to try for it?
Oh, unfortunately getting knocked down by the dino knockback.
I was confused because Billy was...
Torque, we have to go to the other side of this room. That egg's not going to despawn for a while.
No Torque.
There we go.
He's realized he's
so I believe Torque is trying to do a trick here called statue jump. This is one.
The egg boost though.
No, he's just waiting for the egg respawn. The statue jump is like a really precise trick here, where we require a small egg actually, because there's so little get up room that we need to have a small egg. So here we're gonna do a specific lineup on this side to try and land on this torch, do an egg bounce.
Which he's done.
Roll across this statue and do a very, very precise dash jump. Oh!
That looks...
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's a very tight dash jump, so just going even a little bit too far left makes it impossible. That's okay, because we're able to just try it again.
We absolutely are. Though this time he might just take the slide because if no, he's going to try it again. We love him for that. But as we said, like even landing on this torch is difficult. It's not an easy strat in the slightest.
Yeah, there is a visual cue like that most runners use, but it's not exactly the easiest thing to jump on precisely, because like that barely made it, and there was almost no room to spare. Because if you land too early, Billy will just fall as well. So you need to land on the later portion of the torch. But luckily, we did make it this time. And now we're just gonna dash the end of the level. We're gonna do a little door clip here where we just walk.
This door clip, very difficult though.
Yeah, it's probably the most...
And he got it second try, what game?
Yeah. Second try is very good there. It normally takes me 30.
Yeah, it takes me about 1 hour, 6 minutes to even like get through that door. So well done to Talk for doing that so quickly. No, I mean, we'll be honest though, that strat there, super easy. The door slightly extends forward more than it should, and because of that, because gates don't have collision on the side of them, we can essentially just walk through it.
That's just a very small, like, corridor for Billy, basically.
Yeah. You need to walk out at a specific angle to get through, but it's usually as simple as just holding into the wall and holding it up left and you'll go through.
And people should try that one at home when they totally play this game.
Yeah. I remember at a speedrun marathon recently, Christian made one of the tech guys do the strat for him, because it's that easy.
Now we are entering the final level for any percent. This, unlike the first level of every other world, is just going to be a boss level. So we're going to be heading for the boss portal. Here we're going to be setting up for a cat clip using these big cats. We're going to try and get it to follow us to this corner. Unfortunately, we did not follow. We're just going to get another cat.
A good chase, and good clip. Nice. Now we're going to set up something called Palace Skip. This is probably the biggest time save in the entire run. We're going to perform an egg bounce, or we're going to perform an object bounce off of these pillars here that extends into an egg boost, which will launch Torque straight up. And this is such a cool strat. This is a really old one, but it just remains so like strong in the Billy speedrun. So you'll see here,
there we go.
Object bounce into there and get a huge boost upwards. He has now skipped basically the entire level because you can follow the path along this wall down to the boss portal. Whereas he skipped a bunch of puzzles, enemy arenas, things like that. He has skipped a lot of level by doing this.
Yeah, we're basically already at the end. Just going through these hoops, and we can see the portal. One quick dash, an egg shoot, and we're in.
Beautifully done, it's Egg Boy. He's been abducted by the Dark Portal. So now we have Dark Craven, and this boss fight, unfortunately, isn't the most exciting. He's going to shoot some puddles. We're going to clear the puddles. We might draw a nice little picture or two whilst he clears the puddles. But essentially, it's just a waiting simulator once you've done it.
Yeah, we have to play janitor for a bit, but you know, luckily our job is really easy. We might even get to see Torque write a little message in one of the circles.
Yeah, I wonder if he will. Surely he will, right? Let's see. So he's cleared the one puddle. That's fine. What's he gonna draw? He has drawn.
He's drawn absolutely nothing. We're just doing a PDR.
What do you do something? You look like you do like a pair of eyes, maybe, and then stuff. Or he might have drawn something else and then realized that maybe it's not appropriate. I don't know.
Yeah, so this boss fight has no fruit to pick up, so this is really just waiting on Raven to do all his attacks. Here, we're going to be inside Raven while he does this attack and egg shoot out, so our egg is safe, but he hits himself, invulnerable.
And then we gotta do puddles again, but this time, there's 4 of them. This phase can be quite difficult as well, because Raven is actually faster on this phase as well. So you not only do you have to worry about more puddles to clear, you also have less time to do it. And there's also the fact that if any of these puddles respawn, any part of the puddle that overlaps will also respawn, which means that if he doesn't clear it properly, he might have to repeat this phase. But he's a gamer, he did not have to repeat anything, which is excellent.
Yeah, for the most part, Raven is just like learner's bane with the puddles. Kind of have to get it down. Boom, and then it becomes like really natural for runners later. And so you may think the game is over, but it's not. As we can see, the giant egg just popped, and we are now seeing Dark Raven get, like, darker, you might say.
Darker Raven, as we refer to Or it's either we either call him Raven 2 or Darker Raven.
Yeah, so here we actually have to lose our chicken suit on purpose to progress the fight.
Yeah. Again, not a lot we can do here. You might think, oh, let's dodge some attacks, but he doesn't attack you for long enough to actually be able to kill you. So essentially just run around, do whatever you want until the next text box comes up. And then, you know, Torque's going to have to do some free frame window B presses here. Except he doesn't need to do it in free frames because there is a strat that makes this a lot easier.
Yeah, so instead of hitting that free frame window, we're actually just going to intentionally take damage.
Yeah.
Because we're not exactly that gamer of a gamer to hit a 3-frame window consistently. We're going to take damage, which like massively extends the amount of time that you can pick up the orb. And that's just going to let us make Darker Raven vulnerable. We're just going to run into it while targeting the orb.
Yeah, and then we have to then dodge the next attack, which is just an explosion like that. Luckily, he didn't get hit.
He wasn't even really trying to dodge it, and he dodged it, so...
Yeah.
This fight might be a little too easy, honestly.
Yeah. So they could add some fruit in there. That might make it a bit more interesting.
They should do that in sequel.
Yeah, they should have done that. Oh, good PDR.
Alright, once again, intentionally taking damage.
Yeah.
Catch the orb. Egg shoot it into Darker Raven.
Hit him 4 times, and then he'll do the explosion feather attack again. Which, you know, is as simple as you just egg bounce over it. But no, he's going to PDR because Torque is built different.
Yeah, we're just showing
but he
off,
got
really.
hit.
So this is the final time we have to do this. There's only 2 hits left.
And time will be coming up very shortly. Once he does these 2 hits here, there'll be a cutscene plays, an emblem will spawn. Once he picks up the emblem, that's it. But yeah, for anyone watching the restream, for anyone actually watching SpeeDons, thank you for watching Torque play this game. If anyone is interested in speedrunning Billy Hatcher, please head over to the Discord. We're more than happy, you know, have people play the game. And time, yeah. Oh, done in 3 seconds.
Oh my god, that's a new world record. 0.3 seconds.
Whoa.
Congrats, Torque.
Congratulations. GG Torque 9.
Yeah, that was a good run. Just want to give a shout out to the Billy Hatcher community. We are very welcoming to new runners. Torque himself, when he was new, you know, we were trying to help him out the most we could, and now he's here. So
yeah, and
awesome to see.
I mean, the game's, you know, the game's always evolving in different ways. You know, whether it be through community events, you know, new strategies. You know, there's always something going on in the Billy Hatcher community. And we're more than happy to have more people come play the game because the game is amazing. Hopefully that speedrun convinced you that it was. Or even if you don't want to look at, plan on running it but want to watch more people, definitely check out people like Talk9 or Speedruns of Billy Hatcher, because, as I said, there's always someone live playing Billy.
Yeah, unfortunately, we must say goodbye to Morningland. All the chickens are gone, and for some reason, Chick is here. Don't remember saving him, but...
No, he saved himself. I think he's very bitter towards Billy and the others for that. Kind of reminds me of the plot of Shrek Forever After, where Fiona saved herself after waiting for so long.
Vous l'aurez entendu ici en premier.
Oui.
Bon, en tout cas, est-ce que tu as un petit dernier mot à donner, un shout-out? C'est le moment.
Bah oui, écoute, un petit shout-out évidemment déjà à vous.
But yeah, thank you for watching. That was a bit silent for too long. But yeah, no, I think we've got some more good runs coming up. I believe it's Triforce Heroes next, which is something I'm looking forward to watching myself.
I do believe so.
Yeah.
Dans cette run, les cerveaux.
Make sure to stick around for that run.
Dans cette communauté. Merci au public d'avoir été là, évidemment. Dans la salle et sur les
And yeah, thank you for watching SpeeDons 6 in the year 2026. That's what I was going to call it.
Je réessaye une dernière fois. Public, un poussant, c'est comment? Alors, c'est cause perdue. Laisse tomber. C'est compliqué.
Ouais.
Ah bah en tout cas, merci à toi.
Ouais, et pour finir, peut-être aussi un bon anniversaire à ma soeur, que c'était l'anniversaire hier.
Ah bah bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire avec Tina Diane.
Évidemment.
Félicitations, joyeux anniversaire. Merci beaucoup Darkline, merci beaucoup Nartax.
Merci à toi aussi.
Trop cool.
C'était très cool.
Il n'y a plus qu'à rendre l'antenne. Merci beaucoup. Je vais enfin ôter ce chapeau qui me fait beaucoup trop serré. Non, c'est pas toujours pas mieux, mais c'est pas grave. Restez comme vous êtes, continuez à bourrer les dons, c'est le plus important. Et à vous les ambiances heureuses.
Bonjour mesdames et messieurs, il y a un énorme problème puisque on va vous expliquer ce qui se passe.
On peut pas jouer à Zelda
On ne peut pas jouer à Zelda, on vous met un tunnel, vous êtes en prison tant que l'incentive n'est pas fini, on ne lancera pas, d'accord?
Et oui.
Et ce qu'il faut faire, c'est extrêmement simple, mesdames et messieurs, on est à 68% et on a Florent qui donne 500 € et qui dit miaou. Bon courage aux ambianceurs, runners et organisateurs. Et le truc est extrêmement simple, c'est que lorsque vous faites un don, vous appuyez sur le bouton défi et qu'est-ce qu'on va faire mon cher Elton?
Eh bien on va faire The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes, mais en mode hardcore, donc avec la tenue qui donne uniquement 6 cœurs, ça va être beaucoup plus difficile, ça va mettre les runners sous pression, et c'est ça qu'on veut voir en événement, on veut voir des gens se décomposer sur scène.
Exactement, ça
grâce à vos dons.
Ça met Link avec un pull moche, c'est-à-dire peut-être de la marque Desigual, et qui va permettre, d'avoir 6 cœurs et d'avoir un double dégât, et ça c'est quand même très puissant.
Et oui, et on a du coup un don anonyme de 500 balles, merci beaucoup. On a également un don de Welgan qui donne 15 balles. Je veux vraiment voir le pull moche. Exactement. On a Ligette qui donne 10 balles et qui dit donne. Et vous pouvez également...
Ouh là là, ça envoie.
Mais oui, ça envoie, il faut y aller, c'est maintenant si vous voulez voir Zelda en fait. Et ça, on en reparlera.
On a Zenon qui donne 50 €, qui dit on y croit pour Doom Doom. On a Douré les bons qui donne 10 €. On a Oui j'aime les pulls moches 15 €. Les Rotimiop 6,70 €. Ça enchaîne. J'apprends à compter 14 qui l'a dit 10. On a Nérin qui donne 10 €. On a Léonidas qui donne 20 €. On a attention, préparez-vous, ça va être intankable. Tasty Krusty qui dit 6-7 Tasty Krusty Master Poulet Masterclass High Dopamine Low Cortisol Fa. Merci pour les 2 €. Ça c'est très puissant.
On a Moquette qui donne 100 balles, faut bourrer les dons hardcore. Merci à toutes et tous, à leurs gars, au bénévolat et au public. On a Iseniel qui a donné 120 balles et qui nous dit les dinosaures font piou, les autres animaux font...
Anonyme qui donne 6,70 €, on a Simi qui donne 6,70 €, on a Sackboy qui donne 50 €, on a l'Anonyme qui donne 10 €, on a Jeff qui donne 10 €, on a Nomicel qui donne 10 €, Maxpu qui donne 50 € en disant le pull moche, le pull moche, le pull moche.
Tout le monde veut voir le pull moche. Et en parlant de choses par contre pas moches, on va quand même vous présenter que Slan Meta va venir dessiner pendant The Legend of Zelda. Et on va lui faire un petit coucou le temps que vous brouillez les dons pendant Team.
Salut tout le monde.
Comment ça va?
Bah écoute, ça va super.
Tu te sens bien?
Je me sens plutôt bien.
Par contre, je dessinerai évidemment que si l'incentive...
Ah oui,
évidemment.
La prison.
Évidemment.
Ben oui, merci.
Et il me semble que tu vas enchaîner, non? Attends,
C'est ça.
Est-ce que oui, c'est ça?
Je fais Little Nightmares juste après.
Juste après également. Merci Slan. Est-ce que t'es au fait là? Tu sais ce que tu vas faire à peu près?
À peu près, ouais. Il fallait quand même réfléchir un petit peu.
Ouais.
Il y a 3 personnages,
Pour
petite
limiter en
compo.
time.
Et on vient de prendre plus 1000 € sur l'incentive, on n'est plus qu'à 2600, on a pris 15% d'un coup.
Et
on a
oui,
atteint-
et c'est le moment parce que si vous voulez.
Et là
voir
on a
le
200 € tout de suite de Pandarou qui dit c'est imperdable et ça n'oubliez pas, on appuie sur le défi parce qu'il y a des gens qui donnent, on appuie pas sur le défi, on est à 77%, mon cher Chiché.
On a Poel qui donne 50 balles qui nous dit miaou, on a Lédon qui donne 10 balles, je vous en supplie, on a un doigt anonyme de 5 balles, un doigt anonyme de 20 balles, on a la rangée K place 13 qui donne 1 balle, il faut faire le Triforce dans les pulls et en effet la salle donne et participe également à ce Rush Incentive, donc allez-y, c'est maintenant, c'est tout de suite.
Et oui, et on remercie Alain Proust qui a dit bien évidemment on met sur la bonne fin du Kwaku Gothique Clair Obscur Expédition 6-7 sur l'île des Scribidons. Merci pour les 167 €. Ça met extrêmement bien, ce n'est pas intankable.
Scribidon, Tanta, Miaou, on a Alexiel qui donne 10 balles, on a un doigt anonyme de 1 balle, Tornade 10 balles, on a un 67,69 balles de Wilfried Arma, le pull moche ou le body short, achète.
On a Anonyme qui donne 50 €.
C'est en train de monter, on est à 83%, 84%, c'est en train de monter devant mes yeux vus. Allez-y, c'est le moment évidemment de valider cet incentive pour voir la magnifique run de Zelda.
On a 300 € de Ruxa et Anonyme 100 €. Mais attends, on y est presque là.
Mais
on
oui,
est
c'est en train de monter.
On est à 90%, mon cher Chichelu. La salle
arrive devant mes yeux.
Mais la salle est en délire. Il va falloir élitroyer le public qui n'en peut plus, qui comprend pas pourquoi ça va.
Les gens essayent de monter sur scène.
Mais il y a des gens qui essaient de monter, il y a des gens qui lancent des t-shirts, on ne comprend pas ce qui se passe.
10 balles, Zugira 10 balles, à doigt anonyme de 25 balles. Au secours.
Hello there.
De remettre le ballon 6 à l'endroit SVP, je suis dans la salle.
Hi, sorry,
Go for it. Go for it. You go ahead. Go.
Yes. So I'm Coopery. And introduce yourself too.
I'm Nuru. I used to run this game in 2020. I'm just doing the English commentary for Triforce Heroes for any percent.
I'm just really excited to commentate over this run. This will be run by Yotan, Tixo, and Lemberry, if I have those pronunciations correct, hopefully. And this will be Triforce Heroes any percent multiplayer. So they'll be going for through all of the
The worlds, the main worlds, yeah.
Yeah. So this is one of the multiplayer Zeldas, where you just have like multiple people controlling different Zeldas as you're going along the levels. This one is different from the others in that you control like 3 links. All your HP is like shared together. It's just very stage by stage based.
Yeah, it's very pick up and play. All the levels are kind of disconnected from each other, but it does give it variety. The main objective is just to get the ladies' materials to make a costume to free Princess Styla from her curse, and I think that's like the only costume you can make for that game. Nice outfits.
Yeah, I love the costume.
Very fitting for the game.
So the minimum completion requirements. The category is just to reach the credits, basically, as a team in multiplayer. So all you need to do is you're going to be clearing the 4th level of each world, and there are 8 worlds total. So it's just going to be 8 levels
temples.
in a row. Yeah, just temples.
It's just the temples, and everything else is just kind of to unlock other outfits, but we're not going to be getting any of that. And since it's on multiplayer, you can't really skip any levels using an option to skip level. So you're kind of required to do all of them, all the individual levels in a tempo, rather than skipping or playing a level and then skipping the rest in the tempo.
Yeah, so that is there's eight levels and 4 stages per level. And they're just gonna have to go through each of those 4 stages individually, with no skips.
Well, skips in the level itself, but the actual developer option to skip a level because they thought the level would be too hard for playing single player. That's not in multiplayer.
Pas énorme, mais c'est normal.
Alors sachez une chose, pour devenir héros, il y a un critère à respecter.
They almost seem ready.
Déjà, il faut être vaillant.
Looks like.
Ah, il y en a qui ont baissé les mains.
Almost.
Et sinon, il faut être un trio cool, avec des cheveux colorés d'une certaine manière. Ah. Avoir peut-être du vert, du rouge, du bleu, tant de belles couleurs. Est-ce que
So another thing is that they actually have a oh shoot it's them.
Yeah, they're all there. I mean, this probably is like super cool for them. The photo they sent was like a huge stadium. It looked really nice. This place looked really.
Oh, hello.
I'm waving back at them and they can't even see me.
I love that. And there's Yoke. Yeah, I believe they all just like colored their hair to the red blue.
Did they? I didn't like look properly. Let me see. Yeah, they did. That's so cool. That's actually so cool. Oh my god.
Yeah. I believe they're going to be matching that with the in-game colors too.
Yeah, the in-game colored links. There's no purple link, unfortunately. It's such an odd number of links to pick.
Game. It's interesting choice for sure.
Et alors, il me semble qu'on a du coup remporté cette incentive, on l'a match. Est-ce que vous pouvez vite fait nous décrire cette incentive? Alors,
Ah yes, so they had a donation incentive for the names, so you'll be seeing them putting in their names like shortly after they enter the castle. And I believe their names are.
I mean, if their PC name is set up, then they don't have to actually type in the name, but I believe they actually have to change the name.
I see. They have Bourre Le Don, if I have pronunciation correct once again.
Est-ce que vous êtes prêts, messieurs les runners?
Yeah, it should be fun to see.
Alors il me semble juste qu'il fallait nommer les personnages bourrés, le deuxième les et le troisième don.
Almost ready.
On a esquivé 6-7, parfait. Allez.
Ok, très cool. On a esquivé 6-7, Testy Krusty et Aura Farming.
I heard the 6-7.
Oh no.
I heard it. Did you hear it? I heard it.
Eh bien, dès que vous êtes prêts, nos très chers runners, vous nous faites signe. Le temps de vous.
They're almost ready. Time starts basically is the moment you click A to start the new game. And you can just immediately skip the intro sequence.
Avec notamment la GBA, c'est plus ou moins la même chose, sauf que maintenant on est 3 et qu'on va avoir des mécaniques où les 3 longs vont donc.
And at like on Final Start, you also get like a link with a randomized voice. So you could probably.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how many Link voices were there. I know there's Ocarina of Time, Spirit Tracks, Wind Waker. I think there's another one.
There's four. I don't remember the last one. I think it might be Phantom Hourglass.
Mate, is it? Or is Spirit Trek and Phantom Hourglass very different? I feel like they'd use the same voices.
I feel like.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, they're starting already.
Let's see if they're playing on Korean. Oh, they're playing in French.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah. Oh, you want to continue?
Sorry.
Okay.
No,
yeah, the intro sequence is just a bunch of dialogue. You're meant to go into the castle, then you'll get kicked out. Well, supposedly you'd get kicked out after getting material to make the hero tunic, but making the hero tunic is actually not a requirement to beat the game. The first thing you'd want to do definitely is save, because that's later time save at the end of the run. But yeah, the default Link that outfit that Link has is the bare minimum outfit, and without any hero points, you take double damage and you get -1 HP. So your total health is actually 9 hearts, but when you wear this outfit, it's 8. And then each corresponding Link also wearing this outfit subtracts 1 heart. And you also take double damage, so you'd be left with like 6 HP. But you take double damage on contact. I think falling is only 1. So it's really like a 3-hit run if you're not wearing the hero tunic.
Yeah. In other words, they're basically playing this game in like very hard mode.
Yeah.
They have very little hearts to work with. The stakes are very costly. But it's all in the name of saving time, because crafting that hero tunic just like
it's a lot more dialogue. I think
cutscenes.
I think you like get forced to talk to the king after you make the hero tunic to like kind of explain what you have to do. So if you do make it, you have to watch so much more cutscenes.
Yeah, so it's just optimal to do the entire run in one go while you're in this lobby.
But yeah,
so
the first level should be the Forest Temple. You can see right off the bat they're just able to vote.
Salute.
Oh, there's no bottom screen. Okay. Well, like, yeah. They're gonna be going straight to Forest Temple, and then just playing all of Forest Temple.
Alright. Yes, here's level 1. So each level, at the start of each level, you'll be having to like pick up 3 items. It's mandatory for the Triforce Gate, as you can see right there, to like activate. So we have various puzzles you'll have to solve throughout the levels. Here we need like 4 bombs for. Oh, sorry.
I think the only level that doesn't require items is the challenge for Sky Temple.
Oh, yeah. Here is stage 2. They're going to be having to defeat all of the enemies here to progress. There's just going to be like a bunch of spiders and mini spinning traps to deal with. At this point, I'd like to explain what they're about to do in the next level, next stage upcoming here, because there's a bit of tech that they're about to do. This is what we like to call respawn exploits, respawn exploitation. So this game has like invisible points all over the ground that determine where you respawn when you next void out. So you can like manipulate this by transferring like the sort of like respawn that each player has in their memory to other players. So as you see here, they just threw one player down to the bottom ledge, or they threw players up to the top ledge, and then they throw another player like back down to the other ledge, so that they can pick up the remaining player that's still below. And once they void out, everyone just like reappears at the very top, effectively skipping a bunch of the puzzles that you have to deal with.
I'm surprised they did that buffer.
Yeah,
they didn't even buffer turn for that. That's crazy.
Very smooth. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was just like twice in a row. Very.
Yeah, 2 in a row. I think it's better to hit this first torch, but it is an option to respawn exploit.
It's definitely a flashier option.
What was this boss name? Margoma?
Yes, Margoma.
Yeah, Margoma. Yeah, so it has a charge attack, and after it charges, it exposes its weak point, where you have to throw a bomb in there. And that's when you can slash at his eye that pops out. And it happens basically in 2 phases. The second phase just makes it taller. You can immediately get it to charge. It charges the closest link, so if you make it charge immediately into a wall, you just expose it a lot sooner. and then one more bomb, and then after that last phase is completed, it'll start like roaming around just to eyeball by itself. And if you're carrying a Link, you can swing while moving, and it looks really funny. Like this, like right now, like right now, what they're doing. It's kind of like it's like horseback riding with the Link.
That's just so efficient because you can like just chase that eyeball down. Oh, very, very nice, very nice.
And here's the iconic emote for this game.
Yeah. Like another fun part of the multiplayer, you just have a bunch of emotes you can use, and cheer emote is definitely a favorite. Just celebrate whenever something good happens.
And then here's a treasure room to unlock the first item required to complete the outfit needed to beat the game.
Yeah, this is one of 3. They'll be getting them at World 1, World 5, and World 8.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's just a very clean horse simple.
And at least, so on Worlds 1, 5, and 8, you can't pause and quit out of the treasure room to leave the treasure segment faster. Like, just entering the treasure room counts as completed, but if you never grab the chest, you just don't get the item needed for it.
Yeah, you won't be able to trigger the ending sequence without all parts, so... okay, this next level is Water Temple, and it's gonna be the most broken level of all of them. There's gonna be a lot to talk about here. Would you like to start this one off?
Yeah, so there's grip shots, which is basically a hook shot, but it's a grip shot. Two Links are gonna grab that, and then they're going to do a 3-stack, and when they do a dash slide into the water, they can actually buffer another dash on the water itself, which gives you enough time to throw a Link onto that higher platform where the final item is, without having to hit the switch. It's kind of hard to do. It's a frame perfect trick in a 60 FPS game.
For sure. They're gonna land. As soon as they land in the water, they're gonna be able to run.
It's kind of like Jesus walking. Or like it's kind of like Jesus dashing for like 0.5 seconds.
Almost.
I think the alternative you could do is by throwing a Link and using a grip shot to hook shot across, swap items, and then place a water rod below, and then throw a Link up. But yeah, once they get the water rod, they're going to be placing it in specific places to skip raising the water.
Yeah, this is this strategy is very worth it because you are pretty much skipping like the entirety of all the puzzles here.
I mean, it becomes
from
diminishing returns the more times you fail.
Of course, of course. But I believe that they're going to hit the landing. This is a very tricky cross.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I guess dash sliding. It's also a Link Between Worlds trick that you'll see later in Ice Temple.
Oh,
right there. There we go. Yes, you have to dash slide, which when you cancel the dash on a ledge, your momentum gets preserved, which is kind of used here for that, to be closer to the ledge. And then next stage, you'll see why the water rod is amazing. There's no ceiling hitboxes in this game.
Yeah. So all the players are gonna meet up at the north side of this top area here, and they're gonna stack on each other and place pillars in such a way that they can like get all the way up high. Oh no. Yes.
Well, they're being
almost,
a little safe. That's okay.
Falling
is like a reset worthy thing.
It's pretty.
There we go.
Scary.
This skips a lot. This skips so much. This skips like a fighting sequence and like raising and lowering the water like 3 times.
Yeah. Here's another trick right away. They're gonna grip onto the gate diagonally, and now they're going to seam swim. They're gonna stay inside of this gate, and then from there get out of bounds. Oh my gosh, that was so fast!
They got our first try. That's
that was so
nice.
good! That one is particularly a very tricky one.
It's so easy to clip back in bounds when you're swimming through the seam.
Yes.
But you definitely want the water rod link to be up there. Otherwise, you just can't. You're just soft locked.
Yes. That was so cleanly done. Oh my gosh. You can't overstate just like how easy it is to like clip out of that fence while you're seam swimming inside of it.
I mean, it's easy to reset it if you just place a water rod the right way. But this boss can easily fall apart. Oh, they actually got a kill like that. They actually, like, if you place a water rod perfectly as the eyeball is swimming towards you, it just flies infinitely out of bounds. And then it dies. And then it counts as a kill.
I'm flying really far there, oh my gosh.
But yeah, this can fall apart really fast. It's actually the safest to use the water rod for consistent kills. You can get at least 2 eyeballs. As long as you're in front of the eyeball, it will try to charge at you. You can obviously use a grip shot as well. But yeah, it's
like...
Yeah, it's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, you're just like baiting out the eyeballs. Or just
before
like,
it opens up the main eye, yeah.
Yeah, this is the last phase now. That's just stunning him and hitting him each time. They only have to do that like
2 times, I believe. I think it's 2 times. No, wait, maybe.
Oh, I think it's 3 for this one and 2 for an upcoming boss you'll see later.
A repeat boss fight, yeah.
Yeah.
A slightly altered repeat boss fight.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was such a good water temple. Just like how quickly they did stage 3. That was so clean.
They did make up for for stage 1. Definitely made up for stage 1.
Yeah. Very, very nicely done.
But yeah, from here, this treasure room, you'll see that they pause and quit rather than getting the chest, because just entering the treasure room counts as a completed level. And it's even better in local play, because when you pause and quit in multiplayer, you have to make a new lobby all over again. And in this, you just stay in the same lobby. Oh, they're doing Fire Temple next, not Ice Temple?
Yeah, I suppose so. So sometimes they go for World 4 before World 3. And that is because of an upcoming boss that you'll be seeing, like, after this level. But in this one, they opted to go for World 3. The reason to switch World Order is to, like, not have to reset as much, basically. But given that this is a marathon run, of course they're gonna be keep going along.
Probably just doing World Order for the marathon itself. Well, I guess,
yeah.
I guess that's the only level they swap, really. Oh, is that damage? He's like standing inside the Buzzy Beetle right there.
Oh, I can't see. Oh no.
Yeah, that's free damage.
It's fine, it's fine.
But yeah, you can see that it's 2 hearts per damage. And then...
there's the double damage in play. This shows how fragile you are in this run.
And then for this, you want to space out your bomb throws because bombs do not stack damage. So you're just kind of like working off the bomb timer rather than stacking as many bombs as possible for these Phoenix hearts.
Yeah, the optimal strategy is to stagger them, and if you just like have a bunched up, it's just all gonna deal the same amount because they have like invulnerability frames, I guess.
There is a super hard tech for no costumes where you can like use a gust jar to blow them off the cart, but it's too precise for at least with no costumes. With costumes, it's a very easy setup.
Very, very nice there. Took them down really quickly.
You can explain the next stage.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so next one, there's gonna be like lava pillar cycles where they it's just gonna raise this block up and down. The normal strategy is to like push the block all the way to the right side of the room so that you can hit the switch from far away. But here, oh my gosh, he did it so fast.
Nice.
They got on top of the block immediately, and before the lava pillar raised, they threw the boomerang out at such a distance that when the lava pillar raised back up, and the boomerang came back, it was like perfectly introductory of that switch. And it just all lined up really well there.
Yeah, the boomerang on the return doesn't actually have collision, so it just goes through walls and floors.
It's very clean. This is Moldorm, and it has a really long like retaliation phase after each hit. So the ideal strategy is to get the most damage in per hit, and that is through spin attacks. So that's what they're doing here.
A lot of people don't actually spin attack throw in this game.
Oh yeah, that's a technique you can do. It's like a special maneuver. Just has you like flying across in a trajectory.
But yeah, after each phase,
oh my
tail.
gosh.
Oh my god, they actually got that?
Very nice.
Did they practice that? That's actually really nice. Doesn't it always go down when it's the final phase? It goes straight south.
Yeah, it's always it goes south and then it starts just.
Yeah, so I believe they manipulated him all the way to the north part of the stage, and then was able to get the final hit in before it actually like started to aggro and turn on them.
Yeah, it just like saves a nice bit of time.
And then this also saves a lot of time too, just pausing and quitting and not having to make a new lobby. Every stage that doesn't have the lady's outfit in there.
It's such good time to save.
And then here's one of the harder worlds for this category.
Oh yeah, is Ice Temple.
Ice physics, double damage. The boss is actually pretty crazy too.
Oh yeah, look forward to the boss. It's going to be very interesting one for sure.
It's very unfortunate you can't skip this entire first level because the fire glove is so far away.
Yeah, this is definitely like the longest stage.
They missed a cycle.
That has like a downtime from downtime to like grab all 3 items.
But you can definitely get that platform first cycle. I think they were just being safe by getting rid of those turtle-looking enemies. But here you'll see another dash slide being used.
Oh, wow, they did that so fast.
It has a very good visual lineup for it. Very consistent. Green Link on it too, very nice. Then Fire Glove, and then just using items to get across. So this has like no skips so far. At least for stage 1. Stage 2 doesn't have skips either.
But you will be
Hammer's
seeing
pretty
these,
strong though.
Yeah. That was one of the strongest weapons in the game. You have these dead rock enemies who have to like stun them, and while they're in rock form, you smash them with a hammer. You can either do that or
you can walk
knock them down the that too. Whatever works. That's nice.
It's really hard to get it to fall in the gap though, because the fire glove hitbox is pretty big. And then here you'll see another instance of respawn exploit that skips the entirety of the right side of the stage. Like right here, and then he's gonna update Blue Link's position and then throw him up, and then just fall. Oh wait, he didn't throw him up, that's okay. And they just all respawn on the top ledge and skips the entire obstacle course on the right hand side.
It's a really long obstacle course too, so it just
You have
saves
to wait,
a whole bunch of time there.
Have to wait for the snowballs to block the ice.
Okay, so here is Blizzagia. This is definitely like the hardest boss in this category for sure.
Yeah, but at the very start it's very easy. You can camp his spawn points and hammer him immediately as he comes out to bite you, like Blue Link did. And then Red Link right there, yeah. And then after that, he's going to be blowing ice onto the stage, and this is when it becomes a lot more tougher. Its tail has a hitbox, and its mouth has a hitbox. It has ice on its body that gives drops. And when you remove those the ice on its body, it actually moves slower, so it makes it slightly easier. And the Fire Glove's only goal right now is just to make sure his team doesn't get messed up by that tail. Because it can combo you over and over, and you can't do anything about it if you're stuck in it.
Yeah, that tail in particular is really dangerous.
Hammering the body also stuns it. But yeah, here's the final phase.
Yeah. Final phase is like the trickiest part of this boss, I would say. See how like erratic it moves. There's not really any easy way to predict it. It can like go up higher too, meaning you can't just slash it at ground level.
If you get really lucky, you can actually go in a full circle while swinging constantly at it.
Oh my gosh.
Just deal constant damage.
Oh my gosh.
They got it first try. Nice.
First try on the... Oh my god, Blizzagia first try. That's so good. That is such a, like...
That's such a stressful
for things
thing.
to go wrong.
Yeah, that must be like super stressful. To do that first try.
Gosh, that is so cool that they made it through. Live in the marathon, that's so good. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is another stage.
It cannot be understated how tricky that boss is with pretty much only three hits to go. Three hits to take.
Thankfully, there's no refight of that boss fight.
Thankfully, oh my gosh.
And here we'll have the Lady's Lair. And then you'll see another application of the boomerang just going through walls on the way back and through the floor.
Oh yeah.
They'll at least do it for one switch. The other switch they'll just do normally. It's a very short stage. See, it just hits it straight through the wall as it comes back.
Speedy hit on the second one too.
I do believe it could be faster to throw boomerangs at an angle when I tried doing it for solo.
This is a bit of an annoying one. You have to throw the bombs at like a specific spot, or you could like Gustar them, but that takes a bit to set up.
Yeah, throwing
themselves.
I don't know if you noticed the roofs on that carousel is angled, so if you try to throw a bomb dead on, it will just slope off. And the only one that doesn't have it is the bomb soldier. You can definitely use items, and you can definitely throw it in there at an angle, but it's a little annoying to do it normally.
It's a very like weird angle that you have to like get it in.
Especially the bombs only challenge for this level. The bombs only challenge for this level is actually like one of the hardest. And then here they will get a bomb up top, throw it at the switch, throw the block here, and then get on the switch.
Oh, nice.
You want to explain
It's
the
like a
upcoming
tiny
fight sequence?
Oh yeah, so they're gonna do a little thing here where they set up their position before triggering the fight, so that they can get like early hits in as soon as they spawn in. Like right, you saw there green hit 2 of them, so that one's dead already. All 3 of the Buzzy Beetles are dead.
Yeah, and then they'll use the. Did Blue Link have Gustar? I can't even see who has who.
Oh no! Wait, I missed it.
I missed it. I blinked and I missed it. But here's another setup.
Just going
this one's a very nice setup. Where you like spin attack and still stun it. And then very important that Swordlock is done. They got it first try. Nice.
Very nice.
That enemy is a pain because
the ball
catches you on fire. You start running around. You can't do anything, and you take double damage from it too. And it has a lot of AoE too. Swordlocking is like pretty important to kill those enemies.
Yeah, when it just when that ball and chain soldier starts flailing their ball around in a circle, it just goes like things get really chaotic really fast. So very imperative to deal with that like right away. And it's very
and for this cutscene, Korean is actually the fastest version to run on. I don't remember if it was that much faster for New Game Dialogue. New Game Dialogue, you have like a very long cutscene, so it's the only reason you're really running on Korean. I believe Japanese is better on a refight of this, but it's pretty much the only time save you'd get for dialogue in this game.
Yeah.
I heard the 6-7. But yeah, this is gonna be fighting the first 3 world enemies, I believe.
Yeah.
Called the Ladies' Pets.
These are gonna be like rehashes of the first 3 bosses, except with new elements.
Gave them a buff.
New elements.
Yeah, it looks stylish too.
Very,
you can see them decked out.
For sure. So yes, here's the Margoma style boss.
Yeah, it doesn't have like a second tower when that spawns in as soon as you do this phase. It's just the same thing. The only new attack it gets is like spinning like a tornado kind of. I don't know if it has a fire attack, does it? Or am I just misremembering? I don't think it has fire around it. The Moldorm does. Moldorm definitely does. I don't think this does.
No, I don't think it does, yeah. This one does. This is the Moldorm. A little bit more annoying to deal with, for sure. The strategy is generally the same, just spin attack the tail for like massive damage, maximum amount of damage. And do some pretty quick.
It is a lot fewer phases than you would think.
Yeah.
But it's basically the same strats, just a lot quicker. And then this one's the more annoying one to deal with. Because of the ice.
You have these elemental balls all around, and if you slash them directly, you're gonna get frozen or set on fire, and the ice balls are the most dangerous because of
they
how
actually
long it
got
takes you.
Do you see that? They threw the bomb at the fire one and it just hit the eye immediately.
Yeah. Very, very clean. Oh my goodness, that was so good.
That was dangerous too, because of double damage. Like, you were very close in that throw. Are you excited for the worlds to unlock 6-7?
Oh my goodness. Oh,
the 6-7 world. 6-7
world the order of the worlds that unlock in this run are you start with 1, of course, and then you get 2, 3, and 4 afterward, and then you get 5, which this one they're clearing right now.
And then you get the
6 and 7.
6-7.
And then it's the final one.
Yeah,
it's kind of like portioned off into sections, so to speak. 5 is kind of like where the difficulty jump happens, and you'd probably see that just from like all the sorts of like armored enemies, which take like need a lot more hits compared to your previous enemies.
No dinner trials in this run.
Oh yeah. There is a update DLC of Den of Trials, but it's not necessary for this category.
It's just the main objective. Dinner Trials is like the side objective. You can side objective challenge run, Gauntlet. Here's the whack-a-mole segment of the run.
So they're whacking some moles here with this is 2 hammers and 1 boomerang. The strategy is to like stun the moles, as you're gonna be seeing here, so that the hammer wielders can like take them down easily, because they move really fast. They pop up and fight really fast.
It's possible to get that first one framed perfectly without having to wait for a boomerang stun. Oh, nice!
Very
They got
nice,
lucky.
very nice. They were just all like bunched up in a row there.
Usually when I was playing multiplayer for this, I would try my best to stun 2 immediately, because the more you remove, the faster they spawn in.
Yeah, that's the danger of that section right there. The more you take down, the harder it is to get the remaining ones. So you just, ideally, you get all of them like right away.
And then obviously the hammer just one-shots those Stalfos because it does 3 damage. I think they have 3 hearts in total.
I love
If you try
to raise their hands.
swing at it normally, try to swing at them normally, they just jump away from you. And then, oh, they didn't get it. But if you dash, you can actually like get speed and hit the switch.
This is a pretty funny strategy. Just
pretty
straight off the edge. Yeah, it's a bit.
Oh, not even lined up.
Sometimes too.
This is dangerous.
Oh no.
I would say just go normal.
Dangerous.
You gotta hit the switch.
Oh,
why would they do that? They have 1 HP.
Gotta go for the sweat. That's fine.
This spikes.
You have 3 lives.
Gotta do normal there.
3 attempts each.
That's fine. Yeah, you get 3 attempts per world. This is at the very start. So they don't lose that much time. Oh.
Just almost. Yes.
There we go. That's the intended result. Well, intended, quote unquote. But yeah, this platform has always given people trouble because when you throw it at the ledge, people just fall off. And then here you'll see spin attack throws coming into play.
Right there, and
there we go.
This one will hit both of the other.
Don't even have to use the hammer. Well, except this next portion. The damage is worth the time save. And then you should be able to run underneath that.
Very nice, very nice.
And then stall champion.
Oh yeah, Cell Champion. This is a bit of an interesting boss. Hammer is like the main thing you'll be using to attack, but you have to like stun him first. And he's gonna be trying to like dodge your slashes.
He also guards from the.
So yeah. The strategy is like either surround them or get really like strategic with the boomerang, so you can stun them and just hammer away.
Yeah, and a link in a boomerang like you just saw, it doesn't take any damage from its area of effect damage.
Yeah, it's very nice setup to get them close, like the moment he like lands.
In this phase, the area of effect is even more greater, but again, a link could just stay in the stage like that. Just a repeat, the spike ball will try to interrupt the hammers being used, but you can have the boomerang link swing at the Stalfos or the spike ball to try to defend your teammates a little bit.
And that spike ball is very persistent, especially in this last
final.
phase.
Yeah, go for it. Explain this.
Oh yeah. So yeah, the strategy here is so the head's going to be looking for a target. As soon as it gets a target, it's going to start chasing him down, and ideally you want the boomerang holder to target. So okay, they got him stunned, so the strategy is just to keep a stun lock going. Which will be just boomerang slashes, back and forth.
Yeah, it's 5 hits boomerang, 5 hits boomerang, and then that's a 1 cycle, but it doesn't seem like they got it.
Oh, almost. That's so
they got it. They got a half and half. It's like sword locking. It's very timing based rather than spam.
And on top of that, you just have like the spike ball to deal with, which the other players kind of have to like play keep away in that regard. Have to distract the ball.
You can disable its hitbox with the hammer though, with the hammer shockwave, and just have it push you around.
That's a little fun that you can do if you can pull it off in time.
It's only useful in the final phase because first 2 obviously you want to be damaging the boss. And then here's the silly Grim Temple room. The one with
Yes.
the rat is hiding off into the distance, and you have to find it because the room is so dark.
Yeah, this first room has a bunch of enemies that spawn in, and there's specifically gonna be 2 rats, and one of them can just like get away.
Just paths normally,
And it's
like
hard to
randomly in the
keep track
bottom right.
It's also just very dark.
I think I just visually saw the bitrate drop, or am I just crazy?
Not sure.
Because it's so dark.
Oh, nice spin
Did they
attack
light this?
finish.
Did they light the torch? I didn't even see. Oh, they did.
No, I think they. Yeah.
But there's like only one torch in that room that lights it up slightly. Oh yeah, here's the Triforce order. It actually matters here. Because the colored pose, they spawn at certain locations. Consistent locations, so it's not random. So you can actually have a, like, pre-planned your... I think this is the only stage that matters what color link you are.
Pretty much.
And the next
yeah.
stage.
It's like each Triforce gate, you have like 3 pieces, of course. And which pieces you step on per link are going to determine your like spawn order in the next stage. So they set it up in such a way that they'd have the optimal order for each colored link.
Yeah, instead of having to wait a cycle for the platform to appear for them, it just immediately kill it and then go to the next phase.
Oh là 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 là, je suis totalement au bord de mon siège. Je suis estomaqué.
And then here you see the colored platforms. I think it only matters here for what item you have. Or the item you have here matters for color link for this. And it's only in this stage, I believe.
These are prankster pose. They're very, very annoying.
They always spawn behind you though after you deal damage to it, so it's like very predictable.
Yeah, yeah.
And then here's the Gibdos. These guys deal so much damage with the bare minimum outfit.
These enemies are pretty scary.
Yeah, this when they're being grabbed, the sword doesn't really do anything. So you have to use an item to stun them, and you can sword lock them all the way off the edge if you're good enough.
They're just really... They're scary to deal with if it's just like your lone self in particular, and like the other players are like separated.
For some reason, that bat enemy just dies in one hit with the boomerang.
Yeah. It just does...
I don't even know why. It has 3 hit points, but the boomerang just one-shots it.
Just like particularly weak to that enemy.
Oh. You try to cancel the stun.
It's good. Very nice. One down.
Blue Link can't really do anything. He's stuck back there. Gotta wait for the boomerang. Nice angle. I mean, Green Link could have went, but that's okay. They'll just totem. And then here is the fidget spinner.
Oh my god.
I don't know its actual name. Something. It's the fidget spinner.
Prismantis. Or I think that's how you pronounce the name. Prismantis.
I think you pronounce it fidget spinner.
So it's three colors on each side. You just hit each of the sides 2 times, and then the eye reveals itself. You're basically doing that 3 times in a row.
Spinning very nicely, like a true fidget spinner.
Oh my gosh.
But this boss is pretty easy.
Likes to
Even while it's
spin around.
charging, you can swing it. You can swing at it.
Now he changes up his strategy. Oh, but they got
Second
really
phase
fast
is really
there.
clean. Oh, they didn't get the quick rise there. That's okay.
Yeah. Sometimes if you
This
position
could
yourself...
very easily annihilate you in the 3 sec.
Oh, that was so scary. Oh my gosh. It's all good though.
They still have
Oh
one hit
my
point.
gosh.
Okay. That was nice. At least they didn't die. That's
Very,
very,
very
nice.
Absolutely. The things you really want to watch out for in this kind of boss where you can just hit all 3 of you right in a row. They have like the right angle. It's scary.
But yeah, even if you're on like 1 HP, you have to collect 2 hearts to get 2 hit points. It's not it's because the double damage is that crazy. And then the final level of Sky Temple, it's more of like an enemy gauntlet, but you get to pick any item you want.
Yeah, this is kind of like a summary of all the rest of the game. So it's going to be throwing multiple mini arenas at you, each themed after each of the previous worlds.
This is the real TOTK before TOTK.
What?
Floating islands.
Oh, I see. This world is just like also just the neatest. Everything takes place in the sky. It's called the Sky Realm.
But yeah, the items are very specific to these platforms for each stage.
That was so fast.
Obviously, the bombs and bow for the Deku Scrubs, and then this one is kind of just like deal with it because the ice platform is more faster if you have fire gloves. But yeah, those water skeeter enemies are also really annoying to deal with. If you don't kill them fast, they just kind of float around in the water and you can't really attack in water. So your best bet is just bombs or the bow. But yeah, this is where you want the fire gloves. The fire glove can also one-shot the whiz robes. I think a spin attack can also one-shot them if you don't swing.
Yeah, I believe they have low enough HP for a spin attack just to like one-shot them. They changed their loadout.
Yeah, the hammer is really nice. The hammerware outfit for this stage is super good, but they don't have any outfits. You can damage these enemies in the lava when they're hiding with bombs. And then here we're gonna have more Stalfos the hammer could really take care of.
Yeah, and once again the hammer is just really nice. It just one-shots so much. Especially with these are kind of like specific gimmicky enemies too. Or if you like slash at them, they'll recoil, or they'll recoil you, or they'll dodge away. Oh my!
You can hit their backs. That was a really clean final stage, or final platform. And then here you're gonna see Blue Link damage boosting to kill these enemies faster, while everyone else collects hearts.
Yeah, this one it's just like multiple soldiers and multiple soldiers in a row. It's a lot to deal with, but once again the hammer is just so incredibly strong.
That was so clean too. It didn't even take that much damage.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
But yeah, a hammer has a property to squish an enemy, except the sword soldiers for some reason. So the hammer can like one-shot them. Even then, it does like 3 hearts per damage. Oh.
Yeah, the fun thing here is that they're kind of like replenishing the damage that Blue Link is taking to the Green and Red Link. It's sort of like keep an energy going.
And then this one has a really nice setup with the grip shots and hammer setup to like. Oh. Okay, at least they got removed both of their shields, and then you'll see a spin attack hammer combo. It's really nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they didn't get it? That's fine. Oh. Falling apart, but it's okay.
Good looking.
Just another hammer. Just another hammer.
It's all smooth. Everything's okay. Very nice.
C'est bien joué. Et nous allons pouvoir...
And cheer away.
Attention, cher public, nous arrivons désormais face à un nouveau monologue de méchant.
And then here, again, the Korean version would save time here. And the lady doesn't like your items. She tosses them away.
Elle casse la
Yeah.
démarche.
It's gonna take them away, and you only have your sword to work with in this entire battle. And this is gonna be a 5-ish phase battle, I believe. It's gonna be multiple phases in a row.
It has the ring phase, I would say the Moldorm phase, because it kind of chases you and swings constantly. And then you have tennis phase, the classic. And then after that you have totem, like big dress totem, and then platform raise totem. But it can get very chaotic with what goes on in that fight.
Smash Bros tout court, il y a même eu un joueur de 2XKO à un moment. Hein.
Ah, mais encore des mecs de Smash, mais on n'en peut plus. C'est quoi, ça se reproduit, il y a un gisement.
Il y a 5, il y a que... Franchement...
This one's definitely like the longest cutscene in the game too.
At least for the first time you see it. After that, because like they don't want to waste people's time. So when they do like a replay the level, if you're playing with somebody online who hasn't beaten this level before, then you will always get the long dialogue, even if you've beaten it before yourself.
Yeah, because it's like trying to prioritize whoever's syncs. Prioritize the sync for everyone.
Oh yeah, if this game desyncs at all for any reason, your whole session is just gone. It doesn't reconnect or attempt to.
Yeah, another scary factor to deal with. But here's the fight. They want to like spin and get out of the way because the lady like retaliates when you deal enough damage. So you kind of just want to get in there, do some damage, get off the platform, and get back in there.
Yeah, and this is the quote-unquote Moldorm phase. We're kind of like, you deal damage and it like switches target.
That's very nice.
Exactement, elle nous fait la Magical Girl.
Et attention, c'est parti. Donc la couleur va commencer par le jaune si jamais.
And then here is the energy ball.
Jaune. Rouge.
They get up really close here.
Bleu.
So if they pull this off, this is going to look really cool.
Attention le lobe.
But yeah, it's very color specific, and they don't want you to spam your sword. If you spam your sword, it'll always just bounce straight up and it will not go right back. Hopefully this is one phase. He was there beginning. Yes.
It's a very, very nice recovery there.
Yeah, that was it could have like blow up and then you have to restart the entire phase again. Doing that in one attempt is really nice.
It's another concern to have to deal with when things go off the rails in that section. It's just nice in one go. And this phase, you have all these umbrella-colored platforms. So they're just gonna be arranged either stacked in such a way that the right color is at the right places. If it's white, then any color can be there.
You could definitely do spin attack throws as well, but it's actually faster to just swing, if possible, because you deal more DPS than just charging a spin attack, throwing. Unless you have no platforms, then throwing a spin attack would be a lot better than just waiting around. Those umbrellas you could also break for hearts if you have no more pots left. Still pretty risky though. Oh my god, it disappeared. Just as they threw. Yes, this is where like spin attack throwing would be better.
Yeah, there's so just a bit of RNG to this.
I'm really seeing an improvement in their cooperation though.
Yeah, it's coming together really nicely.
Yeah, it would have been a good spin attack throw here. Because you gotta wait for those platforms to respawn. Oh.
Ok.
Et attention, quatrième phase, c'est...
Oh, 1 point to damage. 1 point to damage in the next phase.
Ok, on va et honnêtement le
final phase here. Oh, they pretty much got it. They just
on
the right color platform.
Yeah.
Oh.
Very nice demonstration of teamwork here.
Ah oui. Attention, magnifique check.
Yes, this is not where the time stops. There's gonna be a whole like ending segment here that we'll have to go through. But for the most part, this run is like
Yeah, still have to collect the
all
final
the
item.
difficult parts are done.
Pour parler à plein de PNJ auxquels on n'a pas parlé jusqu'à présent, donc ils ont beaucoup de choses à
This
nous
is
dire.
just a dialogue gauntlet.
POV qui va faire autre chose pendant ce
But after they collect the item here, they'll, instead of walking back to Hytopia, they'll save and quit because it's a lot faster than having to walk. I believe it skips some text, from what I remember.
L'Umbrella de Lady. Donc ça y est, nous avons les
Can't
3
remember
items afin de craft la tenue.
It definitely skips
Et pendant ce temps, donc
some part of the sequence that like he
Sir
started.
Colmsley at the end of the first part when you like leave the room.
Oh right. You have like a second or first king meeting.
Et si vous allez voir, il y a un petit mini-jeu dans la salle du lobby, littéralement, où il va y avoir un ballon qui va tomber.
I think you'll see like 2 save and quits, because like quitting the lobby and then quitting to the main menu, or is it just one?
Yeah,
it's just one.
Oh, it's just
yeah. So they're going to go. Yeah, saving here is important because if you reload into that, you'd be forced into a cutscene where it shows you that the camera shop is open and the market I think is open.
Exactement. Allez, ça y est, ils vont rejoindre leur petite
and then
équipe.
you just make your costume immediately.
De petit blind test qui a été littéralement trouvé 3 jours avant l'event.
Your first costume instead of the hero tunic.
Attention le public, silence et dès que vous avez le jeu, vous hurlez le 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I believe they're just like
A Link to the Past, mais aussi
blue and green are just having some fun right now.
Yeah, they're having some fun because the person who quit first basically could finish faster than anyone else. It only really counts for one person in the run.
On passe à la prochaine. Allez, on passe à la prochaine. Et juste avant ça, un peu de Slay malgré tout.
C'est vrai. And then you're gonna see a left padding here into the middle when they leave the shop.
Ah là 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 là.
Slay. Wow.
Et donc on va pouvoir continuer sur le blind test, ça va être le dernier avant de pouvoir reprendre l'intrigue. Mais non. Allez, vous savez quoi, chantez-le.
This is like another little fun thing you can do when you're just in the lobby. If you bonk the walls, you get like a little music ball that comes down. Oh.
Yeah, here, see, it goes the left side to the middle to avoid some dialogue.
Oh là là. Ah, et donc ça y est, on va pouvoir s'arrêter, repasser sur la POV de Tixon, on va pouvoir remettre le son là-bas, s'il vous plaît, la régie bien.
Oh, they dropped after 14.
Mais ça y est, on va pouvoir aller voir des PNJ.
There's an exploit where you could have an automated sound system almost, where you by like dashing infinitely into a link.
Parce que à la base, on était là pour ça.
And then here, mandatory dialogue here, and then the only time loss if they didn't set their names, or if they set their names to like a longer character than one, is just how much text is rendered during the final cutscene.
Je suis un père attentionné, bien évidemment.
Oui. Et puis moi, j'ai demandé à la reine des fées, elle est pas là. Aujourd'hui c'est RTT.
Et voici, je suis à l'écran.
And here you go.
OMG.
Just smashing A. You can actually press the bottom, like tap the bottom screen to make the text appear faster, but it doesn't clear any text. So technically, if you wanted to be optimal, you could just tap the bottom screen constantly while mashing A.
Oh là là, c'est magnifique.
Very slightly faster strategy you can
Mesdames,
do.
messieurs, la princesse.
La princesse.
Oh, la princesse.
Lieutenant's doing some
out of bounds in Hytopia.
Yeah.
La mode est de
Little
retour
fun
au
thing you can do there.
royaume d'Estof. On flic. Et ça va
And here's the purple link.
La fin de cette aventure.
The abandoned purple link, supposedly.
Vous êtes des amours.
Ouais, bravo à toutes et à tous. Merci le public. Et on va pouvoir aller call le time.
Exactement. Donc nous allons avoir la cinématique de fin juste ici. Et dès
And almost done with the run.
Cela pourra être
This time is coming up soon.
Oh là là.
Yeah, as soon as the screen fades to white, but like Princess Stylus says Link's name, and that's what the very small amount of time loss is.
Pas un foreshadowing de ce qui va arriver après. Je ne dirai rien. Attention,
Which is this text box.
C'est parti.
Just the one text box right there.
Just the one text box.
Dans 3, 2, 1. Presque 0.
Wait for it, wait for it. It's almost done. There we go. That's time.
And that's
54. Did they tie their record?
Oh my gosh.
Did they tie their record? That's funny. Let me see. I have to see. 54-56. And you sent multiplayer. They got a 54-1. Okay, they're almost there at their record time. That's pretty nice.
That's really good for just a marathon run too. It's really cool to see that live. Long cutscene, and then yeah, that's just run done. It's pretty straightforward. That was an incredible run. It's again
all levels. I would say. Yeah, continue. Go for it.
Oh yeah, no, that's they did a really wonderful job. I'm really glad to have gotten to commentate and watch this run live. It's just
I do like their idea of having the colored hair.
Yeah, that's such a
colored hair.
Such a nice touch for this run.
Mais franchement très satisfait.
Ah, vraiment satisfait. Et merci d'avoir rempli cette team qui nous a fait mourir 2 fois.
Ouais,
3 fois.
Toujours plus dur.
Mais on a quand même géré, c'était cool, là, c'était exceptionnel.
So shout to the Charles Hero speedrunning community.
Definitely try out the all levels category though. You actually get to use costumes.
Oh yeah, it's very chaotic for sure. All sorts of little skips that you it's
all different strategies you can't really do without any costumes.
Exactement. Mais je sais qu'il y aurait peut-être un petit happening concernant nos 3 compatriotes parce qu'on a vu des totems dans le jeu. Mais pourquoi ne pas avoir des totems dans la vraie vie? C'est nécessaire ça? Bah oui, c'est nécessaire. Attention.
Ah ouais, ils savent
Those
faire ça.
costumes are awesome.
So that's so much.
Vous savez faire ça. Ah bon? Pas au courant?
Much effort went into the getup for all of this. It's so cool to see. I also just had no idea of the scope of how big this arena was until
It's also very nice. Triforce Heroes actually gets representation now, considering its community discourse over the game.
Alors qu'on a fait un truc incroyable.
Exactement. Alors là, vous voyez, ils sont devant la caméra.
Alors ils sont juste devant la caméra, c'est parfait.
Regarde, mettez-vous là.
Mettez-vous là ou devant une.
All right. Well, this has been Nuru. Thanks for having us. This is a very nice watch.
And this has been Cooper. I'm really glad to have gotten to commentate. This was my first time doing that for anything, so I'm really happy to have been here. And yeah, this is oh my gosh, they're stacking on each other. That's really
oh my god. That's really awesome. That's so cool.
Yeah, that's about all.
That's about all, yeah.
Thanks so much for having us.
C'est gigantesque. Bravo. Quel totem. Ouais, faut que tu passes chez le kiné. Finalement, l'acrogym au collège, c'était bien. Je pense que y a... Ouais. Gigantesque. Lance. Objet. Objet. Bravo, messieurs. Eh bien, sur ce très joli totem. Oh, oui.
Oh là là.
Impeccable. C'était hors champ, mais on peut vous dire que c'était impeccable. Sur ce très joli totem et sur cette très jolie run, on n'est pas trop loin des 400 000 balles, je le vois en bas à droite.
Oh,
donc,
c'est vrai.
En tant que fée des dons, je vous ordonne de bourrer les dons.
Et en tant que roi, j'impose une dictature sur les dons.
La dictature sur les dons, donnez votre argent.
Donnez, si vous en avez les moyens, bien évidemment.
Si vous en avez, alors, vous endettez pas pour nous, c'est déjà très bien de venir et de regarder SpeeDons. En tout cas, on va retosse à nos amis les ambianceurs. Messieurs, la suite de cette deuxième journée de SpeeDons s'annonce extraordinaire. Au revoir tout le monde.
Quel run exceptionnel, mon cher Shishayu. J'ai tellement été ému
Et
que
oui.
moi aussi, je vais faire le totem sur toi.
Et c'est parti. Non, tu te fous de ma gueule là? Non mais non, parce qu'on l'a déjà fait hors champ et bon.
On sait jamais,
voilà.
hein, non, on sait jamais.
Moi,
on sait jamais.
je bosse les épaules et tout et je commence à un peu, tu vois.
Non mais je comprends.
J'ai pas les
moi aussi,
épaules.
mais moi tu sais que j'ai la souplesse, hein.
Ah ouais.
Hein,
Ah mais c'est
putain.
à moi de monter en
Ouais,
fait.
on aurait pu, mais en tout cas, quel run exceptionnel.
C'était
mesdames et
exceptionnel.
messieurs.
Quelle coordination. Finalement, pour
c'était
réussir
très
à faire ça, et pas loin d'un WR en plus, si seulement on ne les avait pas mis dans la sauce.
Tu sais qu'on ne les mettait pas dans la sauce. Et s'ils étaient du pays du matin calme, Annyeonghaseyo, en coréen.
Oh là là, mais la culture, encore une fois.
non,
la culture.
Oh non, on
mais
aurait été...
apprends-moi des choses, en fait. Pitié.
Et merci encore pour les dons. On n'est pas loin des 400 000 balles.
En fait, nous rêver, c'est ce soir, là. Hein.
C'est ce soir. C'est vraiment jusqu'à la fin de notre shift.
C'est ce soir. En plus, il y a des incentives à remplir, hein, puisque là, on va avoir la run de Little Nightmares, bien sûr. Mais vous avez aussi une incentive après pour Astrobot. Et pour l'instant, elle n'est qu'à 13%. Donc, évidemment, on va la répéter en boucle. J'aimerais qu'on prenne des nouvelles de Slan Meta.
Et oui, on a envie de voir le dessin.
Exactement.
On a envie de voir le dessin.
Slan Meta. Oh. La dingue.
Ouais, non, c'est trop.
Je vais vous montrer comme ça sera plus simple.
C'est tellement trop. Qu'est-ce que c'est beau.
D'ailleurs, que les runners et les casters s'ils peuvent venir dédicacer du coup aussi le
du. Bah oui, il faut.
Et du coup, ce 10 minutes de moins sur l'incentive, est-ce que ça t'a mis dans la sauce ou est-ce que finalement tu étais dans les temps?
Non, j'étais dans les temps. En vrai,
oh là là.
Hello, GDQ English Restream of SpeeDons. Welcome back to the programming. My name is Dangerous. You may remember my voice from earlier this morning. I was here commentating the Rogue Prince of Persia with the same guy I'm with now. Blood Thunder, how you doing?
You know, I had a quick little nap between Rogue Prince of Persia this morning and this one, so I'm feeling pretty good. Had a recharge after that exciting race that came down to the wire. If you weren't here for it this morning, please go back and watch it. It was literally down to the wire.
Yeah.
Very, very cool race. But now we're here for Little Nightmares, a little bit darker of an adventure, quite a bit different. Still a 2D kind of platformer. Not terribly different, but
seems like they were really keen on putting us on the 2D platformers, specifically having us do the 2D platformers for Friday, because this is the second one today that we're doing. Yeah, this one's much slower paced though. Little Nightmares is a much more slow burn of a run, a little bit shorter of a run as well. So if you're into shorter runs, this is definitely going to be more up your alley. And there's a little bit more speed tech involved in this one. Not a ton. It's still a relatively glitchless run. However, there are a couple of glitches that you will be seeing throughout the run that we'll kind of call out as they happen. That did necessitate a leaderboard split. There is an 80% run and an NMG run. I myself ran the NMG run at one point in time, but that was also like 3 years ago. So let's see how much of the game I remember. And you're gonna get to see all of the cool glitches like prop boosting and stuff like that. So it'll be a fun time for sure.
It's a pretty incredible franchise. I've not. I've been a big fan of the series. You know, there's now 3 Little Nightmare games as well as Reanimals from the devs of Little Nightmares 1 and 2 that came out very recently. I've never run it. I've watched quite a bit. I'm very aware of the kind of the things they do along the way, but hopefully I can rely on you to provide that missing info I might have.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it is the kind of run that you can glean a lot from just watching it. You don't have to necessarily be extremely versed in the game to understand what's happening as you go. The game is very much about visual storytelling if you're not familiar with the game. There's no dialogue whatsoever. There's zero voice acting aside from some enemies screaming as you navigate around them. But it is a very, very visual game, very much a kind of open to interpretation, somewhat style story. It's one of my favorite platformers. I really love this game a lot.
You know, when we talk about horror games and it gets brought up, like Little Nightmares is always kind of one that gets thrown out there. Obviously, you have like Resident Evils, your Amnesias, Silent Hill, whatever. But one of the more modern games that pops up, besides like Alien Isolation, is Little Nightmares because people really love the aesthetic and it's that sense of world building that you get along the way. We're getting very creepy on the stage. Seeing some potential cosplay of our titular 6th character.
Oh, you're seeing something I'm not seeing then, because I don't see what. I think I see it. I think my feed is a little bit behind. Let me refresh that to get myself caught up.
Salut, c'est Franck Leboeuf.
It's the kind of early afternoon and evening for us here in the States, but you know, over in live events, you know, it's getting about midnight or so, maybe a little past. So we're entering spooky territory.
Yeah, getting a little late in the evening for our friends over in Francia.
Still a very packed crowd. Everyone wants to see this Little Nightmares run.
Yeah, more packed than the GDQ mainline events are at the same time. we got to step our game up in Minnesota, folks. Yeah, I'm excited for this run. It was actually a lot of fun derusting my commentary on this run, kind of rewatching it and refamiliarizing myself with the run. I kind of forgot how much I really enjoyed this game until I rewatched it. I was like, man, I gotta actually replay this at some point soon, because this game is just so good. It's not an especially hard game to complete, but if you want to go for there's a speedrun achievement, like a Steam achievement, for beating the game in under an hour deathless, and that was a decent challenge. I beat it. It took a few attempts, but I finally beat it. But yeah, if you want to get decently good at the game, you gotta actually learn a little bit about how it works and the kind of the inner machinations of how the enemy AI works. It is a stealth game, so as we all know from speedrunning, stealth runs are not about stealth but about cycles, and you're gonna see exactly how runners actually skip a lot of cycles during this run. There's a lot of seizing enemy AI in some pretty advantageous ways, and it's very funny to watch them because runners are just literally going to either kite out attacks from enemies and then run around them, or they'll just run right past them before and the enemy will kind of look at them and go, what's going on? It's pretty funny.
Yeah, and you bring up the Steam achievement for getting under an hour deathless, but like the game casually is only going to take you maybe around 3 hours or so, or if struggling with those stealth segments. So it's going from 3 hours down to 1 doesn't seem like the biggest jump in the world, especially when you kind of are familiar with the game, but yeah, just how optimized you have to be in cutting out those stealth segments and managing your stamina. Yeah, making sure you go to the right places at the right time.
Yeah, doing it deathless is the really tricky part, because you can't just sit around and wait forever. You gotta eventually shoot your shot, to run past some enemy that's chasing you, and it can be pretty terrifying. I mean, it is a horror game, but it's terrifying just to kind of try to sneak past stuff without getting grabbed. I know I lost more than one run from getting grabbed by an enemy that shouldn't have grabbed me, to be completely fair, but you'll see there's a little bit of jankiness in the game. But yeah, it consists of 5 levels. It starts out in the prison. We're gonna kind of wake up in like a little what do we call it, like an HVAC system, like a vent, and we're gonna kind of navigate through a bunch of vents until we get out, and then you'll eventually the camera will pull back far enough for you to see where you really are once we get to about level 4. It takes a little while to give you enough context to know where you are until relatively late in the game. But yeah, it's not a long game. It's like BG said, it's about 3 hours, give or take, depends on how fast you clear out certain parts. Looks like we are about to get started.
Looks like the runner is just double checking some stuff, making sure everything is ready to go. Don't want to have any technical difficulties along the way. This game is fairly nice in its checkpointing, but even then you don't want to have to ever go back to one of those.
Yeah, and some checkpoints are not as nice specifically in the speed run, because there are a couple of skips that we do that skip checkpoints. So if you fail one of the skips, you are gonna have a bad time, because you got to go back and like redo the whole skip again. And basically, if you're going for a PB attempt, depending on how optimized your run gets, it's GG as soon as you miss like one of those skips. It is a fairly fragile run, as you'll soon see, because you only have 1 hit point, and as soon as you lose it, you're dead. So.
Yeah, we mentioned like the stealth segments. There's also boss encounters. They're not necessarily fights, but there's no real combat. It's just bosses. If they grab you or they have their sights on you, you're probably just gonna have to take that game over and reload the checkpoint.
Yeah, there are like fights, kinda, but they're really more like puzzle encounters than actual fights. But they're deadly puzzles, so you die if you are you die if you're not careful.
That was the working title for the game, is just Deadly Puzzles. Well, that sounds a little harsh. Let's go with Little Nightmares. It's a little friendlier.
I like that. That's funny.
Allez, faites du bruit pour Divi, s'il vous plaît. On vous entend pas encore plus fort.
So while we're waiting, BT, how long was your nap while we were?
Oh, it was not nearly long enough. Unfortunately, I kind of have a speed run of a nap. I was just so pumped up after that Prince of Persia run that the adrenaline was pumping. I was like, I need to lay down. It's like me recharge for Little Nightmares, but yeah, here we go. Playing as 6 in our little raincoat that we saw the commentators and the runner pop up in. We're just gonna be running through here. The light's more for the viewer's sake. It's not really needed as a mechanic. Obviously, it helps you see where you're going, but the runners have run through this game enough that they have a pretty good sense. Typically, you're just gonna go to the right unless you're looking for a specific item. But this introduction, like you said, we're in this kind of HVAC vent system, just crawling around. Gonna be see a few areas like this. Force to crouch through.
Yeah, luckily you actually start with the light, so you can kind of keep track of where you are. Even knowing where you are, because you are in absolute pitch black in some parts without the light, having it is really kind of necessary just to be able to optimize some sections. We're actually going to be coming up on our very first skip right off the bat. So this skip is, oh, man, it looks like we have cut to our hosts, but the first skip that you're going to see, hopefully they cut back to the feed in time, is actually allowed in the NMG run as well. It's kind of a tricky skip. It involves using a plank. It's called I think it's called door skip or plank skip. I think either one is technically correct. Looks like, oh no, are we gonna miss it?
I believe they're going to have a restart for some technical difficulty.
With the technical issues, that would make sense. I don't have the audio from the original stream currently, so I likely am going to miss things like that, but that's fine. They had no sound. That's what it was.
That's usually a pretty important part for runs. A lot of games do have like sound cues and stuff, and the atmosphere in this game is really not only visual but from the audio as well.
Oh yeah, very eerie kind of atmospheric soundtrack. You definitely can't play this game muted. You're gonna miss like a lot of what makes it creepy. Like there are some of the bosses that you're going to encounter are creepy in and of themselves, but the audio is required. Also, shout outs to the audio crew that works on these events. Video's easy, audio is not. Audio is so difficult to get right. So shout outs to anybody that's working on audio behind the scenes. You are doing the work. All right, so starting again. There's kind of a running gag because you know how some games are called hold W simulators.
Mm-hmm.
This one's called a hold D simulator because you're just moving right the whole time.
I think the true scary thing here before we get into this plank skip is just the fact that we're running around without shoes on this entire time. It's just...
that's something that I've always known, but like never really registered until you pointed it out. I'm like, yeah, we don't have shoes like the entire game. What is up with that? All right, so yeah, the little motif here, you see this little plank on the floor, and then you can slide under that. That's sort of like foreshadowing. That's the devs trying to teach you, like, hey, if you're gonna find a spot later in the game where you're gonna need to pull the plank off. So, you're gonna see our first skip right here. You're supposed to push the chair over, but if you jump this correctly, ooh, missed the first attempt. That's okay. You just have to run back and. I'm gonna try one more time. This is a tricky skip to pull off. Oh, and very nice. Actually missed the plank, but still somehow got the skip. I'm actually really impressed by that. But yeah, able to skip pushing the chair over to grab the door handle. That is one of the things that's trying to teach you very early is like environmental puzzling, where you're supposed to move things around. The interact button allows you to hold things and kind of just move your joystick around to push them into place. But if you are slick and you know how to time things right and you're frame perfect, you can sometimes just jump and grab things without.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of the big time saves is just not having to interact with props and drag them around everywhere. There's not much you interact with in the world in terms of just like general props, but there are boxes you have to push over, levers you have to pull down, and a lot of those are placed up very high in the map that you need to jump up to. So if you can bypass moving something across, you can jump up, or cut out some of the climbing segments. It's gonna help speed things up here.
Yeah, didn't quite make it into the right spot. If you fall down in the right spot there, you can actually land on the right side of the goo. That goo is very, very slow, so you want to get as far to the right as you can so that you walk in it for as little as possible. That was actually our first enemy, those slugs, and then we're going to go for... Oh, runner's actually not going for the skip here. You actually jump that gap without having to run on that plank, but it doesn't really save a lot of time. It saves maybe half a second at most. So it definitely doesn't hurt to just run across the plank for safety, especially in a marathon setting. Here's where we're going to get our first door. So we're going to spin this wheel here. You can roll this door all the way up, but you don't really need to, and runners usually don't, because if you just run and jump, you can slide right under this door nice and easy. Gonna reload checkpoint here. That's going to move the runner a little bit further ahead, so you can save a little bit of time that way. Most checkpoints move you back. That's one of the rare cases where the checkpoint actually moves you forward, strangely enough. And then we are climbing into another area, let's just say.
Yeah, and one thing to notice the runners is going through this is there is a hidden stamina meter. You'll eventually see Six kind of slow down, and jumping is, I believe, is the fastest way to move around. So when you know you have time, like you're doing a climbing segment where you can regen that stamina, you're going to do these big jumps beforehand, deplete all of it, and then when you have that time to recharge, that's when you get it all back.
Yeah.
So you can see a lot of just running, and then when we get up to something like a climbing or pulling something off, there's going to be a couple of jumps beforehand just to time it correctly.
And then what I'm really looking forward to is the prop boost. Although, I think our runner's actually not going for the prop boost here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, usually, so there's a skip that runners can do here, which is a prop boost where they can use one of the blocks to kind of launch themselves forward. Probably not going for it for marathon safety reasons. It is a kind of a tricky skip, and it's also, I believe it's frame rate dependent. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but if it's frame rate dependent and the rig is like, VSync enabled or something like that, then probably not able to do the skip, which is fine. This isn't that much slower, and that prop boost only gets you about halfway into the room without having to like sneak around. So it doesn't save a ton of time. It just skips one cycle. So probably for marathon safety, not going for that skip, which is fine. And then here's the janitor. The janitor has really, really, really long arms, and he is also blind, so he can't see you, but he has impeccable hearing, so he will hear you. And you're supposed to like crawl under the cribs in that last room and hide away and sneak in here. Yeah, runner knows where to go, so runner's just gonna run in here and skip all that. But we are not done with the janitor. Yeah, janitor's gonna come back a couple of times, especially once we get through this vent and we get into the next room. You will see. So yeah, doing a kind of a weird animation cancel here. So one of Six's kind of key things with this game is that she is hungry all the time, and so there's this hunger animation that's really, really slow. It's right here. This one you can't skip. You're kind of stuck doing it no matter what. But the runner did like that weird like animation. That was to skip the first hunger animation, and then you saw her very briefly grab the wall and then drop off. It was very, very fast. She actually did that faster than I think the world record even does it. And that was just to skip the second one. And so this is the first instance where you're going to see Six go for food. So that person threw her a piece of bread and she ate it, and then she can move on. That's again the visual storytelling stuff that's going to come back later in a very horrifying way, by the way.
Yeah, this is one of those games, like the story's up to interpretations. The community has it's more popular theories about adolescence and growing up, but when you consider like the whole hunger part of it, it's like, okay, this is getting a little dark, a little
deeper
really than I thought it was going.
Yeah, we're about to come up on our first major skip. So all the skips we've seen so far have been fairly minor skips, nothing huge. This is going to be the first pretty major skip. You're supposed to climb up all this. So you go to the right on the ground floor, and then you climb all the way up here, and then you're meant to de-electrify an electrified fence, and then continue going to the left, and then drop down. But runner, assuming that runner's going for even the safe version of this skip, is going to run back to the right and do a couple of animation cancels to skip taking fall damage, which again is instant death. If you do the fall damage at all, then you're automatically dead. So it's kind of risky. There is a safe version. I'm sure runner's probably going to go for it. Hopefully. But yeah, you can see that fence is electrified. You're supposed to turn the electricity off from that switch and then go through that fence, but we're not going to do that unless we're trying to be really safe here. Yep, no, we're going for the skip. All right.
The fun of marathon settings is like, how much do I actually believe in getting this first or second try?
Yeah, right.
Potentially mess up and have those nerves with me for the rest of the run, or am I going to play the safe and just get through it? So
did this like an absolute pro as well. Yeah, and this skip is also tricky, not only because you have to do some animation canceling to skip fall damage, you also lose your flashlight, and the camera just does some wonky things because you're not supposed to go that way. So the camera's sort of confused about where you are and doesn't know exactly how to deal with you. This room is very funny because if you just run up like away from the camera, you can run past the light without ever having to do the puzzle. I think a little oversight on the dev's part. But very funny in the speedrun.
Overall, besides that technical issue we had in the beginning with no sound, this run's going very well. You know, we're cruising through this. We're 9 minutes in, but we're already a pretty good chunk of the way through the game.
Yeah, we're almost at the end of chapter
5
1
chapters. Yeah, so we're closing in on that 20% mark, give or take. You know, some chapters are a little longer than others, but...
And I think we are coming up on what I call toilet paper skip. This is a skip that we all did in 2020. Sorry, too soon. Anyway, yeah, sorry, bad joke. Anyways, yeah, it is right through this door. It's right through this little door, this little vent thing right here. You're supposed to push a box of toilet paper. Oh, sorry, it's going to be in the next room. There is actually a skip here. This is called, I believe it's called key skip. Kind of a tricky jump here to jump onto the cabinet and to jump onto the candles. Nicely done. And that skip's having to do the entirety of that puzzle just to grab this key just a little bit early.
As someone who has not run this game, I don't know if you have this information in your head. Do you move slower when you're holding something like a key?
You do.
Down at all?
Yeah, but it's slower to like throw the key and then run and pick it up. So you are running slower while you're holding an item like that. So you want to hold it as little as possible. You aren't moving that much slower. Oh, runner really played that one safe and ran really close to the wall. That's kind of funny. Yeah, you're supposed to throw that item to hit the button. Most of the time you'll see runners do that from like really far away. But I guess for marathon safety, didn't want to have to do it twice. So pushing the button again, and then here's where the janitor is going to return. So wait just 1 second and you'll see him again.
You know, we'll be meeting quite a few different quote-unquote bosses along the way. The janitor, I believe, it's like the first one you meet. It's just the one that always sticks out to me when I think about this game. Just the really long, silly arms. Just
yeah, I forgot. It's actually the next elevator we're going to meet him again. Yeah. And then again, runner doing that kind of weird skipping motion to skip the hunger animation. 6 basically grinds to a dead halt during that. So you want to try to skip that as much as possible. You can't really skip her moving slower here. This is scripted. So once you pass the trigger to start that, you're just stuck moving slower. Luckily, these rats were feasting on this lump of meat in this cage. This is definitely not a straight up obvious mousetrap. You know, when whenever I see a lump of meat in a cage, I too also go right for it. And I don't have something like, I don't know, big arms reach out and close the cage and take me away.
Just wait until SGDQ.
Oh no, BT just threatened me at SGDQ.
Put a cage full of meat just right outside the stream room.
Watch how fast I jump into that cage. So yeah, kind of reintroducing the janitor here, because you meet him very briefly and then you don't see him again for a little while. So when we get back to that elevator, you're gonna have a very direct encounter with him. For this, we got to just knock the cage over to get it back open because we are stuck. Luckily, cage is nice and brittle, so easy to pop right open if you do that. And then here, there's no way to really skip this. You have to drag this box over. So the plan is to drag it as little as you have to, although I guess Runner's playing it very safe here and dragging it over very far. But yeah, you have to pull this to open it. I'm going to swing to get as close as possible before the door closes. Very nice. And then climbing out of this room is going to get us back to where we were before we were kidnapped. We're having a little trouble there, but that's okay. Managed to grab the wedge anyway.
Running past the janitor here yet again. Get a brief moment of him kind of like, oh, I can hear something. But yeah, we're running on into the next room. Just trying to get away from him.
Yeah, you're supposed to sneak. You're supposed to sneak and run on the cloth because that dampens your footsteps. Yeah, no, we're just gonna run past everything because it's yellow, I guess. And then we are back in the vent. This gets us kind of back out of range of getting grabbed. And then this, we're coming up on one of the actually scarier parts of the game, at least in my opinion. This part freaked me out when I was playing it casually for the first time, because you don't actually get to see what this monster is, I think, unless you get grabbed by it. But it's like I call it a shoe shark because these all look, they're not shoes, but they look like shoes if you kind of just like relax your eyes and look at them. And this thing is definitely supposed to be like a shark, so I call it a shoe shark. I don't know what the actual, I don't think it actually has a name, but yeah, you have to kind of run and jump and get through here without that thing biting your ankles.
One of many video game enemies that takes after tremors. You know, if you make noise, you step in the wrong spot, it's gonna like, come and find you real quick. But we're quickly back to the janitor. He's just relentlessly chasing us up into this elevator we talked about. We'll see him in this one.
Yeah, this is one of those.
Quiet to not get caught.
Yeah, here you got to just kind of book it through, and then once you're back in the elevator, so this is where we were originally. You're supposed to kind of run into those little boxes to get out of range, but if you stand up here at the front, he can't seem to find you very easily, which is kind of funny. So he's gonna go kind of away from the camera and start looking for you. He's gonna feel around. He's not gonna find you if you just stand here and wait. And wait. Sadly, no way to speed this up. His jaw here also, like, always weirded me out. He's just, the way he moves his jaw just is so weird. And then you let him exit, and then you can follow him afterward. Yeah, those little guys with the pointy hats, they're kind of like a little ally of sorts. Well, at least for now.
Yeah, ally. That's what they are.
Oh, missed the jump initially. Luckily, you have a little bit of a buffer if you like really book this, but you're gonna see just how long this janitor's arms get. He can reach up there to grab you, so you got to be quick to get through here.
Now we're coming up another spot where we're just kind of sneaking through, but we're gonna just make a whole bunch of noise, sprint through, and yeah, this time we actually have some shoes drop down, but we're going to take them not to wear. We're going to continue to be barefoot for the entirety of the game, but we'll let us open up this door.
They're not our size, and they're also so last season. So who would be caught dead wearing those? Us if the janitor grabs us. Yeah, one more running section before you have to do the quote-unquote fight. We'll call it a fight. You're not actually fighting him, but it's the combat puzzle encounter, if you want to call it that. Yeah, you're sort of meant to be like running through here in a slightly sneakier fashion. Although, if you know where to go and how to get there, you can kind of just run and not really have to worry about it. A good cycle on the piano here. If you get unlucky, the piano's all the way to the left when you get all the way to the top of the bookshelf, and then you have to wait a cycle. So really nice that the cycle worked out in our favor here.
Yeah, so unfortunately getting caught by the janitor, but this game is nice in its checkpoints to some degree, so it's going to spawn right back in where we need to be, but the janitor's kind of moved along. Not overly big time loss from that encounter.
Yeah. Not even much of a time loss at all, since the janitor moved away and we were pretty much in the same spot, so really not a big deal. Gonna climb up here to get into this room. The door is locked as of now, or rather it's just shut. And so because the janitor is so sound dependent, you have to kind of get up. Yeah, this TV's hitbox is really weird, and it doesn't always play nice. So you turn on the TV, it starts making a big racket, and then the janitor goes, making all that noise, and he stomps his way in, and then you run past him with the handle, and that's how you're going to be able to get across the gap.
Yeah, so you just need to
play that very risky.
Room. Yeah, and the handle goes right where that checkpoint was, so it's not too far of a run back to have to hold a prop. That's just going to bring the piano up in that room we were climbing in before with all the bookshelves, and that allows you to just progress through the game.
You're also kind of
little vent.
Yeah, you're also meant to actually climb up onto the top of the shelves and run around up there, because there's a bunch of like items up there that you can throw to make noise and kind of distract him, move him away from where you're trying to run. But if you know where to go and how you have to move fast to get there, you don't really need to do that. So this is going to be I wouldn't really call it a skip, but it is kind of a funny little manipulation that they're going to do here. Push the cart. Okay, they're playing it safe on this spot. I've seen runners actually like push the cart till it's not quite covering the steam, but it's positioned in such a way where they can grab the cart like over the steam without getting hit by it. It's kind of a weird looking way to cheese the animation, but it's kind of funny. Missed the jump there on the first try, but that's okay. It's all the way to the right now, so easy jump to make on the second attempt. And it looks like we are coming up on the end of this running section. We'll be in a little corridor room area after this last bit of running, and that's where we'll fight the janitors. I always forget how long this section is, how much time they actually make you spend running away from this guy. Ooh, got grabbed, unfortunate. Not a long way back, luckily, but still, you never want to take a death if you don't have to, because the loading time, you do have to sit through it.
Yeah, you spend actually a lot of time with the janitor, as opposed to some of the other bosses later on. But this game does a good job of balancing, having like these encounters with the bosses, the puzzles, and just kind of giving you some downtime to build up that tension yet again. Just take a quick little breather.
Now wait here.
Doing a little bit of a attack back to the janitor himself. Just get him trapped underneath this door, and you know, some things might get removed.
Yeah, you're supposed to actually kind of run away and wait for the arm to get into the right spot. But yeah, oh wow, the runner got a really good cycle on that. So the janitor kept grabbing, like reaching for the cage, and the runner was able to keep 6 in just the right spot where she could grab the cage bar and pull it out. And that's what, well, it chops off his arms. It's presumed that he dies from that. I mean, I guess hard to know for sure, but I mean, you defeat the janitor, so yay, and now we're in chapter 2.
Yeah, so this chapter we're going to be encountering the chef. We're going to be kind of going into a very kitchen-heavy area.
Yeah. Oh, this is chapter 3. Excuse me, I misspoke. Yeah, so we just finished chapter 2. This is now chapter 3, because we are now in the kitchen. And the chef is, I think, less horrifying than the janitor, but not by much. He's still pretty scary looking.
Yeah, I mean, every quote-unquote boss you encounter in these games is very grotesque and over the top, and definitely a very unique design, even into, you know, Little Nightmares 2, 3, and Reanimal. They're all very much in that style.
Et du coup, un deuxième qui va se passer juste ici. Hop, troisième fois pour être sûr que ça passe. Hop, il est passé. Et du coup, on va avoir un troisième qu'on ne peut pas skipper.
This is one of those brief little downtimes where, you know, we just finished dealing with the janitor. They're not immediately going to throw us into the chef right away. We're going to kind of do some more running through, some more hunger stuff is going to play out here as we see on screen. And it's a little disturbing when you don't have
a little bit
explicit lore of like, this is what's going on. You're like, why is this happening? But, you know, sometimes you get a little hungry. You need a little rat as a treat.
I don't know if I've ever gone down to the kitchen and been like, man, you know, I could really go for some rats right now.
I mean, maybe after this, you'll get hunger for it.
Oh, I don't know about that. But yeah, the hook grab from the beginning of this chapter was actually kind of setting up for later. That's the sort of the dev's way of telling you, hey, the hooks are going to be important. You're going to need to use those for later. And we're now in the kitchen proper. So you're going to see the how the hooks are meant to be used. You're also going to see how they're not meant to be used, because this is going to be the second major skip that we're going to be seeing coming up shortly. Ooh, almost got grabbed, but luckily was able to cheese the chef, ironically, into not being grabbed. Now he's going to go for a skipper. Nice, got the skip first try. Oh no, got grabbed through the wall. It was so close. Yeah. So the chef is nice in the sense that he's got a big belly, and his big belly can push you. And if you set things up properly, he can push you through walls. Got a little bit unlucky there that got grabbed through the wall after being pushed through it. Normally that doesn't happen. At least I don't see that happen very often. Usually once you're through the wall, you're safe. But trying to manipulate the exact spot and the exact timing for it is a little bit tough to do, because usually you just get grabbed before you can actually push you through the wall. Ooh, yeah, it didn't work there either. Unfortunate.
And for this, it looks like we're making use of the slide mechanic, which isn't overall that useful. There's not really a good reason to use it, but here you can just slide under the boss's arms coming out to set up that position like you mentioned.
So third time's the charm, I'm sure.
Yeah, in speedruns, when you need to manipulate enemy AI, there's always the dreaded chance of the enemy just not playing along.
Yeah. Oh. So remember earlier when I said the game is a little janky? Perfect example of that. The kind of I've had that same thing happen to me where I kind of like warped into a boss's hands when they're reaching for me, even though there's no earthly way that should be happening. Yeah, that happens. So surely 12th time is the charm. We're on try 12 now, I think, right?
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And the warp again. All right, it's fine. 20th try is always the one where it works. We're on the 20th try, right? Something like that. Yeah, and by the way, this skip is actually very hard to do. Because as BT said, you have to manipulate the enemy AI in a very specific way, and it's not. It's the chef in particular, because he moves so fast, is kind of hard to trick into the right spot.
Yeah, and then as we mentioned this earlier on, you know, you have basically just 1 HP. So if you get grabbed, that's it. You know, you're reloading the checkpoint. There's not really any sort of backup. Push through
and it almost worked that time. It was so close to working. All right, it's fine. 48th try is always the one where it works. I'm sure of it. I believe.
Just a quick shout out to the runner as well, just keeping composure and going for this. Like when you're on a big stage like this, things are potentially not going the way you want. It's very easy to just get tilted and just really lose your composure, but keeping it together, going for it again, I'm sure we'll get it here soon, maybe even this try.
Yeah, and the estimate is very generous for exactly things like this happening, because this sort of thing does happen, especially with this this skip. Oh my god. Getting very, very unlucky. Like she's setting it up correctly. It's just that the game is not playing nice. But she's doing the skip properly. Like she's setting him up in the right spot. She's timing everything out correctly. It's just, this is just one of those skips that just some days it doesn't work right, and it's unfortunate that it had to happen now. But also the nice thing about it is it does showcase just how difficult this skip is, and how some of the skips are just in general in this run. If you never want it to go absolutely perfectly on stage, because then it just looks like, oh, the run's easy. This run's not easy, especially not pulling off this. So here we go, getting the push. And we're the camera did not behave on that one. That was weird. Hopefully the camera plays nice next time.
I believe we saw the runner trying to make an adjustment there with getting pushed to the wall and crouching to hopefully avoid getting grabbed. It still unfortunately got grabbed along the way, but that's also, you know, just a shout out to the runner adapting to the situation, just trying something new, just saying, you know, maybe this will make things more consistent.
Yeah, I looked away for like just a brief second and we reset again. Or yeah. Okay. Oh, so we're going. Okay, so we're gonna do the non-skip version of this. That's totally fine. You'll see the kind of intended way that you do this. The chef does have sight, unlike the janitor, so he can see you, and he is like we said, he's fast, so you got to really know how to kind of run under the tables and get around everything. But yeah, this is the intended strat. You're supposed to run up here and then run up onto the rafters and get around everything in this way.
Yeah, so this is just the perfect example of like, yeah, the skip didn't work, but you go for it for so many times because the alternative is having to take this really slow path. We're doing all of these climbing and running segments.
And now you get to see how much that skip actually skips, because you're seeing this is a pretty substantial amount of time that this skip does save.
Little double shared toilets there, you know, it's very cute.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the route that I'm more familiar with because I ran NMG, and that skip with the chef pushing you through the wall is not allowed in NMG. So grab the key, swing yourself off. And then we meet the second chef. There's two.
It's too many cooks.
Literally too many cooks. We made a joke about
take the elevator.
Yeah.
Instead of having to go through all that with the key.
Yeah, nice little shortcut they give you there. We made a joke this morning about the poison swamp in Rogue Prince of Persia. Miyazaki's influence has spread far and wide. Now we've got a gank fight, so Miyazaki's influence has still spread far and wide.
I don't think this duo is as bad as like the Godskin duo by any means.
Oh, not or Valiant Gargoyles, but luckily it's much more doable. Yeah, and so if you kind of cycle things properly, you can get all the way over here to put this key in, and there you go. That's just how much time that skip saves. So definitely you want to go for that. Despite the difficulty of it, it is a tremendous time save.
Despite having all those hunger pains and having a nice juicy rat beforehand, we're just going to bypass all of this food laying around.
Yeah. Runner's also not going for an animation skip. Honestly, understandable. That skip's even harder than the one with the chef. It's not like you have to reset if you miss it. You could just redo it because it's right there. But there's another like animation cancel where you can kind of climb up a barrel and then jump across to get into the doorway. It is a very janky skip, and if it doesn't work, like if you're not able to kind of get close, it's not necessarily worth going for. So Runner's playing this part inbounds to play it a little safer. Yeah, pushing the meat over just to make sure it kind of gets into the right spot. So you need to get the meat into the little trap door there, and then you pull that little lever, and that grinds up the meat. Is supposed to create enough sausage so that you can swing through the door. No, I did not misspeak.
This part's always reminded me a lot of Sweeney Todd.
A little bit,
aesthetically.
Ooh, nice swing. Didn't even have to swing back to grab that. I've never been able to do that without swinging back once.
And the runner also just having the knowledge of like, this is exactly how far it needs to go down to be able to grab it and get over there. Just perfect.
Knowing exactly which frame to jump on. And so there is another skip that we can do here. So this is another elevator. You're going to see our friend the chef back, and I think the runner's going to do a safer version of this. You can bait out an attack from him. It's going to reach for you. Oh, he grabbed her, darn. Yeah, so you can actually bait out an attack, get the chef to try to grab you. If he misses, you can run right into the elevator without having to kind of kite him into this room and move him around the table to get into the elevator safely. But it is a risky strat. It unfortunately doesn't save a lot of time. It only saves maybe 10 to 12 seconds, depending on how fast you do it. But it is a really cool skip if you can pull it off. So I'm hoping she gets it on this attempt. Gonna bait him out.
Going for the slide. Ooh.
Darn. Yeah, it's a weird slide
today.
Yeah, he really wants to make a meal with 6.
Heard his nickname in high school was Old Sticky Hands.
I had one of those from the vending machine back in the day. Little jelly one you sling out and you can grab a piece of paper with it. All right, probably going to
dirty and it loses all of its stick.
Yep, every time. Those things lasted for half an hour. All right, here we go. One more time. You can bait it out. Slide. Oh, and she got warped into his hand again. Yeah, so it was a little hard to see because of the angle. That was another janky warp that happened there. So I'm betting she's probably not going to go for it again this time. We're going to just do the inbound strat or the non-glitchy strat where you bait him out here and then kind of make him chase you around before you run back into the elevator.
We kind of briefly.
Oh no, she's going for it again.
FPS can be a contributing factor. I don't know if you are aware of if their ability to grab is frame rate dependent at all. If maybe it's a higher frame rate, they can grab more often or something. We're actually.
We're
actually going for another clip.
She's actually. Yeah, it looks like she's going for a clip here. Actually, I don't think I've seen this clip done before. So this is new to me. At least from what I watched when I was kind of derusting my knowledge on this, I don't remember there being a belly clip here. So if that's what she's going for, she got actually really close on that attempt. But this would skip the entire elevator ride and the section after. So let's see. Darn. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Chef is being real feisty today. That's unfortunate. Looks like my co-hosts are getting a little feisty as well.
Oh, I'm always feisty.
Oh no, I meant my dogs downstairs since it's dinner time for them. All right,
You're saying chef so much that they're like, oh, food?
True. Yep. All right. Let's hope. I believe. Oh, got grabbed again. Yeah. If you see the little loading icon in the corner, that's pretty much your indication that runner got grabbed and has to go back to the checkpoint. Very unfortunate. This is these skips have not been going well, and again, just a testament to how difficult this run is. The runner seems to be setting this one up. I've never seen this one done, but it looks like she's setting it up correctly. She's in the wall. She's timing the slide correctly for how the skip normally goes. So, come on, oh man. Oh, okay. It looked like he grabbed her and then let go and then re-grabbed her. That was weird.
Déjà, il y a le timing à respecter.
All right, here we go. I believe.
Il y a le timer à respecter. C'est pas grave. C'est toujours un plaisir. Les gens sont contents.
Here we go. Hit the wall. Push. Got grabbed again. Darn. Yeah, it did that weird thing with the camera as well that it did with the last chef clip we tried. She's getting a lot of practice with bunny hopping here.
Yeah, so we saw it in the last one when we couldn't quite get the strat to work of how much time it actually takes to go and get the key and take another elevator ride and stuff. So it's it's just taking quite a few more tries. We actually got it this time around.
Nice. Yeah. So that's how that's supposed to work.
Yeah, you can just imagine how much time it is to go and actually do the story objective along the way. But shout out to the runner just sticking to the trick and just powering through.
That was a barrel of determination it took to actually do that. If I had been in that position, I would have absolutely just done the inbound strat after 3 attempts. So good on her for sticking to her guns and doing it. Now we're going to see our next major skip. This is called hook grab. So you're going to see these hooks up top. You're meant to actually ride a different hook line a little bit further into the room, but if you time the jump correctly, you can actually get pulled over that little hole in the wall right there. Ooh, nice first try. So the camera's gonna do something weird here. Wait for it, and warp. So yeah, those hooks don't actually go around the background of the game, like of the scenery. They just kind of despawn and then respawn, and so 6 just kind of respawns over here, and this skips the entirety of the double chef gank section, and then you just jump onto the hook, and then you are out of the kitchen and you are headed into the next level. That was very masterful. I'm glad that one skip actually went like properly for this runner, because she's been getting kind of unfairly treated by this game. But yeah, they were now headed into the guest hall. This is level 4 of 5.
And things don't calm down from here. There's still a lot of horrors ahead of us.
Yeah, and now you actually get to see kind of the context for where we are. You're sort of maybe getting a little bit of a sense of it here. You're going to see it a little bit more as soon as we climb up this ladder. Also, thank you all for joining us for this event. I mean, what a thrill!
Yeah, SpeeDons, it's a great event that goes on. You know, last year they absolutely killed it. It was our first time doing an English restream last year, and we are back here to help them out. And if you ever want to support Doctors of the World, the charity they're raising money for, you can go to gdq.gg/SpeeDons and donate. You can also pick up a shirt at speedons.fr, and money from every one of those sales will go towards the charity.
Absolutely. Runner got a little overzealous and jumped past the chain there. But yeah, now you can see where we are. We're on a cruise ship. Not where you probably expected a horror game to take place, but yeah. So that
after recent news, it might just be.
Honestly, yeah, that you're not wrong. It's the recent events have definitely changed minds about that. It's like now a cruise ship might actually be a horror location. So yeah, this is just a very long climbing. The camera does a lot of the work here. You really just have to hold up, and you'll climb this ladder. Again, what a thrill! I'm not going to apologize for that joke.
Nor should you. There's some other stuff you should apologize for, but not that.
Probably, yeah, not that one. Yeah, this actually a nice thing about this one is it's a very short segment. Overall, you don't have a lot of tricky stuff with this section. But we're still in this level, in level 4. That's just kind of gives you context for how things are going to work. But there's no real boss of this section. There are a couple of enemy encounters you have to be careful about, especially because the skips for them are kind of wonky. You're gonna see one. I think it's the first encounter. Is very goofy looking. You kind of jump on top of the enemy and kind of like Mario them to get around them. It's kind of silly looking. Definitely not the intended way of doing it.
Yeah. So we have like a lot of these big like cruise ship passengers along the way, but we do get like a brief glimpse just a room ago at the lady. Who will be seeing come back towards the end of the game. But I believe this area is called the guest hall.
The guest hall, yeah. Yeah, and there's a nice little storytelling motif here of got grabbed. That's rare. I think she got stuck on something. That's a rare death to take. Luckily, the checkpoint you see is right here. It's not that far back, but that was unusual. But yeah, there's a motif here, a storytelling motif of like gluttony and kind of the sin of feasting in you know, without restraint, while this little girl here is like starving, because as we've seen throughout the game, she's been kind of at the mercy of like bread from strangers and meat stuck in cages while we're seeing all these people, you know, feasting away. Ooh, almost missed the jump there, but luckily kind of janked her way in. Very nice. That was close.
Yeah, so while you mentioned we don't really have a boss of this area, we just have all of these little, well, I say little, but big guys just trying to grab you along the way that you need to avoid.
That's another really rare one. I'm surprised the enemies are not playing nice today. Yeah, her movement's not wrong. Like, she's not doing like any of this movement poorly. It's just the game is like rubber banding her into the hitboxes, which is really strange. I never had that happen to me when I was running this. Yeah, don't run forward. There we go. Yeah, so you gotta do a little bit of zigzagging here to make sure you stay out of range. Yeah, that's normally how that goes. It's kind of weird that that didn't happen first try, but not a big deal. Oh no, missed the jump. Gotta redo that. Unfortunate.
Okay, yes. And bunny hops yet again, just getting past all the enemies, just very cleanly.
Nice big jump here. Very good. Nice. Okay, cool. So now we're able to move into the next section. So the first instance where you have to actually backtrack, where you're supposed to backtrack an enemy, is coming up pretty shortly. You're supposed to like run in enemy aggros. You're supposed to backtrack and then go around them. But we are not going to do that. So I'm gonna run in here. Once you're past this that ramp with the hook, you're pretty much safe from the ones before. And then, so this guy's gonna jump over the table because he's really hungry and he wants 6 for dinner. But oh, the runner's actually just gonna run past him. That's interesting. The record run doesn't do that. The record run like jumps on top of him and Mario's him. I've actually never seen anybody just run around him like that. That's funny. That must be a new strat. And then our old friend the chef is back. So I'm gonna kite out a grab from him.
Wonder Chef 2.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, rubber banding again is just really being feisty today. Unfortunate. Yeah, the checkpoint's right here, so no huge time loss if you miss it. And then you get into the elevator early. Very nice. So at least that chef AI manip worked out favorably on the first try, or second try rather. And yeah, that is pretty much the end of the guest hall. You just have to do this last little running bit. This part is very simple to do. You just hold sprint and run, and these guys pretty much can't catch you.
Yeah, this game series has a handful of these chase sequences where typically you just have to keep running. Every now and then you have to jump over something, maybe slide underneath something else, but there's not really a puzzle mechanic you need to worry about. It's usually pretty safe. It's just kind of to build that extra tension, get your heart racing.
Nice little jump there, and that gets us out of the guest hall. And now we go into chapter 5 of 5. This one is called The Ladies' Quarters, and you're about to see the lady in just a moment. So yeah, doing another animation cancel there to skip the hunger animation. That saves a few seconds here and there. It doesn't save a ton of time, but it does save a little bit. And then you're similar to before. You're kind of stuck moving slowly here. Not really much you can do about it. But you are very, very hungry. And this guy right here, he's got a little sausage, and he's totally willing to share that with you. So we're gonna have the sausage now. Oh dear. Oh no. Well, all right then. I guess we didn't want the sausage after all.
Maybe the food was the friends we made along the way after all.
The friends were the food we made along the way after all. Yeah, if you're really fast, you can get. Oh, didn't quite get there in time. That's okay. Yeah, if you can get into the elevator before it closes, you can get to the end of this early. But unfortunately, couldn't quite make it. The setup is kind of tricky for that. It's you have to be really fast to make it. But the intended strat is just to grab an item, throw it at the button, and then you can get in now.
Yeah, you just kind of bypass the waiting for the elevator to come back and open up the doors.
Yeah, and the ladies' quarters luckily only has one encounter. It's the final boss fight, which is the lady. Go figure. And there's just like a little bit of visual storytelling here. You just have to run up these stairs, and then the ladies' quarters are at the top, or her bedroom's at the top of the stairs. And we are going to grab an item there that we're going to need. Those who know, yeah. If you played the DLC for this game, then you know. Yeah. Also, runner has to sneak through here. If the lady turns around, she will look right at you, and you are insta dead. So you have to sneak through there. There's no way around that one, unfortunately. That is sort of teaching you about how the final fight is going to work, and then we have to crack that open to grab the key, which unfortunately went under the bed. Very unfortunate RNG on that one. But once you grab the key, she disappears, and then you can get the door unlocked and head into the final fight.
Yeah, if you're joining us and you've never played this game or this game series, highly recommend picking it up. Little Nightmares 1, 2, 3 and Reanimals are very short titles overall, but very cool, very fun. The later entries being co-op as well if you want to play with a friend.
Yeah, and Little Nightmares 2 actually has even more grotesque bosses and enemies. So if you like the grotesqueness of this, Little Nightmares 2 I definitely recommend, because it's a little bit longer, not by a lot, but it's a little bit longer, and you get more weird artwork goodness out of it.
Comment on va faire pour s'en sortir, Jana? C'est une très bonne question. Moi, ce que je vois en tout cas autour de moi, c'est énormément d'autres miroirs qui sont.
We had a brief encounter with the lady following us, and now we're just in a room full of mannequins.
As one is.
Oh, it's a horror game. You have to have some mannequins here and there.
Luckily, these mannequins are not weeping angels, thank goodness. But yeah, you have to pull the plank off to get into this room in order to grab this mirror, and this mirror is our only weapon that we're going to use. This is the only weapon that you actually use for any of the boss encounters, and this is the way that we're going to actually fight the lady. So earlier I talked about how if she looks at you, you're dead. You're just insta-dead. So we're going to use this mirror, and we have to do this 6 times in order to defeat her. And the cycling for it is not even, so you have to actually know how the cycles work if you're going to do it quickly. You also need to get into the light kind of as quickly as possible. You have a little bit of a grace period, between cycles, but if you don't stay in the light, you're again insta-dead. And she always approaches from the same side. As far as I'm aware, I might be wrong about that, but as far as I can tell, she always approaches from the same side. So we've got 2 kind of look backs, kind of 2 attacks down on her. Usually I see a lot of runners just running in circles here because you have to kind of wait for her to stop doing this little dance that she does. So it's 3, so we need 3 more.
It's a fascinating time when speedrunners have to kind of wait on something. So what do they do? Sometimes they just spin in circles. There's props they can mess with. Every runner kind of has their own little thing they like to do along the way.
A lot of runners spam crouch, but you can't really do that with the mirror in hand, so. Then lady should be attacking right here. Very nice.
You can see the game kind of like drawing out these parts, making it seem like she's going to approach from different directions just to try and trick you as you get along. But knowing which direction she's actually going to come from at the end makes it pretty simple. Just be like, all right, I'm just going to ignore the other 80% of the mechanics here and just...
And time is as soon as we
6.
pop here, and that is time. And that's a world record, a 3-second run. But yeah, that is time. BT, tell the folks where they can find you.
Yeah, so I will be back on SpeeDons commentary on Sunday for Portal 2 Co-op, which should be another really fun run. Very, very cool mechanics in that. But you can find me at twitch.tv/BloodThunder. I do a lot of FPS and horror games. Currently working on Mouse PI for Hire. But, you know, from time to time, I like to play little 2D platformers like this as well. So if that sounds fun, you can come check me out. Where can they find you, Mr. Dangerous?
I will be back here tomorrow doing commentary for Resident Evil, and then later in the evening we'll be also doing commentary for Pitfall La Grande Aventure, I think is how you say it. I apologize to our French friends. My French is merci and omelette du fromage. But yeah, I will be doing commentary for those tomorrow. You can also find me at twitch.tv/dangerous if you want to follow me there. And I'm also here on the GDQ Twitch channel every other Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, hosting Crosshair, the hotfix show that features runs with bullets. So if you want to see GDQ year round, definitely tune into hotfix, because we've got shows happening all the time. We're not only live in July and January, we are live year round. So yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoy Little Nightmares, and stay tuned for more fun runs coming up soon.
L'événement SpeeDons ce soir au bar et tout, donc merci à eux, et puis merci à vous, merci à SpeeDons, merci à mes casteuses formidables, Jana et Bali. Et voilà, merci à Gozu pour cette petite mise en scène qu'ils ont bien voulu faire pour nous à la dernière minute. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
C'était super chouette. Merci à tous.
Bravo, bravo. Magnifique. Un régal, ça va? Punaise. Je commence, c'est mon premier créneau d'ambiançage. Le mec fout rien dans son event, c'est légendaire.
La première fois qu'il travaille, enfin il était temps, mon sang.
Je ne fais rien, évidemment. Kémy, ça se passe bien, mon cher Kémiste?
Oui, bien sûr, bien sûr. Ah, mais je me régale, quel plaisir. Le public, incroyable. Cet emplacement, incroyable. Tous les autres, incroyable. Bref, c'est légendaire.
Je suis dans les galades, voilà, c'est que le début, bien entendu. On va essayer d'aller vite, on a du retard. Bon, ça se cumule depuis le début de la journée, on se régale. Quelques rappels de service, je te laisserai, et aussi, bien évidemment, Kémiste enchaîné. Un petit dessin de chèque. Ah bah
mais oui, faut pas oublier le petit dessin.
Bah ouais, il arrive, je vais sur la soupe, alors il y a de Ryan pendant qu'ils sont là. La méta. Régale.
Je vais aller vite, mais...
T'inquiète.
Prends ton temps,
régale. Ah ouais. Oh là là.
Ah oui.
Comment est-ce humainement possible, magnifique. Comme un noir. Sublime à gagner. Tu l'as fini encore. T'étais large là ou t'as quand même pas fini jusqu'au bout?
Non, j'étais.
Voilà.
La RNG était bien pour moi, on va dire.
Ah voilà.
Il était large, il était vraiment bien, il s'est régalé. Voilà.
Ouais, des tailles magnifiques à gagner, bien entendu, si vous avez donné pendant Little Nightmares. Est-ce qu'on se retrouve Slam Meta plus tard?
On se retrouve demain, ouais, pour Sword of the Sea, et sinon dimanche, on va faire une illustration à 2 avec Nio.
Oh!
Sur Portal 2 en coop.
Ah bah oui, dans le thème de la coop, voilà. Bravo encore, merci. Vous pouvez applaudir Slam Meta, bien sûr.
Des applaudissements, bien sûr.
C'est magnifique. Parfait. Rappel de service, donc je vous rappelle qu'on a des restreams cette année, Germensch au niveau allemand, GDQ Games Done Quick. Bien entendu pour l'anglais et SpeeDons espagnol. Je vous rappelle qu'ils ont des événements. Germensch va faire son événement annuel, le Zoktoberfest, bien sûr, du 12 au 18 octobre à Göttingen, du SpeeDons et peut-être de la bière, qui sait. Bien entendu, pas encore de Summit. Suivez les réseaux de Germensch pour être au courant. GDQ sera présent à la Gamescom. C'est la première fois qu'ils feront un événement en Europe du 28 au 30 août à Cologne. Et les Summits sont actuellement ouverts si vous voulez faire l'événement GDQ à la Gamescom. Les Summits sont ouverts jusqu'au 17 mai. Vous pouvez vous rendre sur gdq.gg/summit. Et les Espagnols, organise un marathon de RPG. Ah, les RPG, c'est bien quand on a du temps. Bien sûr, du 19 au 21 juin, qui s'appelle The Hero's Journey. Et les inscriptions sont ouvertes sur ONGUS. Donc n'hésitez pas, et merci encore à nous.
Good afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons 6. My name is King J0444, and I'm joined by...
Hi, I'm Emerlin. I have played this game a little bit. I am not an expert by any means. I'm here to ask the dumb questions and make King J explain everything.
Yeah, I know this game a little bit. just a little bit. Yeah, I've been running this game. We have Astrobot coming up with Lenino, and I've ran this game since its release, and Lenino has come in this year and learned the games. I think starting in February or January. So he's pretty new, but he's been putting up some great times. We have a 225 estimate, and that is like no joke. Like that's a good time to get is sub 220. I would say it's a good margin to hit. So we'll see if we can get that. I know his PB's a 219, but it also has a lot of room for improvement. His sum of best is like a 211. So we could maybe see a PB on stage, which would be awesome to see.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if I know for events like this, like people tend to put in a lot of practice. I wonder if he just like hasn't submitted a new time, and it was just doing a bunch of practice off stream and is like, I'm gonna come in and freaking annihilate the 219.
I'm not sure. I just know that he posted the last PB he posted in the Discord was a 219.33 or something like that. So that's all I know.
I also think it's funny. I'm reading the SpeeDons chat as we do this, but someone mentioned that the changing ambience from Little Nightmares to Astrobot is pretty big with Flash. You're getting
yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be a big like there's gonna be a lot more green in this game than you saw.